Contents. Preface. Part I. Chapter 1/Thick Description, Toward an Interpretive Theory of Culture. Part 2. Chapter 2/The Impact of the Concept of Culture on the Concept of Man. Chapter 3/The Growth of Culture and the Evolution of Mind. Part 3. Chapter 4/Religion as a Cultural System. Chapter 5/Ethos, Worldview, and the Analysis of Sacred Symbols. Chapter 6/Ritual and Social Change, a Javanese Example. Chapter 7/Internal Conversion in Contemporary Bali. Part 4. Chapter 8/Ideology as a Cultural System. Chapter 9/After the Revolution, the Fate of Nationalism in the New States. Chapter 10/The Integrative Revolution, Primordial Sentiments and Civil Politics in the New States. Chapter 11/The Politics of Meaning. Chapter 12/Politics Past, Politics Present, Some Notes on the Uses of Anthropology in Understanding the New States. Part B. Chapter 13/The Cerebral Savage, on the Work of Claude Lévi-Strauss. Chapter 14/Person, Time, and Conduct in Bali. Chapter 15/Deep Play, Notes on the Balinese Cockfight. Acknowledgements. Index. Preface. When an anthropologist, urged on by an attentive publisher, begins to gather together certain of his essays for a kind of retrospective exhibition of what he has been doing, or trying to do, over the 15-year period since his release from graduate school, he is faced by two tearing decisions: what to include, and how irreverently to treat what is included. All of us who write social science journal pieces have a non-book in us, and more of us are publishing them. All of us imagine that anything our past self has done our present self could do better, and stand ready to perpetrate improvements upon our own work we would never stand for from any editor. To try to find the figure in the carpet of one's writings can be as chilling as trying to find it in one's life. To weave, post facto, a figure in this is what I meant to say is an intense temptation. I have faced up to the first of these decisions by including in this collection only those of my essays which bear, directly and explicitly, on the concept of culture. The majority of the essays are, in fact, empirical studies rather than theoretical disquisitions, for I grow uncomfortable when I get too far away from the immediacies of social life. But all of them are basically concerned with pushing forward, instant case by instant case, a particular, some would say peculiar, view of what culture is, what role it plays in social life, and how it ought properly to be studied. Though this redefinition of culture has perhaps been my most persistent interest as an anthropologist, I have also worked with some extensiveness in the areas of economic development, social organization, comparative history, and cultural ecology, concerns which are, save tangentially, not reflected here. Thus, what is ostensibly a set of essays emerges, so I hope, somewhat as a treatise in cultural theory as developed through a series of concrete analyses. Not just an "and then I wrote" review of a somewhat vagrant professional career. This book has an argument to make. The second decision has been a bit trickier to deal with. In general, I hold to a stare decisis view of published pieces, if only because if they need very much revision they probably ought not to be reprinted at all, but should be replaced with a wholly new article getting the damn thing right. Further, correcting one's misjudgments by writing changed views back into earlier work seems to me not wholly cricket, and it obscures the development of ideas that one is supposedly trying to demonstrate in collecting the essays in the first place. However, for all that, there does seem justification for a certain amount of retroactive editing in cases where the substance of the argument is not seriously affected, but to leave things exactly as originally written is either to purvey out-of-date information or undercut a still valid discussion by tying it too closely to a particular set of now faded events. There are two places in the essays below where these considerations seem to me relevant, and where I have therefore made some changes in what I originally wrote. The first is in the two essays of Part 2 on culture and biological evolution, where the fossil datings given in the original essays have been definitely superseded. The dates have, in general, been moved back in time, and as this change leaves my central arguments essentially intact, I see no harm in introducing the newer estimations. There seems little point in continuing to tell the world that Australopithecines go back a million years when archaeologists are now finding fossils datable to 4 or 5 million years. The second is in connection with Chapter 10, in Part 4, the Integrative Revolution, where the flow, if that is what it should be called, of new state history since the article was written in the early 1960s makes some of the passages read oddly. As Nasser is dead, Pakistan has split, Nigeria has been defederalized, and the Communist Party has disappeared from the Indonesian scene. To write as though these things had not occurred is to give a sense of unreality to the discussion, a discussion which, again, I regard as still valid, even if it is Nehru's daughter rather than Nehru who now leads India and the Republic of Malaya has expanded into the Federation of Malaysia. Thus, I have in that essay made two sorts of changes. First, I have changed tenses, introduced clauses, added a footnote or two, and so on, in the body of the text to make it read a little less as though the last 10 years had not occurred. I have not, however, changed anything of substance so as to improve my argument. Second, I have added to each of the case histories and clearly set off from them a paragraph summary of relevant developments since the essay was written, so as to indicate that, if anything, those developments demonstrate the continued relevance of the issues the essay treats in terms of earlier events, and again to dissipate the Rip Van Winkle effect. Except for minor typographical and grammatical corrections, and changes in referencing style for the sake of consistency, the remainder of the book is essentially unaltered. I have added, however, a new chapter, the first one, in an attempt to state my present position as generally as I can. As my views on the matters the chapters discuss have evolved over the 15 years they span, there are indeed some differences in the way certain things are put in this introductory chapter and the way they are put in some of the reprinted ones. Some of my earlier concerns with functionalism, for example, now are less prominent in my mind. Some of my later ones with semiotics, for example, are now more so. But the trend of thought in the essays, which are arranged in a logical, not a chronological, order seems to me relatively consistent, and the introductory chapter represents an effort to state more explicitly and systematically what that trend of thought is, an attempt, in fine, to say what I have been saying. I have eliminated all the acknowledgments contained in the original essays. Those who have helped me know that they have and how very much they have. I can only hope that by now they know that I know it too. Rather than implicate them in my confusions once again, let me instead take the rather peculiar tack of thanking three remarkable academic institutions that have provided me with the kind of setting for scholarly work I am convinced could not be surpassed right now anywhere in the world: the Department of Social Relations of Harvard University, where I was trained, the Department of Anthropology of the University of Chicago, where I taught for a decade, and the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, where I now work. At a time when the American university system is under attack as irrelevant or worse, I can only say that it has been for me a redemptive gift. C.G. Princeton. 1973. Part I. Chapter 1/Thick Description, Toward an Interpretive Theory of Culture. I. In her book, Philosophy in a New Key, Suzanne Langer remarks that certain ideas burst upon the intellectual landscape with a tremendous force. They resolve so many fundamental problems at once that they seem also to promise that they will resolve all fundamental problems, clarify all obscure issues. Everyone snaps them up as the open sesame of some new positive science, the conceptual center point around which a comprehensive system of analysis can be built. The sudden vogue of such a grande idée, crowding out almost everything else for a while, is due, she says, to the fact that all sensitive and active minds turn at once to exploiting it. We try it in every connection, for every purpose, experiment with possible stretches of its strict meaning, with generalizations and derivatives. After we have become familiar with the new idea, however, after it has become part of our general stock of theoretical concepts, our expectations are brought more into balance with its actual uses, and its excessive popularity is ended. A few zealots persist in the old key to the universe view of it, but less driven thinkers settle down after a while to the problems the idea has really generated. They try to apply it and extend it where it applies and where it is capable of extension, and they desist where it does not apply or cannot be extended. It becomes, if it was, in truth, a seminal idea in the first place, a permanent and enduring part of our intellectual armory. But it no longer has the grandiose, all-promising scope, the infinite versatility of apparent application, it once had. The second law of thermodynamics, or the principle of natural selection, or the notion of unconscious motivation, or the organization of the means of production does not explain everything, not even everything human, but it still explains something, and our attention shifts to isolating just what that something is, to disentangling ourselves from a lot of pseudoscience to which, in the first flush of its celebrity, it has also given rise. Whether or not this is, in fact, the way all centrally important scientific concepts develop, I don't know. But certainly this pattern fits the concept of culture, around which the whole discipline of anthropology arose, and whose domination that discipline has been increasingly concerned to limit, specify, focus, and contain. It is to this cutting of the culture concept down to size, therefore actually ensuring its continued importance rather than undermining it, that the essays below are all, in their several ways and from their several directions, dedicated. They all argue, sometimes explicitly, more often merely through the particular analysis they develop, for a narrowed, specialized, and, so I imagine, theoretically more powerful concept of culture to replace E.B. Tyler's famous most complex whole, which, its originative power not denied, seems to me to have reached the point where it obscures a good deal more than it reveals. The conceptual morass into which the Tylerian kind of pot-au-feu theorizing about culture can lead, is evident in what is still one of the better general introductions to anthropology, Clyde Cluckhan's Mirror for Man. In some 27 pages of his chapter on the concept, Cluckhan managed to define culture in turn as, 1. The total way of life of a people, 2. The social legacy the individual acquires from his group, 3. A way of thinking, feeling, and believing, 4. An abstraction from behavior, 5. A theory on the part of the anthropologist about the way in which a group of people in fact behave, 6. A storehouse of pooled learning, 7. A set of standardized orientations to recurrent problems, 8. Learned behavior, 9. A mechanism for the normative regulation of behavior, 10. A set of techniques for adjusting both to the external environment and to other men, 11. A precipitate of history, and turning, perhaps in desperation, to similes, as a map, as a sieve, and as a matrix. In the face of this sort of theoretical diffusion, even a somewhat constricted and not entirely standard concept of culture, which is at least internally coherent and, more important, which has a definable argument to make is, as, to be fair, Cluckhan himself keenly realized, an improvement. Eclecticism is self-defeating not because there is only one direction in which it is useful to move, but because there are so many, it is necessary to choose. The concept of culture I espouse, and whose utility the essays below attempt to demonstrate, is essentially a semiotic one. Believing, with Max Weber, that man is an animal suspended in webs of significance he himself has spun, I take culture to be those webs, and the analysis of it to be therefore not an experimental science in search of law but an interpretive one in search of meaning. It is explication I am after, construing social expressions on their surface enigmatical. But this pronouncement, a doctrine in a clause, demands itself some explication. 2. Operationalism as a methodological dogma never made much sense so far as the social sciences are concerned, and except for a few rather too well-swept corners, Skinnerian behaviorism, intelligence testing, and so on, it is largely dead now. But it had, for all that, an important point to make, which, however we may feel about trying to define charisma or alienation in terms of operations, retains a certain force. If you want to understand what a science is, you should look in the first instance not at its theories or its findings, and certainly not at what its apologists say about it. You should look at what the practitioners of it do. In anthropology, or anyway social anthropology, what the practitioners do is ethnography. And it is in understanding what ethnography is, or more exactly what doing ethnography is, that a start can be made toward grasping what anthropological analysis amounts to as a form of knowledge. This, it must immediately be said, is not a matter of methods. From one point of view, that of the textbook, doing ethnography is establishing rapport, selecting informants, transcribing texts, taking genealogies, mapping fields, keeping a diary, and so on. But it is not these things, techniques, and received procedures, that define the enterprise. What defines it is the kind of intellectual effort it is, an elaborate venture in, to borrow a notion from Gilbert Ryle, thick description. Ryle's discussion of thick description appears in two recent essays of his, now reprinted in the second volume of his collected papers, addressed to the general question of what, as he puts it, le penseur is doing, thinking and reflecting and the thinking of thoughts. Consider, he says, two boys rapidly contracting the eyelids of their right eyes. In one, this is an involuntary twitch, in the other, a conspiratorial signal to a friend. The two movements are, as movements, identical. From an IMA camera, phenomenalistic observation of them alone, one could not tell which was twitch and which was wink, or indeed whether both or either was twitch or wink. Yet the difference, however unphotographable, between a twitch and a wink is vast, as anyone unfortunate enough to have had the first taken for the second knows. The winker is communicating, and indeed communicating in a quite precise and special way, 1. Deliberately, 2. To someone in particular, 3. To impart a particular message, 4. According to a socially established code, and 5. Without cognizance of the rest of the company. As Ryle points out, the winker has not done two things, contracted his eyelids and winked, while the twitcher has done only one, contracted his eyelids. Contracting your eyelids on purpose when there exists a public code in which so doing counts as a conspiratorial signal is winking. That's all there is to it, a speck of behavior, a fleck of culture, and voila, a gesture. That, however, is just the beginning. Suppose, he continues, there is a third boy, who, to give malicious amusement to his cronies, parodies the first boy's wink, as amateurish, clumsy, obvious, and so on. He, of course, does this in the same way the second boy winked and the first twitched, by contracting his right eyelids. Only this boy is neither winking nor twitching, he is parodying someone else's, as he takes it, laughable, attempt at winking. Here, too, a socially established code exists, he will wink laboriously, over-obviously, perhaps adding a grimace the usual artifices of the clown, and so also does a message. Only now it is not conspiracy but ridicule that is in the air. If the others think he is actually winking, his whole project misfires as completely, though with somewhat different results, as if they think he is twitching. One can go further, uncertain of his mimicking abilities, the would-be satirist may practice at home before the mirror, in which case he is not twitching, winking, or parodying, but rehearsing, though so far as what a camera, a radical behaviorist, or a believer in protocol sentences would record, he is just rapidly contracting his right eyelids like all the others. Complexities are possible, if not practically without end, at least logically so. The original winker might, for example, actually have been fake winking, say, to mislead outsiders into imagining there was a conspiracy afoot when there in fact was not, in which case our descriptions of what the parodist is parodying and the rehearser rehearsing of course shift accordingly. But the point is that between what Ryle calls the thin description of what the rehearser, parodist, winker, twitcher, is doing, rapidly contracting his right eyelids, and the thick description of what he is doing, practicing a burlesque of a friend faking a wink to deceive an innocent into thinking a conspiracy is in motion, lies the object of ethnography, a stratified hierarchy of meaningful structures in terms of which twitches, winks, fake winks, parodies, rehearsals of parodies are produced, perceived, and interpreted, and without which they would not even the zero-form twitches, which, as a cultural category, are as much non-winks as winks are non-twitches, in fact exist, no matter what anyone did or didn't do with his eyelids. Like so many of the little stories Oxford philosophers like to make up for themselves, all this winking, fake winking, burlesque fake winking, rehearsed burlesque fake winking, may seem a bit artificial. In way of adding a more empirical note, let me give, deliberately unprecedented by any prior explanatory comment at all, a not untypical excerpt from my own field journal to demonstrate that, however evened off for didactic purposes, Ryle's example presents an image only too exact of the sort of piled-up structures of inference and implication through which an ethnographer is continually trying to pick his way. The French, the informant said, had only just arrived. They set up 20 or so small forts between here, the town, and the Marmosha area up in the middle of the mountains, placing them on promontories so they could survey the countryside. But for all this they couldn't guarantee safety, especially at night, so although the Mesrag, trade pact, system was supposed to be legally abolished, it in fact continued as before. One night, when Cohen, who speaks fluent Berber, was up there, at Marmosha, 2 other Jews who were traders to a neighboring tribe came by to purchase some goods from him. Some Berbers, from yet another neighboring tribe, tried to break into Cohen's place, but he fired his rifle in the air. Traditionally, Jews were not allowed to carry weapons, but at this period things were so unsettled many did so anyway. This attracted the attention of the French and the marauders fled. The next night, however, they came back, one of them disguised as a woman who knocked on the door with some sort of a story. Cohen was suspicious and didn't want to let her in, but the other Jews said, "Oh, it's all right, it's only a woman." So they opened the door and the whole lot came pouring in. They killed the 2 visiting Jews, but Cohen managed to barricade himself in an adjoining room. He heard the robbers planning to burn him alive in the shop after they removed his goods, and so he opened the door and, laying about him wildly with a club, managed to escape through a window. He went up to the fort, then, to have his wounds dressed, and complained to the local commandant, one Captain Dumouriez, saying he wanted his ARIE, 4 or 5 times the value of the merchandise stolen from him. The robbers were from a tribe which had not yet submitted to French authority and were in open rebellion against it, and he wanted authorization to go with his Mesrag holder, the Marmosha tribal sheik, to collect the indemnity that, under traditional rules, he had coming to him. Captain Dumouriez couldn't officially give him permission to do this, because of the French prohibition of the Mesrag relationship, but he gave him verbal authorization, saying, "If you get killed, it's your problem." So the sheik, the Jew, and a small company of armed Marmoshans went off 10 or 15 kilometers up into the rebellious area, where there were of course no French, and, sneaking up, captured the thief tribe's shepherd and stole its herds. The other tribes soon came riding out on horses after them, armed with rifles and ready to attack. But when they saw who the sheep thieves were, they thought better of it and said, "All right, we'll talk." They couldn't really deny what had happened, that some of their men had robbed Cohen and killed the 2 visitors, and they weren't prepared to start the serious feud with the Marmosha a scuffle with the invading party would bring on. So the 2 groups talked and talked and talked, there on the plain amid the thousands of sheep, and decided finally on 500 sheep damages. The 2 armed Berber groups then lined up on their horses at opposite ends of the plain, with the sheep herded between them, and Cohen, in his black gown, pillbox hat, and flapping slippers, went out alone among the sheep, picking out, one by one and at his own good speed, the best ones for his payment. So Cohen got his sheep and drove them back to Marmosha. The French, up in their fort, heard them coming from some distance. "Ba, ba, ba," said Cohen, happily, recalling the image, and said, "What the hell is that?" And Cohen said, that is my AR. The French couldn't believe he had actually done what he said he had done, and accused him of being a spy for the rebellious Berbers, put him in prison, and took his sheep. In the town, his family, not having heard from him in so long a time, thought he was dead. But after a while the French released him and he came back home, but without his sheep. He then went to the colonel in the town, the Frenchman in charge of the whole region, to complain. But the colonel said, "I can't do anything about the matter. It's not my problem." Quoted raw, a note in a bottle, this passage conveys, as any similar one similarly presented would do, a fair sense of how much goes into ethnographic description of even the most elemental sort, how extraordinarily thick it is. In finished anthropological writings, including those collected here, this fact that what we call our data are really our own constructions of other people's constructions of what they and their compatriots are up to is obscured, because most of what we need to comprehend a particular event, ritual, custom, idea, or whatever is insinuated as background information before the thing itself is directly examined. Even to reveal that this little drama took place in the highlands of central Morocco in 1912 and was recounted there in 1968 is to determine much of our understanding of it. There is nothing particularly wrong with this, and it is in any case inevitable. But it does lead to a view of anthropological research as rather more of an observational and rather less of an interpretive activity than it really is. Right down at the factual base, the hard rock, insofar as there is any, of the whole enterprise, we are already explicating, and worse, explicating explications. Winks upon winks upon winks. Analysis, then, is sorting out the structures of signification, what Ryle called established codes, a somewhat misleading expression, for it makes the enterprise sound too much like that of the cipher clerk when it is much more like that of the literary critic, and determining their social ground and import. Here, in our text, such sorting would begin with distinguishing the three unlike frames of interpretation ingredient in the situation, Jewish, Berber, and French, and would then move on to show how, and why, at that time, in that place, their co-presence produced a situation in which systematic misunderstanding reduced traditional form to social farce. What tripped Cohen up, and with him the whole, ancient pattern of social and economic relationships within which he functioned, was a confusion of tongues. I shall come back to this too compacted aphorism later, as well as to the details of the text itself. The point for now is only that ethnography is thick description. What the ethnographer is in fact faced with, except when, as, of course, he must do, he is pursuing the more automatized routines of data collection, is a multiplicity of complex conceptual structures, many of them superimposed upon or knotted into one another, which are at once strange, irregular, and inexplicit, and which he must contrive somehow first to grasp and then to render. And this is true at the most down-to-earth, jungle field work levels of his activity, interviewing informants, observing rituals, eliciting kin terms, tracing property lines, censusing households, writing his journal. Doing ethnography is like trying to read, in the sense of construct a reading of, a manuscript foreign, faded, full of ellipses, incoherencies, suspicious emendations, and tendentious commentaries, but written not in conventionalized graphs of sound but in transient examples of shaped behavior. 3. Culture, this acted document, thus is public, like a burlesqued wink or a mock sheep raid. Though ideational, it does not exist in someone's head, though unphysical, it is not an occult entity. The interminable, because unterminable, debate within anthropology as to whether culture is subjective or objective, together with the mutual exchange of intellectual insults, idealist, materialist, mentalist, behaviorist, impressionist, positivist, which accompanies it, is wholly misconceived. Once human behavior is seen as, most of the time, there are true twitches, symbolic action which, like phonation in speech, pigment in painting, line in writing, or sonance in music, signifies the question as to whether culture is patterned conduct or a frame of mind, or even the two somehow mixed together, loses sense. The thing to ask about a burlesqued wink or a mock sheep raid is not what their ontological status is. It is the same as that of rocks on the one hand and dreams on the other. They are things of this world. The thing to ask is what their import is, what it is, ridicule or challenge, irony or anger, snobbery or pride, that, in their occurrence and through their agency, is getting said. This may seem like an obvious truth, but there are a number of ways to obscure it. One is to imagine that culture is a self-contained super-organic reality with forces and purposes of its own, that is, to refy it. Another is to claim that it consists in the brute pattern of behavioral events we observe in fact to occur in some identifiable community or other, that is, to reduce it. But though both these confusions still exist, and doubtless will be always with us, the main source of theoretical muddlement in contemporary anthropology is a view which developed in reaction to them and is right now very widely held, namely, that, to quote Ward Goodenough, perhaps its leading proponent, culture is located in the minds and hearts of men. Variously called ethnoscience, componential analysis, or cognitive anthropology, a terminological wavering which reflects a deeper uncertainty, this school of thought holds that culture is composed of psychological structures by means of which individuals or groups of individuals guide their behavior. A society's culture, to quote Goodenough again, this time in a passage which has become the locus clas psychus of the whole movement, consists of whatever it is one has to know or believe in order to operate in a manner acceptable to its members. And from this view of what culture is follows a view, equally assured, of what describing it is the writing out of systematic rules, an ethnographic algorithm, which, if followed, would make it possible so to operate, to pass, physical appearance aside, for a native. In such a way, extreme subjectivism is married to extreme formalism, with the expected result, an explosion of debate as to whether particular analyses, which come in the form of taxonomies, paradigms, tables, trees, and other ingenuities, reflect what the natives really think or are merely clever simulations, logically equivalent but substantively different, of what they think. As, on first glance, this approach may look close enough to the one being developed here to be mistaken for it, it is useful to be explicit as to what divides them. If, leaving our winks and sheep behind for the moment, we take, say, a Beethoven quartet as an, admittedly rather special but, for these purposes, nicely illustrative, sample of culture, no one would, I think, identify it with its score, with the skills and knowledge needed to play it, with the understanding of it possessed by its performers or auditors, nor, to take care, en passant, of the reductionists and reifiers, with a particular performance of it or with some mysterious entity transcending material existence. The no one is perhaps too strong here, for there are always incorrigibles. But that a Beethoven quartet is a temporally developed tonal structure, a coherent sequence of modeled sound in a word, music, and not anybody's knowledge of or belief about anything, including how to play it, is a proposition to which most people are, upon reflection, likely to assent. To play the violin it is necessary to possess certain habits, skills, knowledge, and talents, to be in the mood to play, and, as the old joke goes, to have a violin. But violin playing is neither the habits, skills, knowledge, and so on, nor the mood, nor, the notion believers in material culture apparently embrace, the violin. To make a trade pact in Morocco, you have to do certain things in certain ways, among others, cut, while chanting Quranic Arabic, the throat of a lamb before the assembled, undeformed, adult male members of your tribe, and to be possessed of certain psychological characteristics, among others, a desire for distant things. But a trade pact is neither the throat cutting nor the desire, though it is real enough, as 7 kinsmen of our Marmusha sheikh discovered when, on an earlier occasion, they were executed by him following the theft of one mangy, essentially valueless sheepskin from Cohen. Culture is public because meaning is. You can't wink, or burlesque one, without knowing what counts as winking or how, physically, to contract your eyelids, and you can't conduct a sheep raid, or mimic one, without knowing what it is to steal a sheep and how practically to go about it. But to draw from such truths the conclusion that knowing how to wink is winking and knowing how to steal a sheep is sheep raiding is to betray as deep a confusion as, taking thin descriptions for thick, to identify winking with eyelid contractions or sheep raiding with chasing woolly animals out of pastures. The cognitivist fallacy that culture consists, to quote another spokesman for the movement, Stephen Tyler, of mental phenomena which he means should be analyzed by formal methods similar to those of mathematics and logic is as destructive of an effective use of the concept as are the behaviorist and idealist fallacies to which it is a misdrawn correction. Perhaps, as its errors are more sophisticated and its distortions subtler, it is even more so. The generalized attack on privacy theories of meaning is, since early Husserl and late Wittgenstein, so much a part of modern thought that it need not be developed once more here. What is necessary is to see to it that the news of it reaches anthropology, and in particular that it is made clear that to say that culture consists of socially established structures of meaning in terms of which people do such things as signal conspiracies and join them or perceive insults and answer them, is no more to say that it is a psychological phenomenon, a characteristic of someone's mind, personality, cognitive structure, or whatever, than to say that tantrism, genetics, the progressive form of the verb, the classification of wines, the common law, or the notion of a conditional curse, as Westermarck defined the concept of AR in terms of which Cohen pressed his claim to damages, is what, in a place like Morocco, most prevents those of us who grew up winking other winks or attending other sheep from grasping what people are up to is not ignorance as to how cognition works, though, especially as, one assumes, it works the same among them as it does among us, it would greatly help to have less of that too, as a lack of familiarity with the imaginative universe within which their acts are signs. As Wittgenstein has been invoked, he may as well be quoted. We say of some people that they are transparent to us. It is, however, important as regards this observation that one human being can be a complete enigma to another. We learn this when we come into a strange country with entirely strange traditions, and, what is more, even given a mastery of the country's language. We do not understand the people. And not because of not knowing what they are saying to themselves. We cannot find our feet with them. 4. Finding our feet, an unnerving business which never more than distantly succeeds, is what ethnographic research consists of as a personal experience, trying to formulate the basis on which one imagines, always excessively, one has found them is what anthropological writing consists of as a scientific endeavor. We are not, or at least I am not, seeking either to become natives, a compromised word in any case, or to mimic them. Only romantics or spies would seem to find point in that. We are seeking, in the widened sense of the term in which it encompasses very much more than talk, to converse with them, a matter a great deal more difficult, and not only with strangers, than is commonly recognized. If speaking for someone else seems to be a mysterious process, Stanley Cavell has remarked, that may be because speaking to someone does not seem mysterious enough. Looked at in this way, the aim of anthropology is the enlargement of the universe of human discourse. That is not, of course, its only aim. Instruction, amusement, practical counsel, moral advance, and the discovery of natural order in human behavior are others, nor is anthropology the only discipline which pursues it. But it is an aim to which a semiotic concept of culture is peculiarly well adapted. As interwork systems of construable signs, what, ignoring provincial usages, I would call symbols, culture is not a power, something to which social events, behaviors, institutions, or processes can be causally attributed, it is a context, something within which they can be intelligibly, that is, thickly described. The famous anthropological absorption with the, to us, exotic Berber horsemen, Jewish peddlers, French legionnaires is, thus, essentially a device for displacing the dulling sense of familiarity with which the mysteriousness of our own ability to relate perceptively to one another is concealed from us. Looking at the ordinary in places where it takes unaccustomed forms brings out not, as has so often been claimed, The arbitrariness of human behavior. There is nothing especially arbitrary about taking sheep theft for insolence in Morocco, but the degree to which its meaning varies according to the pattern of life by which it is informed. Understanding a people's culture exposes their normalness without reducing their particularity. The more I manage to follow what the Moroccans are up to, the more logical, and the more singular, they seem. It renders them accessible, setting them in the frame of their own banalities, it dissolves their opacity. It is this maneuver, usually too casually referred to as seeing things from the actor's point of view, too bookishly as the Verstehen approach, or too technically as emic analysis, that so often leads to the notion that anthropology is a variety of either long-distance mind-reading or cannibalile fantasizing, and which, for someone anxious to navigate past the wrecks of a dozen sunken philosophies, must therefore be executed with a great deal of care. Nothing is more necessary to comprehending what anthropological interpretation is, and the degree to which it is interpretation, than an exact understanding of what it means and what it does not mean to say that our formulations of other people's symbol systems must be actor-oriented. Point 11. Not only other people's, anthropology can be trained on the culture of which it is itself a part, and it increasingly is, a fact of profound importance, but which, as it raises a few tricky and rather special second-order problems, I shall put to the side for the moment. What it means is that descriptions of Berber, Jewish, or French culture must be cast in terms of the constructions we imagine Berbers, Jews, or Frenchmen to place upon what they live through, the formulae they use to define what happens to them. What it does not mean is that such descriptions are themselves Berber, Jewish, or French, that is, part of the reality they are ostensibly describing. They are anthropological, that is, part of a developing system of scientific analysis. They must be cast in terms of the interpretations to which persons of a particular denomination subject their experience, because that is what they profess to be descriptions of. They are anthropological because it is, in fact, anthropologists who profess them. Normally, it is not necessary to point out quite so laboriously that the object of study is one thing and the study of it another. It is clear enough that the physical world is not physics and a skeleton key to Finnegan's Wake not Finnegan's Wake. But, as, in the study of culture, analysis penetrates into the very body of the object, that is, we begin with our own interpretations of what our informants are up to, or think they are up to, and then systematize those. The line between Moroccan culture as a natural fact and Moroccan culture as a theoretical entity tends to get blurred. All the more so, as the latter is presented in the form of an actor's eye description of Moroccan conceptions of everything from violence, honor, divinity, and justice, to tribe, property, patronage, and chiefship. In short, anthropological writings are themselves interpretations, and second and third order ones to boot. By definition, only a native makes first order ones. It's his culture. 22 They are, thus, fictions, in the sense that they are something made, something fashioned. The original meaning of fictio, not that they are false, unfactual, or merely as if thought experiments. To construct actor-oriented descriptions of the involvements of a Berber chieftain, a Jewish merchant, and a French soldier with one another in 1912 Morocco is clearly an imaginative act, not all that different from constructing similar descriptions of, say, the involvements with one another of a provincial French doctor, his silly, adulterous wife, and her feckless lover in 19th century France. In the latter case, the actors are represented as not having existed and the events as not having happened, while in the former they are represented as actual, or as having been so. This is a difference of no mean importance, indeed, precisely the one Madame Bovary had difficulty grasping. But the importance does not lie in the fact that her story was created while Cohen's was only noted. The conditions of their creation, and the point of it, to say nothing of the manner and the quality, differ. But the one is as much a fictio a making as the other. The order problem is, again, complex. Anthropological works based on other anthropological works, Levi Strauss, for example, may, of course, be fourth order or higher, and informants frequently, even habitually, make second-order interpretations what have come to be known as native models. In literate cultures, where native interpretation can proceed to higher levels in connection with the Maghreb, one has only to think of Ibn Khaldun. With the United States, Margaret Mead, these matters become intricate indeed. Anthropologists have not always been as aware as they might be of this fact, that although culture exists in the trading post, the hill fort, or the sheep run, anthropology exists in the book, the article, the lecture, the museum display, or, sometimes nowadays, the film. To become aware of it is to realize that the line between mode of representation and substantive content is as undrawable in cultural analysis as it is in painting, and that fact in turn seems to threaten the objective status of anthropological knowledge by suggesting that its source is not social reality but scholarly artifice. It does threaten it, but the threat is hollow. The claim to attention of an ethnographic account does not rest on its author's ability to capture primitive facts in faraway places and carry them home like a mask or a carving, but on the degree to which he is able to clarify what goes on in such places, to reduce the puzzlement what manner of men are these, to which unfamiliar acts emerging out of unknown backgrounds naturally give rise. This raises some serious problems of verification, all right, or, if verification is too strong a word for so soft a science, I, myself, would prefer appraisal, of how you can tell a better account from a worse one. But that is precisely the virtue of it. If ethnography is thick description and ethnographers those who are doing the describing, then the determining question for any given example of it, whether a field journal squib or a Malinowski-sized monograph, is whether it sorts winks from twitches and real winks from mimicked ones. It is not against a body of uninterpreted data, radically thin descriptions, that we must measure the cogency of our explications, but against the power of the scientific imagination to bring us into touch with the lives of strangers. It is not worth it, as Thoreau said, to go round the world to count the cats in Zanzibar. V. Now, this proposition, that it is not in our interest to bleach human behavior of the very properties that interest us before we begin to examine it, has sometimes been escalated into a larger claim, namely, that as it is only those properties that interest us, we need not attend, save cursorily, to behavior at all. Culture is most effectively treated, the argument goes, purely as a symbolic system. The catch-phrase is, in its own terms, by isolating its elements, specifying the internal relationships among those elements, and then characterizing the whole system in some general way according to the core symbols around which it is organized, the underlying structures of which it is a surface expression, or the ideological principles upon which it is based. Though a distinct improvement over learned behavior and mental phenomena notions of what culture is, and the source of some of the most powerful theoretical ideas in contemporary anthropology, this hermetical approach to things seems to me to run the danger, and increasingly to have been overtaken by it, of locking cultural analysis away from its proper object, the informal logic of actual life. There is little profit in extricating a concept from the defects of psychologism only to plunge it immediately into those of schematicism. Behavior must be attended to, and with some exactness, because it is through the flow of behavior or, more precisely, social action that cultural forms find articulation. They find it as well, of course, in various sorts of artifacts, and various states of consciousness, but these draw their meaning from the role they play, Wittgenstein would say their use, in an ongoing pattern of life, not from any intrinsic relationships they bear to one another. It is what Cohen, the Sheik, and Captain Dumouriez were doing when they tripped over one another's purposes, pursuing trade, defending honor, establishing dominance, that created our pastoral drama, and that is what the drama is, therefore, about. Whatever, or wherever, symbol systems in their own terms may be, we gain empirical access to them by inspecting events, not by arranging abstracted entities into unified patterns. A further implication of this is that coherence cannot be the major test of validity for a cultural description. Cultural systems must have a minimal degree of coherence, else we would not call them systems, and, by observation, they normally have a great deal more. but there is nothing so coherent as a paranoid's delusion or a swindler's story. The force of our interpretations cannot rest, as they are now so often made to do, on the tightness with which they hold together, or the assurance with which they are argued. Nothing has done more, I think, to discredit cultural analysis than the construction of impeccable depictions of formal order in whose actual existence nobody can quite believe. If anthropological interpretation is constructing a reading of what happens, then to divorce it from what happens from what, in this time or that place, specific people say, what they do, what is done to them, from the whole vast business of the world is to divorce it from its applications and render it vacant. A good interpretation of anything, a poem, a person, a history, a ritual, an institution, a society, takes us into the heart of that of which it is the interpretation. When it does not do that, but leads us instead somewhere else into an admiration of its own elegance, of its author's cleverness, or of the beauties of Euclidean order, it may have its intrinsic charms, but it is something else than what the task at hand, figuring out what all that rigmarole with the sheep is about, calls for. The rigmarole with the sheep, the sham theft of them, the reparative transfer of them, the political confiscation of them is, or was, essentially a social discourse, even if, as I suggested earlier, one conducted in multiple tongues and as much in action as in words. Claiming his AR, Cohen invoked the trade pact. Recognizing the claim, the sheik challenged the offender's tribe. Accepting responsibility, the offender's tribe paid the indemnity. Anxious to make clear to sheiks and peddlers alike who was now in charge here, the French showed the imperial hand. As in any discourse, code does not determine conduct, and what was actually said need not have been. Cohen might not have, given its illegitimacy in protectorate eyes, chosen to press his claim. The sheik might, for similar reasons, have rejected it. The offender's tribe, still resisting French authority, might have decided to regard the raid as real and fight rather than negotiate. The French, were they more habile and less dur, as, under Marais Chal Lyotta's seigneurial tutelage, they later in fact became, might have permitted Cohen to keep his sheep, winking as we say at the continuance of the trade pattern and its limitation to their authority. And there are other possibilities. The Marmutians might have regarded the French action as too great an insult to bear and gone into dissidence themselves. The French might have attempted not just to clamp down on Cohen but to bring the sheik himself more closely to heel, and Cohen might have concluded that between renegade Berbers and Beaujest soldiers, driving trade in the Atlas Highlands was no longer worth the candle and retired to the better governed confines of the town. This, indeed, is more or less what happened, somewhat further along, as the protectorate moved toward genuine sovereignty. But the point here is not to describe what did or did not take place in Morocco. From this simple incident one can widen out into enormous complexities of social experience. It is to demonstrate what a piece of anthropological interpretation consists in, tracing the curve of a social discourse, fixing it into an inspectable form. The ethnographer inscribes social discourse, he writes it down. In so doing, he turns it from a passing event, which exists only in its own moment of occurrence, into an account, which exists in its inscriptions and can be reconsolved. The sheik is long dead, killed in the process of being, as the French called it, pacified. Captain Dumouriez, his pacifier, lives, retired to his souvenirs, in the south of France, and Cohen went last year, part refugee, part pilgrim, part dying patriarch, home to Israel. But what they, in my extended sense, said to one another on an Atlas plateau 60 years ago is very far from perfectly preserved for study. What, Paul Ricoeur, from whom this whole idea of the inscription of action is borrowed and somewhat twisted, asks, what does writing fix? Not the event of speaking, but the set of speaking, where we understand by the set of speaking that intentional exteriorization constitutive of the aim of discourse thanks to which the Sagan the saying wants to become a us sage the enunciation, the enunciated. In short, what we write is the noema thought, content, gist of the speaking. It is the meaning of the speech event, not the event as event. This is not itself so very said if Oxford philosophers run to little stories, phenomenological ones run to large sentences, but it brings us anyway to a more precise answer to our generative question, what does the ethnographer do? He writes. 33 This, too, may seem a less than startling discovery, and to someone familiar with the current literature, an implausible one. But as the standard answer to our question has been, he observes, he records, he analyzes a kind of veni, vici conception of the matter, it may have more deep-going consequences than are at first apparent, not the least of which is that distinguishing these three phases of knowledge-seeking may not, as a matter of fact, normally be possible, and, indeed, as autonomous operations they may not in fact exist. Or, again, more exactly, in scribes. Most ethnography is in fact to be found in books and articles, rather than in films, records, museum displays, or whatever, but even in them there are, of course, photographs, drawings, diagrams, tables, and so on. Self-consciousness about modes of representation, not to speak of experiments with them, has been very lacking in anthropology. The situation is even more delicate, because, as already noted, what we inscribe, or try to, is not raw social discourse, to which, because, save very marginally or very specially, we are not actors, we do not have direct access, but only that small part of it which our informants can lead us into understanding. 44 This is not as fatal as it sounds, for, in fact, not all Cretans are liars, and it is not necessary to know everything in order to understand something. But it does make the view of anthropological analysis as the conceptual manipulation of discovered facts, a logical reconstruction of a mere reality, seem rather lame. To set forth symmetrical crystals of significance, purified of the material complexity in which they were located, and then attribute their existence to autogenous principles of order, universal properties of the human mind, or vast, a priori Weltanschauungen, is to pretend a science that does not exist and imagine a reality that cannot be found. Cultural analysis is, or should be, guessing at meanings, assessing the guesses, and drawing explanatory conclusions from the better guesses, not discovering the continent of meaning and mapping out its bodiless landscape. So far as it has reinforced the anthropologist's impulse to engage himself with his informants as persons rather than as objects, the notion of participant observation has been a valuable one. But, to the degree it has led the anthropologist to block from his view the very special, culturally bracketed nature of his own role and to imagine himself something more than an interested, in both senses of that word, sojourner, it has been our most powerful source of bad faith. 6. So, there are three characteristics of ethnographic description: it is interpretive. What it is interpretive of is the flow of social discourse, and the interpreting involved consists in trying to rescue the set of such discourse from its perishing occasions and fix it in perusable terms. The Kula is gone or altered, but, for better or worse, the Argonauts of the Western Pacific remains. But there is, in addition, a fourth characteristic of such description, at least as I practice it, it is microscopic. This is not to say that there are no large-scale anthropological interpretations of whole societies, civilizations, world events, and so on. Indeed, it is such extension of our analyses to wider contexts that, along with their theoretical implications, recommends them to general attention and justifies our constructing them. No one really cares anymore, not even Cohen, well maybe, Cohen, about those sheep as such. History may have its unobtrusive turning points, great noises in a little room, but this little go-round was surely not one of them. It is merely to say that the anthropologist characteristically approaches such broader interpretations and more abstract analyses from the direction of exceedingly extended acquaintances with extremely small matters. He confronts the same grand realities that others, historians, economists, political scientists, sociologists, confront in more fateful settings: power, change, faith, oppression, work, passion, authority, beauty, violence, love, prestige, but he confronts them in contexts obscure enough, places like Marmusha and lives like Cohen's, to take the capital letters off them. These all too human constancies, those big words that make us all afraid, take a homely form in such homely contexts. But that is exactly the advantage. There are enough profundities in the world already. Yet, the problem of how to get from a collection of ethnographic miniatures on the order of our sheep story, an assortment of remarks and anecdotes, to wall-sized culturescapes of the nation, the epoch, the continent, or the civilization is not so easily passed over with vague allusions to the virtues of concreteness and the down-to-earth mind. For a science born in Indian tribes, Pacific Islands, and African lineages, and subsequently seized with grander ambitions, this has come to be a major methodological problem, and for the most part a badly handled one. The models that anthropologists have themselves worked out to justify their moving from local truths to general visions have been, in fact, as responsible for undermining the effort as anything their critics, sociologists obsessed with sample sizes, psychologists with measures, or economists with aggregates have been able to devise against them. Of these, the two main ones have been, the Jonesville as the USA microcosmic model, and the Easter Island as a testing case natural experiment model. Either heaven in a grain of sand, or the farther shores of possibility. The Jonesville is America writ small, or America is Jonesville writ large, fallacy is so obviously one that the only thing that needs explanation is how people have managed to believe it and expected others to believe it. The notion that one can find the essence of national societies, civilizations, great religions, or whatever summed up and simplified in so-called typical small towns and villages is palpable nonsense. What one finds in small towns and villages is, alas, small town or village life. If localized, microscopic studies were really dependent for their greater relevance upon such a premise that they captured the great world in the little, they wouldn't have any relevance. But, of course, they are not. The locus of study is not the object of study. Anthropologists don't study villages, tribes, towns, neighborhoods, they study in villages. You can study different things in different places, and some things, for example, what colonial domination does to established frames of moral expectation, you can best study in confined localities. But that doesn't make the place what it is you are studying. In the remoter provinces of Morocco and Indonesia, I have wrestled with the same questions other social scientists have wrestled with in more central locations. For example, how comes it that men's most importunate claims to humanity are cast in the accents of group pride, and with about the same conclusiveness? One can add a dimension, one much needed in the present climate of size up and solve social science, but that is all. There is a certain value, if you are going to run on about the exploitation of the masses, in having seen a Javanese sharecropper turning earth in a tropical downpour, or a Moroccan tailor embroidering caftans by the light of a 20-watt bulb. But the notion that this gives you the thing entire, and elevates you to some moral vantage ground from which you can look down upon the ethically less privileged, is an idea which only someone too long in the bush could possibly entertain. The natural laboratory notion has been equally pernicious, not only because the analogy is false, what kind of a laboratory is it where none of the parameters are manipulable, but because it leads to a notion that the data derived from ethnographic studies are purer, or more fundamental, or more solid, or less conditioned, the most favored word is elementary, than those derived from other sorts of social inquiry. The great natural variation of cultural forms is, of course, not only anthropology's great, and wasting, resource, but the ground of its deepest theoretical dilemma: how is such variation to be squared with the biological unity of the human species? But it is not, even metaphorically, experimental variation, because the context in which it occurs varies along with it, and it is not possible, though there are those who try, to isolate the Y's from X's to write a proper function. The famous studies purporting to show that the Oedipus complex was backwards in the Trobriands, sex roles were upside down in Chambuli, and the Pueblo Indians lacked aggression, it is characteristic that they were all negative but not in the South, are, whatever their empirical validity may or may not be, not scientifically tested and approved hypotheses. They are interpretations, or misinterpretations, like any others, arrived at in the same way as any others, and as inherently inconclusive as any others, and the attempt to invest them with the authority of physical experimentation is but methodological sleight of hand. Ethnographic findings are not privileged, just particular, another country heard from. To regard them as anything more, or anything less, than that distorts both them and their implications, which are far profounder than mere primitivity, for social theory. Another country heard from, the reason that protracted descriptions of distant sheep raids, and a really good ethnographer would have gone into what kind of sheep they were, have general relevance is that they present the sociological mind with bodied stuff on which to feed. The important thing about the anthropologist's findings is their complex specificness, their circumstantiality. It is with the kind of material produced by long-term, mainly, though not exclusively, qualitative, highly participative, and almost obsessively fine-comb field study in confined contexts that the mega-concepts with which contemporary social science is afflicted legitimacy, modernization, integration, conflict, charisma, structure. Meaning can be given the sort of sensible actuality that makes it possible to think not only realistically and concretely about them, but, what is more important, creatively and imaginatively with them. The methodological problem which the microscopic nature of ethnography presents is both real and critical. But it is not to be resolved by regarding a remote locality as the world in a teacup or as the sociological equivalent of a cloud chamber. It is to be resolved or, anyway, decently kept at bay by realizing that social actions are comments on more than themselves, that where an interpretation comes from does not determine where it can be impelled to go. Small facts speak to large issues, winks to epistemology, or sheep raids to revolution, because they are made to. 7. Which brings us, finally, to theory. The besetting sin of interpretive approaches to anything literature, dreams, symptoms, culture is that they tend to resist, or to be permitted to resist, conceptual articulation and thus to escape systematic modes of assessment. You either grasp an interpretation or you do not, see the point of it or you do not, accept it or you do not. Imprisoned in the immediacy of its own detail, it is presented as self-validating, or, worse, as validated by the supposedly developed sensitivities of the person who presents it. Any attempt to cast what it says in terms other than its own is regarded as a travesty, as, the anthropologist's severest term of moral abuse, ethnocentric. For a field of study which, however timidly, though I, myself, am not timid about the matter at all, asserts itself to be a science, this just will not do. There is no reason why the conceptual structure of a cultural interpretation should be any less formulable, and thus less susceptible to explicit canons of appraisal, than that of, say, a biological observation or a physical experiment. No reason except that the terms in which such formulations can be cast are, if not wholly non-existent, very nearly so. We are reduced to insinuating theories because we lack the power to state them. At the same time, it must be admitted that there are a number of characteristics of cultural interpretation which make the theoretical development of it more than usually difficult. The first is the need for theory to stay rather closer to the ground than tends to be the case in sciences more able to give themselves over to imaginative abstraction. Only short flights of ratiocination tend to be effective in anthropology, longer ones tend to drift off into logical dreams, academic bemusements with formal symmetry. The whole point of a semiotic approach to culture is, as I have said, to aid us in gaining access to the conceptual world in which our subjects live so that we can, in some extended sense of the term, converse with them. The tension between the pull of this need to penetrate an unfamiliar universe of symbolic action and the requirements of technical advance in the theory of culture, between the need to grasp and the need to analyze, is, as a result, both necessarily great and essentially irremovable. Indeed, the further theoretical development goes, the deeper the tension gets. This is the first condition for cultural theory: it is not its own master. As it is unseverable from the immediacies thick description presents, its freedom to shape itself in terms of its internal logic is rather limited. What generality it contrives to achieve grows out of the delicacy of its distinctions, not the sweep of its abstractions. And from this follows a peculiarity in the way, as a simple matter of empirical fact, our knowledge of culture. Cultures. A culture grows, in spurts. Rather than following a rising curve of cumulative findings, cultural analysis breaks up into a disconnected yet coherent sequence of bolder and bolder sorties. Studies do build on other studies, not in the sense that they take up where the others leave off, but in the sense that, better informed and better conceptualized, they plunge more deeply into the same things. Every serious cultural analysis starts from a sheer beginning and ends where it manages to get before exhausting its intellectual impulse. Previously discovered facts are mobilized, previously developed concepts used, previously formulated hypotheses tried out, but the movement is not from already proven theorems to newly proven ones, it is from an awkward fumbling for the most elementary understanding to a supported claim that one has achieved that and surpassed it. A study is an advance if it is more incisive, whatever that may mean, than those that preceded it, but it less stands on their shoulders than, challenged and challenging, runs by their side. It is for this reason, among others, that the essay, whether of 30 pages or 300, has seemed the natural genre in which to present cultural interpretations and the theories sustaining them, and why, if one looks for systematic treatises in the field, one is so soon disappointed, the more so if one finds any. Even inventory articles are rare here, and anyway of hardly more than bibliographical interest. The major theoretical contributions not only lie in specific studies, that is true in almost any field, but they are very difficult to abstract from such studies and integrate into anything one might call culture theory as such. Theoretical formulations hover so low over the interpretations they govern that they don't make much sense or hold much interest apart from them. This is so, not because they are not general; if they are not general, they are not theoretical, but because, stated independently of their applications, they seem either commonplace or vacant. One can, and this in fact is how the field progresses conceptually, take a line of theoretical attack developed in connection with one exercise in ethnographic interpretation and employ it in another, pushing it forward to greater precision and broader relevance, but one cannot write a general theory of cultural interpretation. Or, rather, one can, but there appears to be little profit in it, because the essential task of theory building here is not to codify abstract regularities but to make thick description possible, not to generalize across cases but to generalize within them. To generalize within cases is usually called, at least in medicine and depth psychology, clinical inference. Rather than beginning with a set of observations and attempting to subsume them under a governing law, such inference begins with a set of presumptive signifiers and attempts to place them within an intelligible frame. Measures are matched to theoretical predictions, but symptoms, even when they are measured, are scanned for theoretical peculiarities, that is, they are diagnosed. In the study of culture, the signifiers are not symptoms or clusters of symptoms, but symbolic acts or clusters of symbolic acts, and the aim is not therapy but the analysis of social discourse. But the way in which theory is used to ferret out the unapparent import of things is the same. Thus we are led to the second condition of cultural theory: it is not, at least in the strict meaning of the term, predictive. The diagnostician doesn't predict measles, he decides that someone has them, or at the very most anticipates that someone is rather likely shortly to get them. But this limitation, which is real enough, has commonly been both misunderstood and exaggerated, because it has been taken to mean that cultural interpretation is merely post facto, that, like the peasant in the old story, we first shoot the holes in the fence and then paint the bull's eyes around them. It is hardly to be denied that there is a good deal of that sort of thing around, some of it in prominent places. It is to be denied, however, that it is the inevitable outcome of a clinical approach to the use of theory. It is true that in the clinical style of theoretical formulation, conceptualization is directed toward the task of generating interpretations of matters already in hand, not toward projecting outcomes of experimental manipulations or deducing future states of a determined system. but that does not mean that theory has only to fit, or, more carefully, to generate cogent interpretations of realities past. It has also to intellectually survive realities to come. Although we formulate our interpretation of an outburst of winking or an instance of sheep raiding after its occurrence, sometimes long after, the theoretical framework in terms of which such an interpretation is made must be capable of continuing to yield defensible interpretations as new social phenomena swim into view. Although one starts any effort at thick description, beyond the obvious and superficial, from a state of general bewilderment as to what the devil is going on trying to find one's feet, one does not start, or ought not, intellectually empty-handed. Theoretical ideas are not created wholly anew in each study. As I have said, they are adopted from other, related studies, and, refined in the process, applied to new interpretive problems. If they cease being useful with respect to such problems, they tend to stop being used and are more or less abandoned. If they continue being useful, throwing up new understandings, they are further elaborated and go on being used. 55. Admittedly, this is something of an idealization. Because theories are seldom if ever decisively disproved in clinical use but merely grow increasingly awkward, unproductive, strained, or vacuous, they often persist long after all but a handful of people, though they are often most passionate, have lost much interest in them. Indeed, so far as anthropology is concerned, it is almost more of a problem to get exhausted ideas out of the literature than it is to get productive ones in, and so a great deal more of theoretical discussion than one would prefer is critical rather than constructive, and whole careers have been devoted to hastening the demise of moribund notions. As the field advances, one would hope that this sort of intellectual weed control would become a less prominent part of our activities. But, for the moment, it remains true that old theories tend less to die than to go into second editions. Such a view of how theory functions in an interpretive science suggests that the distinction, relative in any case, that appears in the experimental or observational sciences between description and explanation appears here as one, even more relative, between inscription, thick description, and specification, diagnosis, between setting down the meaning particular social actions have for the actors whose actions they are, and stating, as explicitly as we can manage, what the knowledge thus attained demonstrates about the society in which it is found and, beyond that, about social life as such. Our double task is to uncover the conceptual structures that inform our subjects' acts, the set of social discourse, and to construct a system of analysis in whose terms what is generic to those structures, what belongs to them because they are what they are, will stand out against the other determinants of human behavior. In ethnography, the office of theory is to provide a vocabulary in which what symbolic action has to say about itself, that is, about the role of culture in human life, can be expressed. Aside from a couple of orienting pieces concerned with more foundational matters, it is in such a manner that theory operates in the essays collected here. A repertoire of very general, made in the academy concepts and systems of concepts integration, rationalization, symbol, ideology, ethos, revolution, identity, metaphor, structure, ritual, worldview, actor, function, sacred, and, of course, culture itself is woven into the body of thick description ethnography in the hope of rendering mere occurrences scientifically eloquent. 66 The aim is to draw large conclusions from small, but very densely textured facts, to support broad assertions about the role of culture in the construction of collective life by engaging them exactly with complex specifics. The overwhelming bulk of the following chapters concern Indonesia rather than Morocco, for I have just begun to face up to the demands of my North African material, which, for the most part, was gathered more recently. Field work in Indonesia was carried out in 1952 to 1954, 1957 to 1958, and 1971, in Morocco in 1964, 1965 to 1966, 1968 to 1969, and 1972. Thus it is not only interpretation that goes all the way down to the most immediate observational level, the theory upon which such interpretation conceptually depends does so also. My interest in Cohen's story, like Ryle's in Wink's, grew out of some very general notions indeed. The confusion of tongues model the view that social conflict is not something that happens when, out of weakness, indefiniteness, obsolescence, or neglect, cultural forms cease to operate, but rather something which happens when, like burlesqued Winks, such forms are pressed by unusual situations or unusual intentions to operate in unusual ways is not an idea I got from Cohen's story. It is one, instructed by colleagues, students, and predecessors, I brought to it. Our innocent-looking note in a bottle is more than a portrayal of the frames of meaning of Jewish peddlers, Berber warriors, and French proconsuls, or even of their mutual interference. It is an argument that to rework the pattern of social relationships is to rearrange the coordinates of the experienced world. Society's forms are culture's substance. 8. There is an Indian story, at least I heard it as an Indian story, about an Englishman who, having been told that the world rested on a platform which rested on the back of an elephant which rested in turn on the back of a turtle, asked, perhaps he was an ethnographer, it is the way they behave, what did the turtle rest on? Another turtle. And that turtle? Ah, Sahib, after that it is turtles all the way down. Such, indeed, is the condition of things. I do not know how long it would be profitable to meditate on the encounter of Cohen, the Sheikh, and Dumouriez. The period has perhaps already been exceeded, but I do know that however long I did so I would not get anywhere near to the bottom of it. Nor have I ever gotten anywhere near to the bottom of anything I have ever written about, either in the essays below or elsewhere. Cultural analysis is intrinsically incomplete. And, worse than that, the more deeply it goes the less complete it is. It is a strange science whose most telling assertions are its most tremulously based, in which to get somewhere with the matter at hand is to intensify the suspicion, both your own and that of others, that you are not quite getting it right. But that, along with plaguing subtle people with obtuse questions, is what being an ethnographer is like. There are a number of ways to escape this turning culture into folklore and collecting it, turning it into traits and counting it, turning it into institutions and classifying it, turning it into structures and toying with it. But they are escapes. The fact is that to commit oneself to a semiotic concept of culture and an interpretive approach to the study of it is to commit oneself to a view of ethnographic assertion as, to borrow W. B. Gally's by now famous phrase, essentially contestable. Anthropology, or at least interpretive anthropology, is a science whose progress is marked less by a perfection of consensus than by a refinement of debate. What gets better is the precision with which we vex each other. This is very difficult to see when one's attention is being monopolized by a single party to the argument. Monologues are of little value here, because there are no conclusions to be reported, there is merely a discussion to be sustained. Insofar as the essays here collected have any importance, it is less in what they say than what they are witness to, an enormous increase in interest, not only in anthropology, but in social studies generally, in the role of symbolic forms in human life. Meaning, that elusive and ill-defined pseudo-entity we were once more than content to leave philosophers and literary critics to fumble with, has now come back into the heart of our discipline. Even Marxists are quoting Cassirer, even positivists, Kenneth Burke. My own position in the midst of all this has been to try to resist subjectivism on the one hand and Kabbalism on the other, to try to keep the analysis of symbolic forms as closely tied as I could to concrete social events and occasions, the public world of common life, and to organize it in such a way that the connections between theoretical formulations and descriptive interpretations were unobscured by appeals to dark sciences. I have never been impressed by the argument that, as complete objectivity is impossible in these matters, as, of course, it is, one might as well let one's sentiments run loose. As Robert Solow has remarked, that is like saying that as a perfectly aseptic environment is impossible, one might as well conduct surgery in a sewer. Nor, on the other hand, have I been impressed with claims that structural linguistics, computer engineering, or some other advanced form of thought is going to enable us to understand men without knowing them. Nothing will discredit a semiotic approach to culture more quickly than allowing it to drift into a combination of intuitionism and alchemy, no matter how elegantly the intuitions are expressed or how modern the alchemy is made to look. The danger that cultural analysis, in search of all too deep-lying turtles, will lose touch with the hard surfaces of life, with the political, economic, stratificatory realities within which men are everywhere contained, and with the biological and physical necessities on which those surfaces rest, is an ever-present one. The only defense against it, and against, thus, turning cultural analysis into a kind of sociological aestheticism, is to train such analysis on such realities and such necessities in the first place. It is thus that I have written about nationalism, about violence, about identity, about human nature, about legitimacy, about revolution, about ethnicity, about urbanization, about status, about death, about time, and most of all about particular attempts by particular peoples to place these things in some sort of comprehensible, meaningful frame. To look at the symbolic dimensions of social action, art, religion, ideology, science, law, morality, common sense, is not to turn away from the existential dilemmas of life for some empyrean realm of de-emotionalized forms, it is to plunge into the midst of them. The essential vocation of interpretive anthropology is not to answer our deepest questions, but to make available to us answers that others, guarding other sheep in other valleys, have given, and thus to include them in the consultable record of what man has said. Part 2. Chapter 2 / The impact of the concept of culture on the concept of man. Toward the end of his recent study of the ideas used by tribal peoples, La Pensée Savage, the French anthropologist Levi Strauss remarks that scientific explanation does not consist, as we have been led to imagine, in the reduction of the complex to the simple. Rather, it consists, he says, in a substitution of a complexity more intelligible for one which is less. So far as the study of man is concerned, one may go even further, I think, and argue that explanation often consists of substituting complex pictures for simple ones while striving somehow to retain the persuasive clarity that went with the simple ones. Elegance remains, I suppose, a general scientific ideal, but in the social sciences, it is very often in departures from that ideal that truly creative developments occur. Scientific advancement commonly consists in a progressive complication of what once seemed a beautifully simple set of notions but now seems an unbearably simplistic one. It is after this sort of disenchantment occurs that intelligibility, and thus explanatory power, comes to rest on the possibility of substituting the involved but comprehensible for the involved but incomprehensible to which Levi Strauss refers. Whitehead once offered to the natural sciences the maxim "seek simplicity and distrust it," to the social sciences he might well have offered "seek complexity and order it." Certainly the study of culture has developed as though this maxim were being followed. The rise of a scientific concept of culture amounted to, or at least was connected with, the overthrow of the view of human nature dominant in the Enlightenment, a view that, whatever else may be said for or against it, was both clear and simple, and its replacement by a view not only more complicated but enormously less clear. The attempt to clarify it, to reconstruct an intelligible account of what man is, has underlain scientific thinking about culture ever since. Having sought complexity and, on a scale grander than they ever imagined, found it, anthropologists became entangled in a tortuous effort to order it. And the end is not yet in sight. The Enlightenment view of man was, of course, that he was wholly of a piece with nature and shared in the general uniformity of composition which natural science, under Bacon's urging and Newton's guidance, had discovered there. There is, in brief, a human nature as regularly organized, as thoroughly invariant, and as marvelously simple as Newton's universe. Perhaps some of its laws are different, but there are laws. Perhaps some of its immutability is obscured by the trappings of local fashion, but it is immutable. A quotation that Lovejoy, whose magisterial analysis I am following here, gives from an Enlightenment historian, Miscou, presents the position with the useful bluntness one often finds in a minor writer. The stage setting in different times and places is, indeed, altered, The actors change their garb and their appearance, but their inward motions arise from the same desires and passions of men, and produce their effects in the vicissitudes of kingdoms and peoples. 11. Now, this view is hardly one to be despised, nor, despite my easy references a moment ago to overthrow, can it be said to have disappeared from contemporary anthropological thought. The notion that men are men under whatever guise and against whatever backdrop has not been replaced by other mores, other beasts. Yet, cast as it was, the Enlightenment concept of the nature of human nature had some much less acceptable implications, the main one being that, to quote Lovejoy himself this time, anything of which the intelligibility, verifiability, or actual affirmation is limited to men of a special age, race, temperament, tradition or condition is in and of itself without truth or value, or at all events without importance to a reasonable man. 22. The great, vast variety of differences among men, in beliefs and values, in customs and institutions, both over time and from place to place, is essentially without significance in defining his nature. It consists of mere accretions, distortions even, overlaying and obscuring what is truly human, the constant, the general, the universal in man. Thus, in a passage now notorious, Dr. Johnson saw Shakespeare's genius to lie in the fact that his characters are not modified by the customs of particular places, unpracticed by the rest of the world, by the peculiarities of studies or professions, which can operate upon but small numbers, or by the accidents of transient fashions or temporary opinions. 33. And Racine regarded the success of his plays on classical themes as proof that the taste of Paris conforms to that of Athens. My spectators have been moved by the same things which, in other times, brought tears to the eyes of the most cultivated classes of Greece. 44. From the Preface to Iphigenie. The trouble with this kind of view, aside from the fact that it sounds comic coming from someone as profoundly English as Johnson or as French as Racine, is that the image of a constant human nature independent of time, place, and circumstance, of studies and professions, transient fashions and temporary opinions, may be an illusion, that what man is may be so entangled with where he is, who he is, and what he believes that it is inseparable from them. It is precisely the consideration of such a possibility that led to the rise of the concept of culture and the decline of the uniformitarian view of man. Whatever else modern anthropology asserts, and it seems to have asserted almost everything at one time or another, it is firm in the conviction that men unmodified by the customs of particular places do not in fact exist, have never existed, and most important, could not in the very nature of the case exist. There can be, no backstage where we can go to catch a glimpse of Moscow's actors as real persons lounging about in street clothes, disengaged from their profession, displaying with artless candor their spontaneous desires and unprompted passions. They may change their roles, their styles of acting, even the dramas in which they play, but as Shakespeare himself of course remarked, they are always performing. This circumstance makes the drawing of a line between what is natural, universal, and constant in man and what is conventional, local, and variable extraordinarily difficult. In fact, it suggests that to draw such a line is to falsify the human situation, or at least to misrender it seriously. Consider Balinese trance. The Balinese fall into extreme dissociated states in which they perform all sorts of spectacular activities, biting off the heads of living chickens, stabbing themselves with daggers, throwing themselves wildly about, speaking with tongues, performing miraculous feats of equilibration, mimicking sexual intercourse, eating feces, and so on, rather more easily and much more suddenly than most of us fall asleep. Trance states are a crucial part of every ceremony. In some, 50 or 60 people may fall, one after the other, like a string of firecrackers going off, as one observer puts it, emerging anywhere from 5 minutes to several hours later, totally unaware of what they have been doing and convinced, despite the amnesia, that they have had the most extraordinary and deeply satisfying experience a man can have. What does one learn about human nature from this sort of thing and from the thousand similarly peculiar things anthropologists discover, investigate, and describe? That the Balinese are peculiar sorts of beings, South Sea Martians. That they are just the same as we at base, but with some peculiar, but really incidental, customs we do not happen to have gone in for? That they are innately gifted or even instinctively driven in certain directions rather than others? Or that human nature does not exist and men are pure and simply what their culture makes them? It is among such interpretations as these, all unsatisfactory, that anthropology has attempted to find its way to a more viable concept of man, one in which culture, and the variability of culture, would be taken into account rather than written off as caprice and prejudice, and yet, at the same time, one in which the governing principle of the field, the basic unity of mankind, would not be turned into an empty phrase. To take the giant step away from the uniformitarian view of human nature is, so far as the study of man is concerned, to leave the garden. To entertain the idea that the diversity of custom across time and over space is not a mere matter of garb and appearance, of stage settings and comedic masks, is to entertain also the idea that humanity is as various in its essence as it is in its expression. And with that reflection some well-fastened philosophical moorings are loosed and an uneasy drifting into perilous waters begins. Perilous, because if one discards the notion that man with a capital M, is to be looked for behind, under, or beyond his customs and replaces it with the notion that man, uncapitalized, is to be looked for in them, one is in some danger of losing sight of him altogether. Either he dissolves, without residue, into his time and place, a child and a perfect captive of his age, or he becomes a conscripted soldier in a vast Tolstoyan army, engulfed in one or another of the terrible historical determinisms with which we have been plagued from Hegel forward. We have had, and to some extent still have, both of these aberrations in the social sciences, one marching under the banner of cultural relativism, the other under that of cultural evolution. But we also have had, and more commonly, attempts to avoid them by seeking in culture patterns themselves the defining elements of a human existence which, although not constant in expression, are yet distinctive in character. 2. Attempts to locate man amid the body of his customs have taken several directions, adopted diverse tactics, but they have all, or virtually all, proceeded in terms of a single overall intellectual strategy, what I will call, so as to have a stick to beat it with, the stratigraphic conception of the relations between biological, psychological, social, and cultural factors in human life. In this conception, man is a composite of levels, each superimposed upon those beneath it and underpinning those above it. As one analyzes man, one peels off layer after layer, each such layer being complete and irreducible in itself, revealing another, quite different sort of layer underneath. Strip off the motley forms of culture and one finds the structural and functional regularities of social organization. Peel off these in turn and one finds the underlying psychological factors, basic needs or what have you that support and make them possible. Peel off psychological factors and one is left with the biological foundations, anatomical, physiological, neurological, of the whole edifice of human life. The attraction of this sort of conceptualization, aside from the fact that it guaranteed the established academic disciplines their independence and sovereignty, was that it seemed to make it possible to have one's cake and eat it. One did not have to assert that man's culture was all there was to him in order to claim that it was, nonetheless, an essential and irreducible, even a paramount ingredient in his nature. Cultural facts could be interpreted against the background of non-cultural facts without dissolving them into that background or dissolving that background into them. Man was a hierarchically stratified animal, a sort of evolutionary deposit, in whose definition each level, organic, psychological, social, and cultural, had an assigned and incontestable place. To see what he really was, we had to superimpose findings from the various relevant sciences, anthropology, sociology, psychology, biology, upon one another like so many patterns in a moire, and when that was done, the cardinal importance of the cultural level, the only one distinctive to man, would naturally appear, as would what it had to tell us, in its own right, about what he really was. For the 18th century image of man as the naked reasoner that appeared when he took his cultural costumes off, The anthropology of the late 19th and early 20th centuries substituted the image of man as the transfigured animal that appeared when he put them on. At the level of concrete research and specific analysis, this grand strategy came down, first, to a hunt for universals in culture, for empirical uniformities that, in the face of the diversity of customs around the world, and over time, could be found everywhere in about the same form, and, second, to an effort to relate such universals, once found, to the established constants of human biology, psychology, and social organization. If some customs could be ferreted out of the cluttered catalogue of world culture as common to all local variants of it, and if these could then be connected in a determinate manner with certain invariant points of reference on the subcultural levels, then at least some progress might be made towards specifying which cultural traits are essential to human existence and which merely adventitious, peripheral, or ornamental. In such a way, anthropology could determine cultural dimensions of a concept of man commensurate with the dimensions provided, in a similar way, by biology, psychology, or sociology. In essence, this is not altogether a new idea. The notion of a consensus gentium, a consensus of all mankind, the notion that there are some things that all men will be found to agree upon as right, real, just, or attractive, and that these things are, therefore, in fact right, real, just, or attractive, was present in the Enlightenment and probably has been present in some form or another in all ages and climes. It is one of those ideas that occur to almost anyone sooner or later. Its development in modern anthropology, however, beginning with Clark Whistler's elaboration in the 1920s of what he called the universal cultural pattern, through Bronislaw Malinowski's presentation of a list of universal institutional types in the early 40s, up to G. P. Murdoch's elaboration of a set of common denominators of culture during and since World War II, added something new. It added the notion that, to quote Clyde Kluckhohn, perhaps the most persuasive of the consensus gentium theorists, some aspects of culture take their specific form solely as a result of historical accidents, others are tailored by forces which can properly be designated as universal. 55 With this, man's cultural life is split in two. Part of it is, like Miscu's actor's garb, independent of men's Newtonian inward motions, part is an emanation of those motions themselves. The question that then arises is, can this halfway house between the 18th and 20th centuries really stand? Whether it can or not depends on whether the dualism between empirically universal aspects of culture rooted in subcultural realities and empirically variable aspects not so rooted can be established and sustained. And this, in turn, demands, 1. That the universals proposed be substantial ones and not empty categories, 2. That they be specifically grounded in particular biological, psychological, or sociological processes, not just vaguely associated with underlying realities, and, 3. That they can convincingly be defended as core elements in a definition of humanity in comparison with which the much more numerous cultural particularities are of clearly secondary importance. On all three of these counts it seems to me that the consensus gentium approach fails. Rather than moving toward the essentials of the human situation, it moves away from them. The reason the first of these requirements, that the proposed universals be substantial ones and not empty or near empty categories, has not been met is that it cannot be. There is a logical conflict between asserting that, say, religion, marriage, or property are empirical universals and giving them very much in the way of specific content, for to say that they are empirical universals is to say that they have the same content, and to say they have the same content is to fly in the face of the undeniable fact that they do not. If one defines religion generally and indeterminately as man's most fundamental orientation to reality, for example, then one cannot at the same time assign to that orientation a highly circumstantial content, for clearly what composes the most fundamental orientation to reality among the transported Aztecs, lifting pulsing hearts torn live from the chests of human sacrifices toward the heavens, is not what comprises it among the stolid Zuni, dancing their great mass supplications to the benevolent gods of rain. The obsessive ritualism and unbuttoned polytheism of the Hindus express a rather different view of what the really real is really like from the uncompromising monotheism and austere legalism of Sunni Islam. Even if one does try to get down to less abstract levels and assert, as Kluckhohn did, that a concept of the afterlife is universal, or as Malinowski did, that a sense of providence is universal, the same contradiction haunts one. To make the generalization about an afterlife stand up alike for the Confucians and the Calvinists, the Zen Buddhists and the Tibetan Buddhists, one has to define it in most general terms, indeed so general, in fact, that whatever force it seems to have virtually evaporates. So, too, with any notion of a sense of providence, which can include under its wing both Navajo notions about the relations of gods to men and Trobriand ones. And as with religion, so with marriage, trade, and all the rest of what A. L. Kroeber aptly called fake universals, down to so seemingly tangible a matter as shelter. That everywhere people mate and produce children, have some sense of mine and thine, and protect themselves in one fashion or another from rain and sun are neither false nor, from some points of view, unimportant, but they are hardly very much help in drawing a portrait of man that will be a true and honest likeness and not an untenanted John Q. Public sort of cartoon. My point, which should be clear and I hope will become even clearer in a moment, is not that there are no generalizations that can be made about man as man, save that he is a most various animal, or that the study of culture has nothing to contribute toward the uncovering of such generalizations. My point is that such generalizations are not to be discovered through a Baconian search for cultural universals, a kind of public opinion polling of the world's peoples in search of a consensus gentium that does not in fact exist, and, further, that the attempt to do so leads to precisely the sort of relativism the whole approach was expressly designed to avoid. Zuni culture prizes restraint, Kluckhohn writes, Kwakiutl culture encourages exhibitionism on the part of the individual. These are contrasting values, but in adhering to them the Zuni and Kwakiutl show their allegiance to a universal value, the prizing of the distinctive norms of one's culture. 66 This is sheer evasion, but it is only more apparent, not more evasive, than discussions of cultural universals in general. What, after all, does it avail us to say, with Herskovits, that morality is a universal, and so is enjoyment of beauty, and some standard for truth, if we are forced in the very next sentence, as he is, to add that the many forms these concepts take are but products of the particular historical experience of the societies that manifest them. 77 Once one abandons uniformitarian, even if, like the consensus gentium theorists, only partially and uncertainly, relativism is a genuine danger. But it can be warded off only by facing directly and fully the diversities of human culture, the Zuni's restraint and the Kwakiutl's exhibitionism, and embracing them within the body of one's concept of man, not by gliding past them with vague tautologies and forceless banalities. Of course, the difficulty of stating cultural universals which are at the same time substantial also hinders fulfillment of the second requirement facing the consensus gentium approach, that of grounding such universals in particular biological, psychological, or sociological processes. But there is more to it than that. The stratigraphic conceptualization of the relationships between cultural and non-cultural factors hinders such a grounding even more effectively. Once culture, psyche, society, and organism have been converted into separate scientific levels, complete and autonomous in themselves, it is very hard to bring them back together again. The most common way of trying to do so is through the utilization of what are called invariant points of reference. These points are to be found, to quote one of the most famous statements of this strategy, the Toward a Common Language for the Areas of the Social Sciences memorandum produced by Talcott Parsons, Kluckhohn, O. H. Taylor, and others in the early 40s. In the nature of social systems, in the biological and psychological nature of the component individuals, in the external situations in which they live and act, in the necessity of coordination in social systems. In culture, these foci of structure are never ignored. They must in some way be adapted to or taken account of. Cultural universals are conceived to be crystallized responses to these unevadable realities, institutionalized ways of coming to terms with them. Analysis consists, then, of matching assumed universals to postulated underlying necessities, attempting to show there is some goodness of fit between the two. On the social level, reference is made to such irrefragable facts as that all societies, in order to persist, must reproduce their membership or allocate goods and services, hence the universality of some form of family or some form of trade. On the psychological level, recourse is had to basic needs like personal growth, hence the ubiquity of educational institutions, or to panhuman problems, like the Oedipal predicament, hence the ubiquity of punishing gods and nurturant goddesses. Biologically, there is metabolism and health, culturally, dining customs and curing procedures, and so on. The tack is to look at underlying human requirements of some sort or other, and then to try to show that those aspects of culture that are universal are, to use Clutton's figure again, tailored by these requirements. The problem here is, again, not so much whether in a general way the sort of congruence exists, but whether it is more than a loose and indeterminate one. It is not difficult to relate some human institutions to what science, or common sense, tells us are requirements for human existence, but it is very much more difficult to state this relationship in an unequivocal form. Not only does almost any institution serve a multiplicity of social, psychological, and organic needs, so that to say marriage is a mere reflex of the social need to reproduce, or that dining customs are a reflex of metabolic necessities, is to court parity, but there is no way to state in any precise and testable way the interlevel relationships that are conceived to hold. Despite first appearances, there is no serious attempt here to apply the concepts and theories of biology, psychology, or even sociology to the analysis of culture, and, of course, not even a suggestion of the reverse exchange, but merely a placing of supposed facts from the cultural and subcultural levels side by side so as to induce a vague sense that some kind of relationship between them, an obscure sort of tailoring, obtains. There is no theoretical integration here at all, but a mere correlation, and that intuitive, of separate findings. With the levels approach, we can never, even by invoking invariant points of reference, construct genuine functional interconnections between cultural and non-cultural factors, only more or less persuasive analogies, parallelisms, suggestions, and affinities. However, even if I am wrong, as, admittedly, many anthropologists would hold, in claiming that the consensus gentium approach can produce neither substantial universals nor specific connections between cultural and non-cultural phenomena to explain them, the question still remains whether such universals should be taken as the central elements in the definition of man, whether a lowest common denominator view of humanity is what we want anyway. This is, of course, now a philosophical question, not as such a scientific one, but the notion that the essence of what it means to be human is most clearly revealed in those features of human culture that are universal rather than in those that are distinctive to this people, or that is a prejudice we are not necessarily obliged to share. Is it in grasping such general facts that man has everywhere some sort of religion, or in grasping the richness of this religious phenomenon, or that Balinese trance or Indian ritualism, Aztec human sacrifice or Zuni rain dancing that we grasp him? Is the fact that marriage is universal, if it is, as penetrating a comment on what we are as the facts concerning Himalayan polyandry, or those fantastic Australian marriage rules, or the elaborate bride price systems of Bantu Africa? The comment that Cromwell was the most typical Englishman of his time precisely in that he was the oddest may be relevant in this connection, too. It may be in the cultural particularities of people in their oddities that some of the most instructive revelations of what it is to be generically human are to be found, and the main contribution of the science of anthropology to the construction or reconstruction of a concept of man may then lie in showing us how to find them. 3. The major reason why anthropologists have shied away from cultural particularities when it came to a question of defining man and have taken refuge instead in bloodless universals is that, faced as they are with the enormous variation in human behavior, they are haunted by a fear of historicism, of becoming lost in a whirl of cultural relativism so convulsive as to deprive them of any fixed bearings at all. Nor has there not been some occasion for such a fear. Ruth Benedict's Patterns of Culture, probably the most popular book in anthropology ever published in this country, with its strange conclusion that anything one group of people is inclined toward doing is worthy of respect by another, is perhaps only the most outstanding example of the awkward positions one can get into by giving oneself over rather too completely to what Mark Bloch called the thrill of learning singular things. Yet the fear is a bogey. The notion that unless a cultural phenomenon is empirically universal it cannot reflect anything about the nature of man is about as logical as the notion that because sickle cell anemia is, fortunately, not universal, it cannot tell us anything about human genetic processes. It is not whether phenomena are empirically common that is critical in science, else why should Becquerel have been so interested in the peculiar behavior of uranium, but whether they can be made to reveal the enduring natural processes that underlie them. Seeing heaven in a grain of sand is not a trick only poets can accomplish. In short, we need to look for systematic relationships among diverse phenomena, not for substantive identities among similar ones. And to do that with any effectiveness, we need to replace the stratigraphic conception of the relations between the various aspects of human existence with a synthetic one, that is, one in which biological, psychological, sociological, and cultural factors can be treated as variables within unitary systems of analysis. The establishment of a common language in the social sciences is not a matter of mere coordination of terminologies or, worse yet, of coining artificial new ones, nor is it a matter of imposing a single set of categories upon the area as a whole. It is a matter of integrating different types of theories and concepts in such a way that one can formulate meaningful propositions embodying findings now sequestered in separate fields of study. In attempting to launch such an integration from the anthropological side and to reach, thereby, a more exact image of man, I want to propose two ideas. The first of these is that culture is best seen not as complexes of concrete behavior patterns, customs, usages, traditions, habit clusters as has, by and large, been the case up to now, but as a set of control mechanisms, plans, recipes, rules, instructions, what computer engineers call programs, for the governing of behavior. The second idea is that man is precisely the animal most desperately dependent upon such extragenetic, outside-the-skin control mechanisms, such cultural programs, for ordering his behavior. Neither of these ideas is entirely new, but a number of recent developments, both within anthropology and in other sciences, cybernetics, information theory, neurology, molecular genetics, have made them susceptible of more precise statement as well as lending them a degree of empirical support they did not previously have. And out of such reformulations of the concept of culture and of the role of culture in human life comes, in turn, a definition of man stressing not so much the empirical commonalities in his behavior, from place to place and time to time, but rather the mechanisms by whose agency the breadth and indeterminateness of his inherent capacities are reduced to the narrowness and specificity of his actual accomplishments. One of the most significant facts about us may finally be that we all begin with the natural equipment to live 1,000 kinds of life but end in the end having lived only one. The control mechanism view of culture begins with the assumption that human thought is basically both social and public, that its natural habitat is the house yard, the marketplace, and the town square. Thinking consists not of happenings in the head, though happenings there and elsewhere are necessary for it to occur, but of a traffic in what have been called, by G. H. Mead and others, significant symbols, words for the most part, but also gestures, drawings, musical sounds, mechanical devices like clocks, or natural objects like jewels, anything, in fact, that is disengaged from its mere actuality and used to impose meaning upon experience. From the point of view of any particular individual, such symbols are largely given. He finds them already current in the community when he is born, and they remain, with some additions, subtractions, and partial alterations he may or may not have had a hand in circulation after he dies. While he lives he uses them, or some of them, sometimes deliberately and with care, most often spontaneously and with ease, but always with the same end in view, to put a construction upon the events through which he lives, to orient himself within the ongoing course of experienced things, to adopt a vivid phrase of John Dewey's. Man is so in need of such symbolic sources of illumination to find his bearings in the world because the non-symbolic sort that are constitutionally ingrained in his body cast so diffused a light. The behavior patterns of lower animals are, at least to a much greater extent, given to them with their physical structure. Genetic sources of information order their actions within much narrower ranges of variation, the narrower and more thoroughgoing the lower the animal. For man, what are innately given are extremely general response capacities, which, although they make possible far greater plasticity, complexity, and, on the scattered occasions when everything works as it should, effectiveness of behavior, leave it much less precisely regulated. This, then, is the second face of our argument. Undirect by culture patterns organized systems of significant symbols, man's behavior would be virtually ungovernable, a mere chaos of pointless acts and exploding emotions, his experience virtually shapeless. Culture, the accumulated totality of such patterns, is not just an ornament of human existence but the principal basis of its specificity and essential condition for it. Within anthropology, some of the most telling evidence in support of such a position comes from recent advances in our understanding of what used to be called the descent of man, the emergence of Homo sapiens out of his general primate background. Of these advances, three are of critical importance. 1. The discarding of a sequential view of the relations between the physical evolution and the cultural development of man in favor of an overlap or interactive view. 2. The discovery that the bulk of the biological changes that produced modern man out of his most immediate progenitors took place in the central nervous system and most especially in the brain. 3. The realization that man is, in physical terms, an incomplete, an unfinished animal, that what sets him off most graphically from non-man is less his sheer ability to learn, great as that is, than how much and what particular sorts of things he has to learn before he is able to function at all. Let me take each of these points in turn. The traditional view of the relations between the biological and the cultural advance of man was that the former, the biological, was for all intents and purposes completed before the latter, the cultural, began. That is to say, it was again stratigraphic, man's physical being evolved, through the usual mechanisms of genetic variation and natural selection, up to the point where his anatomical structure had arrived at more or less the status at which we find it today. Then cultural development got underway. At some particular stage in his phylogenetic history, a marginal genetic change of some sort rendered him capable of producing and carrying culture, and thenceforth his form of adaptive response to environmental pressures was almost exclusively cultural rather than genetic. As he spread over the globe, he wore furs in cold climates and loincloths, or nothing at all, in warm ones. He didn't alter his innate mode of response to environmental temperature. He made weapons to extend his inherited predatory powers and cooked foods to render a wider range of them digestible. Man became man, the story continues, when, having crossed some mental Rubicon, he became able to transmit knowledge, belief, law, morals, custom, to quote the items of Sir Edward Tyler's classical definition of culture, to his descendants and his neighbors through teaching and to acquire them from his ancestors and his neighbors through learning. After that magical moment, the advance of the hominids depended almost entirely on cultural accumulation, on the slow growth of conventional practices, rather than, as it had for ages past, on physical organic change. The only trouble is that such a moment does not seem to have existed. By the most recent estimates, the transition to the cultural mode of life took the genus Homo several million years to accomplish, and stretched out in such a manner, it involved not one or a handful of marginal genetic changes but a long, complex, and closely ordered sequence of them. In the current view, the evolution of Homo sapiens, modern man, out of his immediate pre-sapiens background got definitely underway nearly 4 million years ago with the appearance of the now famous Australopithecines, the so-called ape men of southern and eastern Africa, and culminated with the emergence of sapiens himself only some 1 to 2 or 300,000 years ago. Thus, as at least elemental forms of cultural, or if you wish proto-cultural, activity, simple tool-making, hunting, and so on, seem to have been present among some of the Australopithecines, there was an overlap of, as I say, well over 1 million years between the beginning of culture and the appearance of man as we know him today. The precise dates, which are tentative and which further research may later alter in one direction or another, are not critical. What is critical is that there was an overlap and that it was a very extended one. The final phases, final to date, at any rate, of the phylogenetic history of man took place in the same grand geological era, the so-called Ice Age, as the initial phases of his cultural history. Men have birthdays, but man does not. What this means is that culture, rather than being added on, so to speak, to a finished or virtually finished animal, was ingredient and centrally ingredient in the production of that animal itself. The slow, steady, almost glacial growth of culture through the Ice Age altered the balance of selection pressures for the evolving Homo in such a way as to play a major directive role in his evolution. The perfection of tools, the adoption of organized hunting and gathering practices, the beginnings of true family organization, the discovery of fire, and, most critically, though it is as yet extremely difficult to trace it out in any detail, the increasing reliance upon systems of significant symbols, language, art, myth, ritual, for orientation, communication, and self-control, all created for man a new environment to which he was then obliged to adapt. As culture, step by infinitesimal step, accumulated and developed, a selective advantage was given to those individuals in the population most able to take advantage of it: the effective hunter, the persistent gatherer, the adept toolmaker, the resourceful leader, until what had been a small-brained, proto-human Australopithecus became the large-brained fully human Homo sapiens. Between the cultural pattern, the body, and the brain, a positive feedback system was created in which each shaped the progress of the other, a system in which the interaction among increasing tool use, the changing anatomy of the hand, and the expanding representation of the thumb on the cortex is only one of the more graphic examples. By submitting himself to governance by symbolically mediated programs for producing artifacts, organizing social life, or expressing emotions, man determined, if unwittingly, the culminating stages of his own biological destiny. Quite literally, though quite inadvertently, he created himself. Though, as I mentioned, there were a number of important changes in the gross anatomy of genus Homo during this period of his crystallization in skull shape, dentition, thumb size, and so on. By far the most important and dramatic were those that evidently took place in the central nervous system, for this was the period when the human brain, and most particularly the forebrain, ballooned into its present top-heavy proportions. The technical problems are complicated and controversial here, but the main point is that though the Australopithecines had a torso and arm configuration not drastically different from our own, and a pelvis and leg formation at least well launched toward our own, they had cranial capacities hardly larger than those of the living apes, that is to say, about a third to a half of our own. What sets true men off most distinctly from proto-men is apparently not overall bodily form but complexity of nervous organization. The overlap period of cultural and biological change seems to have consisted in an intense concentration on neural development and perhaps associated refinements of various behaviors of the hands, bipedal locomotion, and so on, for which the basic anatomical foundations, mobile shoulders and wrists, a broadened ilium, and so on, had already been securely laid. In itself, this is perhaps not altogether startling, but, combined with what I have already said, it suggests some conclusions about what sort of animal man is that are, I think, rather far not only from those of the 18th century but from those of the anthropology of only 10 or 15 years ago. Most bluntly, it suggests that there is no such thing as a human nature independent of culture. Men without culture would not be the clever savages of Golding's Lord of the Flies, thrown back upon the cruel wisdom of their animal instincts, nor would they be the nature's noblemen of Enlightenment primitivism, or even, as classical anthropological theory would imply, intrinsically talented apes who had somehow failed to find themselves. They would be unworkable monstrosities with very few useful instincts, fewer recognizable sentiments, and no intellect, mental basket cases. As our central nervous system, and most particularly its crowning curse and glory, the neocortex, grew up in great part in interaction with culture, it is incapable of directing our behavior or organizing our experience without the guidance provided by systems of significant symbols. What happened to us in the Ice Age is that we were obliged to abandon the regularity and precision of detailed genetic control over our conduct for the flexibility and adaptability of a more generalized, though of course no less real, genetic control over it. To supply the additional information necessary to be able to act, we were forced, in turn, to rely more and more heavily on cultural sources, the accumulated fund of significant symbols. Such symbols are thus not mere expressions, instrumentalities, or correlates of our biological, psychological, and social existence, they are prerequisites of it. Without man, no culture, certainly, but equally, and more significantly, without culture, no man. We are, in sum, incomplete or unfinished animals who complete or finish ourselves through culture, and not through culture in general but through highly particular forms of it, Doboan and Javanese, Hopi and Italian, upper class and lower class, academic and commercial. Man's great capacity for learning, his plasticity, has often been remarked, but what is even more critical is his extreme dependence upon a certain sort of learning, the attainment of concepts, the apprehension and application of specific systems of symbolic meaning. Beavers build dams, birds build nests, bees locate food, baboons organize social groups, and mice mate on the basis of forms of learning that rest predominantly on the instructions encoded in their genes and evoked by appropriate patterns of external stimuli, physical keys inserted into organic locks. But men build dams or shelters, locate food, organize their social groups, or find sexual partners under the guidance of instructions encoded in flow charts and blueprints, hunting lore, moral systems and aesthetic judgments, conceptual structures molding formless talents. We live, as one writer has neatly put it, in an information gap. Between what our body tells us and what we have to know in order to function, there is a vacuum we must fill ourselves, and we fill it with information, or misinformation, provided by our culture. The boundary between what is innately controlled and what is culturally controlled in human behavior is an ill-defined and wavering one. Some things are, for all intents and purposes, entirely controlled intrinsically. We need no more cultural guidance to learn how to breathe than a fish needs to learn how to swim. Others are almost certainly largely cultural. We do not attempt to explain on a genetic basis why some men put their trust in centralized planning and others in the free market, though it might be an amusing exercise. Almost all complex human behavior is, of course, the interactive, non-additive outcome of the two. Our capacity to speak is surely innate, our capacity to speak English is surely cultural. Smiling at pleasing stimuli and frowning at unpleasing ones are surely in some degree genetically determined. Even apes screw up their faces at noxious odors, but sardonic smiling and burlesque frowning are equally surely predominantly cultural, as is perhaps demonstrated by the Balinese definition of a madman as someone who, like an American, smiles when there is nothing to laugh at. Between the basic ground plans for our life that our genes lay down the capacity to speak or to smile and the precise behavior we in fact execute speaking English in a certain tone of voice, smiling enigmatically in a delicate social situation lies a complex set of significant symbols under whose direction we transform the first into the second, the ground plans into the activity. Our ideas, our values, our acts, even our emotions, are, like our nervous system itself, cultural products manufactured, indeed, out of tendencies, capacities, and dispositions with which we were born, but manufactured nonetheless. Chartres is made of stone and glass. But it is not just stone and glass, it is a cathedral, and not only a cathedral, but a particular cathedral built at a particular time by certain members of a particular society. To understand what it means, to perceive it for what it is, you need to know rather more than the generic properties of stone and glass and rather more than what is common to all cathedrals. You need to understand also and, in my opinion, most critically the specific concepts of the relations among God, man, and architecture that, since they have governed its creation, it consequently embodies. It is no different with men, they, too, every last one of them, are cultural artifacts. 4. Whatever differences they may show, the approaches to the definition of human nature adopted by the Enlightenment and by classical anthropology have one thing in common: they are both basically typological. They endeavor to construct an image of man as a model, an archetype, a Platonic idea or an Aristotelian form, with respect to which actual men, you, me, Churchill, Hitler, and the Bornean headhunter are but reflections, distortions, approximations. In the Enlightenment case, the elements of this essential type were to be uncovered by stripping the trappings of culture away from actual men and seeing what then was left: natural man. In classical anthropology, it was to be uncovered by factoring out the commonalities in culture and seeing what then appeared: consensual man. In either case, the result is the same as that which tends to emerge in all typological approaches to scientific problems generally: the differences among individuals and among groups of individuals are rendered secondary. Individuality comes to be seen as eccentricity, distinctiveness as accidental deviation from the only legitimate object of study for the true scientist, the underlying, unchanging, normative type. In such an approach, however elaborately formulated and resourcefully defended, living detail is drowned in dead stereotype. We are in quest of a metaphysical entity, man with a capital M, in the interests of which we sacrifice the empirical entity we in fact encounter, man with a small m. The sacrifice is, however, as unnecessary as it is unavailing. There is no opposition between general theoretical understanding and circumstantial understanding, between synoptic vision and a fine eye for detail. It is, in fact, by its power to draw general propositions out of particular phenomena that a scientific theory, indeed, science itself, is to be judged. If we want to discover what man amounts to, we can only find it in what men are, and what men are, above all other things, is various. It is in understanding that variousness, its range, its nature, its basis, and its implications that we shall come to construct a concept of human nature that, more than a statistical shadow and less than a primitivist dream, has both substance and truth. It is here, to come round finally to my title, that the concept of culture has its impact on the concept of man. When seen as a set of symbolic devices for controlling behavior, extrasomatic sources of information, culture provides the link between what men are intrinsically capable of becoming and what they actually, one by one, in fact become. Becoming human is becoming individual, and we become individual under the guidance of cultural patterns, historically created systems of meaning in terms of which we give form, order, point, and direction to our lives. And the cultural patterns involved are not general but specific, not just marriage but a particular set of notions about what men and women are like, how spouses should treat one another, or who should properly marry whom, not just religion but belief in the will of karma, the observance of a month of fasting, or the practice of cattle sacrifice. Man is to be defined neither by his innate capacities alone, as the Enlightenment sought to do, nor by his actual behaviors alone, as much of contemporary social science seeks to do, but rather by the link between them, by the way in which the first is transformed into the second, his generic potentialities focused into his specific performances. It is in man's career, in its characteristic course, that we can discern, however dimly, his nature, and though culture is but one element in determining that course, it is hardly the least important. As culture shaped us as a single species and is no doubt still shaping us, so too it shapes us as separate individuals. This, neither an unchanging subcultural self nor an established cross-cultural consensus, is what we really have in common. Oddly enough, though, on second thought, perhaps not so oddly, many of our subjects seem to realize this more clearly than we anthropologists ourselves. In Java, for example, where I have done much of my work, the people quite flatly say, to be human is to be Javanese. Small children, boors, simpletons, the insane, the flagrantly immoral, are said to be Enduring Jawa, not yet Javanese. A normal adult capable of acting in terms of the highly elaborate system of etiquette, possessed of the delicate aesthetic perceptions associated with music, dance, drama, and textile design, responsive to the subtle promptings of the divine residing in the stillnesses of each individual's inward turning consciousness, is Sampunjawa, already Javanese, that is, already human. To be human is not just to breathe, it is to control one's breathing, by yoga-like techniques, so as to hear in inhalation and exhalation the literal voice of God pronouncing his own name Hu Allah. It is not just to talk, it is to utter the appropriate words and phrases in the appropriate social situations in the appropriate tone of voice and with the appropriate evasive indirection. It is not just to eat, it is to prefer certain foods cooked in certain ways and to follow a rigid table etiquette in consuming them. It is not even just to feel but to feel certain quite distinctively Javanese, and essentially untranslatable, emotions: patience, detachment, resignation, respect. To be human here is thus not to be every man, it is to be a particular kind of man, and of course men differ, other fields, the Javanese say, other grasshoppers. Within the society, differences are recognized, too. The way a rice peasant becomes human and Javanese differs from the way a civil servant does. This is not a matter of tolerance and ethical relativism, for not all ways of being human are regarded as equally admirable by far. The way the local Chinese go about it is, for example, intensely disp raised. The point is that there are different ways, and to shift to the anthropologist's perspective now, it is in a systematic review and analysis of these of the Plains Indians' bravura, the Hindus' obsessiveness, the Frenchman's rationalism, the Berber's anarchism, the American's optimism, to list a series of tags I should not like to have to defend as such, that we shall find out what it is, or can be, to be a man. We must, in short, descend into detail, past the misleading tags, past the metaphysical types, past the empty similarities to grasp firmly the essential character of not only the various cultures but the various sorts of individuals within each culture, if we wish to encounter humanity face to face. In this area, the road to the general, to the revelatory simplicities of science, lies through a concern with the particular, the circumstantial, the concrete, but a concern organized and directed in terms of the sort of theoretical analyses that I have touched upon: analyses of physical evolution, of the functioning of the nervous system, of social organization, of psychological process, of cultural patterning, and so on, and, most especially, in terms of the interplay among them. That is to say, the road lies, like any genuine quest, through a terrifying complexity. Leave him alone for a moment or two, Robert Lowell writes, not as one might suspect of the anthropologist but of that other eccentric inquirer into the nature of man, Nathaniel Hawthorne. Leave him alone for a moment or two, and you'll see him with his head bent down, brooding, eyes fixed on some chip, some stone, some common plant. The commonest thing. As if it were the clue. The disturbed eyes rise. Furtive, foiled, dissatisfied. From Meditation on the True and Insignificant Point 88. Reprinted with permission of Farrar, Straus and Giroux Incorporated, and Faber, Limited, from Hawthorne, in For the Union Dead, p. 39. Copyright 1964 by Robert Lowell. Bent over his own chips, stones, and common plants, the anthropologist broods, too, upon the true and insignificant, glimpsing in it, or so he thinks, fleetingly and insecurely, the disturbing, changeful image of himself. Chapter 3 / The Growth of Culture and the Evolution of Mind. The statement "the mind is its own place," as theorists might construe it, is not true, for the mind is not even a metaphorical place. On the contrary, the chessboard, the platform, the scholar's desk, the judge's bench, the lorry driver's seat, the studio, and the football field are among its places. These are where people work and play stupidly or intelligently. Mind is not the name of another person, working or frolicking behind an impenetrable screen. It is not the name of another place where work is done or games are played, and it is not the name of another tool with which work is done, or another appliance with which games are played. Gilbert Ryle. In the intellectual history of the behavioral sciences, the concept of mind has played a curious double role. Those who have regarded the development of such sciences as involving a rectilinear extension of the methods of physical science into the realm of the organic have used it as a devil word, the referent of which was all those methods and theories which failed to measure up to a rather heroic ideal of objectivism. Terms such as insight, understanding, conceptual thinking, image, idea, feeling, reflection, fantasy, and so on, have been stigmatized as mentalistic, i.e., contaminated with the subjectivity of consciousness, and the appeal to them castigated as a lamentable failure of scientific nerve. 11 But those who have, on the contrary, regarded the move from a physical to an organic, and most especially to a human, subject matter as implying far-reaching revisions in theoretical approach and research procedure have tended to use mind as a cautionary concept, one intended more to point to defects in understanding than to repair them, more to stress the limits of positive science than to extend them. For such thinkers, its main function has been to give a vaguely defined but intuitively valid expression to their settled conviction that human experience has important dimensions of order which physical theory, and, pari passu, psychological and social theories modeled on physical theory, omits to consider. Sherrington's image of naked mind: all that counts in life. Desire, zest, truth, love, knowledge, values going in our spatial world more ghostly than a ghost, serves as an epitome of this position, as Pavlov's reported practice of levying fines on any of his students who so much as uttered mentalistic words in his laboratory does of the opposite. 22. In fact, with some exceptions, the term mind has not functioned as a scientific concept at all but as a rhetorical device, even when its use has been forbidden. More exactly, it has acted to communicate and sometimes to exploit a fear rather than to define a process, a fear of subjectivism on the one hand and of mechanism on the other. Even when fully aware of the nature of anthropomorphic subjectivism and its dangers, Clark Hull warns us solemnly, the most careful and experienced thinker is likely to find himself a victim to its seductions, and urges as a prophylaxis the strategy of viewing all behavior as if it were produced by a dog, an albino rat, or, safest of all, a robot. 33 While, for the opposition, Gordon Allport professes to see a threat to human dignity in such an approach, complaining that the models we have been following lack the long-range orientation which is the essence of morality. An addiction to machines, rats, or infants leads us to overplay those features of human behavior that are peripheral, signal-oriented, or genetic, and to underplay those features that are central, future-oriented, or symbolic. 44 In the face of such contradictory descriptions of the specter that is haunting the study of man, it is small wonder that a recent group of psychologists, torn between their wish to present a convincing analysis of the directional aspects of human behavior and to meet scientific canons of objectivity, found themselves tempted by the rather desperate stratagem of referring to themselves as subjective behaviorists. 55. So far as the concept of mind is concerned, this state of affairs is extremely unfortunate because an extraordinarily useful notion and one for which there is no precise equivalent, save perhaps the archaism psyche, is turned into a shibboleth. It is even more unfortunate because the fears which have so crippled the term are largely baseless, the dying echoes of the great mock civil war between materialism and dualism generated by the Newtonian revolution. Mechanism, as Ryle has said, is a bogey, because the fear of it rests on the assumption that it is somehow contradictory to say that one and the same occurrence is governed by mechanical laws and moral principles, as though a golfer cannot at once conform to the laws of ballistics, obey the rules of golf, and play with elegance. 66 But subjectivism is a bogey too, for the fear of it rests on the equally peculiar assumption that because I cannot know what you dreamed of last night, thought of while memorizing a string of nonsense syllables, or feel about the doctrine of infant damnation unless you choose to tell me, any theorizing I may do about the role such mental facts play in your behavior must be based on a false anthropomorphic analogy from what I know or think I know, about the role they play in mine. Lashley's tart comment that metaphysicians and theologians have spent so many years weaving fairy tales about mind that they have come to believe one another's fantasies, is inaccurate only in that it neglects to note that a great many behavioral scientists have been engaged in the same sort of collective autism. 77. One of the most frequently suggested methods for rehabilitating mind as a useful scientific concept is to transform it into a verb or participle. Mind is minding, the reaction of an organism as a whole as a coherent unit. A view which releases us from the verbal bondage of a sterile and paralyzing metaphysics, and sets us free to sow and reap in a field what will bear fruit. 88. But this cure involves falling in with the school bench story that a noun is a word that names a person, place, or thing, which was not true in the first place. The use of nouns as dispositional terms, i.e., words denoting capacities and propensities rather than entities or activities, is actually a standard and indispensable practice in English, both natural and scientific. 99. If mind is to go, faith, hope, and charity will have to go with it, as well as cause, force, and gravitation and motive, role, and culture. Mind is minding may be alright, science is sciencing at least bearable. 10. But superego is superegoing is a little awkward. Even more important, although it is true that part of the fog of confusion which has arisen around the concept of mind is a result of a false analogy with nouns which do name persons, places, or things, it mainly springs from much deeper sources than the merely linguistic. Consequently, making it into a verb is no real protection at all against a sterile and paralyzing metaphysics. Like mechanists, subjectivists are men of infinite resource, and an occult activity may simply be substituted for an occult entity, as in the case, for example, of introspecting. From the scientific point of view, to identify mind with behavior, the reaction of the organism as a whole, is to render it as uselessly redundant as to identify it with an entity more ghostly than a ghost. The notion that it is more defensible to transform a reality into another reality than to transform it into an unreality is not correct. A rabbit disappears just as completely when he is magically changed into a horse as he does when he is changed into a centaur. Mind is a term denoting a class of skills, propensities, capacities, tendencies, habits. It refers in Dewey's phrase to an active and eager background which lies in wait and engages whatever comes its way. 11. And, as such, it is neither an action nor a thing, but an organized system of dispositions which finds its manifestation in some actions and some things. As Ryle has pointed out, if a clumsy man trips accidentally, we do not regard it proper to ascribe his actions to the workings of his mind, but if a clown trips on purpose, we do feel it proper to say this. The cleverness of the clown may be exhibited in his tripping and tumbling. He trips and tumbles just as clumsy people do, except that he trips and tumbles on purpose and after much rehearsal and at the golden moment and where the children can see him and so as not to hurt himself. The spectators applaud his skill at seeming clumsy, but what they applaud is not some extra hidden performance executed in his head. It is his visible performance that they admire, but they admire it not for being an effect of any hidden internal causes but for being an exercise of skill. Now a skill is not an act. It is therefore neither a witnessable nor an unwitnessable act. To recognize that a performance is an exercise of a skill is indeed to appreciate it in the light of a factor which could not be separately recorded by a camera. But the reason why the skill exercised in a performance cannot be separately recorded by a camera is not that it is an occult or ghostly happening, but that it is not a happening at all. It is a disposition, or complex of dispositions, and a disposition is a factor of the wrong logical type to be seen or unseen, recorded or unrecorded. Just as the habit of talking loudly is not itself loud or quiet, since it is not the sort of term of which loud or quiet can be predicated, or just as a susceptibility to headaches is for the same reason not itself unendurable or endurable, so the skills, tastes, and bents which are exercised in overt or internal operations are not themselves overt or internal, witnessable or unwitnessable. 12. A similar argument applies to objects. We would not refer, save in a metaphorical way, to the legendary burned pig the Chinese produced by accidentally setting fire to his house as cooked, even though he ate it, because it did not result from the exercise of a mental capability called knowledge of cooking. but we would so refer to the second such pig the now educated Chinese produced by deliberately burning down his house again, because it did result from such a capability, no matter how crude. Such judgments, being empirical, may be wrong. A man may have really tripped when we thought he was only clowning, or a pig really been cooked when we thought it merely burned. But the point is that when we attribute mind to an organism, we are talking about neither the organism's actions nor its products per se, but about its capacity and its proneness, its disposition, to perform certain kinds of actions and produce certain kinds of products. A capacity and a proneness we of course infer from the fact that he does sometimes perform such actions and produce such products. There is nothing extra mundane about this. It merely indicates that a language lacking dispositional terms would make the scientific description and analysis of human behavior extraordinarily difficult, and severely cripple its conceptual development, in the same way that a language, such as the Arapesh, in which you must enumerate by saying 1, 2, 2, and 1, 1 dog, i.e., 4, 1 dog and 1, 1 dog and 2, 1 dog and 2 and 1, 2 dogs, etc., cripples mathematical development by making counting so troublesome that people find it such an effort to go beyond 2 dogs and 2 dogs and 2 dogs, i.e., 24, that they refer to all larger quantities as a lot 1313. Further, within such a general conceptual framework it is possible to discuss the biological, psychological, sociological, and cultural determinants of man's mental life concurrently without making any reductionist hypotheses at all. This is because a capacity for something, or a proneness to do something, not being an entity or a performance, is simply not susceptible to reduction. In the case of Ryle's clown, I could say, no doubt incorrectly, that his tumbling was reducible to a chain of conditioned reflexes, but I could not say that his skill was so reducible, because by his skill I only mean to say that he can tumble. For the clown can tumble, it is possible, if simplistic, to write, this organism can produce the described reflex series, but it is possible to get the can out of the sentence only by replacing it with is able to, has the capacity to, etc., which is not a reduction but merely an immaterial shift from a verbal to an adjectival or nounal form. All one can do in the analysis of skills is to show the way in which they are, or are not, dependent upon various factors such as nervous system complexity, repressed desires to exhibit, the existence of social institutions such as circuses, or the presence of a cultural tradition of mimicking clumsiness for the purposes of satire. Once dispositional predicates are admitted into scientific description, they are not eliminated by shifts in the level of description employed. And, with the recognition of this fact, a whole range of pseudo-problems, false issues, and unrealistic fears can simply be set aside. In perhaps no area of inquiry is such an avoidance of manufactured paradoxes more useful than that of the study of mental evolution. Burdened in the past by almost all the classic anthropological fallacies, ethnocentrism, an over-concern with human uniqueness, imaginatively reconstructed history, a super-organic concept of culture, a priori stages of evolutionary change, the whole search for the origins of human mentality has tended to fall into disrepute, or at any rate to be neglected. But legitimate questions, and how man came to have his mind is a legitimate question, are not invalidated by misconceived answers. So far as anthropology is concerned, at least, one of the most important advantages of a dispositional answer to the question, what is mind, is that it permits us to reopen a classic issue without reviving classic controversies. 2. Over the past half-century, two views of the evolution of the human mind, both inadequate, have been current. The first is the thesis that the sort of human thought processes Freud called primary substitution, reversal, condensation, and so on are phylogenetically prior to those he called secondary directed, logically ordered, reasoning, and so on. 1414 Within the confines of anthropology, this thesis has been based on the assumption that it is possible simply to identify patterns of culture and modes of thought. 1515 On such an assumption, groups of people lacking the cultural resources of modern science, which have been, at least in certain contexts, so effectively employed in directive reasoning in the West are considered ipso facto to lack the very capacity for intellection these resources serve, as though the confinement of the Arapesh to combinations of 1, 2, and dog were a result rather than a cause of their lack of mathematical facility. If one then adds to this argument the invalid empirical generalization that tribal peoples employ whatever meager culture resources they do have for intellection less frequently, less persistently, and less circumspectly than do Western peoples, the proposition that primary process thinking proceeds secondary process thinking phylogenetically needs only the final mistake of viewing tribal peoples as primitive forms of humanity, living fossils, to complete it. 1616. In addition, this proposition has been supported, as Hollowell, A.I. Hollowell, The Recapitulation Theory and Culture, reprinted in Culture and Experience, by A.I. Hollowell, Philadelphia, 1939, pages 14 to 31, has pointed out, by an uncritical application of Haeckel's now rejected law of recapitulation, in which presumed parallels in the thought of children, psychotics, and savages were used as evidence of the phylogenetic priority of autism. For suggestions that primary processes are not even ontogenetically prior to secondary ones, see H. Hartman, Ego Psychology and the Problem of Adaptation trans, and Abridged in Organization and Pathology of Thought, ed. D. Rappaport, New York, 1951. Pages 362 to 396, and H. Hartman, E. Chris, and R. Lowenstein, Comments on the Formation of Psychic Structure, in the Psychoanalytic Study of the Child, New York, 1946, 2:11, 38. It was in reaction to this tissue of errors that the second view of human mental evolution arose, namely, that not only is the existence of the human mind in essentially its modern form a prerequisite for the acquisition of culture, but the growth of culture in itself has been without any significance for mental evolution. The bird gave up a pair of walking limbs to acquire wings. It added a new faculty by transforming part of an old one. The airplane, on the contrary, gave men a new faculty without diminishing or even impairing any of those they had previously possessed. It led to no visible bodily changes, no alterations of mental capacity. 1717. But, in turn, this argument implies two corollaries, one of which, the doctrine of the psychic unity of mankind, has found increasing empirical substantiation as anthropological research has proceeded, but the other of which, the critical point theory of the appearance of culture, has become increasingly tenuous. The doctrine of the psychic unity of mankind, which so far as I am aware, is today not seriously questioned by any reputable anthropologist, is but the direct contradictory of the primitive mentality argument. It asserts that there are no essential differences in the fundamental nature of the thought process among the various living races of man. If the existence of a modern type of mind is held to be prerequisite to the acquisition of culture, the universal possession of culture by all contemporary human groups, of course, makes of the psychic unity doctrine a simple tautology, but whether genuinely tautological or not, it is a proposition for whose empirical validity the ethnographic and psychological evidence is altogether overwhelming. 1818. As for the critical point theory of the appearance of culture, it postulates that the development of the capacity for acquiring culture was a sudden, all or none type of occurrence in the phylogeny of the primates. 1919 At some specific moment in the new unrecoverable history of hominidization a portentous, but in genic or anatomical terms probably quite minor, organic alteration took place presumably in cortical structure in which an animal whose parents had not been disposed to communicate, to learn and to teach, to generalize from the endless chain of discrete feelings and attitudes was so disposed, and therewith he began to be able to act as a receiver and transmitter and begin the accumulation that is culture. 2020 With him culture was born, and, once born, set on its own course so as to grow wholly independently of the further organic evolution of man. The whole process of the creation of modern man's capacity for producing and using culture, his most distinctive mental attribute, is conceptualized as one of a marginal quantitative change giving rise to a radical qualitative difference, as when water, reduced degree by degree without any loss of fluidity, suddenly freezes at 0 degrees C, or when a taxiing plane gains sufficient speed to launch itself into flight. 2121. But we are talking of neither water nor airplanes, and the question is, can the sharp line between enculturated man and non-enculturated non-man that this view implies in fact be drawn, or, if we must have analogies, would not a more historical one, such as the unbroken gradual rise of modern out of medieval England, be more apt? Within the physical branch of anthropology, the doubt that one can talk about the appearance of man as if he had suddenly been promoted from colonel to brigadier general, and had a date of rank, has grown with increasing rapidity as the Australopithecine fossils, originally of South Africa but now quite widely found, have come to be placed more and more in the hominid line. 2222. These fossils, which date from the Upper Pliocene and Lower Pleistocene periods of 3 or 4 million years ago, show a striking mosaic of primitive and advanced morphological characteristics, in which the most outstanding features are a pelvis and leg formation strikingly similar to that of modern man and a cranial capacity hardly larger than that of living apes. 2323. Although the initial tendency was to regard this conjunction of a man-like bipedal locomotive system and an ape-like brain as indicating that the Australopithecines represented an aberrant and ill-fated line of development separate from both hominids and pongids, the contemporary consensus follows Howell's conclusion that the first hominids were small-brained, newly bipedal, proto-Australopith hominoids, and that what we have always meant by man represents later forms of this group with secondary adaptations in the direction of large brains and modified skeletons of the same form. 2424. By hominoid is meant the superfamily of animals, living and extinct, to which both man and the pongid apes, gorilla, orang, chimpanzee, and gibbon, belong, and by hominid, the family of animals, living and extinct, to which man belongs, but not the apes. For the aberrant view, C. E. Hooton, Up from the Ape, Rev. ed. New York, 1949, for the consensus, Howell's, concluding remarks of the chairman. The statement that the Australopithecines were the first hominids would now, I think, have to be modified. Now, these more or less erect, small-brained hominids, their hands freed from locomotion, manufactured tools, and probably hunted small animals. But that they could have had a developed culture comparable to that of, say, the Australian Aborigine, or possessed language in the modern sense of the term with 500 cubic centimeters of brain, is unlikely. 2525. In the Australopithecines we seem to have, therefore, an odd sort of man who evidently was capable of acquiring some elements of culture, simple tool making, sporadic hunting, and perhaps some system of communication more advanced than that of contemporary apes and less advanced than that of true speech, but not others, a state of affairs which casts fairly serious doubt on the viability of the critical point theory. 2626. In fact, as the Homo sapiens brain is about 3 times as large as that of the Australopithecines, the greater part of human cortical expansion has followed, not preceded, the beginning of culture. A rather inexplicable circumstance if the capacity for culture is considered to have been the unitary outcome of a quantitatively slight but qualitatively metastatic change of the freezing of water. 2727. Not only has it now become misleading to employ the appointment of rank image for the appearance of man, but it is equally doubtful whether we should any longer talk in terms of the appearance of culture, as if culture, too, along with man, had suddenly leaped into existence. 2828. For a general review, see A. I. Hollowell, Self, Society, and Culture in Phylogenetic Perspective, in the Evolution of Man, ed. S. Tax, Chicago, 1960, pages 309 to 372. In the past decade, the whole discussion has proceeded with accelerating speed and increasing precision. For a series of references, see the inventory article by R. L. Holloway and Elizabeth Zinyi-Mers, Human Biology, A Catholic Review, in Biennial Review of Anthropology, 1971, ed. B. J. Siegel, Stanford, 1972. Pages 83 to 166. As paradox is a sign of antecedent error, the fact that one of its corollaries seems to be valid while the other does not suggests that the thesis which holds mental evolution and cultural accumulation to be two wholly separate processes, the first having been essentially completed before the second began, is itself incorrect. And if this is the case, it becomes necessary to find some way in which we can rid ourselves of such a thesis without at the same time undermining the doctrine of psychic unity, in whose absence we should have to consign most of history, anthropology, and sociology to the scrap heap and begin over again with the psychosomatic genetic interpretation of man and his varieties. 29 We need to be able both to deny any significant relationship between group, cultural achievement and innate mental capacity in the present, and to affirm such a relationship in the past. The means by which to accomplish this oddly two-headed task lies in what may appear to be a simple technical trick, but is actually an important methodological reorientation, the choice of a more finely graduated time scale in terms of which to discriminate the stages of evolutionary change which have produced Homo sapiens out of an Eocene proto-hominoid. Whether one sees the appearance of the capacity for culture as a more or less abrupt, instantaneous occurrence, or a slowly moving, continuous development, obviously depends, at least in part, on the size of the elementary units in one's time scale. For a geologist, measuring by eons, the whole evolution of the primates may look like an undifferentiated qualitative burst. In fact, the argument against the critical point theory might be more precisely phrased in terms of a complaint that it derives from an inappropriate choice of time scale, a time scale whose basal intervals are too large for a refined analysis of recent evolutionary history, in the same way as a biologist foolish enough to study human maturation with decades as his interval would see adulthood as a sudden transformation of childhood and misadolescence altogether. A good example of such a cavalier approach to temporal considerations is implicit in what is probably the most frequent kind of scientific data invoked in support of the difference in kind rather than difference in degree view of human culture, the comparison of man with his closest living relatives, the pong'ids, and particularly the chimpanzee. Man can talk, can symbolize, can acquire culture, this argument goes, but the chimpanzee, and, by extension, all less endowed animals, cannot. Therefore, man is unique in this regard, and insofar as mentality is concerned we are confronted by a series of leaps, not an ascending continuum 30-30, but this overlooks the fact that, although the pong'ids may be man's closest relatives, close is an elastic term and, given a realistic time scale from the evolutionary point of view, they are really not so close at all, last common ancestor being at the very least an upper Pliocene, and at the very most an upper Oligocene, ape and phyletic. Differentiation having proceeded with ever-increasing rapidity since that time. The fact that chimpanzees do not talk is both interesting and important, but to draw from that fact the conclusion that speech is an all-or-nothing-at-all phenomenon is to collapse anywhere from 1 to 40 million years into a single instant of time and lose the whole pre-sapiens hominid line as surely as our biologist lost adolescence. Interspecific comparison of living animals is, if handled with care, a legitimate and, in fact, indispensable device for deducing general evolutionary trends, but in the same way that the finite wavelength of light limits the discrimination possible in physical measurements, so the fact that the closest living relatives of man are at best pretty far removed cousins, not ancestors, limits the degree of refinement in the measure of evolutionary change in the hominoid line when one confines oneself entirely to contrasts between extant forms. 31 For a general discussion of the dangers involved in an uncritical use of comparisons among contemporaneous forms to generate historical hypotheses, see G. Simpson, Some Principles of Historical Biology Bearing on Human Organisms, in Cold Spring Harbor Symposia on Quantitative Biology 15, 1950, 55, 66. If, on the contrary, we spread hominid phylogeny out along a more appropriate time scale, training our attention on what seems to have happened in the human line since the radiation of the hominoids, and in particular since the emergence of Australopithecus toward the end of the Pliocene, a subtler analysis of the evolutionary growth of mind is made possible. Most crucially, it then becomes apparent that not only was cultural accumulation underway well before organic development ceased, but that such accumulation very likely played an active role in shaping the final stages of that development. Though it is apparently true enough that the invention of the airplane led to no visible bodily changes, no alterations of innate mental capacity, this was not necessarily the case for the pebble tool or the crude chopper, in whose wake seems to have come not only more erect stature, reduced dentition, and a more thumb-dominated hand, but the expansion of the human brain to its present size. 32 Because tool manufacture puts a premium on manual skill and foresight, its introduction must have acted to shift selection pressures so as to favor the rapid growth of the forebrain as, in all likelihood, did the advances in social organization, communication, and moral regulation which there is reason to believe also occurred during this period of overlap between cultural and biological change. Nor were such nervous system changes merely quantitative. Alterations in the interconnections among neurons and their manner of functioning may have been of even greater importance than the simple increase in their number. Details aside, however, and the bulk of them remain to be determined, the point is that the innate, generic constitution of modern man, what used, in a simpler day, to be called human nature, now appears to be both a cultural and a biological product, in that it is probably more correct to think of much of our structure as a result of culture rather than to think of men anatomically like ourselves slowly discovering culture. 33. The Pleistocene period, with its rapid and radical variations in climate, land formations, and vegetation, has long been recognized to be a period in which conditions were ideal for the speedy and efficient evolutionary development of man. Now it seems also to have been a period in which a cultural environment increasingly supplemented the natural environment in the selection process so as to further accelerate the rate of hominid evolution to an unprecedented speed. The Ice Age appears not to have been merely a time of receding brow ridges and shrinking jaws, but a time in which were forged nearly all those characteristics of man's existence which are most graphically human: his thoroughly encephalated nervous system, his incest taboo-based social structure, and his capacity to create and use symbols. The fact that these distinctive features of humanity emerged together in complex interaction with one another rather than serially as for so long supposed is of exceptional importance in the interpretation of human mentality, because it suggests that man's nervous system does not merely enable him to acquire culture, it positively demands that he do so if it is going to function at all. Rather than culture acting only to supplement, develop, and extend organically based capacities logically and genetically prior to it, it would seem to be ingredient to those capacities themselves. A cultureless human being would probably turn out to be not an intrinsically talented though unfulfilled ape, but a wholly mindless and consequently unworkable monstrosity. Like the cabbage it so much resembles, the Homo sapiens brain, having arisen within the framework of human culture, would not be viable outside of it. 34. In fact, this type of reciprocally creative relationship between somatic and extrasomatic phenomena seems to have been of crucial significance during the whole of the primate advance. That any, living or extinct, infrahominid primates can be said to possess true culture in the narrowed sense of an ordered system of meaning and symbols, in terms of which individuals define their world, express their feelings and make their judgments is, of course, extremely doubtful. 35 But that apes and monkeys are such through and through social creatures as to be unable to achieve emotional maturity in isolation, to acquire a great many of their most important performance capacities through imitative learning, and to develop distinctive, intraspecifically variable collective social traditions which are transmitted as a non-biological heritage from generation to generation is now well established. 36 As Devore remarks in summary of the available material, primates literally have a social brain. 37 Thus, well before it was influenced by cultural forces as such, the evolution of what eventually developed into the human nervous system was positively shaped by social ones. 38 Some subprimate mammals also follow a definitely social mode of life, so that this whole process probably predates primates altogether. The social behavior of some birds and insects is of less immediate relevance, however, because these orders are tangential to the human developmental line. On the other hand, however, a denial of a simple independence of socio-cultural and biological processes in pre-Homo sapiens man does not imply a rejection of the doctrine of psychic unity, because phyletic differentiation within the hominid line effectively ceased with the terminal Pleistocene spread of Homo sapiens over nearly the whole world and the extinction of whatever other Homo species may have been in existence at that time. Thus, although some minor evolutionary changes have no doubt occurred since the rise of modern man, all living peoples form part of a single polytypical species and, as such, vary anatomically and physiologically within a very narrow range. 3939 The combination of weakened mechanisms of reproductive isolation, an extended period of individual sexual immaturity, and the accumulation of culture to the point where its importance as an adaptive factor almost wholly dominated its role as a selective one, produced such an extreme deceleration of the hominid rate of evolution that the development of any significant variation in innate mental capacity among human subgroups seems to have been precluded. With the unequivocal triumph of Homo sapiens and the cessation of the glaciations, the link between organic and cultural change was, if not severed, at least greatly weakened. Since that time organic evolution in the human line has slowed to a walk, while the growth of culture had continued to proceed with ever-increasing rapidity. It is, therefore, unnecessary to postulate either a discontinuous, difference-in-kind pattern of human evolution or a non-selective role for culture during all phases of hominid development in order to preserve the empirically established generalization that as far as their inborn capacity to learn, maintain, transmit, and transform culture is concerned, different groups of Homo sapiens must be regarded as equally competent. 4040 Psychic unity may no longer be a tautology, but it is still a fact. One of the more encouraging if strangely delayed developments in the behavioral sciences is the current attempt of physiological psychology to arouse itself from its long enthrallment with the wonders of the reflex arc. The conventional picture of a sensory impulse making its way through a maze of synapses to a motor nerve culmination is coming to be revised, a quarter century after its most illustrious proponent pointed out that it was inadequate to explain the integrative aspects of the behavior of a sparrow or a sheepdog, much less that of a man. 4141 Sherrington's solution was a spectral mind to pull things together, as Hull's was a no less mysterious automatic switchboard. 4242 But today the stress is upon a more verifiable construct, the concept of rhythmic, spontaneous, centrally proceeding pattern of nervous activity upon which peripheral stimulus configurations are superimposed and out of which authoritative effector commands emerge. Advancing under the banner of an active organism, and supported by the closed-circuit anatomizing of Kyle and Deneau. 4343 This new persuasion emphasizes the way in which the ongoing processes both of the brain and subordinate neuronal aggregates select precepts, fix experiences, and order responses so as to produce a delicately modulated pattern of behavior. C. Sherrington, Man. C. L. Hull, Principles. The working of the central nervous system is a hierarchic affair in which functions at the higher levels do not deal directly with the ultimate structural units, such as neurons or motor units, but operate by activating lower patterns that have their own relatively autonomous structural unity. The same is true for the sensory input, which does not project itself down to the last final path of motor neurons, but operates by affecting, distorting, and somehow modifying the pre-existing, preformed patterns of central coordination, which, in turn, then confer their distortions upon the lower patterns of affection and so on. The final output is then the outcome of this hierarchical passing down of distortions and modifications of intrinsically performed patterns of excitation which are in no way replicas of the input. The structure of the input does not produce the structure of the output, but merely modifies intrinsic nervous activities that have a structural organization of their own. 4444. Further development of this theory of an autonomously excited, hierarchically organized central nervous system not only promises to make the brisk competence of Sherrington's sheepdog as it collects its scattered flock from the hillside less of a physiological mystery, but it should also prove valuable in providing a credible neurological underpinning for the complex of skills and propensities which constitute the human mind, the ability to follow a logic proof or a tendency to become. flustered when called upon to speak, demand more than a reflex are, conditioned or otherwise, to support them biologically. And, as Hebb has pointed out, the very notion of higher and lower evolutionary levels of mentality seems in itself to imply a comparable gradation in degree of central nervous system autonomy. I hope I do not shock biological scientists by saying that one feature of the phylogenetic development is an increasing evidence of what is known in some circles as free will, in my student days also referred to as the Harvard Law, which asserts that any well-trained experimental animal, on controlled stimulation, will do as he damn well pleases. A more scholarly formulation is that the higher animal is less stimulus-bound. Brain action is less fully controlled by afferent input, behavior therefore less fully predictable from the situation in which the animal is put. A greater role of ideational activity is recognizable in the animal's ability to hold a variety of stimulations for some time before acting on them and in the phenomenon of purposive behavior. There is more autonomous activity in the higher brain, and more selectivity as to which afferent activity will be integrated with the stream of thought, the dominant, ongoing activity in control of behavior. Traditionally, we say that the subject is interested in this part of the environment, not interested in that. In these terms, the higher animal has a wider variety of interests and the interest of the moment plays a greater part in behavior, which means a greater unpredictability as to what stimulus will be responded to and as to the form of the response. 45. These overall evolutionary trends, increasing ability to focus attention, delay response, vary interest, sustain purpose, and, in general, deal positively with the complexities of present stimulation, culminate in man to make of him the most active of active organisms, as well as the most unpredictable. The extreme intricacy, flexibility, and comprehensiveness of what Kluckhohn and Murray have aptly called regnant processes in the human brain, the processes which make these abilities physically possible, are but the outcome of a definable phylogenetic development which is traceable back at least to the coelenterates. 46. Though they lack a central nervous concentration, a brain, and therefore the various parts of the animal operate in relative independence, each possessing its own set of sensory, neural, and motor elements, these humble jellyfish, sea anemones, and the like nevertheless show a surprising degree of intrinsic modulation of nervous activity. A strong stimulus received in the daytime may be followed by locomotion during the following night. Certain corals experimentally subjected to excessive stimulation luminesce for several minutes afterward with a spontaneous frenzy which suggests berserking, and regularized stimulation may lead, through some still obscure form of memory, to a coordination of activity in different muscles and to a patterned recurrence of activity over time. 47. In the higher invertebrates, crustaceans, etc., multiple pathways, graded synaptic potentials, and triggered responses all appear, permitting precise pacemaker control of internal functions as in the lobster heart, while with the arrival of the lower vertebrates both peripheral sensory and effector elements and neuronal conduction between them, i.e., the celebrated reflex arc, are essentially perfected. 48. And, finally, the bulk of the fundamental innovations in the design of nervous circuits, i.e., closed loops, the superposition of higher level loops on lower ones, and so on, probably were accomplished with the arrival of the mammals, at which time at least the basic differentiations of the forebrain were also achieved. 49 In functional terms, the whole process seems to be one of a relatively steady expansion and diversification of endogenous nervous activity and the consequent increasing centralization of what were previously more isolated, independently acting part processes. What sort of neural evolution has taken place during the phyletic differentiation of the mammals, i.e., in particular, during the advance of the primates and hominids, is evidently rather less clear and more controversial. However, on the one hand, Girard has argued that the changes have been almost entirely quantitative, a growth in the sheer number of neurons, as reflected in the rapid expansion of the brain size. The further gains in capacity, seen most strikingly in the primate line and culminating in man, are due to simple increase in numbers rather than to improvement in units or patterns. The increasing brain size parallels richer performance, even for particular regions and functions, example tongue motor area and speech, is a commonplace. How this operates is less clear. Sheer increase in number, without secondary specification, which does also occur, might seem unable to generate new capacities but only to intensify old ones, but this is not the case. In the brain, an increase in the anatomical neuron population raises the limit on the physiological neuron reserve and so allows greater variety of selection and greater richness of analysis and combination expressed in modifiable and insightful behavior. 50-50. But Bullock, though agreeing that the nervous systems of the higher animals and man show no important differences in terms of known neurophysiological mechanisms or architecture, sharply questions this point of view, and argues that there is a pressing need to search for yet undiscovered parameters of nervous functioning, emergent levels of physiological relations between neurons in masses, to account for the subtleties of behavior in advanced organisms. Though we cannot point to fundamentally new elements in the neuronal mechanisms of the higher centers, still it is difficult to assume that their greatly enlarged accomplishments are solely attributable to the great increase in numbers and interconnections between them, unless this in itself brings on new properties and mechanisms. Many apparently assume as a first approximation that the main factor in increasing behavioral complexity in evolution is the number of neurons, even invoking a kind of critical mass which permits new levels of behavior. But it seems clear that the number of neurons correlates with behavioral complexity so poorly as to explain little unless we add as the really essential part that certain kinds of neurons, not now definable, or what is the same thing, certain kinds of newer properties of consequences or neuronal architecture, are the important substratum of advance. I do not believe that our present physiology of neurons, extrapolated, can account for behavior. The main factor in evolutionary advance is not just numbers of cells and connections. Our hope lies in the discovery of new parameters of neuronal systems. 51-51. To an outsider, perhaps the most striking aspect of this controversy is the degree to which both parties seem somewhat uneasy and vaguely dissatisfied with the unalloyed versions of their own argument, the degree to which it seems not to be entirely plausible even to themselves. On the one side there is an admission that the precise nature of the relation between brain size and behavioral complexity is indeed unclear and some sotto voce reservations about secondary specification. On the other, a frank puzzlement concerning the apparent absence of novel mechanisms in advanced nervous systems and a hopeful murmuring about emergent properties. There is actually something of an agreement that the attribution of the secular increase in mammalian mental capacity solely and simply to a gross increase in neuron population taxes credulity. The difference is that in one case doubts are quieted by a stress on the fact that a parallelism between increasing brain size and richer performance does, anyhow, obtain, while, on the other, doubts are accentuated by a stress on the fact that something seems to be missing to make this parallelism satisfactorily explicable. This issue may eventually be clarified, as Girard suggests, by advances in work with computer circuits where performance does improve with a simple multiplication of identical units, or, as Bullock suggests, by further refinements in the analysis of chemical differences between nerve cells. 52-52. But it is even more likely that the main avenue to its resolution lies in the abandonment of the wholly nativistic conceptualization of nervous functioning in the higher mammals, which seems to be implicit in both these approaches. The synchronic emergence in primates of an expanded forebrain, developed forms of social organization, and, at least after Australopithecines got their hands on tools, institutionalized patterns of culture indicates that the standard procedure of treating biological, social, and cultural parameters serially, the first being taken as primary to the second, and the second to the third, is ill-advised. On the contrary, these so-called levels should be seen as reciprocally interrelated and considered conjointly. And if this is done, the sort of novel properties we shall search for within the central nervous system to serve as a physical basis for the striking development of autonomous fields of recurrent neural excitation in primates generally, and in man particularly, will differ radically from the sort of properties we would seek were we to regard those fields as logically and genetically prior to society and culture, and therefore requiring a full determination in terms of intrinsic physiological parameters alone. Perhaps we have been asking too much of neurons, or, if not too much, at least the wrong things. In fact, so far as man is concerned, One of the most striking characteristics of his central nervous system is the relative incompleteness with which, acting within the confines of autogenous parameters alone, it is able to specify behavior. By and large, the lower an animal, the more it tends to respond to a threatening stimulus with an intrinsically connected series of performed activities which taken together comprise a comparatively stereotyped, which is not to say unlearned, flight or fight response. 53 Man's intrinsic response to such a stimulus tends to consist, however, of a diffuse, variably intense, fear or rage excitability accompanied by few, if any, automatically preset, well-defined behavioral sequences. 54 Like a frightened animal, a frightened man may run, hide, bluster, dissemble, placate, or, desperate with panic, attack, but in his case the precise patterning of such overt acts is guided predominantly by cultural rather than genetic templates. In the always diagnostic area of sex, where control of behavior proceeds phylogenetically from gonadal, to pituitary, to central nervous system prepotency, a similar evolutionary trend away from fixed activity sequences toward generalized arousal and increasing flexibility and modifiability of sexual patterns is apparent, a trend of which the justly famous cultural variation in the sexual practices of man would seem to represent a logical extension. 55 Thus, in apparent paradox, an increasing autonomy, hierarchical complexity, and regency of ongoing central nervous system activity seem to go hand in hand with a less fully detailed determination of such activity by the structure of the central nervous system in and of itself, i.e., intrinsically. All of which suggests that some of the more important developments in neural evolution which occurred during the period of overlap between biological and socio-cultural change may turn out to consist of the appearance of properties which improve the performance capacity of the central nervous system but reduce its functional self-sufficiency. D. O. Hebb and W. R. Thompson, The Social Significance of Animal Studies, in Handbook of Psychology, Reading, Massachusetts, 1954, pages 532 to 561. The uncritical use of the term instinct so as to confuse three separate, but not unrelated, contrasts that between behavior patterns which rest on learning and those which do not, that between behavior patterns which are innate, i.e., an outcome of genetically programmed physical processes, and those which are not, i.e., an outcome of extra-genetically programmed physical processes, and that between behavior patterns which are inflexible, stereotyped, and those which are flexible, variable, has led to an incorrect assumption that to say a behavior pattern is innate is to say that it is inflexible in its expression. C. K. H. Pribram, Comparative Neurology and Evolution, and F. A. Beach, The Descent of Instinct, Psychol. Revelation 62 1955 401, 410. Here, the term intrinsic, as against extrinsic, is used to characterize behavior which, on comparative grounds, seems to rest largely, or at least preponderantly, on innate dispositions, independently of questions of learning or flexibility as such. F. A. Beach, Evolutionary Aspects of Psychoendocrinology, in Culture and Behavior, ed. A. Rowe and G. Simpson, New Haven, 1958, pages 81 to 102, C. S. Ford and F. A. Beach, Patterns of Sexual Behavior, New York, 1951. But, again, this general trend appears already well established in the subhuman primates. Some male chimpanzees have to learn to copulate. It has been noted that sexually mature but inexperienced males placed with the receptive female show signs of marked sexual excitement, but the resulting attempts to accomplish copulation are usually unsuccessful. The naive male appears incapable of carrying out his part of the mating act, and it has been suggested that a great deal of practice and learning is essential to biologically effective coition in this species. Adult male rodents which have been reared in isolation copulate normally the first time they are offered an estrus female. F. A. Beach, Evolutionary Changes in the Physiological Control of Mating Behavior in Mammals, Psychol. Revelation 54, 1947-93, 315. For some vivid descriptions of generalized fear and rage in chimpanzees, see Hebb and Thompson, Social Significance. From this standpoint, the accepted view that mental functioning is essentially an intracerebral process, which can only be secondarily assisted or amplified by the various artificial devices which that process has enabled man to invent, appears to be quite wrong. On the contrary, a fully specified, adaptively sufficient definition of regnant neural processes in terms of intrinsic parameters being impossible, the human brain is thoroughly dependent upon cultural resources for its very operation, and those resources are, consequently, not adjuncts to, but constituents of, mental activity. In fact, thinking as an overt, public act, involving the purposeful manipulation of objective materials, is probably fundamental to human beings, and thinking as a covert, private act, and without recourse to such materials, a derived, though not unuseful, capability. As the observation of how school children learn to calculate shows, adding numbers in your head is actually a more sophisticated mental accomplishment than adding them with a paper and pencil, through an arrangement of tally sticks, or by counting, piggy fashion, one's fingers and toes. Reading aloud is a more elementary achievement than reading to oneself, the latter ability having only arisen, as a matter of fact, in the Middle Ages. 56 and a similar point about speech has often been made, except in our less naive moments. We are all like Forrester's little old lady, we don't know what we think until we see what we say. It has sometimes been argued against this last point that the comparative evidence, as well as the literature on aphasia, clearly makes thought prior to speech, not conditional on it. 57 but, though true enough in itself, this does not undermine the general position taken here, namely, that human culture is an ingredient not supplementary to human thought for several reasons. First, the fact that subhuman animals learn to reason with sometimes startling effectiveness, without learning to speak, does not prove that men can do so, any more than the fact that a rat can copulate without the mediation of imitative learning or practice proves that a chimpanzee can do so. Second, aphasics are people who have learned to speak and to interiorize speech, and then lost, or, more usually, partially lost, the former capacity, not people who have never learned to speak at all. Third, and most important, speech in the specific sense of vocalized talk is far from being the sole public instrumentality available to individuals projected into a pre-existing cultural milieu. Such phenomena as Helen Keller learning to think through a combination of the manipulation of such cultural objects as mugs and water taps and the purposeful patterning, by Miss Sullivan, of tactile sensations on her hand, or a pre-speech child developing the concept of ordinal number through the setting up of two parallel lines of matched blocks, demonstrate that what is essential is the existence of an overt symbol system of any sort. 58 for man, in particular, to conceive of thinking as essentially a private process is to overlook almost completely what people actually do when they go about reasoning. Hebb, Problem of Consciousness and Introspection. On Ordinal Numbers, C.K.S. Lashley, Persistent Problems in the Evolution of Mind, Cord. Revelation 24, 1949-28, 42. It is perhaps advisable also to point out explicitly that the view that humans normally learn to talk intelligently aloud and with others before they learn to talk to themselves, in silence, does not involve either a motor theory of thought or an argument that all covert mentation takes place in terms of imagined words. Imaginal thinking is neither more nor less than constructing an image of the environment, running the model faster than the environment, and predicting that the environment will behave as the model does. The first step in the solution of a problem consists in the construction of a model or image of the relevant features of the environment. These models can be constructed from many things, including parts of the organic tissue of the body and, by man, paper and pencil or actual artifacts. Once a model has been constructed, it can be manipulated under various hypothetical conditions and constraints. The organism is then able to observe the outcome of these manipulations, and to project them onto the environment so that prediction is possible. According to this view, An aeronautical engineer is thinking when he manipulates a model of a new airplane in a wind tunnel. The motorist is thinking when he runs his finger over a line on a map, the finger serving as a model of the relevant aspects of the automobile, the map as a model of the road. External models of this kind are often used in thinking about complex environments. Images used in covert thinking depend upon the availability of the physico-chemical events of the organism, which must be used to form models. 5959. It is a further implication of this view of reflective thought as consisting not of happenings in the head but of a matching of the states and processes of symbolic models against the states and processes of the wider world, that it is stimulus deficit which initiates mental activity and stimulus discovery which terminates at. 6060. The motorist running his finger over a road map is doing so because he lacks information about how to get where he is going, and he will cease doing so when he has acquired that information. The engineer performs his experiments in the wind tunnel in order to find out how his model airplane behaves under various artificially produced aerodynamic conditions, and he will quit performing it if and when he indeed finds out. A man searching for a coin in his pocket does so because he lacks a coin in hand, and he stops searching when he gets hold of one or, of course, when he comes to the conclusion that the whole project is bootless, because it happens that there is no coin in his pocket, or that it is uneconomical, because the effort involved is such that the search costs more than it comes to. 6161. Motivational problems, which involve another sense of because, aside, directive reasoning begins in puzzlement, and ends in either the abandonment of inquiry or the resolution of puzzlement. The function of reflective thought is to transform a situation in which there is experienced obscurity of some sort, into a situation that is clear, coherent, settled, harmonious. 6262. In sum, human intellection, in the specific sense of directive reasoning, depends upon the manipulation of certain kinds of cultural resources in such a manner as to produce, discover, select, environmental stimuli needed for whatever purpose by the organism. It is a search for information. And this search is the more pressing because of the high degree of generality of the information intrinsically available to the organism from genetic sources. The lower an animal, the less it needs to find out in detail from the environment prior to behavioral performance. Birds need not build wind tunnels to test aerodynamic principles before learning to fly those they already know. The uniqueness of man has often been expressed in terms of how much and how many different sorts of things he is capable of learning. Although monkeys, pigeons, and even octopuses may now and then disconcert us with the rather human things they prove capable of learning to do, in a general way this is true enough. But it is of perhaps even more fundamental theoretical importance to stress how much and how many things man has to learn. That, fetalized, domesticated, and generally unhardy as he is, man would be a physically unviable animal independently of culture has often been pointed out. 6363. That he would be mentally unviable as well has been rather less frequently noted. 6464. All this is no less true for the affective side of human thought than it is for the intellective. In a series of books and papers, Hebb has developed the intriguing theory that the human nervous system, and to a correspondingly lesser extent, that of lower animals, demands a relatively continuous stream of optimally existing environmental stimuli as a precondition to competent performance. 6565. On the one hand, man's brain is not like a calculating machine operated by an electric motor, which can lie idle, without input, for indefinite periods. Instead it must be kept warmed up and working by a constantly varied input during the waking period at least, if it is to function effectively. 6666. On the other hand, given the tremendous intrinsic emotional susceptibility of man, such input cannot be too intense, too varied, too disturbing, because then emotional collapse and a complete breakdown of the thought process ensue. Both boredom and hysteria are enemies of reason. 6767. Thus, as man is the most emotional as well as the most rational animal, a very careful cultural control of frightening, enraging, suggestive, etc., stimuli through taboos, homogenization of behavior, rapid rationalization of strange stimuli in terms of familiar concepts, and so on is necessary to prevent continual affective instability, a constant oscillation between the extremes of passion. 68 But, as man cannot perform efficiently in the absence of a fairly high degree of reasonably persistent emotional activation, cultural mechanisms assuring the ready availability of the continually varying sort of sensory experience that can sustain such activities are equally essential. Institutionalized regulations against the open display of corpses outside of well-defined contexts, funerals, etc., protect a peculiarly high-strung animal against the fears aroused by death and bodily destruction. Watching or participating in automobile races, not all of which take place at tracks, deliciously stimulates the same fears. Prize fighting arouses hostile feelings, a firmly institutionalized interpersonal affability moderates them. Erotic impulses are titillated by a series of devious artifices of which there is, evidently, no end, but they are kept from running riot by an insistence on the private performance of explicitly sexual activities. But, contrary to what these rather simplistic examples suggest, the achievement of a workable, well-ordered, clearly articulated emotional life in man is not a simple matter of ingenious instrumental control, a kind of clever hydraulic engineering of affect. Rather, it is a matter of giving specific, explicit, determinate form to the general, diffuse, ongoing flow of bodily sensation, of imposing upon the continual shifts in sentience to which we are inherently subject a recognizable, meaningful order, so that we may not only feel but know what we feel and act accordingly. It is mental activity that chiefly determines the way a person meets his surrounding world. Pure sensation, now pain, now pleasure, would have no unity, and would change the receptivity of the body for future pains and pleasures only in rudimentary ways. It is sensation, remembered and anticipated, feared, or sought, or even imagined and eschewed, that is important in human life. It is perception molded by imagination that gives us the outward world that we know. And it is the continuity of thought that systematizes our emotional reactions into attitudes with distinct feeling tones, and sets a certain scope for the individual's passions. In other words, by virtue of our thought and imagination we have not only feelings, but a life of feeling. 69. In this context our mental task shifts from a gathering of information about the pattern of events in the external world per se toward a determining of the effective significance, the emotional import of that pattern of events. We are concerned not with solving problems, but with clarifying feelings. Nevertheless, the existence of cultural resources, of an adequate system of public symbols, is just as essential to this sort of process as it is to that of directive reasoning. And therefore, the development, maintenance, and dissolution of moods, attitudes, sentiments, and so on, which are feelings in the sense of states or conditions, not sensations or motives, constitute no more a basically private activity in human beings than does directive thinking. The use of a road map enables us to make our way from San Francisco to New York with precision. The reading of Kafka's novels enables us to form a distinct and well-defined attitude toward modern bureaucracy. We acquire the ability to design flying planes in wind tunnels, we develop the capacity to feel true awe in church. A child counts on his fingers before he counts in his head, he feels love on his skin before he feels it in his heart. Not only ideas, but emotions too, are cultural artifacts in man. 70. The kind of cultural symbols that serve the intellective and affective sides of human mentality tend to differ: discursive language, experimental routines, mathematics, and so on the one hand, myth, ritual, and art on the other. But this contrast should not be drawn too sharply. Mathematics has its affective uses, poetry its intellectual, and the difference in any case is only functional, not substantial. Given the lack of specificity of intrinsic affect in man, the attainment of an optimal flow of stimulation to his nervous system is a much more complicated operation than a prudent steering between the extremes of too much and too little. Rather, it involves a very delicate qualitative regulation of what comes in through the sensory apparatus, a matter, here again, more of an active seeking for required stimuli than a mere watchful waiting for them. Neurologically, This regulation is achieved by efferent impulses from the central nervous system which modify receptor activity. 7171 Psychologically, the same process may be phrased in terms of the attitudinal control of perception. 7272 But the point is that in man neither regnant fields nor mental sets can be formed with sufficient precision in the absence of guidance from symbolic models of emotion. In order to make up our minds we must know how we feel about things, and to know how we feel about things we need the public images of sentiment that only ritual, myth, and art can provide. 4. The term mind refers to a certain set of dispositions of an organism. The ability to count is a mental characteristic, so is chronic cheerfulness, so also though it has not been possible to discuss the problem of motivation here is greed. The problem of the evolution of mind is, therefore, neither a false issue generated by a misconceived metaphysic, nor one of discovering at which point in the history of life an invisible anima was suprad to organic material. It is a matter of tracing the development of certain sorts of abilities, capacities, tendencies, and propensities in organisms and delineating the factors or types of factors upon which the existence of such characteristics depends. Recent research in anthropology suggests that the prevailing view that the mental dispositions of man are genetically prior to culture and that his actual capabilities represent the amplification or extension of these pre-existent dispositions by cultural means is incorrect. 7373 The apparent fact that the final stages of the biological evolution of man occurred after the initial stages of the growth of culture implies that basic, pure, or unconditioned, human nature, in the sense of the innate constitution of man, is so functionally incomplete as to be unworkable. Tools, hunting, family organization, and, later, art, religion, and science molded man somatically, and they are, therefore, necessary not merely to his survival but to his existential realization. In using such variably employed terms as mind and culture, the decision of how far down the phylogenetic ladder to extend them, i.e., how broadly to define them, is in great part but a matter of custom, policy, and taste. Here, perhaps somewhat inconsistently, but in line with what seems to be common usage, opposite choices have been made for mind and culture. Mind has been defined broadly to include the learned capacities of monkeys to communicate or rats to solve T-mazes. Culture has been defined narrowly to include only post-tool-making symbolic patterns. For an argument that culture should be defined as a learned pattern of the meaning of signals and signs and extended through the whole world of living organisms, C.T. Parsons, An Approach to Psychological Theory in Terms of the Theory of Action, in Psychology, A Study of a Science, ed. S. Cook, New York, 1959, 3:612, 711. The application of this revised view of human evolution leads to the hypothesis that cultural resources are ingredient, not accessory, to human thought. As one moves from lower to higher animals phylogenetically, behavior is characterized by increasing active unpredictability with reference to present stimuli, a trend apparently supported physiologically by an increasing complexity and regency of centrally proceeding patterns of nervous activity. Up to the level of the lower mammals, at least the major part of this growth of autonomous central fields can be accounted for in terms of the development of novel neural mechanisms. But in the higher mammals such novel mechanisms have as yet not been found. Although, conceivably, mere increase in numbers of neurons may in itself prove able fully to account for the fluorescence of mental capacity in man, the fact that the large human brain and human culture emerged synchronically, not serially, indicates that the most recent developments in the evolution of nervous structure consist in the appearance of mechanisms which both permit the maintenance of more complex regnant fields and make the full determination of these fields in terms of intrinsic, innate, parameters increasingly impossible. The human nervous system relies, inescapably, on the accessibility of public symbolic structures to build up its own autonomous, ongoing pattern of activity. This, in turn, implies that human thinking is primarily an overt act conducted in terms of the objective materials of the common culture, and only secondarily a private matter. In the sense both of directive reasoning and the formulation of sentiment, as well as the integration of these into motives, man's mental processes indeed take place at the scholar's desk or the football field, in the studio or lorry driver's seat, on the platform, the chessboard, or the judge's bench. Isolationist claims for the closed system substantiality of culture, social organization, individual behavior, or nervous physiology to the contrary notwithstanding, progress in the scientific analysis of the human mind demands a joint attack from virtually all of the behavioral sciences, in which the findings of each will force continual theoretical reassessments upon all of the others. Part 3. Chapter 4/Religion as a Cultural System. Any attempt to speak without speaking any particular language is not more hopeless than the attempt to have a religion that shall be no religion in particular. Thus every living and healthy religion has a marked idiosyncrasy. Its power consists in its special and surprising message and in the bias which that revelation gives to life. The vistas it opens and the mysteries it propounds are another world to live in, and another world to live in whether we expect ever to pass wholly over into it or no is what we mean by having a religion. Santayana, Reason in Religion. 2 characteristics of anthropological work on religion accomplished since the Second World War strike me as curious when such work is placed against that carried out just before and just after the first. One is that it has made no theoretical advances of major importance. It is living off the conceptual capital of its ancestors, adding very little, save a certain empirical enrichment, to it. The second is that it draws what concepts it does use from a very narrowly defined intellectual tradition. There is Durkheim, Weber, Freud, or Malinowski, and in any particular work the approach of one or two of these transcendent figures is followed, with but a few marginal corrections necessitated by the natural tendency to excess of seminal minds or by the expanded body of reliable descriptive data. But virtually no one even thinks of looking elsewhere to philosophy, history, law, literature, or the harder sciences as these men themselves looked, for analytical ideas. And it occurs to me, also, that these two curious characteristics are not unrelated. If the anthropological study of religion is in fact in a state of general stagnation, I doubt that it will be set going again by producing more minor variations on classical theoretical themes. Yet one more meticulous case in point for such well-established propositions as that ancestor worship supports the jural authority of elders, that initiation rites are means for the establishment of sexual identity and adult status, that ritual groupings reflect political oppositions, or that myths provide charters for social institutions and rationalizations of social privilege, may well finally convince a great many people, both inside the profession and out, that anthropologists are, like theologians, firmly dedicated to proving the indubitable. In art, this solemn reduplication of the achievements of accepted masters is called academicism, and I think this is the proper name for our malady also. Only if we abandon, in a phrase of Leo Steinberg's, that sweet sense of accomplishment which comes from parading habitual skills and address ourselves to problems sufficiently unclarified as to make discovery possible, can we hope to achieve work which will not just reincarnate that of the great men of the first quarter of the century, but match it. Point 11. The way to do this is not to abandon the established traditions of social anthropology in this field, but to widen them. At least 4 of the contributions of the men who, as I say, dominate our thought to the point of parochializing it: Durkheim's discussion of the nature of the sacred, Weber's Verstehenden methodology, Freud's parallel between personal rituals and collective ones, and Malinowski's exploration of the distinction between religion and common sense seem to me inevitable starting points for any useful anthropological theory of religion. But they are starting points only. To move beyond them we must place them in a much broader context of contemporary thought than they, in and of themselves, encompass. The dangers of such a procedure are obvious: arbitrary eclecticism, superficial theory-mongering, and sheer intellectual confusion. But I, at least, can see no other road of escape from what, referring to anthropology more generally, Janowitz has called the dead hand of competence. Point 22. In working towards such an expansion of the conceptual envelope in which our studies take place, one can, of course, move in a great number of directions, and perhaps the most important initial problem is to avoid setting out, like Stephen Leacock's mounted policeman, in all of them at once. For my part, I shall confine my effort to developing what, following Parsons and Schills, I refer to as the cultural dimension of religious analysis. 33 The term culture has by now acquired a certain aura of ill repute in social anthropological circles because of the multiplicity of its referents and the studied vagueness with which it has all too often been invoked. Though why it should suffer more for these reasons than social structure or personality is something I do not entirely understand. In any case, the culture concept to which I adhere has neither multiple referents nor, so far as I can see, any unusual ambiguity. It denotes an historically transmitted pattern of meanings embodied in symbols, a system of inherited conceptions expressed in symbolic forms by means of which men communicate, perpetuate, and develop their knowledge about and attitudes toward life. Of course, terms such as meaning, symbol, and conception cry out for explication. But that is precisely where the widening, the broadening, and the expanding come in. If Langer is right that the concept of meaning, in all its varieties, is the dominant philosophical concept of our time, that sign, symbol, denotation, signification, communication are our intellectual stock in trade, it is perhaps time that social anthropology, and particularly that part of it concerned with the study of religion, became aware of the fact. 44. 2. As we are to deal with meaning, let us begin with a paradigm, viz., that sacred symbols function to synthesize a people's ethos, the tone, character, and quality of their life, its moral and aesthetic style and mood, and their worldview, the picture they have of the way things in sheer actuality are, their most comprehensive ideas of order. In religious belief and practice, a group's ethos is rendered intellectually reasonable by being shown to represent a way of life ideally adapted to the actual state of affairs the worldview describes, while the worldview is rendered emotionally convincing by being presented as an image of an actual state of affairs peculiarly well arranged to accommodate such a way of life. This confrontation and mutual confirmation has two fundamental effects. On the one hand, it objectivizes moral and aesthetic preferences by depicting them as the imposed conditions of life implicit in a world with a particular structure, as mere common sense given the unalterable shape of reality. On the other, it supports these received beliefs about the world's body by invoking deeply felt moral and aesthetic sentiments as experiential evidence for their truth. Religious symbols formulate a basic congruence between a particular style of life and a specific, if, most often, implicit, metaphysic, and in so doing sustain each with the borrowed authority of the other. Phrasing aside, this much may perhaps be granted. The notion that religion tunes human actions to an envisaged cosmic order and projects images of cosmic order onto the plane of human experience is hardly novel. But it is hardly investigated either, so that we have very little idea of how, in empirical terms, this particular miracle is accomplished. We just know that it is done, annually, weekly, daily, for some people almost hourly, and we have an enormous ethnographic literature to demonstrate it. But the theoretical framework which would enable us to provide an analytic account of it, an account of the sort we can provide for lineage segmentation, political succession, labor exchange, or the socialization of the child, does not exist. Let us, therefore, reduce our paradigm to a definition, for, although it is notorious that definitions establish nothing, in themselves they do, if they are carefully enough constructed, provide a useful orientation, or reorientation, of thought, such that an extended unpacking of them can be an effective way of developing and controlling a novel line of inquiry. They have the useful virtue of explicitness, they commit themselves in a way discursive prose, which, in this field especially, is always liable to substitute rhetoric for argument, does not. Without further ado, then, a religion is 1. A system of symbols which acts to 2. Establish powerful, pervasive, and long-lasting moods and motivations in men by 3. Formulating conceptions of a general order of existence and 4. Clothing these conceptions with such an aura of factuality that 5. The moods and motivations seem uniquely realistic. A system of symbols which acts to Such a tremendous weight is being put on the term symbol here that our first move must be to decide with some precision what we are going to mean by it. This is no easy task, for, rather like culture, symbol has been used to refer to a great variety of things, often a number of them at the same time. In some hands it is used for anything which signifies something else to someone. Dark clouds are the symbolic precursors of an oncoming rain. In others it is used only for explicitly conventional signs of one sort or another. A red flag is a symbol of danger, a white of surrender. In others it is confined to something which expresses in an oblique and figurative manner that which cannot be stated in a direct and literal one, so that there are symbols in poetry but not in science, and symbolic logic is misnamed. In yet others, however, it is used for any object, act, event, quality, or relation which serves as a vehicle for a conception. The conception is the symbol's meaning, and that is the approach I shall follow here. Point 55. The number 6, written, imagined, laid out as a row of stones, or even punched into the program tapes of a computer, is a symbol. But so also is the cross, talked about, visualized, shaped worriedly in air or fondly fingered at the neck, the expanse of painted canvas called Guernica or the bit of painted stone called a Chewinga, the word reality, or even the morpheming. They are all symbols, or at least symbolic elements, because they are tangible formulations of notions, abstractions from experience fixed in perceptible forms, concrete embodiments of ideas, attitudes, judgments, longings, or beliefs. To undertake the study of cultural activity in which symbolism forms the positive content is thus not to abandon social analysis for a Platonic cave of shadows, to enter into a mentalistic world of introspective psychology or, worse, speculative philosophy, and wander there forever in a haze of cognitions, affections, conations, and other elusive entities. Cultural acts, the construction, apprehension, and utilization of symbolic forms, are social events like any other. They are as public as marriage and as observable as agriculture. They are not, however, exactly the same thing, or, more precisely, the symbolic dimension of social events is, like the psychological, itself theoretically abstractable from those events as empirical totalities. There is still, to paraphrase a remark of Kenneth Burke's, a difference between building a house and drawing up a plan for building a house, and reading a poem about having children by marriage is not quite the same thing as having children by marriage. Point 66. Even though the building of the house may proceed under the guidance of the plan or a less likely occurrence, the having of children may be motivated by a reading of the poem. There is something to be said for not confusing our traffic with symbols with our traffic with objects or human beings, for these latter are not in themselves symbols, however often they may function as such. Point 77. No matter how deeply interfused the cultural, the social, and the psychological may be in the everyday life of houses, farms, poems, and marriages, it is useful to distinguish them in analysis, and, so doing, to isolate the generic traits of each against the normalized background of the other two. The reverse mistake, especially common among neo-Kantians such as Cassirer, of taking symbols to be identical with, or constitutive of, their referents is equally pernicious. C.F.E. Cassirer, The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, New Haven, 1953–1957, 3 volumes. One can point to the moon with one's finger. Some, probably well invented, Zen master is supposed to have said, but to take one's finger for the moon is to be a fool. So far as culture patterns, that is, systems or complexes of symbols, are concerned, the generic trait which is of first importance for us here is that they are extrinsic sources of information. By extrinsic, I mean only that unlike genes, for example, they lie outside the boundaries of the individual organism as such in that intersubjective world of common understandings into which all human individuals are born, in which they pursue their separate careers, and which they leave persisting behind them after they die. By sources of information, I mean only that like genes they provide a blueprint or template in terms of which processes external to themselves can be given a definite form. As the order of bases in a strand of DNA forms a coded program, a set of instructions, or a recipe, for the synthesis of the structurally complex proteins which shape organic functioning, so culture patterns provide such programs for the institution of the social and psychological processes which shape public behavior. Though the sort of information and the mode of its transmission are vastly different in the two cases, this comparison of gene and symbol is more than a strained analogy of the familiar social heredity sort. It is actually a substantial relationship, for it is precisely because of the fact that genetically programmed processes are so highly generalized in men, as compared with lower animals, that culturally programmed ones are so important, only because human behavior is so loosely determined by intrinsic sources of information that extrinsic sources are so vital. To build a dam, a beaver needs only an appropriate site and the proper materials. His mode of procedure is shaped by his physiology. But man, whose genes are silent on the building trades, needs also a conception of what it is to build a dam, a conception he can get only from some symbolic source, a blueprint, a textbook, or a string of speech by someone who already knows how dams are built, or, of course, from manipulating graphic or linguistic elements in such a way as to attain for himself a conception of what dams are and how they are built. This point is sometimes put in the form of an argument that cultural patterns are models, that they are sets of symbols whose relations to one another model relations among entities, processes, or what have you in physical, organic, social, or psychological systems by paralleling, imitating, or simulating them. Point 88. The term model has, however, two senses, an of sense and a for sense, and though these are but aspects of the same basic concept, they are very much worth distinguishing for analytic purposes. In the first, what is stressed is the manipulation of symbol structures so as to bring them, more or less closely, into parallel with the pre-established non-symbolic system, as when we grasp how dams work by developing a theory of hydraulics or constructing a flow chart. The theory or chart models physical relationships in such a way that is, by expressing their structure in synoptic form as to render them apprehensible, it is a model of reality. In the second, what is stressed is the manipulation of the non-symbolic systems in terms of the relationships expressed in the symbolic, as when we construct a dam according to the specifications implied in an hydraulic theory or the conclusions drawn from a flow chart. Here, the theory is a model under whose guidance physical relationships are organized. It is a model for reality. For psychological and social systems, and for cultural models that we would not ordinarily refer to as theories, but rather as doctrines, melodies, or rites, the case is in no way different. Unlike genes, and other non-symbolic information sources, which are only models for, not models of, culture patterns have an intrinsic double aspect. They give meaning, that is, objective conceptual form, to social and psychological reality, both by shaping themselves to it and by shaping it to themselves. It is, in fact, this double aspect which sets true symbols off from other sorts of significative forms. Models for are found, as the gene example suggests, through the whole order of nature, for wherever there is a communication of pattern, such programs are, in simple logic, required. Among animals, imprint learning is perhaps the most striking example, because what such learning involves is the automatic presentation of an appropriate sequence of behavior by a model animal in the presence of a learning animal which serves, equally automatically, to call out and stabilize a certain set of responses genetically built into the learning animal. Point 99. The communicative dance of two bees, one of which has found nectar and the other of which seeks it, is another, somewhat different. More complexly coded. Example. Point 10. Craik has even suggested that the thin trickle of water which first finds its way down from a mountain spring to the sea and smooths a little channel for the greater volume of water that follows after it plays a sort of model for function. Point 11. But models of linguistic, graphic, mechanical, natural, etc., processes which function not to provide sources of information in terms of which other processes can be patterned, but to represent those patterned processes. As such, to express their structure in an alternative medium are much rarer and may perhaps be confined, among living animals, to man. The perception of the structural congruence between one set of processes, activities, relations, entities, and so on, and another set for which it acts as a program, so that the program can be taken as a representation, or conception, a symbol of the programmed, is the essence of human thought. The intertransposability of models for and models of which symbolic formulation makes possible is the distinctive characteristic of our mentality. To establish powerful, pervasive, and long-lasting moods and motivations in men by. So far as religious symbols and symbol systems are concerned, this intertransposability is clear. The endurance, courage, independence, perseverance, and passionate willfulness in which the vision quest practices the Plains Indian are the same flamboyant virtues by which he attempts to live. While achieving a sense of revelation, he stabilizes a sense of direction. 12:12 The consciousness of defaulted obligation, secreted guilt, and, when a confession is obtained, public shame in which main seance rehearses him are the same sentiments that underlie the sort of duty ethic by which his property-conscious society is maintained. The gaining of an absolution involves the forging of a conscience. 13:13 And the same self-discipline which rewards a Javanese mystic staring fixedly into the flame of a lamp with what he takes to be an intimation of divinity drills him in that rigorous control of emotional expression which is necessary to a man who would follow a quietistic style of life. 14:14 Whether one sees the conception of a personal guardian spirit, a family tutelary, or an immanent God as synoptic formulations of the character of reality or as templates for producing reality with such a character seems largely arbitrary, a matter of which aspect, the model of or model for, one wants for the moment to bring into focus. The concrete symbols involved one or another mythological figure materializing in the wilderness, the skull of the deceased household head hanging censoriously in the rafters, or a disembodied voice in the stillness soundlessly chanting enigmatic classical poetry. In either direction, they both express the world's climate and shape it. They shape it by inducing in the worshipper a certain distinctive set of dispositions, tendencies, capacities, propensities, skills, habits, liabilities, proneses, which lend a chronic character to the flow of his activity and the quality of his experience. A disposition describes not an activity or an occurrence but a probability of an activity being performed or an occurrence occurring in certain circumstances. When a cow is said to be a ruminant, or a man is said to be a cigarette smoker, it is not being said that the cow is ruminating now or that the man is smoking a cigarette now. To be a ruminant is to tend to ruminate from time to time, and to be a cigarette smoker is to be in the habit of smoking cigarettes. 1515 Similarly, to be pious is not to be performing something we would call an act of piety, but to be liable to perform such acts. So, too, with the Plains Indians' bravura, the Manus compunctiousness, or the Javanese's quietism, which, in their contexts, form the substance of piety. The virtue of this sort of view of what are usually called mental traits or, if the Cartesianism is unavowed, psychological forces, both unobjectionable enough terms in themselves, is that it gets them out of any dim and inaccessible realm of private sensation into that same well-lit world of observables in which reside the brittleness of glass, the inflammability of paper, and, to return to the metaphor, the dampness of England. So far as religious activities are concerned, and learning a myth by heart is as much a religious activity as detaching one's finger at the knuckle, two somewhat different sorts of disposition are induced by them, moods and motivations. A motivation is a persisting tendency, a chronic inclination to perform certain sorts of acts and experience certain sorts of feeling in certain sorts of situations, the sorts being commonly very heterogeneous and rather ill-defined classes in all three cases. On hearing that a man is vain, i.e., motivated by vanity, we expect him to behave in certain ways, namely to talk a lot about himself, to cleave to the society of the eminent, to reject criticisms, to seek the footlights and to disengage himself from conversations about the merits of others. We expect him to indulge in roseate daydreams about his own successes, to avoid recalling past failures and to plan for his own advancement. To be vain is to tend to act in these and innumerable other kindred ways. Certainly we also expect the vain man to feel certain pangs and flutters in certain situations. We expect him to have an acute sinking feeling when an eminent person forgets his name, and to feel buoyant of heart and light of toe on hearing of the misfortunes of his rivals. But feelings of pique and buoyancy are not more directly indicative of vanity than are public acts of boasting or private acts of daydreaming. 1616. Similarly for any motivations. As a motive, flamboyant courage consists in such enduring propensities as to fast in the wilderness, to conduct solitary raids on enemy camps, and to thrill to the thought of counting coups. Moral circumspection consists in such ingrained tendencies as to honor onerous promises, to confess secret sins in the face of severe public disapproval, and to feel guilty when vague and generalized accusations are made at séances. And dispassionate tranquility consists in such persistent inclinations as to maintain one's poise come hell or high water, to experience distaste in the presence of even moderate emotional displays, and to indulge in contentless contemplations of featureless objects. Motives are thus neither acts, that is, intentional behaviors, nor feelings, but liabilities to perform particular classes of act or have particular classes of feeling. And when we say that a man is religious, that is, motivated by religion, this is at least part, though only part, of what we mean. Another part of what we mean is that he has, when properly stimulated, a susceptibility to fall into certain moods we sometimes lump together under such covering terms as reverential, solemn, or worshipful. Such generalized rubrics actually conceal, however, the enormous empirical variousness of the dispositions involved, and, in fact, tend to assimilate them to the unusually grave tone of most of our own religious life. The moods that sacred symbols induce, at different times and in different places, range from exultation to melancholy, from self-confidence to self-pity, from an incorrigible playfulness to a bland listlessness, to say nothing of the erogenous power of so many of the world's myths and rituals. No more than there is a single sort of motivation one can call piety is there a single sort of mood one can call worshipful. The major difference between moods and motivations is that where the latter are, so to speak, vectorial qualities, the former are merely scalar. Motives have a directional cast, they describe a certain overall course, gravitate towards certain, usually temporary, consummations. But moods vary only as to intensity, they go nowhere. They spring from certain circumstances, but they are responsive to no ends. Like fogs, they just settle and lift, like scents, suffuse and evaporate. When present they are totalistic. If one is sad, everything and everybody seems dreary; if one is gay, everything and everybody seems splendid. Thus, though a man can be vain, brave, willful, and independent at the same time, he can't very well be playful and listless, or exultant and melancholy, at the same time. 1717 Further, where motives persist for more or less extended periods of time, moods merely recur with greater or lesser frequency, coming and going for what are often quite unfathomable reasons. But perhaps the most important difference, so far as we are concerned, between moods and motivations is that motivations are made meaningful with reference to the ends toward which they are conceived to conduce, whereas moods are made meaningful with reference to the conditions from which they are conceived to spring. We interpret motives in terms of their consummations, but we interpret moods in terms of their sources. We say that a person is industrious because he wishes to succeed; we say that a person is worried because he is conscious of the hanging threat of nuclear holocaust. And this is no less the case when the interpretations are ultimate. Charity becomes Christian charity when it is enclosed in a conception of God's purposes; optimism is Christian optimism when it is grounded in a particular conception of God's nature. The assiduity of the Navajo finds its rationale in a belief that, since reality operates mechanically, it is coercible; their chronic fearfulness finds its rationale in a conviction that, however reality operates, it is both enormously powerful and terribly dangerous. 1818. By formulating conceptions of a general order of existence, and that the symbols or symbol systems which induce and define dispositions we set off as religious and those which place those dispositions in a cosmic framework are the same symbols ought to occasion no surprise. For what else do we mean by saying that a particular mood of awe is religious and not secular, except that it springs from entertaining a conception of all-pervading vitality like mana and not from a visit to the Grand Canyon? or that a particular case of asceticism is an example of a religious motivation, except that it is directed toward the achievement of an unconditioned end like nirvana and not a conditioned one like weight reduction? If sacred symbols did not at one and the same time induce dispositions in human beings and formulate, however obliquely, inarticulately, or unsystematically, general ideas of order, then the empirical differentia of religious activity or religious experience would not exist. A man can indeed be said to be religious about golf, but not merely if he pursues it with passion and plays it on Sundays, he must also see it as symbolic of some transcendent truths. And the pubescent boy gazing soulfully into the eyes of the pubescent girl in a William Steig cartoon and murmuring, "There is something about you, Ethel, which gives me a sort of religious feeling," is, like most adolescents, confused. What any particular religion affirms about the fundamental nature of reality may be obscure, shallow, or, all too often, perverse, but it must, if it is not to consist of the mere collection of received practices and conventional sentiments we usually refer to as moralism, affirm something. If one were to essay a minimal definition of religion today, it would perhaps not be Tyler's famous belief in spiritual beings, to which Goody, wearied of theoretical subtleties, has lately urged us to return, but rather what Salvador de Madariaga has called the relatively modest dogma that God is not mad 1919. Usually, of course, religions affirm very much more than this. We believe, as James remarked, all that we can and would believe everything if we only could. 2020 The thing we seem least able to tolerate is a threat to our powers of conception, a suggestion that our ability to create, grasp, and use symbols may fail us, for were this to happen, we would be more helpless, as I have already pointed out, than the beavers. The extreme generality, diffuseness, and variability of man's innate, that is, genetically programmed, response capacities means that without the assistance of cultural patterns he would be functionally incomplete, not merely a talented ape who had, like some underprivileged child, unfortunately been prevented from realizing his full potentialities, but a kind of formless monster with neither sense of direction nor power of self-control, a chaos of spasmodic impulses and vague emotions. Man depends upon symbols and symbol systems with a dependence so great as to be decisive for his creatural viability and, as a result, his sensitivity to even the remotest indication that they may prove unable to cope with one or another aspect of experience raises within him the gravest sort of anxiety. Man can adapt himself somehow to anything his imagination can cope with, but he cannot deal with chaos. Because his characteristic function and highest asset is conception, his greatest fright is to meet what he cannot construe, the uncanny, as it is popularly called. It need not be a new object. We do meet new things, and understand them promptly, if tentatively, by the nearest analogy, when our minds are functioning freely, but under mental stress even perfectly familiar things may become suddenly disorganized and give us the horrors. Therefore our most important assets are always the symbols of our general orientation in nature, on the earth, in society, and in what we are doing, the symbols of our Weltanschauung and Lebensanschauung. Consequently, in a primitive society, a daily ritual is incorporated in common activities, in eating, washing, fire-making, etc., as well as in pure ceremonial, because the need of reasserting the tribal morale and recognizing its cosmic conditions is constantly felt. In Christian Europe the Church brought men daily, in some orders even hourly, to their knees, to enact if not to contemplate their ascent to the ultimate concepts. 21:21. There are at least 3 points where chaos, a tumult of events which lack not just interpretations but interpretability, threatens to break in upon man, at the limits of his analytic capacities, at the limits of his powers of endurance, and at the limits of his moral insight. Bafflement, suffering, and a sense of intractable ethical paradox are all, if they become intense enough or are sustained long enough, radical challenges to the proposition that life is comprehensible and that we can, by taking thought, orient ourselves effectively within it, challenges with which any religion, however primitive, which hopes to persist must attempt somehow to cope. Of the 3 issues, it is the first which has been least investigated by modern social anthropologists, though Evans Pritchard's classic discussion of why granaries fall on some Ozanda and not on others, is a notable exception. Point 2222 Even to consider people's religious beliefs as attempts to bring anomalous events or experiences, death, dreams, mental fugues, volcanic eruptions, or marital infidelity within the circle of the at least potentially explicable seems to smack of Tylerianism or worse. But it does appear to be a fact that at least some men, in all probability, most men, are unable to leave unclarified problems of analysis merely unclarified, just to look at the stranger features of the world's landscape in dumb astonishment or bland apathy without trying to develop, however fantastic, inconsistent, or simple-minded, some notions as to how such features might be reconciled with the more ordinary deliverances of experience. Any chronic failure of one's explanatory apparatus, the complex of received culture patterns, common sense, science, philosophical speculation, myth, one has for mapping the empirical world, to explain things which cry out for explanation, tends to lead to a deep disquiet, a tendency rather more widespread and a disquiet rather deeper than we have sometimes supposed, since the pseudo-science view of religious belief was, quite rightfully, deposed. After all, even that high priest of heroic atheism, Lord Russell, once remarked that although the problem of the existence of God had never bothered him, the ambiguity of certain mathematical axioms had threatened to unhinge his mind. And Einstein's profound dissatisfaction with quantum mechanics was based on a surely religious inability to believe that, as he put it, God plays dice with the universe. But this quest for lucidity and the rush of metaphysical anxiety that occurs when empirical phenomena threaten to remain intransigently opaque is found on much humbler intellectual levels. Certainly, I was struck in my own work, much more than I had at all expected to be, by the degree to which my more animistically inclined informants behaved like true Tylerians. They seemed to be constantly using their beliefs to explain phenomena, or, more accurately, to convince themselves that the phenomena were explainable within the accepted scheme of things, for they commonly had only a minimal attachment to the particular soul possession, emotional disequilibrium, taboo infringement, or bewitchment hypothesis they advanced, and were all too ready to abandon it for some other, in the same genre, which struck them as more plausible given the facts of the case. What they were not ready to do was abandon it for no other hypothesis at all, to leave events to themselves. And what is more, they adopted this nervous cognitive stance with respect to phenomena which had no immediate practical bearing on their own lives, or for that matter on anyone's. When a peculiarly shaped, rather large toadstool grew up in a carpenter's house in the short space of a few days, or, some said, a few hours, people came from miles around to see it, and everyone had some sort of explanation, some animist, some animatist, some not quite either for it. Yet it would be hard to argue that the toadstool had any social value in Radcliffe Brown's sense, or was connected in any way with anything which did and for which it could have been standing proxy, like the Andaman cicada. 2323 Toadstools play about the same role in Javanese life as they do in ours, and in the ordinary course of things Javanese have about as much interest in them as we do. It was just that this one was odd, strange, uncanny and the odd, strange, and uncanny simply must be accounted for, or, again, the conviction that it could be accounted for sustained. One does not shrug off a toadstool which grows 5 times as fast as a toadstool has any right to grow. In the broadest sense, the strange toadstool did have implications, and critical ones, for those who heard about it. It threatened their most general ability to understand the world, raised the uncomfortable question of whether the beliefs which they held about nature were workable, the standards of truth they used valid. Nor is this to argue that it is only, or even mainly, sudden eruptions of extraordinary events which engender in man the disquieting sense that his cognitive resources may prove unavailing, or that this intuition appears only in its acute form. More commonly it is a persistent, constantly re-experienced difficulty in grasping certain aspects of nature, self, and society, in bringing certain elusive phenomena within the sphere of culturally formulatable fact, which renders man chronically uneasy and toward which a more equable flow of diagnostic symbols is consequently directed. It is what lies beyond a relatively fixed frontier of accredited knowledge that, looming as a constant background to the daily round of practical life, sets ordinary human experience in a permanent context of metaphysical concern and raises the dim, back of the mind suspicions that one may be adrift in an absurd world. Another subject which is matter for this characteristic intellectual inquiry among the Latmal is the nature of ripples and waves on the surface of water. It is said secretly that men, pigs, trees, grass, all the objects in the world are only patterns of waves. Indeed, there seems to be some agreement about this, although it perhaps conflicts with the theory of reincarnation, according to which the ghost of the dead is blown as a mist by the east wind up the river and into the womb of the deceased son's wife. Be that as it may, there is still the question of how ripples and waves are caused. The clan which claims the east wind as a totem is clear enough about this: the wind with her mosquito fan causes the waves. But other clans have personified the waves and say that they are a person, Kintamali, independent of the wind. Other clans, again, have other theories. On one occasion I took some Latmal natives down to the coast and found one of them sitting by himself gazing with rapt attention at the sea. It was a windless day, but a slow swell was breaking on the beach. Among the totemic ancestors of his clan he counted a personified slit gong who had floated down the river to the sea and who was believed to cause the waves. He was gazing at the waves which were heaving and breaking when no wind was blowing, demonstrating the truth of his clan myth. 2424. G. Battison, Navin, 2nd ed. Stanford, 1958. That the chronic and acute forms of this sort of cognitive concern are closely interrelated, and that responses to the more unusual occasions of it are patterned on responses established in coping with the more usual, is also clear from Battison's description. However, as he goes on to say, on another occasion I invited one of my informants to witness the development of photographic plates. I first desensitized the plates and then developed them in an open dish in moderate light, so that my informant was able to see the gradual appearance of the images. He was much interested, and some days later made me promise never to show this process to members of other clans. Kintamali was one of his ancestors, and he saw in the process of photographic development the actual embodiment of ripples into images, and regarded this as a demonstration of the clan's secret. The second experiential challenge, in whose face the meaningfulness of a particular pattern of life threatens to dissolve into a chaos of thingless names and nameless things, the problem of suffering, has been rather more investigated, or at least described, mainly because of the great amount of attention given in works on tribal religion to what are perhaps its two main loci, illness and mourning. Yet for all the fascinated interest in the emotional aura that surrounds these extreme situations, there has been, with a few exceptions such as Lienhardt's recent discussion of Dinka divining, little conceptual advance over the sort of crude confidence-type theory set forth by Malinowski, viz., that religion helps one to endure situations of emotional stress by opening up escapes from such situations and such impasses as offer no empirical way out except by ritual and belief into the domain of the supernatural. 2525. The inadequacy of this theology of optimism, as Nadal rather dryly called it, is, of course, radical. 2626. Over its career, religion has probably disturbed men as much as it has cheered them, forced them into a head-on, unblinking confrontation of the fact that they are born to trouble, as often as it has enabled them to avoid such a confrontation by projecting them into sort of infantile fairy tale worlds where Malinowski again hope cannot fail nor desire deceive. 2727. With the possible exception of Christian Science, there are few if any religious traditions, great or little, in which the proposition that life hurts is not strenuously affirmed, and in some it is virtually glorified. She was an old Baila woman of a family with a long genealogy. Leza, the besetting one, stretched out his hand against the family. He slew her mother and father while she was yet a child, and in the course of years all connected with her perished. She said to herself, "Surely I shall keep those who sit on my thighs." But no, even they, the children of her children, were taken from her. Then came into her heart a desperate resolution to find God and to ask the meaning of it all. So she began to travel, going through country after country, always with the thought in her mind, I shall come to where the earth ends, and there I shall find a road to God, and I shall ask him, what have I done to thee that thou afflictest me in this manner? She never found where the earth ends, but though disappointed she did not give up her search, and as she passed through the different countries they asked her, what have you come for, old woman? And the answer would be, I am seeking Leza. Seeking Leza. For what? My brothers, you ask me. Here in the nations is there one who suffers as I have suffered? And they would ask again, how have you suffered? In this way. I am alone. As you see me, a solitary old woman, that is how I am. And they answered, yes, we see. That is how you are. Bereaved of friends and husband. In what do you differ from others? The besetting one sits on the back of every one of us, and we cannot shake him off. She never obtained her desire, she died of a broken heart. 28:28. As a religious problem, the problem of suffering is, paradoxically, not how to avoid suffering but how to suffer, how to make of physical pain, personal loss, worldly defeat, or the helpless contemplation of others' agony something bearable, supportable, something, as we say, sufferable. It was in this effort that the Baila woman perhaps necessarily, perhaps not failed and, literally not knowing how to feel about what had happened to her, how to suffer, perished in confusion and despair. Where the more intellective aspects of what Weber called the problem of meaning are a matter affirming the ultimate explicability of experience, the more effective aspects are a matter of affirming its ultimate sufferableness. As religion on one side anchors the power of our symbolic resources for formulating analytic ideas in an authoritative conception of the overall shape of reality, so on another side it anchors the power of our, also symbolic, resources for expressing emotions, moods, sentiments, passions, affections, feelings in a similar conception of its pervasive tenor, its inherent tone and temper. For those able to embrace them, and for so long as they are able to embrace them, religious symbols provide a cosmic guarantee not only for their ability to comprehend the world, but also, comprehending it, to give a precision to their feeling, a definition to their emotions which enables them, morosely or joyfully, grimly or cavalierly, to endure it. Consider in this light the well-known Navajo curing rites usually referred to as Sings 29:29a. Sing the Navajo have about 60 different ones for different purposes, but virtually all of them are dedicated to removing some sort of physical or mental illness. Is a kind of religious psychodrama in which there are three main actors, the singer or curer, the patient, and, as a kind of antiphonal chorus, the patient's family and friends. The structure of all the Sings, the drama's plot, is quite similar. There are three main acts, a purification of the patient and audience, a statement, by means of repetitive chants and ritual manipulations, of the wish to restore well-being, harmony, in the patient, an identification of the patient with the holy people and his consequent cure. The purification rites involve forced sweating, induced vomiting, and so on, to expel the sickness from the patient physically. The chants, which are numberless, consist mainly of simple optative phrases, may the patient be well, I am getting better all over, etc. And, finally, the identification of the patient with the holy people, and thus with cosmic order generally, is accomplished through the agency of a sand painting depicting the holy people in one or another appropriate mythic setting. The singer places the patient on the painting, touching the feet, hands, knees, shoulders, breast, back, and head of the divine figures and then the corresponding parts of the patient, performing thus what is essentially a bodily identification of the human and the divine. 30:30 This is the climax of the Sing. The whole curing process may be likened, Richard says, to a spiritual osmosis in which the illness in man and the power of the deity penetrate the ceremonial membrane in both directions, the former being neutralized by the latter. Sickness seeps out in the sweat, vomit, and other purification rites, health seeps in as the Navajo patient touches, through the medium of the singer, the sacred sand painting. Clearly, the symbolism of the Sing focuses upon the problem of human suffering and attempts to cope with it by placing it in a meaningful context, providing a mode of action through which it can be expressed, being expressed understood, and being understood, endured. The sustaining effect of the sing, and since the commonest disease is tuberculosis, it can in most cases be only sustaining, rests ultimately on its ability to give the stricken person a vocabulary in terms of which to grasp the nature of his distress and relate it to the wider world. Like a Calvary, a recitation of Buddha's emergence from his father's palace, or a performance of Oedipus Tyrannos in other religious traditions, a sing is mainly concerned with the presentation of a specific and concrete image of truly human, and so endurable, suffering powerful enough to resist the challenge of emotional meaninglessness raised by the existence of intense and unremovable brood pain. The problem of suffering passes easily into the problem of evil, for if suffering is severe enough it usually, though not always, seems morally undeserved as well, at least to the sufferer. But they are not, however, exactly the same thing, a fact I think Weber, too influenced by the biases of a monotheistic tradition in which, as the various aspects of human experience must be conceived to proceed from a single, voluntaristic source, man's pain reflects directly on God's goodness, did not fully recognize in his generalization of the dilemmas of Christian theodicy eastward. For where the problem of suffering is concerned with threats to our ability to put our undisciplined squads of emotion into some sort of soldierly order, the problem of evil is concerned with threats to our ability to make sound moral judgments. What is involved in the problem of evil is not the adequacy of our symbolic resources to govern our effective life, but the adequacy of those resources to provide a workable set of ethical criteria, normative guides to govern our action. The vexation here is the gap between things as they are and as they ought to be if our conceptions of right and wrong make sense, the gap between what we deem various individuals deserve and what we see that they get, a phenomenon summed up in that profound quatrain. The rain falls on the just, and on the unjust fella, but mainly upon the just, because the unjust has the just's umbrella. Or if this seems too flippant an expression of an issue that, in somewhat different form, animates the Book of Job and the Bhagavad Gita, the following classical Javanese poem, known, sung, and repeatedly quoted in Java by virtually everyone over the age of 6, puts the point: the discrepancy between moral prescriptions and material rewards, the seeming inconsistency of is and ought, rather more elegantly. We have lived to see a time without order, in which everyone is confused in his mind. One cannot bear to join in the madness. But if he does not do so, he will not share in the spoils, and will starve as a result. Yes, God, wrong is wrong. Happy are those who forget. Happier yet those who remember and have deep insight. Nor is it necessary to be theologically self-conscious to be religiously sophisticated. The concern with intractable ethical paradox, the disquieting sense that one's moral insight is inadequate to one's moral experience, is as alive on the level of so-called primitive religion as it is on that of the so-called civilized. The set of notions about division in the world that Leonhardt describes for the Dinka is a useful case in point. 3131. Like so many peoples, the Dinka believe that the sky, where divinity is located, and earth, where man dwells, were at one time contiguous, the sky lying just above the earth and being connected to it by a rope, so that men could move at will between the two realms. There was no death, and the first man and woman were permitted but a single grain of millet a day, which was all that they at that time required. One day, the woman of course decided, out of greed, to plant more than the permitted grain of millet, and in her avid haste and industry accidentally struck divinity with the handle of the hoe. Offended, he severed the rope, withdrew into the distant sky of today, and left man to labor for his food, to suffer sickness and death, and to experience separation from the source of his being, his creator. Yet the meaning of this strangely familiar story to the Dinka is, as indeed is Genesis to Jews and Christians, not homiletic but descriptive. Those Dinka who have commented on these stories have sometimes made it clear that their sympathies lie with man in his plight, and draw attention to the smallness of the fault for which divinity withdrew the benefits of his closeness. The image of striking divinity with a hoe often evokes a certain amusement, almost as though the story were indulgently being treated as too childish to explain the consequences attributed to the event. But it is clear that the point of the story of divinity's withdrawal from men is not to suggest an improving moral judgment on human behavior. It is to represent a total situation known to the Dinka today. Men now are as the first man and woman then became active, self-assertive, inquiring, acquisitive. Yet they are also subject to suffering and death, ineffective, ignorant and poor. Life is insecure, human calculations often prove erroneous, and men must often learn by experience that the consequences of their acts are quite other than they may have anticipated or consider equitable. Divinity's withdrawal from man as the result of a comparatively trifling offense, by human standards, presents the contrast between equitable human judgments and the action of the power which are held ultimately to control what happens in Dinka life. To the Dinka, the moral order is ultimately constituted according to principles which often elude men, which experience and tradition in part reveal, and which human action cannot change. The myth of divinity's withdrawal then reflects the facts of existence as they are known. The Dinka are in a universe which is largely beyond their control, and where events may contradict the most reasonable human expectations. 32:32. Thus the problem of evil, or perhaps one should say the problem about evil, is in essence the same sort of problem of or about bafflement and the problem of or about suffering. The strange opacity of certain empirical events, the dumb senselessness of intense or inexorable pain, and the enigmatic unaccountability of gross iniquity all raise the uncomfortable suspicion that perhaps the world, and hence man's life in the world, has no genuine order at all, no empirical regularity, no emotional form, no moral coherence. And the religious response to this suspicion is in each case the same, the formulation, by means of symbols, of an image of such a genuine order of the world which will account for, and even celebrate, the perceived ambiguities, puzzles, and paradoxes in human experience. The effort is not to deny the undeniable that there are unexplained events, that life hurts, or that rain falls upon the just, but to deny that there are inexplicable events, that life is unendurable, and that justice is a mirage. The principles which constitute the moral order may indeed often elude men, as Lienhardt puts it, in the same way as fully satisfactory explanations of anomalous events or effective forms for the expression of feeling often elude them. What is important, to a religious man at least, is that this elusiveness be accounted for, that it be not the result of the fact that there are no such principles, explanations, or forms, that life is absurd and the attempt to make moral, intellectual, or emotional sense out of experience is bootless. The Dinka can admit, in fact insist upon, the moral ambiguities and contradictions of life as they live it, because these ambiguities and contradictions are seen not as ultimate, but as the rational, natural, logical, one may choose one's own adjective here, for none of them is truly adequate, outcome of the moral structure of reality which the myth of the withdrawn divinity depicts, or as Lienhardt says, images. The problem of meaning in each of its integrating aspects, how these aspects in fact integrate in each particular case, what sort of interplay there is between the sense of analytic, emotional, and moral impotence, seems to me one of the outstanding, and except for Weber untouched, problems for comparative research in this whole field, is a matter of affirming, or at least recognizing, the inescapability of ignorance, pain, and injustice on the human plane while simultaneously denying that these irrationalities are characteristic of the world as a whole. And it is in terms of religious symbolism, a symbolism relating man's sphere of existence to a wider sphere within which it is conceived to rest, that both the affirmation and the denial are made. 33:33. This is not, however, to say that everyone in every society does this, for as the immortal Don Marquis once remarked, you don't have to have a soul unless you really want one. The oft-heard generalization that religion is a human universal embodies a confusion between the probably true, though on present evidence unprovable, proposition that there is no human society in which cultural patterns that we can, under the present definition or one like it, call religious are totally lacking, and the surely untrue proposition that all men in all societies are, in any meaningful sense of the term, religious. But if the anthropological study of religious commitment is underdeveloped, the anthropological study of religious non-commitment is non-existent. The anthropology of religion will have come of age when some more subtle Malinowski writes a book called Belief and Unbelief, or even Faith and Hypocrisy, in a Savage Society. And clothing those conceptions with such an aura of factuality that there arises here, however, a more profound question: how is it that this denial comes to be believed? How is it that the religious man moves from a troubled perception of experienced disorder to a more or less settled conviction of fundamental order? Just what does belief mean in a religious context? Of all the problems surrounding attempts to conduct anthropological analysis of religion, this is the one that has perhaps been most troublesome and therefore the most often avoided, usually by relegating it to psychology, that raffish outcast discipline to which social anthropologists are forever consigning phenomena they are unable to deal with within the framework of a denatured Durkheimianism. But the problem will not go away. It is not merely psychological, nothing social is, and no anthropological theory of religion which fails to attack it is worthy of the name. We have been trying to stage Hamlet without the prince quite long enough. It seems to me that it is best to begin any approach to this issue with frank recognition that religious belief involves not a Baconian induction from everyday experience, for then we should all be agnostics, but rather a prior acceptance of authority which transforms that experience. The existence of bafflement, pain, and moral paradox of the problem of meaning is one of the things that drives men toward belief in gods, devils, spirits, totemic principles, or the spiritual efficacy of cannibalism. An enfolding sense of beauty or a dazzling perception of power are others, but it is not the basis upon which those beliefs rest, but rather their most important field of application. We point to the state of the world as illustrative of doctrine, but never as evidence for it. So Belson illustrates a world of original sin, but original sin is not an hypothesis to account for happenings like Belson. We justify a particular religious belief by showing its place in the total religious conception. We justify a religious belief as a whole by referring to authority. We accept authority because we discover it at some point in the world at which we worship, at which we accept the lordship of something not ourselves. We do not worship authority, but we accept authority as defining the worshipful. So someone may discover the possibility of worship in the life of the Reformed churches and accept the Bible as authoritative, or in the Roman Church and accept papal authority. 34:34. This is, of course, a Christian statement of the matter, but it is not to be despised on that account. In tribal religions, authority lies in the persuasive power of traditional imagery, in mystical ones in the apodictic force of supersensible experience, in charismatic ones in the hypnotic attraction of an extraordinary personality. But the priority of the acceptance of an authoritative criterion in religious matters over the revelation which is conceived to flow from that acceptance is not less complete than in scriptural or hieratic ones. The basic axiom underlying what we may perhaps call the religious perspective is everywhere the same: he who would know must first believe. But to speak of the religious perspective is, by implication, to speak of one perspective among others. A perspective is a mode of seeing, in that extended sense of see in which it means discern, apprehend, understand, or grasp. It is a particular way of looking at life, a particular manner of construing the world, as when we speak of an historical perspective, a scientific perspective, an aesthetic perspective, a common sense perspective, or even the bizarre perspective embodied in dreams and in hallucinations. 35:35. The question then comes down to, first, what is the religious perspective generically considered, as differentiated from other perspectives, and second, how do men come to adopt it? The term attitude, as in aesthetic attitude or natural attitude, is another, perhaps more common term for what I have here called perspective. For the first, C.C. Bell, Art, London, 1914, for the second, though the phrase is originally Husserl's, C.A. Geertz, The Problem of Social Reality, Volume 1 of Collected Papers, The Hague, 1962. But I have avoided it because of its strong subjectivist connotations. its tendency to place the stress upon a supposed inner state of an actor rather than on a certain sort of relation, a symbolically mediated one between an actor and a situation. This is not to say, of course, that a phenomenological analysis of religious experience, if cast in intersubjective, non-transcendental, genuinely scientific terms, example W. Percy, Symbol, Consciousness and Intersubjectivity, Journal of Philosophy 15, 1958, 631, 641, is not essential to a full understanding of religious belief, but merely that is not the focus of my concern here. Outlook, frame of reference, frame of mind, orientation, stance, mental set, and so on, are other terms sometimes employed, depending upon whether the analyst wishes to stress the social, psychological, or cultural aspects of the matter. If we place the religious perspective against the background of three of the other major perspectives in terms of which men construe the world, the commonsensical, the scientific, and the aesthetic, its special character emerges more sharply. What distinguishes common sense as a mode of seeing is, as Geertz has pointed out, a simple acceptance of the world, its objects, and its processes as being just what they seem to be, what is sometimes called naive realism, and the pragmatic motive, the wish to act upon that world so as to bend it to one's practical purposes, to master it, or so far as that proves impossible, to adjust to it. 3636 The world of everyday life, itself, of course, a cultural product, for it is framed in terms of the symbolic conceptions of stubborn fact handed down from generation to generation, is the established scene and given object of our actions. Like Mt. Everest, it is just there, and the thing to do with it, if one feels the need to do anything with it at all, is to climb it. In the scientific perspective, it is precisely this givenness which disappears. 3737 Deliberate doubt and systematic inquiry, the suspension of the pragmatic motive in favor of disinterested observation, the attempt to analyze the world in terms of formal concepts whose relationship to the informal conceptions of common sense become increasingly problematic, there are the hallmarks of the attempt to grasp the world scientifically. And as for the aesthetic perspective, which under the rubric of the aesthetic attitude has been perhaps most exquisitely examined, it involves a different sort of suspension of naive realism and practical interest, in that instead of questioning the credentials of everyday experience, one merely ignores that experience in favor of an eager dwelling upon appearances, an engrossment in surfaces, an absorption in things, as we say, in themselves. The function of artistic illusion is not make believe, but the very opposite, disengagement from belief, the contemplation of sensory qualities without their usual meanings of here's that chair, that's my telephone, etc. The knowledge that what is before us has no practical significance in the world is what enables us to give attention to its appearance as such. 3838 And like the common-sensical and the scientific, or the historical, the philosophical and the artistic, this perspective, this way of seeing is not the product of some mysterious Cartesian chemistry, but is induced, mediated, and in fact created by means of curious quasi-objects, poems, dramas, sculptures, symphonies which, dissociating themselves from the solid world of common sense, take on the special sort of eloquence only sheer appearances can achieve. The religious perspective differs from the commonsensical in that, as already pointed out, it moves beyond the realities of everyday life to wider ones which correct and complete them, and its defining concern is not action upon those wider realities but acceptance of them, faith in them. It differs from the scientific perspective in that it questions the realities of everyday life not out of an institutionalized skepticism which dissolves the world's givenness into a swirl of probabilistic hypotheses, but in terms of what it takes to be wider, non-hypothetical truths. Rather than detachment, its watchword is commitment, rather than analysis, encounter. And it differs from art in that instead of effecting a disengagement from the whole question of factuality, deliberately manufacturing an air of semblance and illusion, it deepens the concern with fact and seeks to create an aura of utter actuality. It is this sense of the really real upon which the religious perspective rests and which the symbolic activities of religion as a cultural system are devoted to producing, intensifying, and, so far as possible, rendering inviolable by the discordant revelations of secular experience. It is, again, the imbuing of a certain specific complex of symbols of the metaphysic they formulate and the style of life they recommend with a persuasive authority which, from an analytic point of view, is the essence of religious action. Which brings us, at length, to ritual. For it is in ritual, that is, consecrated behavior, that this conviction that religious conceptions are veridical and that religious directives are sound is somehow generated. It is in some sort of ceremonial form, even if that form be hardly more than the recitation of a myth, the consultation of an oracle, or the decoration of a grave, that the moods and motivations which sacred symbols induce in men and the general conceptions of the order of existence which they formulate for men meet and reinforce one another. In a ritual, the world as lived and the world as imagined, fused under the agency of a single set of symbolic forms, turn out to be the same world, producing thus that idiosyncratic transformation in one sense of reality to which Santayana refers in my epigraph. Whatever role divine intervention may or may not play in the creation of faith, and it is not the business of the scientist to pronounce upon such matters one way or the other, it is, primarily at least, out of the context of concrete acts of religious observance that religious conviction emerges on the human plane. However, though any religious ritual, no matter how apparently automatic or conventional, if it is truly automatic or merely conventional it is not religious, involves this symbolic fusion of ethos and worldview, it is mainly certain more elaborate and usually more public ones in which a broad range of moods and motivations on the one hand and of metaphysical conceptions on the other are caught up, which shape the spiritual consciousness of a people. Employing a useful term introduced by Singer, we may call these full-blown ceremonies cultural performances, and note that they represent not only the point at which the dispositional and conceptual aspects of religious life converge for the believer, but also the point at which the interaction between them can be most readily examined by the detached observer. Whenever Madrasi Brahmans, and non-Brahmins, too, for that matter, wished to exhibit to me some feature of Hinduism, they always referred to, or invited me to see, a particular rite or ceremony in the life cycle, in a temple festival, or in the general sphere of religious and cultural performances. Reflecting on this in the course of my interviews and observations, I found that the more abstract generalizations about Hinduism, my own as well as those I heard, could generally be checked, directly or indirectly, against these observable performances. 3939. Of course, all cultural performances are not religious performances, and the line between those that are and artistic, or even political, ones is often not so easy to draw in practice, for, like social forms, symbolic forms can serve multiple purposes. But the point is that, paraphrasing slightly, Indians and perhaps all peoples seem to think of their religion as encapsulated in these discrete performances which they can exhibit to visitors and to themselves. 4040 The mode of exhibition is however radically different for the two sorts of witness, a fact seemingly overlooked by those who would argue that religion is a form of human art. 4141 Where for visitors religious performances can, in the nature of the case, only be presentations of a particular religious perspective, and thus aesthetically appreciated or scientifically dissected. For participants they are in addition enactments, materializations, realizations of it, not only models of what they believe, but also models for the believing of it. In these plastic dramas men attain their faith as they portray it. As a case in point, let me take a spectacularly theatrical cultural performance from Bali, that in which a terrible witch called Rangda engages in a ritual combat with an endearing monster called Barong. 4242 Usually, but not inevitably presented on the occasion of a death temple celebration, the drama consists of a masked dance in which the witch, depicted as a wasted old widow, prostitute, and eater of infants, comes to spread plague and death upon the land and is opposed by the monster depicted as a kind of cross between a clumsy bear, a silly puppy, and a strutting Chinese dragon. Rangda, danced by a single male, is a hideous figure. Her eyes bulge from her forehead like swollen boils. Her teeth become tusks curving up over her cheeks and fangs protruding down over her chin. Her yellowed hair falls down around her in a matted tangle. Her breasts are dry and pendulous dugs edged with hair, between which hang, like so many sausages, strings of colored entrails. Her long red tongue is a stream of fire. And as she dances she splays her dead white hands, from which protrude 10-inch claw-like fingernails, out in front of her and utters unnerving shrieks of metallic laughter. Barong, danced by two men fore and aft in vaudeville horse fashion, is another matter. His shaggy sheepdog coat is hung with gold and mica ornaments that glitter in the half-light. He is adorned with flowers, sashes, feathers, mirrors, and a comical beard made from human hair. And though a demon too, his eyes also pop and he snaps his fanged jaws with seemly fierceness when faced with Rangda or other affronts to his dignity. The cluster of tinkling bells which hang from his absurdly arching tail somehow contrives to take most of the edge off his fearfulness. If Rangda is a satanic image, Barong is a farcical one, and their clash is a clash, an inconclusive one, between the malignant and the ludicrous. The Rangda-Barong complex has been extensively described and analyzed by a series of unusually gifted ethnographers, and I shall make no attempt to present it here in more than schematic form. See, for example, J. Balo, Bali, Rangda and Barong, New York, 1949, J. Balo, Trance in Bali, New York, 1960, B. Dazut and W. Spies, Dance and Drama in Bali, London, 1938, G. Battison and M. Mead, Balinese Character, New York, 1942, M. Covarrubias, The Island of Bali, New York, 1937. Much of my interpretation of the complex rests on personal observations made in Bali during 1957 to 1958. This odd counterpoint of implacable malice and low comedy pervades the whole performance. Rangda, clutching her magical white cloth, moves around in a slow stagger, now pausing immobile in thought or uncertainty, now lurching suddenly forward. The moment of her entry, one sees those terrible long-nailed hands first as she emerges through the split gateway at the top of a short flight of stone stairs, is one of terrific tension when it seems, to a visitor at least, that everyone is about to break and run in panic. She herself seems insane with fear and hatred as she screams deprecations at Barong amid the wild clanging of the gamelan. She may in fact go amok. I have myself seen Rangdas hurl themselves headlong into the gamelan or run frantically about in total confusion, being subdued and reoriented only by the combined force of a half-dozen spectators, and one hears many tales of amok Rangdas holding a whole village in terror for hours and of impersonators becoming permanently deranged by their experiences. But Barong, though he is charged with the same Mana-like sacred power, Sakti in Balinese, as Rangda, and his impersonators are also entranced, seems to have very great difficulty in being serious. He frolics with his retinue of demons, who add to the gaiety by indelicate pranks of their own, lies down on a metalaphone while it is being played or beats on a drum with his legs, moves in one direction in his front half and another in his rear or bends his segmented body into foolish contortions, brushes flies from his body or sniffs aromas in the air, and generally prances about in paroxysms of narcissistic vanity. The contrast is not absolute, for Rangda is sometimes momentarily comic as when she pretends to polish the mirrors on Barong's coat, and Barong becomes rather more serious after Rangda appears, nervously clacking his jaws at her and ultimately attacking her directly. Nor are the humorous and the horrible always kept rigidly separated, as in that strange scene in one section of the cycle in which several minor witches, disciples of Rangda, toss the corpse of a stillborn child around to the wild amusement of the audience, or another, no less strange, in which the sight of a pregnant woman alternating hysterically between tears and laughter while being knocked about by a group of grave diggers, seems for some reason excruciatingly funny. The twin themes of horror and hilarity find their purest expression in the two protagonists and their endless, indecisive struggle for dominance, but they are woven with deliberate intricacy through the whole texture of the drama. They, or rather the relations between them, are what it is about. It is unnecessary to attempt a thoroughgoing description of a Rangda, Barong performance here. Such performances vary widely in detail, consist of several not too closely integrated parts, and in any case are so complex in structure as to defy easy summary. For our purposes, the main point to be stressed is that the drama is, for the Balinese, not merely a spectacle to be watched but a ritual to be enacted. There is no aesthetic distance here separating actors from audience and placing the depicted events in an unenterable world of illusion, and by the time a full-scale Rangda, Barong encounter has been concluded, a majority, often nearly all, of the members of the group sponsoring it will have become caught up in it not just imaginatively but bodily. In one of Balo's examples I count upwards of 75 people, men, women, and children taking part in the activity at some point or other, and 30 to 40 participants is in no way unusual. As a performance, the drama is like a high mass, not like a presentation of murder in the cathedral, it is a drawing near, not a standing back. In part, this entry into the body of the ritual takes place through the agency of the various supporting roles contained in it: minor witches, demons, various sorts of legendary and mythical figures which selected villagers enact. But mostly it takes place through the agency of an extraordinarily developed capacity for psychological dissociation on the part of a very large segment of the population. A Rangda Barong struggle is inevitably marked by anywhere from 3 or 4 to several dozen spectators becoming possessed by one or another demon, falling into violent trances like firecrackers going off one after the other, 43, and, snatching up krises, rushing to join the fray. Mass trance, spreading like a panic, projects the individual Balinese out of the commonplace world in which he usually lives into that most uncommonplace one in which Rangda and Barong live. To become entranced is, for the Balinese, to cross a threshold into another order of existence. The word for trance is nadi, from dadi, often translated to become, but which might be even more simply rendered as to be. And even those who, for whatever reasons, do not make this spiritual crossing are caught up in the proceedings, for it is they who must keep the frenzied activities of the entranced from getting out of hand by the application of physical restraint if they are ordinary men, by the sprinkling of holy water and the chanting of spells if they are priests. At its height a Rangda, Barong right hovers, or at least seems to hover, on the brink of mass amok with the diminishing band of the unentranced striving desperately, and, it seems, almost always successfully, to control the growing band of the entranced. Balo, trance in Bali. In its standard form, if it can be said to have a standard form, the performance begins with an appearance of Barong, prancing and preening, as a general prophylactic against what is to follow. Then may come various mythic scenes relating the story, not always precisely the same ones upon which the performance is based, until finally Barong and then Rangda appear. Their battle begins. Barong drives Rangda back toward the gate of the Death Temple. But he has not the power to expel her completely, and he is in turn driven back toward the village. At length, when it seems as though Rangda will finally prevail, a number of entranced men rise, krises in hand, and rush to support Barong. But as they approach Rangda, who has turned her back in meditation, she wheels upon them and, waving her sakti white cloth, leaves them comatose on the ground. Rangda then hastily retires, or is carried, to the temple, where she herself collapses, hidden from the aroused crowd which, my informants said, would kill her were it to see her in a helpless state. The Barong moves among the kris dancers and wakens them by snapping his jaws at them or nuzzling them with his beard. As they return, still entranced, to consciousness, they are enraged by the disappearance of Rangda, and unable to attack her they turn their krises, harmlessly because they are entranced, against their own chests in frustration. Usually sheer pandemonium breaks out at this point, with members of the crowd, of both sexes, falling into trance all around the courtyard and rushing out to stab themselves, wrestle with one another, devour live chicks or excrement, wallow convulsively in the mud, and so on, while the non-entranced attempt to relieve them of their krises and keep them at least minimally in order. In time, the trancers sink, one by one, into coma, from which they are aroused by the priest's holy water, and the great battle is over once more, a complete standoff. Rangda has not been conquered, but neither has she conquered. One place to search for the meaning of this ritual is in the collection of myths, tales, and explicit beliefs which it supposedly enacts. However, Not only are these various and variable, for some people Rangda is an incarnation of Durga, Shiva's malignant consort, for others she is Queen Mahendrata, a figure from a court legend set in 11th century Java, for yet others, the spiritual leader of witches as the Brahmana priest is the spiritual leader of men. Notions of who, or what, Barong is are equally diverse and even vaguer, but they seem to play only a secondary role in the Balinese perception of the drama. It is in the direct encounter with the two figures in the context of the actual performance that the villager comes to know them as, so far as he is concerned, genuine realities. They are, then, not representations of anything, but presences. And when the villagers go into trance they become nadi themselves, part of the realm in which those presences exist. To ask, as I once did, a man who has been Rangda whether he thinks she is real is to leave oneself open to the suspicion of idiocy. The acceptance of authority that underlies the religious perspective that the ritual embodies thus flows from the enactment of the ritual itself. By inducing a set of moods and motivations, an ethos, and defining an image of cosmic order, a worldview by means of a single set of symbols, the performance makes the model for and model of aspects of religious belief mere transpositions of one another. Rangda evokes fear, as well as hatred, disgust, cruelty, horror, and, though I have not been able to treat the sexual aspects of the performance here, lust, but she also depicts it. The fascination which the figure of the witch holds for the Balinese imagination can only be explained when it is recognized that the witch is not only a fear-inspiring figure, but that she is fear. Her hands with their long menacing fingernails do not clutch and claw at her victims, although children who play at being witches do curl their hands in such gestures. But the witch herself spreads her arms with palms out and her finger flexed backward, in the gesture the Balinese call kapar, a term which they apply to the sudden startled reaction of a man who falls from a tree. Only when we see the witch as herself afraid, as well as frightening, is it possible to explain her appeal, and the pathos which surrounds her as she dances, hairy, forbidding, tusked and alone, giving her occasional high eerie laugh. 4444. G. Battison and M. Mead, Balinese character, p. 36. And on his side Barong not only induces laughter, he incarnates the Balinese version of the comic spirit, a distinctive combination of playfulness, exhibitionism, and extravagant love of elegance, which, along with fear, is perhaps the dominant motive in their life. The constantly recurring struggle of Rangda and Barong to an inevitable draw is thus for the believing Balinese both the formulation of a general religious conception and the authoritative experience which justifies, even compels, its acceptance. That the moods and motivations seem uniquely realistic. But no one, not even a saint, lives in the world religious symbols formulate all of the time, and the majority of men live in it only at moments. The everyday world of common sense objects and practical acts is, as Geertz says, the paramount reality in human experience, paramount in the sense that it is the world in which we are most solidly rooted, whose inherent actuality we can hardly question, however much we may question certain portions of it, and from whose pressures and requirements we can least escape. 4545. A man, even large groups of men, may be aesthetically insensitive, religiously unconcerned, and unequipped to pursue formal scientific analysis, but he cannot be completely lacking in common sense and survive. The dispositions which religious rituals induce thus have their most important impact from a human point of view outside the boundaries of the ritual itself, as they reflect back to color the individual's conception of the established world of bare fact. The peculiar tone that marks the Plains Vision Quest, the Manus Confession, or the Javanese mystical exercise pervades areas of the life of these peoples far beyond the immediately religious, impressing upon them a distinctive style in the sense both of a dominant mood and a characteristic movement. The interweaving of the malignant and the comic, which the Rangda Barong combat depicts, animates a very wide range of everyday Balinese behavior, much of which, like the ritual itself, has an air of candid fear narrowly contained by obsessive playfulness. Religion is sociologically interesting not because, as vulgar positivism would have it, it describes the social order, which, in so far as it does not only very obliquely but very incompletely, but because, like environment, political power, wealth, jural obligation, personal affection, and a sense of beauty, it shapes it. The movement back and forth between the religious perspective and the common sense perspective is actually one of the more obvious empirical occurrences on the social scene, though, again, one of the most neglected by social anthropologists, virtually all of whom have seen it happen countless times. Religious belief has usually been presented as a homogeneous characteristic of an individual, like his place of residence, his occupational role, his kinship position, and so on. But religious belief in the midst of ritual, where it engulfs the total person, transporting him, so far as he is concerned, into another mode of existence, and religious belief as the pale, remembered reflection of that experience in the midst of everyday life are not precisely the same thing, and the failure to realize this has led to some confusion, most especially in connection with the so-called primitive mentality problem. Much of the difficulty between Levi-Bruhl and Malinowski on the nature of native thought, for example, arises from a lack of full recognition of this distinction, for where the French philosopher was concerned with the view of reality savages adopted when taking a specifically religious perspective, the Polish-English ethnographer was concerned with that which they adopted when taking a strictly common sense 1.4646. Both perhaps vaguely sensed that they were not talking about exactly the same thing, but where they went astray was in failing to give a specific accounting of the way in which these two forms of thought, or, as I would rather say, these two modes of symbolic formulations interacted, so that where Levi-Bruhl's savages tended to live, despite his post-ludial disclaimers, in a world composed entirely of mystical encounters, Malinowski's tended to live, despite his stress on the functional importance of religion, in a world composed entirely of practical actions. They became reductionists. An idealist is as much of a reductionist as a materialist, in spite of themselves, because they failed to see man as moving more or less easily, and very frequently, between radically contrasting ways of looking at the world, ways which are not continuous with one another but separated by cultural gaps across which Kierkegaardian leaps must be made in both directions. There are as many innumerable kinds of different shock experiences as there are different finite provinces of meaning upon which I may bestow the accent of reality. Some instances are, the shock of falling asleep as the leap into the world of dreams, the inner transformation we endure if the curtain in the theater rises as the transition to the world of the stage play, the radical change in our attitude if, before a painting, we permit our visual field to be limited by what is within the frame as the passage into the pictorial world, our quandary relaxing into laughter, if, in listening to a joke, we are for a short time ready to accept the fictitious world of the jest as a reality in relation to which the world of our daily life takes on the character of foolishness, the child's turning toward his toy as the transition into the play world, and so on. But also the religious experiences in all their varieties. For instance, Kierkegaard's experience of the instant as the leap into the religious sphere are examples of such a shock, as well as the decision of the scientist to replace all passionate participation in the affairs of this world by a disinterested analytical attitude. 4747. The recognition and exploration of the qualitative difference in empirical, not a transcendental difference between religion pure and religion applied, between an encounter with the supposedly really real and a viewing of ordinary experience in light of what that encounter seems to reveal, will, therefore, take us further toward an understanding of what a borrower means when he says I am a parakeet, or a Christian when he says I am a sinner, than either a theory of primitive mysticism in which the commonplace world disappears into a cloud of curious ideas, or of a primitive pragmatism in which religion disintegrates into a collection of useful fictions. The parakeet example, which I take from Percy, is a good 1.4848. For, as he points out, it is unsatisfactory to say either that the borrower thinks he is literally a parakeet, for he does not try to mate with other parakeets, that his statement is false or nonsense, for, clearly, he is not offering, or at least not only offering, the sort of class membership argument which can be confirmed or refuted as, say, I am a borrower can be confirmed or refuted, or yet again that it is false. Scientifically but true mythically, because that leads immediately to the pragmatic fiction notion which, as it denies the accolade of truth to myth in the very act of bestowing it, is internally self-contradictory. More coherently, it would seem to be necessary to see the sentence as having a different sense in the context of the finite province of meaning which makes up the religious perspective and of that which makes up the commonsensical. In the religious, our borrower is really a parakeet, and given the proper ritual context might well mate with other parakeets, with metaphysical ones like himself, not commonplace ones such as those which fly bodily about in ordinary trees. In the commonsensical perspective, he is a parakeet in the sense I assume that he belongs to a clan whose members regard the parakeet as their totem, a membership from which, given the fundamental nature of reality as the religious perspective reveals it, certain moral and practical consequences flow. A man who says he is a parakeet is, if he says it in normal conversation, saying that, as myth and ritual demonstrate, he is shot through with parakeetness, and that this religious fact has some crucial social implications. We parakeets must stick together, not marry one another, not eat mundane parakeets, and so on, for to do otherwise is to act against the grain of the whole universe. It is this placing of proximate acts in ultimate contexts that makes religion, frequently at least, socially so powerful. It alters, often radically, the whole landscape presented to common sense, alters it in such a way that the moods and motivations induced by religious practice seem themselves supremely practical, the only sensible ones to adopt given the way things really are. W. Percy, The Symbolic Structure of Interpersonal Process, Psychiatry 24, 1961, 39-52. Having ritually leapt, the image is perhaps a bit too athletic for the actual facts slipped might be more accurate, into the framework of meaning which religious conceptions define, and the ritual ended, returned again to the common sense world, a man is, unless, as sometimes happens, the experience fails to register changed. And as he is changed, so also is the common sense world, for it is now seen as but the partial form of a wider reality which corrects and completes it. But this correction and completion is not, as some students of comparative religion would have it, everywhere the same in content. The nature of the bias religion gives to ordinary life varies with the religion involved, with the particular dispositions induced in the believer by the specific conceptions of cosmic order he has come to accept. On the level of the great religions, organic distinctiveness is usually recognized, at times insisted upon to the point of zealotry. But even at its simplest folk and tribal levels, where the individuality of religious traditions has so often been dissolved into such desiccated types as animism, animatism, totemism, shamanism, ancestor worship, and all the other insipid categories by means of which ethnographers of religion devitalize their data, the idiosyncratic character of how various groups of men behave because of what they believe they have experienced is clear. A tranquil Javanese would be no more at home in guilt-ridden Manus than an activist Crow would be in passionless Java. And for all the witches and ritual clowns in the world, Rangda and Barong are not generalized but thoroughly singular figurations of fear and gaiety. What men believe is as various as what they are, a proposition that holds with equal force when it is inverted. It is this particularity of the impact of religious systems upon social systems, and upon personality systems, which renders general assessments of the value of religion in either moral or functional terms impossible. The sorts of moods and motivations which characterize a man who has just come from an Aztec human sacrifice are rather different from those of one who has just put off his Kachina mask. Even within the same society, what one learns about the essential pattern of life from a sorcery rite and from a commensal meal will have rather diverse effects on social and psychological functioning. One of the main methodological problems in writing about religion scientifically is to put aside at once the tone of the village atheist and that of the village preacher, as well as their more sophisticated equivalents, so that the social and psychological implications of particular religious beliefs can emerge in a clear and neutral light. And when that is done, overall questions about whether religion is good or bad, functional or dysfunctional, ego-strengthening or anxiety-producing, disappear like the chimeras they are, and one is left with particular evaluations, assessments, and diagnoses in particular cases. There remains, of course, the hardly unimportant questions of whether this or that religious assertion is true, this or that religious experience genuine, or whether true religious assertions and genuine religious experiences are possible at all. But such questions cannot even be asked, much less answered, within the self-imposed limitations of the scientific perspective. 3. For an anthropologist, the importance of religion lies in its capacity to serve, for an individual or for a group, as a source of general, yet distinctive, conceptions of the world, the self, and the relations between them, on the one hand its model of aspect and of rooted, no less distinctive mental dispositions its model for aspect on the other. From these cultural functions flow, in turn, its social and psychological ones. Religious concepts spread beyond their specifically metaphysical contexts to provide a framework of general ideas in terms of which a wide range of experience, intellectual, emotional, moral, can be given meaningful form. The Christian sees the Nazi movement against the background of the fall which, though it does not, in a causal sense, explain it, places it in a moral, a cognitive, even an affective sense. An Ozanda sees the collapse of a granary upon a friend or relative against the background of a concrete and rather special notion of witchcraft, and thus avoids the philosophical dilemmas as well as the psychological stress of indeterminism. A Javanese finds in the borrowed and reworked concept of rasa, sense, taste, feeling, meaning, a means by which to see choreographic, gustatory, emotional, and political phenomena in a new light. A synopsis of cosmic order, a set of religious beliefs, is also a gloss upon the mundane world of social relationships and psychological events. It renders them graspable. But more than gloss, such beliefs are also a template. They do not merely interpret social and psychological processes in cosmic terms, in which case they would be philosophical, not religious, but they shape them. In the doctrine of original sin is embedded also a recommended attitude toward life, a recurring mood, and a persisting set of motivations. The Ozanda learns from witchcraft conceptions not just to understand apparent accidents as not accidents at all, but to react to these spurious accidents with hatred for the agent who caused them and to proceed against him with appropriate resolution. Rasa, in addition to being a concept of truth, beauty, and goodness, is also a preferred mode of experiencing, a kind of affectless detachment, a variety of bland aloofness, an unshakable calm. The moods and motivations a religious orientation produces cast a derivative, lunar light over the solid features of a people's secular life. The tracing of the social and psychological role of religion is thus not so much a matter of finding correlations between specific ritual acts and specific secular social ties, though these correlations do, of course, exist and are very worth continued investigation, especially if we can contrive something novel to say about them. More, it is a matter of understanding how it is that men's notions, however implicit, of the really real and the dispositions these notions induce in them, color their sense of the reasonable, the practical, the humane, and the moral. How far they do so, for in many societies religion's effects seem quite circumscribed, in others completely pervasive, how deeply they do so, for some men, and groups of men, seem to wear their religion lightly so far as the secular world goes, while others seem to apply their faith to each occasion, no matter how trivial, and how effectively they do so, for the width of the gap between what religion recommends and what people actually do is most variable cross-culturally. All these are crucial issues in the comparative sociology and psychology of religion. Even the degree to which religious systems themselves are developed seems to vary extremely widely, and not merely on a simple evolutionary basis. In one society, the level of elaboration of symbolic formulations of ultimate actuality may reach extraordinary degrees of complexity and systematic articulation. In another, no less developed socially, such formulations may remain primitive in the true sense, hardly more than congeries of fragmentary beliefs and isolated images, of sacred reflexes and spiritual pictographs. One need only think of the Australians and the Bushmen, the Turajia and the Alors, the Hopi and the Apache, the Hindus and the Romans, or even the Italians and the Poles, to see that degree of religious articulateness is not a constant even as between societies of similar complexity. The anthropological study of religion is therefore a two-stage operation. First, an analysis of the system of meanings embodied in the symbols which make up the religion proper, and, second, the relating of these systems to social, structural and psychological processes. My dissatisfaction with so much of contemporary social anthropological work in religion is not that it concerns itself with the second stage, but that it neglects the first, and in so doing takes for granted what most needs to be elucidated. To discuss the role of ancestor worship in regulating political succession, of sacrificial feasts in defining kinship obligations, of spirit worship in scheduling agricultural practices, of divination in reinforcing social control, or of initiation rites in propelling personality maturation, are in no sense unimportant endeavors, and I am not recommending they be abandoned for the kind of jejune Kabbalism into which symbolic analysis of exotic faiths can so easily fall. But to attempt them with but the most general, common-sense view of what ancestor worship, animal sacrifice, spirit worship, divination, or initiation rites are as religious patterns seems to me not particularly promising. Only when we have a theoretical analysis of symbolic action comparable in sophistication to that we now have for social and psychological action, will we be able to cope effectively with those aspects of social and psychological life in which religion, or art, or science, or ideology, plays a determinant role. Chapter 5/Ethos, Worldview, and the Analysis of Sacred Symbols. Religion is never merely metaphysics. For all peoples the forms, vehicles, and objects of worship are suffused with an aura of deep moral seriousness. The holy bears within it everywhere a sense of intrinsic obligation. It not only encourages devotion, it demands it. It not only induces intellectual assent, it enforces emotional commitment. Whether it be formulated as Mana, as Brahma, or as the Holy Trinity, that which is set apart as more than mundane is inevitably considered to have far-reaching implications for the direction of human conduct. Never merely metaphysics, religion is never merely ethics either. The source of its moral vitality is conceived to lie in the fidelity with which it expresses the fundamental nature of reality. The powerfully coercive ought is felt to grow out of a comprehensive factual is, and in such a way religion grounds the most specific requirements of human action in the most general contexts of human existence. In recent anthropological discussion, the moral, and aesthetic, aspects of a given culture, the evaluative elements, have commonly been summed up in the term ethos, while the cognitive, existential aspects have been designated by the term worldview. A people's ethos is the tone, character, and quality of their life, its moral and aesthetic style and mood. It is the underlying attitude toward themselves and their world that life reflects. Their worldview is their picture of the way things in sheer actuality are, their concept of nature, of self, of society. It contains their most comprehensive ideas of order. Religious belief and ritual confront and mutually confirm one another. The ethos is made intellectually reasonable by being shown to represent a way of life implied by the actual state of affairs which the worldview describes, and the worldview is made emotionally acceptable by being presented as an image of an actual state of affairs of which such a way of life is an authentic expression. This demonstration of a meaningful relation between the values a people holds and the general order of existence within which it finds itself is an essential element in all religions, however those values or that order be conceived. Whatever else religion may be, it is in part an attempt, of an implicit and directly felt rather than explicit and consciously thought about sort, to conserve the fund of general meanings in terms of which each individual interprets his experience and organizes his conduct. But meanings can only be stored in symbols, a cross, a crescent, or a feathered serpent. Such religious symbols, dramatized in rituals or related in myths, are felt somehow to sum up, for those for whom they are resonant, what is known about the way the world is, the quality of the emotional life it supports, and the way one ought to behave while in it. Sacred symbols thus relate an ontology and a cosmology to an aesthetics and a morality. Their peculiar power comes from their presumed ability to identify fact with value at the most fundamental level, to give to what is otherwise merely actual, a comprehensive normative import. The number of such synthesizing symbols is limited in any culture, and though in theory we might think that a people could construct a wholly autonomous value system independent of any metaphysical referent, an ethics without ontology, we do not in fact seem to have found such a people. The tendency to synthesize worldview and ethos at some level, if not logically necessary, is at least empirically coercive. If it is not philosophically justified, it is at least pragmatically universal. Let me give as an example of this fusion of the existential and the normative a quotation from one of James Walker's Oglala, Sioux, informants, which I find in Paul Radin's neglected classic, Primitive Man as a Philosopher. The Oglala believe the circle to be sacred because the Great Spirit caused everything in nature to be round except stone. Stone is the implement of destruction. The sun and the sky, the earth, and the moon are round like a shield, though the sky is deep like a bowl. Everything that breathes is round like the stem of a plant. Since the Great Spirit has caused everything to be round, mankind should look upon the circle as sacred, for it is the symbol of all things in nature except stone. It is also the symbol of the circle that makes the edge of the world and therefore of the four winds that travel there. Consequently it is also the symbol of the year. The day, the night, and the moon go in a circle above the sky. Therefore the circle is a symbol of these divisions of time and hence the symbol of all time. For these reasons the Oglala make their teepees circular, their camp circle circular, and sit in a circle at all ceremonies. The circle is also the symbol of the teepee and of shelter. If one makes a circle for an ornament and it is not divided in any way, it should be understood as the symbol of the world and of time. 11. Here is a subtle formulation of the relation between good and evil, and of their grounding in the very nature of reality. Circle and eccentric form, sun and stone, shelter and war are segregated into pairs of disjunct classes whose significance is aesthetic, moral, and ontological. The reasoned articulateness of this statement is atypical. For most Oglala the circle, whether found in nature, painted on a buffalo skin, or enacted in a sun dance, is but an unexamined luminous symbol whose meaning is intuitively sensed, not consciously interpreted. But the power of the symbol, analyzed or not, clearly rests on its comprehensiveness, on its fruitfulness in ordering experience. Again and again the idea of a sacred circle, a natural form with a moral import, yields, when applied to the world within which the Oglala lives, new meanings. Continually it connects together elements within their experience which would otherwise seem wholly disparate and, incomprehensible. The common roundness of a human body and plant stem, of a moon and a shield, of a teepee and a camp circle, give them a vaguely conceived but intensely felt significance. And this meaningful common element, once abstracted, can then be employed for ritual purposes, as when in a peace ceremony the pipe, the symbol of social solidarity, moves deliberately in a perfect circle from one smoker to the next, the purity of the form evoking the beneficence of the spirits, or to construe mythologically the peculiar paradoxes and anomalies of moral experience, as when one sees in a round stone the shaping power of good over evil. 2. It is a cluster of sacred symbols, woven into some sort of ordered whole, which makes up a religious system. For those who are committed to it, such a religious system seems to mediate genuine knowledge of the essential conditions in terms of which life must, of necessity, be lived. Particularly where these symbols are uncriticized, historically or philosophically, as they are in most of the world's cultures, individuals who ignore the moral aesthetic norms the symbols formulate, who follow a discordant style of life, are regarded not so much as evil as stupid, insensitive, unlearned, or in the case of extreme dereliction, mad. In Java, where I have done field work, small children, simpletons, boors, the insane, and the flagrantly immoral are all said to be not yet Javanese, and, not yet Javanese, not yet human. Unethical behavior is referred to as uncustomary. The more serious crimes, incest, sorcery, murder, are commonly accounted for by an assumed lapse of reason, the less serious ones by a comment that the culprit does not know order, and the word for religion and that for science are the same. Morality has thus the air of simple realism, of practical wisdom, religion supports proper conduct by picturing a world in which such conduct is only common sense. It is only common sense because between ethos and worldview, between the approved style of life and the assumed structure of reality, there is conceived to be a simple and fundamental congruence such that they complete one another and lend one another meaning. In Java, for example, this view is summed up in a concept one hears continually invoked, that of THIRD-WORLDISM. THIRD-WORLDISM means to fit, as a key does in a lock, as an efficacious medicine does to a disease, as a solution does to an arithmetic problem, as a man does with the woman he marries. If he does not, they will divorce. If your opinion agrees with mine, we THIRD-WORLDISM. If the meaning of my name fits my character, and if it brings me luck, it is said to be THIRD-WORLDISM. Tasty food, correct theories, good manners, comfortable surroundings, gratifying outcomes are all THIRD-WORLDISM. In the broadest and most abstract sense, two items THIRD-WORLDISM when their coincidence forms a coherent pattern which gives to each a significance and a value it does not in itself have. There is implied here a contrapuntal view of the universe in which that which is important is what natural relationship the separate elements have to one another, how they must be arranged to strike a chord and to avoid a dissonance. And, as in harmony, the ultimately correct relationships are fixed, determinate, and knowable, so religion, like harmony, is ultimately a kind of practical science, producing value out of fact as music is produced out of sound. In its specificity, THIRD-WORLDISM is a peculiarly Javanese idea, but the notion that life takes on its true import when human actions are tuned to cosmic conditions is widespread. The sort of counterpoint between style of life and fundamental reality which the sacred symbols formulate varies from culture to culture. For the Navajo, an ethic prizing calm deliberateness, untiring persistence, and dignified caution complements an image of nature as tremendously powerful, mechanically regular, and highly dangerous. For the French, a logical legalism is a response to the notion that reality is rationally structured, that first principles are clear, precise, and unalterable and so need only be discerned, memorized, and deductively applied to concrete cases. For the Hindus, a transcendental moral determinism in which one's social and spiritual status in a future incarnation is an automatic outcome of the nature of one's action in the present, is completed by a ritualistic duty ethic bound to caste. In itself, either side, the normative or the metaphysical, is arbitrary, but taken together they form a gestalt with a peculiar kind of inevitability. A French ethic in a Navajo world, or a Hindu one in a French world would seem only quixotic, for it would lack the air of naturalness and simple factuality which it has in its own context. It is this air of the factual, of describing, after all, the genuinely reasonable way to live which, given the facts of life, is the primary source of such an ethic's authoritativeness. What all sacred symbols assert is that the good for man is to live realistically, where they differ is in the vision of reality they construct. However, it is not only positive values that sacred symbols dramatize, but negative ones as well. They point not only toward the existence of good but also of evil, and toward the conflict between them. The so-called problem of evil is a matter of formulating in worldview terms the actual nature of the destructive forces within the self and outside of it, of interpreting murder, crop failure, sickness, earthquakes, poverty, and oppression in such a way that it is possible to come to some sort of terms with them. Declaring evil fundamentally unreal as in Indian religions and some versions of Christianity is but one, rather uncommon, solution to the problem. More often, the reality of evil is accepted and characterized positively, and an attitude toward it resignation, active opposition, hedonistic escape, self-recrimination, and repentance, or a humble plea for mercy is enjoined as reasonable and proper, given its nature. Among the African Azanda, where all natural misfortune, death, illness, crop failure, is seen as caused by the hatred of one man for another acting mechanically through witchcraft, the attitude toward evil is a straightforward and practical one. It is to be dealt with by means of reliably established divination in order to discover the witch, and proven methods of social pressure to force him to abandon his attack, or failing this, by effective vengeance magic to kill him. Among the Melanesian Manus, the conception that illness, death, or financial failure are the result of a secret sin, adultery, stealing, lying, which has offended the moral sensibilities of the household spirit, is coupled with an emphasis on public confession and repentance as the rational way to cope with evil. For the Javanese, evil results from unregulated passion and is resisted by detachment and self-control. Thus, both what a people prizes and what it fears and hates are depicted in its worldview, symbolized in its religion, and in turn expressed in the whole quality of its life. Its ethos is distinctive not merely in terms of the sort of nobility it celebrates, but also in terms of the sort of baseness it condemns. Its vices are as stylized as its virtues. The force of a religion in supporting social values rests, then, on the ability of its symbols to formulate a world in which those values, as well as the forces opposing their realization, are fundamental ingredients. It represents the power of the human imagination to construct an image of reality in which, to quote Max Weber, events are not just there and happen, but they have a meaning and happen because of that meaning. The need for such a metaphysical grounding for values seems to vary quite widely in intensity from culture to culture and from individual to individual, but the tendency to desire some sort of factual basis for one's commitments seems practically universal. Mere conventionalism satisfies few people in any culture. However, its role may differ at various times, for various individuals, and in various cultures. Religion, by fusing ethos and worldview, gives to a set of social values what they perhaps most need to be coercive, an appearance of objectivity. In sacred rituals and myths, values are portrayed not as subjective human preferences but as the imposed conditions for life implicit in a world with a particular structure. 3. The sort of symbols, or symbol complexes, regarded by a people as sacred varies very widely. Elaborate initiation rites, as among the Australians, complex philosophical tales, as among the Maori, dramatic shamanistic exhibitions, as among the Eskimo, cruel human sacrifice rites, as among the Aztecs, obsessive curing ceremonies, as among the Navajo, large communal feasts, as among various Polynesian groups. All these patterns and many more seem to one people or another to sum up most powerfully what it knows about living. Nor is there commonly but one such complex. Malinowski's famous Trobrianders seem equally concerned with the rituals of gardening and those of trade. In a complex civilization such as that of the Javanese, in which Hinduistic, Islamic, and pagan influences all remain very strong, one could choose any of several symbol complexes as revealing one or another aspect of the integration of ethos and worldview. But perhaps the clearest and most direct insight into the relation between Javanese values and Javanese metaphysics can be gained through a brief analysis of one of the most deeply rooted and highly developed of their art forms, which is at the same time a religious rite, the shadow puppet play, or wajang. The shadow play is called so because the puppets, which are flat cutouts of leather, painted in golds, reds, blues, and blacks, are made to cast large shadows on a white screen. The Dalan, as the puppeteer is called, sits on a mat in front of the screen, with a gamelan percussion orchestra behind him, an oil lamp hanging over his head. A banana tree trunk lies horizontally in front of him, into which the puppets, each of them fastened to a tortoise shell handle, are stuck. A performance lasts a whole night. As the play progresses, the Dalan takes and replaces characters from the tree trunk as he needs them, holding them up in either hand over his head and interposing them between the light and the screen. From the Dalan side of the screen, where traditionally only the men were permitted to sit, one sees the puppets themselves, their shadows rising up dominant on the screen behind them. From the reverse side of the screen, where the women and children sit, one sees their shadows only. The stories dramatized are mostly episodes taken from the Indian epic Mahabharata, somewhat adapted and placed in a Javanese setting. Stories from the Ramayana are sometimes dramatized, but they are less popular. In this cycle there are three major groups of characters. First, there are the gods and goddesses, headed by Shiva and his wife Durga. As in the Greek epics, the gods are far from uniformly righteous, are marked by human frailties and human passions, and seem peculiarly interested in the things of this world. Second, there are the kings and nobles, who are, in theory, the ancestors of the present-day Javanese. The two most important groups of these nobles are the Pandawas and the Kaurawas. The Pandawas are the famous five hero brothers Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, and the identical twins, Nakula and Sadhwa, who are usually accompanied, as a general advisor and protector, by Krishna, an incarnation of Vishnu. The Kaurawas, of whom there are 100, are cousins of the Pandawas. They have usurped the kingdom of Nastina from them, and it is the struggle over this disputed country which provides the major theme of the Wajang, a struggle which culminates in the great Bratajuddha War of Kinsmen, as related in the Bhagavad Gita, in which the Kaurawas are defeated by the Pandawas. And, third, there are those Javanese additions to the original Hindu cast of characters, the great low clown Samar, Petruk, and Garang, constant companions of the Pandawas, at once their servants and their protectors. Samar, the father of the other two, is actually a god in all too human form, a brother to Shiva, king of the gods. The guardian spirit of all Javanese from their first appearance until the end of time, this gross and clumsy fool is perhaps the most important figure in the whole Wajang mythology. The types of action characteristic of the Wajang also are three. There are the talking episodes in which two groups of opposed nobles confront one another and discuss. The Dalan imitates all the voices, the issues between them. There are the fighting episodes, in which diplomacy having failed, the two groups of nobles fight. The Dalan knocks the puppets together and kicks a clapper with his foot to symbolize the sounds of war, and there are the slapstick comic scenes, in which the clowns mock the nobles, each other, and, if the Dalan is clever, members of the audience or the local powers that be. Generally, the three sorts of episodes are differentially distributed over the course of the evening. The declamatory scenes are mostly toward the beginning, the comic ones toward the middle, and the war toward the end. From 9 until midnight, the political leaders of the various kingdoms confront one another and state the framework of the story. A Wajang hero wishes to marry the daughter of a neighboring king, a subjugated country wants its freedom, or whatever. From midnight until 3 o'clock or so, difficulties of some sort set in someone else's bidding for the daughter's hand. The imperialist country refuses freedom to its colony. And, finally, these difficulties are resolved in the last section, ending at dawn, inevitably, by a war in which the hero's triumphant action followed by a brief celebration of the accomplished marriage or the achieved freedom. Western-educated Javanese intellectuals often compare the Wajang to a sonata. It opens with an exposition of a theme, follows with the development and complication of it, and ends with its resolution and recapitulation. Another comparison which, offhand, strikes the Western observer is with Shakespeare's chronicle plays. The long formal scenes in the courts with the messengers coming and going, interspersed with short, breathless transitional scenes in the woods or along the road, the double plot, the clowns speaking a rough common language full of worldly wise ethics, caricaturing the forms of action of the great nobles, who speak an elevated language full of apostrophes to honor, justice, and duty, the final war, which, like those at Shrewsbury and Agincourt, leaves the vanquished beaten but still noble all. These suggest Shakespeare's historical dramas. But the worldview the Wajang expresses, despite the surface similarities in the two feudal codes, is hardly Elizabethan at base. It is not the external world of principalities and powers which provides the main setting for human action, but the internal one of sentiments and desires. Reality is looked for not outside the self, but within it. Consequently, what the Wajang dramatizes is not a philosophical politics but a metaphysical psychology. For the Javanese, or at least for those of them in whose thought the influence of Java's Hindu-Buddhist period from the 2nd to the 15th centuries still is dominant, the flow of subjective experience, taken in all its phenomenological immediacy, presents a microcosm of the universe generally. In the depths of the fluid interior world of thought and emotion they see reflected ultimate reality itself. This inward-looking sort of worldview is best expressed in a concept the Javanese have also borrowed from India and also peculiarly reinterpreted, rasa. Rasa has two primary meanings, feeling and meaning. As feeling, it is one of the traditional Javanese five senses: seeing, hearing, talking, smelling, and feeling, and it includes within itself three aspects of feeling that our view of the five senses separates: taste on the tongue, touch on the body, and emotional feeling within the heart like sadness and happiness. The taste of a banana is its rasa, a hunch is a rasa, a pain is a rasa, and so is a passion. As meaning, rasa is applied to the words in a letter, in a poem, or even in common speech to indicate the between the lines type of indirection and elusive suggestion that is so important in Javanese communication and social intercourse. And it is given the same application to behavioral acts generally, to indicate the implicit import, the connotative feeling of dance movements, polite gestures, and so forth. But in this second, semantic sense, it also means ultimate significance, the deepest meaning at which one arrives by dint of mystical effort and whose clarification resolves all the ambiguities of mundane existence. Rasa, said one of my most articulate informants, is the same as life, whatever lives has rasa and whatever has rasa lives. To translate such a sentence one could only render it twice: whatever lives feels and whatever feels lives, or, whatever lives has meaning and whatever has meaning lives. By taking rasa to mean both feeling and meaning, the more speculatively inclined among the Javanese have been able to develop a highly sophisticated phenomenological analysis of subjective experience to which everything else can be tied. Because fundamentally feeling and meaning are one, and therefore the ultimate religious experience taken subjectively is also the ultimate religious truth taken objectively, an empirical analysis of inward perception yields at the same time a metaphysical analysis of outward reality. This being granted, and the actual discriminations, categorizations, and connections made are often both subtle and detailed, then the characteristic way in which human action comes to be considered, from either a moral or an aesthetic point of view, is in terms of the emotional life of the individual who experiences it. This is true whether this action is seen from within as one's own behavior or from without as that of someone else. The more refined one's feelings, then the more profound one's understanding, the more elevated one's moral character, and the more beautiful one's external aspect, in clothes, movements, speech, and so on. The management of the individual's emotional economy becomes, therefore, his primary concern, in terms of which all else is ultimately rationalized. The spiritually enlightened man guards well his psychological equilibrium and makes a constant effort to maintain its placid stability. His inner life must be, in a simile repeatedly employed, like a still pool of clear water to the bottom of which one can easily see. The individual's proximate aim is, thus, emotional quiescence, for passion is crude feeling, fit for children, animals, madmen, primitives, and foreigners. But his ultimate aim, which this quiescence makes possible, is gnosis, the direct comprehension of the ultimate rasa. Javanese religion, or at least this variant of it, is consequently mystical. God is found by means of spiritual discipline, in the depths of the self as pure rasa. And Javanese ethics, and aesthetics, are, correspondingly, affect-centered without being hedonistic. Emotional equanimity, a certain flatness of affect, a strange inner stillness, is the prized psychological state, the mark of a truly noble character. One must attempt to get beyond the emotions of everyday life to the genuine feeling meaning which lies within us all. Happiness and unhappiness are, after all, just the same. You shed tears when you laugh and also when you cry. And, besides, they imply one another: happy now, unhappy later, unhappy now, happy later. The reasonable, prudent, wise man strives not for happiness, but for a tranquil detachment which frees him from his endless oscillation between gratification and frustration. Similarly, Javanese etiquette, which comprises almost the whole of this morality, focuses around the injunction not to disturb the equilibrium of another by sudden gestures, loud speech, or startling, erratic actions of any sort, mainly because so doing will cause the other in turn to act erratically and so upset one's own balance. On the worldview side, there are yoga-like mystical techniques, meditation, staring at candles, repeating set words or phrases, and highly involved speculative theories of the emotions and their relations to sickness, natural objects, social institutions, and so on. On the ethos side, there is a moral stress on subdued dress, speech, and gesture, on refined sensitivity to small changes in the emotional state both of oneself and of others, and on a stable, highly regularized predictability of behavior. If you start off north, go north, a Javanese proverb says, don't turn east, west, or south. Both religion and ethics, both mysticism and politesse, thus point to the same end, a detached tranquility which is proof against disturbance from either within or without. But, unlike India, this tranquility is not to be gained by a retreat from the world and from society, but must be achieved while in it. It is a this worldly, even practical, mysticism, as expressed in the following composite quotation from two Javanese petty traders who are members of a mystical society. He said that the society was concerned with teaching you not to pay too much attention to worldly things, not to care too much about the things of everyday life. He said this is very difficult to do. His wife, he said, was not yet able to do it much, and she agreed with him. Example, she still likes to ride in motor cars while he doesn't care, he can take them or leave them alone. It takes much long study and meditation. For example, you have to get so that if someone comes to buy cloth you don't care if he buys it or not. And you don't get your emotions really involved in the problems of commerce, but just think of God. The society wants to turn people toward God and avoids any strong attachments to everyday life. Why did he meditate? He said it was only to make the heart peaceful, to make you calm inside, so you will not be easily upset. For example, if you're selling cloth and are upset, you may sell a piece of cloth for 40 rupiah when it cost you 60. If a person comes here and my mind is not calm, well then I can't sell him anything. I said, well, why do you have a meeting, why not meditate at home? And he said, well, in the first place you are not supposed to achieve peace by withdrawing from society, you are supposed to stay in society and mix with people, only with peace in your heart. This fusion between a mystical phenomenological worldview and an etiquette-centered ethos is expressed in the Wajang in various ways. First, it appears most directly in terms of an explicit iconography. The 5 Pandawas are commonly interpreted as standing for the 5 senses which the individual must unite into one undivided psychological force in order to achieve gnosis. Meditation demands a cooperation among the senses as close as that among the hero brothers, who act as one in all they do. Or the shadows of the puppets are identified with the outward behavior of man, the puppets themselves with his inward self, so that in him as in them the visible pattern of conduct is a direct outcome of an underlying psychological reality. The very design of the puppets has explicit symbolic significance. In Bhima's red, white, and black sarong, the red is usually taken to indicate courage, the white purity, the black fixity of will. The various tunes played on the accompanying gamelan orchestra each symbolize a certain emotion. Similarly with the poems the Dalan sings at various points in the play, and so on. Second, the fusion often appears as parable, as in the story of Bhima's quest for the clear water. After slaying many monsters in his wanderings in search of this water which he has been told will make him invulnerable, he meets a god as big as his little finger who is an exact replica of himself. Entering through the mouth of this mirror image midget, he sees inside the god's body the whole world, complete in every detail, and upon emerging he is told by the god that there is no clear water as such, that the source of his own strength is within himself, after which he goes off to meditate. And third, the moral content of the play is sometimes interpreted analogically. The Dalan's absolute control over the puppets is said to parallel gods over men, or the alternation of polite speeches and violent wars is said to parallel modern international relationships, where so long as diplomats continue talking, peace prevails, but when talks break down, war follows. But neither icons, parables, nor moral analogies are the main means by which the Javanese synthesis is expressed in the Wajang, for the play as a whole is commonly perceived to be but a dramatization of individual subjective experience in terms at once moral and factual. An elementary school teacher said that the main purpose of the Wajang was to draw a picture of inner thought and feeling, to give an external form to internal feeling. He said that more specifically it pictured the eternal conflict in the individual between what he wanted to do and what he felt he ought to do. Suppose you want to steal something. Well, at the same time something inside you tells you not to do it, restrains you, controls you. That which wants to do it is called the will, that which restrains is called the ego. All such tendencies threaten every day to ruin the individual, to destroy his thought and upset his behavior. These tendencies are called goda, which means something which plagues or teases someone or something. For example, you go to a coffee shop where people are eating. They invite you to join them, and so you have a struggle within: should I eat with them? No, I've already eaten and I will be overfull. But the food looks good. Etc. Etc. Well, in the Wajang the various plagues, wishes, etc. the godas are represented by the 100 Kaurawas, and the ability to control oneself is represented by their cousins, the 5 Pandavas, and by Krishna. The stories are ostensibly about a struggle over land. The reason for this is so the stories will seem real to the onlookers, so the abstract elements in the rasa can be represented in concrete external elements which will attract the audience and seem real to them and still communicate its inner message. For example, the Wajang is full of war, and this war, which occurs and reoccurs, is really supposed to represent the inner war which goes on continually in every person's subjective life between his base and his refined impulses. Once again, this formulation is more self-conscious than most. The average man enjoys the Wajang without explicitly interpreting its meaning. Yet, in the same way as the circle organizes Oglala experience, whether the individual Su is able to explicate its significance, or indeed has any interest in doing so, so the sacred symbols of the Wajang, the music, characters, the action itself, give form to the ordinary Javanese experience. For example, each of the 3 older Pandavas are commonly held to display a different sort of emotional moral dilemma, centering around one or another of the central Javanese virtues. Yudhishthira, the eldest, is too compassionate. He is unable to rule his country effectively because when someone asks him for his land, his wealth, his food, he simply gives it out of pity, leaving himself powerless, poor, or starving. His enemies continually take advantage of his mercifulness to deceive him and to escape his justice. Bhima, on the other hand, is single-minded, steadfast. Once he forms an intention, he follows it out straight to its conclusion. He doesn't look aside, doesn't turn off or idle along the way he goes north. As a result, he is often rash, and blunders into difficulties he could as well have avoided. Arjuna, the 3rd brother, is perfectly just. His goodness comes from the fact that he opposes evil, that he shelters people from injustice, that he is coolly courageous in fighting for the right. But he lacks a sense of mercy, of sympathy for wrongdoers. He applies a divine moral code to human activity, and so he is often cold, cruel, or brutal in the name of justice. The resolution of these 3 dilemmas of virtue is the same: mystical insight. With a genuine comprehension of the realities of the human situation, a true perception of the ultimate rasa, comes the ability to combine Yudhishthira's compassion, Bhima's will to action, and Arjuna's sense of justice into a truly moral outlook, an outlook which brings an emotional detachment and an inner peace in the midst of the world of flux, yet permits and demands a struggle for order and justice within such a world. And it is such a unification that the unshakable solidarity among the Pandavas in the play, continually rescuing one another from the defects of their virtues, clearly demonstrates. But what, finally, of Samar, in whom so many oppositions seem to meet the figure who is both god and clown, man's guardian spirit and his servant, the most spiritually refined inwardly and the most rough-looking outwardly? Again one thinks of the chronicle plays and of, in this case, Falstaff. Like Falstaff, Samar is a symbolic father to the play's heroes. Like Falstaff, he is fat, funny, and worldly wise, and, like Falstaff, he seems to provide in his vigorous amoralism a general criticism of the very values the drama affirms. Both figures, perhaps, provide a reminder that, despite overproud assertions to the contrary by religious fanatics and moral absolutists, no completely adequate and comprehensive human worldview is possible, and behind all the pretense to absolute and ultimate knowledge, the sense for the irrationality of human life, for the fact that it is unlimitable, remains. Samar reminds the noble and refined Pandawas of their own humble, animal origins. He resists any attempt to turn human beings into gods and to end the world of natural contingency by a flight to the divine world of absolute order, a final stilling of the eternal psychological metaphysical struggle. In one Wajang story, Shiva comes down to earth incarnated as a mystical teacher in an attempt to bring the Pandawas and Kauravas together, to arrange a negotiated peace between them. He is succeeding quite well, opposed only by Samar. Arjuna is therefore instructed by Shiva to kill Samar so that the Pandawas and Kauravas will be able to get together and end their eternal struggle. Arjuna does not want to kill Samar, whom he loves, but he wishes a just solution to the differences between the two groups of cousins and so goes to Samar to murder him. Samar says, "So this is how you treat me after I have followed you everywhere, served you loyally, and loved you." This is the most poignant point in the play and Arjuna is deeply ashamed, but true to his idea of justice, he persists in his duty. Samar says, "All right, I will burn myself." He builds a bonfire and stands in it. But instead of dying, he is transformed into his godly form and defeats Shiva in combat. Then the war between the Kauravas and the Pandawas begins again. Not all people have, perhaps, so well developed a sense for the necessary note of irrationality in any worldview, and thus for the essential insolubility of the problem of evil. But whether in the form of a trickster, a clown, a belief in witchcraft, or a concept of original sin, the presence of such a symbolic reminder of the hollowness of human pretensions to religious or moral infallibility is perhaps the surest sign of spiritual maturity. 4. The view of man as a symbolizing, conceptualizing, meaning-seeking animal, which has become increasingly popular both in the social sciences and in philosophy over the past several years, opens up a whole new approach not only to the analysis of religion as such, but to the understanding of the relations between religion and values. The drive to make sense out of experience, to give it form and order, is evidently as real and as pressing as the more familiar biological needs. And, this being so, it seems unnecessary to continue to interpret symbolic activities, religion, art, ideology as nothing but thinly disguised expressions of something other than what they seem to be, attempts to provide orientation for an organism which cannot live in a world it is unable to understand. If symbols, to adapt a phrase of Kenneth Burke's, are strategies for encompassing situations, then we need to give more attention to how people define situations and how they go about coming to terms with them. Such a stress does not imply a removal of beliefs and values from their psychobiological and social contexts into a realm of pure meaning, but it does imply a greater emphasis on the analysis of such beliefs and values in terms of concepts explicitly designed to deal with symbolic material. The concepts used here, ethos and worldview, are vague and imprecise. They are a kind of proto-theory, forerunners, it is to be hoped, of a more adequate analytical framework. But even with them, anthropologists are beginning to develop an approach to the study of values which can clarify rather than obscure the essential processes involved in the normative regulation of behavior. One almost certain result of such an empirically oriented, theoretically sophisticated, symbol-stressing approach to the study of values is the decline of analyses which attempt to describe moral, aesthetic, and other normative activities in terms of theories based not on the observation of such activities but on logical considerations alone. Like bees who fly despite theories of aeronautics which deny them the right to do so, probably the overwhelming majority of mankind are continually drawing normative conclusions from factual premises, and factual conclusions from normative premises, for the relation between ethos and worldview is circular, despite refined, and in their own terms impeccable, reflections by professional philosophers on the naturalistic fallacy. An approach to a theory of value which looks toward the behavior of actual people in actual societies living in terms of actual cultures for both its stimulus and its validation will turn us away from abstract and rather scholastic arguments in which a limited number of classical positions are stated again and again with little that is new to recommend them, to a process of ever-increasing insight into both what values are and how they work. Once this enterprise in the scientific analysis of values is well launched, the philosophical discussions of ethics are likely to take on more point. The process is not that of replacing moral philosophy by descriptive ethics, but of providing moral philosophy with an empirical base and a conceptual framework which is somewhat advanced over that available to Aristotle, Spinoza, or G. E. Moore. The role of such a special science as anthropology in the analysis of values is not to replace philosophical investigation, but to make it relevant. Chapter 6/Ritual and Social Change, a Javanese example. As in so many areas of anthropological concern, functionalism, either of the sociological sort associated with the name of Radcliffe Brown or of the social psychological sort associated with Malinowski, has tended to dominate recent theoretical discussions of the role of religion in society. Stemming originally from Durkheim's The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life and Robertson Smith's lectures on the religion of the Semites, the sociological approach, or, as the British anthropologists prefer to call it, the social anthropological approach, emphasizes the manner in which belief and particularly ritual reinforce the traditional social ties between individuals. It stresses the way in which the social structure of a group is strengthened and perpetuated through the ritualistic or mythic symbolization of the underlying social values upon which it rests. Point 11. The social psychological approach, of which Fraser and Tyler were perhaps the pioneers but which found its clearest statement in Malinowski's classic Magic, Science, and Religion, emphasizes what religion does for the individual, how it satisfies both his cognitive and affective demands for a stable, comprehensible, and coercible world, and how it enables him to maintain an inner security in the face of natural contingency. Point 22. Together, the two approaches have given us an increasingly detailed understanding of the social and psychological functions of religion in a wide range of societies. Where the functional approach has been least impressive, however, is in dealing with social change. As has been noted by several writers, the emphasis on systems in balance, on social homeostasis, and on timeless structural pictures, leads to a bias in favor of well-integrated societies in a stable equilibrium and to a tendency to emphasize the functional aspects of a people's social usages and customs rather than their dysfunctional implications. 33. In analyses of religion, this static, ahistorical approach has led to a somewhat over-conservative view of the role of ritual and belief in social life. Despite cautionary comments by Kluckhohn 44 and others on the gain and cost of various religious practices such as witchcraft, the tendency has been consistently to stress the harmonizing, integrating, and psychologically supportive aspects of religious patterns rather than the disruptive, disintegrative, and psychologically disturbing aspects, to demonstrate the manner in which religion preserves social and psychological structure rather than the manner in which it destroys or transforms it. Where change has been treated, as in Redfield's work on Yucatan, it has largely been in terms of progressive disintegration. The changes in culture that in Yucatan appear to go along with lessening isolation and homogeneity are seen to be chiefly three: disorganization of the culture, secularization, and individualization. 55. Yet even a passing knowledge of our own religious history makes us hesitate to affirm such a simply positive role for religion generally. See, for example, E. R. Leach, Political Systems of Highland Burma, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1954, and R. Merton, Social Theory and Social Structure, Glencoe, 3, 1949. C. C. Kluckhohn, Navajo Witchcraft, Peabody Museum Papers, No. 22, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1944. R. Redfield, The Folk Culture of Yucatan, Chicago, 1941, p. 339. It is the thesis of this chapter that one of the major reasons for the inability of functional theory to cope with change lies in its failure to treat sociological and cultural processes on equal terms, almost inevitably one of the two either is ignored or is sacrificed to become but a simple reflex, a mirror image, of the other. Either culture is regarded as wholly derivative from the forms of social organization, the approach characteristic of the British structuralists as well as many American sociologists, or the forms of social organization are regarded as behavioral embodiments of cultural patterns, the approach of Malinowski and many American anthropologists. In either case, the lesser term tends to drop out as a dynamic factor, and we are left either with an omnibus concept of culture, that complex whole, or else with a completely comprehensive concept of social structure. Social structure is not an aspect of culture but the entire culture of a given people handled in a special frame of theory. Point 66. In such a situation, the dynamic elements in social change that arise from the failure of cultural patterns to be perfectly congruent with the forms of social organization are largely incapable of formulation. We functionalists, E.R. Leach has recently remarked, are not really anti-historical by principle. It is simply that we do not know how to fit historical materials into our framework of concepts. 77. M. Fortes, The Structure of Unilineal Descent Groups, American Anthropologist, 55, 1953, 17-41. Leach, Political Systems of Highland Burma, p. 282. A revision of the concepts of functional theory so as to make them capable of dealing more effectively with historical materials might well begin with an attempt to distinguish analytically between the cultural and social aspects of human life, and to treat them as independently variable yet mutually interdependent factors. Though separable only conceptually, culture and social structure will then be seen to be capable of a wide range of modes of integration with one another, of which the simple isomorphic mode is but a limiting case, a case common only in societies which have been stable over such an extended time as to make possible a close adjustment between social and cultural aspects. In most societies, where change is a characteristic rather than an abnormal occurrence, we shall expect to find more or less radical discontinuities between the two. I would argue that it is in these very discontinuities that we shall find some of the primary driving forces in change. One of the more useful ways, but far from the only one, of distinguishing between culture and social system is to see the former as an ordered system of meaning and of symbols, in terms of which social interaction takes place, and to see the latter as the pattern of social interaction itself. Point 88. On the one level there is the framework of beliefs, expressive symbols, and values in terms of which individuals define their world, express their feelings, and make their judgments. On the other level, there is the ongoing process of interactive behavior, whose persistent form we call social structure. Culture is the fabric of meaning in terms of which human beings interpret their experience and guide their action. Social structure is the form that action takes, the actually existing network of social relations. Culture and social structure are then but different abstractions from the same phenomena. The one considers social action in respect to its meaning for those who carry it out, the other considers it in terms of its contribution to the functioning of some social system. T. Parsons and E. Shills, Toward a General Theory of Action, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1951. The nature of the distinction between culture and social system is brought out more clearly when one considers the contrasting sorts of integration characteristic of each of them. This contrast is between what Sorokin has called logico-meaningful integration and what he has called causal-functional integration. 99. By logico-meaningful integration, characteristic of culture, is meant the sort of integration one finds in a Bach fugue, in Catholic dogma, or in the general theory of relativity. It is a unity of style, of logical implication, of meaning and value. By causal-functional integration, characteristic of the social system, is meant the kind of integration one finds in an organism, where all the parts are united in a single causal web. Each part is an element in a reverberating causal ring which keeps the system going. And because these two types of integration are not identical, because the particular form one of them takes does not directly imply the form the other will take, there is an inherent incongruity and tension between the two and between both of them. And a third element, the pattern of motivational integration within the individual, which we usually call personality structure. P. Sorokin, Social and Cultural Dynamics, 3 volumes. New York, 1937. Thus conceived, a social system is only one of 3 aspects of the structuring of a completely concrete system of social action. The other 2 are the personality systems of the individual actors and the cultural system which is built into their action. Each of the 3 must be considered to be an independent focus of the organization of the elements of the action system, in the sense that no one of them is theoretically reducible to terms of one or a combination of the other 2. Each is indispensable to the other 2 in the sense that without personalities and culture there would be no social system, and so on around the roster of logical possibilities. But this interdependence and interpenetration is a very different matter from reducibility, which would mean that the important properties and processes of one class of system could be theoretically derived from our theoretical knowledge of one or both of the other 2. The action frame of reference is common to all 3, and this fact makes certain transformations between them possible. But on the level of theory here attempted, they do not constitute a single system, however this might turn out to be on some other theoretical level. 1010. T. Parsons, The Social System, Glencoe, 3, 1951, p. 6. I shall attempt to demonstrate the utility of this more dynamic functionalist approach by applying it to a particular case of a ritual which failed to function properly. I shall try to show how an approach which does not distinguish the logico-meaningful cultural aspects of the ritual pattern from the causal functional social structural aspects is unable to account adequately for this ritual failure, and how an approach which does so distinguish them is able to analyze more explicitly the cause of the trouble. It will further be argued that such an approach is able to avoid the simplistic view of the functional role of religion in society, which sees that role merely as structure conserving, and to substitute for it a more complex conception of the relations between religious belief and practice and secular social life. Historical materials can be fitted into such a conception, and the functional analysis of religion can therefore be widened to deal more adequately with processes of change. The setting. The case to be described is that of a funeral held in Mojokerto, a small town in eastern central Java. A young boy, about 10 years of age, who was living with his uncle and aunt, died very suddenly. His death, instead of being followed by the usual hurried, subdued, yet methodically efficient Javanese funeral ceremony and burial routine, brought on an extended period of pronounced social strain and severe psychological tension. The complex of beliefs and rituals which had for generations brought countless Javanese safely through the difficult post-mortem period suddenly failed to work with its accustomed effectiveness. To understand why it failed demands knowledge and understanding of a whole range of social and cultural changes which have taken place in Java since the first decades of this century. This disrupted funeral was in fact but a microscopic example of the broader conflicts, structural dissolutions, and attempted reintegrations which, in one form or another, are characteristic of contemporary Indonesian society. The religious tradition of Java, particularly of the peasantry, is a composite of Indian, Islamic, and indigenous Southeast Asian elements. The rise of large, militaristic kingdoms in the inland rice basins in the early centuries of the Christian era was associated with the diffusion of Hinduist and Buddhist culture patterns to the island. The expansion of international maritime trade in the port cities of the northern coast in the 15th and 16th centuries was associated with the diffusion of Islamic patterns. Working their way into the peasant mass, these two world religions became fused with the underlying animistic traditions characteristic of the whole Malaysian culture area. The result was a balanced syncretism of myth and ritual in which Hindu gods and goddesses, Muslim prophets and saints, and local spirits and demons all found a proper place. The central ritual form in this syncretism is a communal feast, called the Slamatan. Slamatans, which are given with only slight variations in form and content on almost all occasions of religious significance at passage points in the life cycle, on calendrical holidays, at certain stages of the crop cycle, on changing one's residence, and so on, are intended to be both offerings to the spirits and commensal mechanisms of social integration for the living. The meal, which consists of specially prepared dishes, each symbolic of a particular religious concept, is cooked by the female members of one nuclear family household and set out on mats in the middle of the living room. The male head of the household invites the male heads of the 8 or 10 contiguous households to attend. No closer neighbor is ignored in favor of one farther away. After a speech by the host explaining the spiritual purpose of the feast and a short Arabic chant, each man takes a few hurried, almost furtive, gulps of food, wraps the remainder of the meal in a banana leaf basket, and returns home to share it with his family. It is said that the spirits draw their sustenance from the odor of the food, the incense which is burned, and the Muslim prayer. The human participants draw theirs from the material substance of the food and from their social interaction. The result of this quiet, undramatic little ritual is twofold: the spirits are appeased and neighborhood solidarity is strengthened. The ordinary canons of functional theory are quite adequate for the analysis of such a pattern. It can rather easily be shown that the Slaymaton is well designed both to tune up the ultimate value attitudes necessary to the effective integration of a territorially based social structure, and to fulfill the psychological needs for intellectual coherence and emotional stability characteristic of a peasant population. The Javanese village, once or twice a year, village-wide Slaymatons are held, is essentially a set of geographically contiguous, but rather self-consciously autonomous, nuclear family households whose economic and political interdependence is of roughly the same circumscribed and explicitly defined sort as that demonstrated in the Slaymaton. The demands of the labor-intensive rice and dry crop agricultural process require the perpetuation of specific modes of technical cooperation and enforce a sense of community on the otherwise rather self-contained families, a sense of community which the Slaymaton clearly reinforces. And when we consider the manner in which various conceptual and behavioral elements from Hindu Buddhism, Islam, and Animism are reinterpreted and balanced to form a distinctive and nearly homogeneous religious style, the close functional adjustment between the communal feast pattern and the conditions of Javanese rural life is even more readily apparent. But the fact is that in all but the most isolated parts of Java, both the simple territorial basis of village social integration and the syncretic basis of its cultural homogeneity have been progressively undermined over the past 50 years. Population growth, urbanization, monetization, occupational differentiation, and the like, have combined to weaken the traditional ties of peasant social structure, and the winds of doctrine which have accompanied the appearance of these structural changes have disturbed the simple uniformity of religious belief and practice characteristic of an earlier period. The rise of nationalism, Marxism, and Islamic reform as ideologies, which resulted in part from the increasing complexity of Javanese society, has affected not only the large cities where these creeds first appeared and have always had their greatest strength, but has had a heavy impact on the smaller towns and villages as well. In fact, much of recent Javanese social change is perhaps most aptly characterized as a shift from a situation in which the primary integrative ties between individuals, or between families, are phrased in terms of geographical proximity to one in which they are phrased in terms of ideological like-mindedness. In the villages and small towns, these major ideological changes appeared largely in the guise of a widening split between those who emphasized the Islamic aspects of the indigenous religious syncretism and those who emphasized the Hinduist and animistic elements. It is true that some difference between these variant sub-traditions has been present since the arrival of Islam. Some individuals have always been particularly skilled in Arabic chanting or particularly learned in Muslim law, while others have been adept at more Hinduistic mystical practices or specialists in local curing techniques. But these contrasts were softened by the easy tolerance of the Javanese for a wide range of religious concepts, so long as basic ritual patterns, that is, Slaymatons, were faithfully supported. Whatever social divisiveness they stimulated was largely obscured by the overriding commonalities of rural and small town life. However, the appearance after 1910 of Islamic modernism, as well as vigorous conservative reactions against it, and religious nationalism among the economically and politically sophisticated trading classes of the larger cities, strengthened the feeling for Islam as an exclusivist, anti-syncretic creed among the more orthodox element of the mass of the population. Similarly, secular nationalism and Marxism, appearing among the civil servants and the expanding proletariat of these cities, strengthened the pre-Islamic, that is, Hinduist animist, elements of the syncretic pattern, which these groups tended to prize as a counterweight to puristic Islam and which some of them adopted as a general religious framework in which to set their more specifically political ideas. On the one hand, there arose a more self-conscious Muslim, basing his religious beliefs and practices more explicitly on the international and universalistic doctrines of Muhammad. On the other hand, there arose a more self-conscious nativist, attempting to evolve a generalized religious system out of the material, muting the more Islamic elements of his inherited religious tradition. And the contrast between the first kind of man, called a Santri, and the second, called an Abangan, grew steadily more acute, until today it forms the major cultural distinction in the whole of the Mojokerto area. It is especially in the town that this contrast has come to play a crucial role. The absence of pressures toward interfamilial cooperation exerted by the technical requirements of wet rice growing, as well as lessened effectiveness of the traditional forms of village government in the face of the complexities of urban living, severely weakened the social supports of the syncretic village pattern. When each man makes his living as chauffeur, trader, clerk, or laborer more or less independently of how his neighbors make theirs, his sense of the importance of the neighborhood community naturally diminishes. A more differentiated class system, more bureaucratic and impersonal forms of government, greater heterogeneity of social background, all tend to lead to the same result, the de-emphasis of strictly geographical ties in favor of diffusely ideological ones. For the townsman, the distinction between Santri and Abangan becomes even sharper, for it emerges as his primary point of social reference, it becomes a symbol of his social identity, rather than a mere contrast in belief. The sort of friends he will have, the sort of organizations he will join, the sort of political leadership he will follow, the sort of person he or his son will marry, will all be strongly influenced by the side of this ideological bifurcation which he adopts as his own. There is thus emerging in the town, though not only in the town, a new pattern of social living organized in terms of an altered framework of cultural classification. Among the elite this new pattern has already become rather highly developed, but among the mass of the townspeople it is still in the process of formation. Particularly in the kampongs, the off-the-street neighborhoods in which the common Javanese townsmen live crowded together in a helter-skelter profusion of little bamboo houses, one finds a transitional society in which the traditional forms of rural living are being steadily dissolved and new forms steadily reconstructed. In these enclaves of peasants come to town, or of sons and grandsons of peasants come to town, Redfield's folk culture is being constantly converted into his urban culture, though this latter is not accurately characterized by such negative and residual terms as secular, individualized, and culturally disorganized. What is occurring in the kampongs is not so much a destruction of traditional ways of life, as a construction of a new one. The sharp social conflict characteristic of these lower-class neighborhoods is not simply indicative of a loss of cultural consensus, but rather is indicative of a search, not yet entirely successful, for new, more generalized, and flexible patterns of belief and value. In Mojokerto, as in most of Indonesia, this search is taking place largely within the social context of the mass political parties, as well as in the women's clubs, youth organizations, labor unions, and other sodalities formally or informally linked with them. There are several of these parties, though the recent 1955 general election severely reduced their number, each led by educated urban elite civil servants, teachers, traders, students, and the like, and each competing with the others for the political allegiance of both the half-rural, half-urban kampong dwellers and of the mass of the peasantry. And almost without exception, they appeal to one or another side of the Santri-Abangan split. Of this complex of political parties and sodalities, only two are of immediate concern to us here: Musjamai, a huge, Islam-based political party, and Permai, a vigorously anti-Muslim politico-religious cult. Musjamai is the more or less direct descendant of the pre-war Islamic reform movement. Led, at least in Mojokerto, by modernist Santri intellectuals, it stands for a socially conscious, anti-scholastic, and somewhat puritanical version of back to the Quran Islam. In company with the other Muslim parties, It also supports the institution of an Islamic state in Indonesia in place of the present secular republic. However, the meaning of this ideal is not entirely clear. Musjami's enemies accuse it of pressing for an intolerant, medievalist theocracy in which Abangans and non-Muslims will be persecuted and forced to follow exactly the prescripts of the Muslim law, while Musjami's leaders claim that Islam is intrinsically tolerant and that they only desire a government explicitly based on the Muslim creed, one whose laws will be in consonance with the teachings of the Quran and Hadith. In any case, Musjami, the country's largest Muslim party, is one of the major spokesmen on both the national and the local levels for the values and aspirations of the Santri community. PERME is not so impressive on a national scale. Though it is a nationwide party, it is a fairly small one, having strength only in a few fairly circumscribed regions. In the Mojokerto area, however, it happened to be of some importance, and what it lacked in national scope it made up in local intensity. Essentially, PERME is a fusion of Marxist politics with Abangan religious patterns. It combines a fairly explicit anti-Westernism, anti-capitalism, and anti-imperialism with an attempt to formalize and generalize some of the more characteristic diffuse themes of the peasant religious syncretism. PERME meetings follow both the Slamatan pattern, complete with incense and symbolic food, but without Islamic chants, and modern parliamentary procedure. PERME pamphlets contain calendrical and numerological divinatory systems and mystical teachings as well as analyses of class conflict, and PERME speeches are concerned with elaborating both religious and political concepts. In Mojokerto, PERME is also a curing cult, with its own special medical practices and spells, a secret password, and Kabbalistic interpretations of passages in the leader's social and political writings. But PERME's most notable characteristic is its strong anti-Muslim stand. Charging that Islam is a foreign import, unsuited to the needs and values of the Javanese, the cult urges a return to pure and original Javanese beliefs, by which they seem to mean to the indigenous syncretism with the more Islamic elements removed. In line with this, the cult party has initiated a drive, on both national and local levels, for secular, that is, non-Islamic, marriage and funeral rites. As the situation stands now, all but Christians and Balinese Hindus must have their marriages legitimatized by means of the Muslim ritual. 1111 Funeral rites are an individual concern, but, because of the long history of syncretism, they are so deeply involved with Islamic customs that a genuinely non-Islamic funeral tends to be a practical impossibility. Actually, there are two parts to Javanese marriage rites. One, which is part of the general syncretism, is held at the bride's home and involves a slamatan and an elaborate ceremonial meeting between bride and groom. The other, which is the official ceremony in the eyes of the government, follows the Muslim law and takes place at the office of the sub-district religious officer, or naib. C.C. Geertz, The Religion of Java, Glencoe, 3, 1960, pages 51-61, 203. PERME's action on the local level in pursuit of non-Islamic marriage and funeral ceremonies took two forms. One was heavy pressure on local government officials to permit such practices, and the other was heavy pressure on its own members to follow, voluntarily, rituals purified of Islamic elements. In the case of marriage, success was more or less precluded because the local officials' hands were tied by central government ordinances, and even highly ideologized members of the cult would not dare an openly illegitimate marriage. Without a change in the law, PERME had little chance to alter marriage forms, though a few abortive attempts were made to conduct civil ceremonies under the aegis of Abangan-minded village chiefs. The case of funerals was somewhat different, for a matter of custom rather than law was involved. During the period I was in the field, 1952 to 1954, the tension between PERME and Musjami increased very sharply. This was due in part to the imminence of Indonesia's first general elections, and in part to the effects of the Cold War. It was also influenced by various special occurrences such as a report that the national head of PERME had publicly called Mohammed a false prophet, A speech in the nearby regional capital by a Muslimite leader in which he accused Perme of intending to raise a generation of bastards in Indonesia, and a bitter village chief election largely fought out on Santri versus Abangan grounds. As a result, the local sub-district officer, a worried bureaucrat trapped in the middle, called a meeting of all the village religious officials, or modins. Among many other duties, a modin is traditionally responsible for conducting funerals. He directs the whole ritual, instructs the mourners in the technical details of burial, leads the Quran chanting, and reads a set speech to the deceased at the graveside. The sub-district officer instructed the modins, the majority of whom were village Muslimite leaders, that in the case of the death of a member of Perme, they were merely to note the name and age of the deceased and return home, they were not to participate in the ritual. He warned that if they did not do as he advised, they would be responsible if trouble started and he would not come to their support. The funeral. The mood of a Javanese funeral is not one of hysterical bereavement, unrestrained sobbing, or even of formalized cries of grief for the deceased's departure. Rather, it is a calm, undemonstrative, almost languid letting go, a brief ritualized relinquishment of a relationship no longer possible. Tears are not approved of and certainly not encouraged. The effort is to get the job done, not to linger over the pleasures of grief. The detailed busy work of the funeral, the politely formal social intercourse with the neighbors pressing in from all sides, the series of commemorative slamatens stretched out at intervals for almost 3 years, the whole momentum of the Javanese ritual system is supposed to carry one through grief without severe emotional disturbance. For the mourner, the funeral and post-funeral ritual is said to produce a feeling of ikhlas, a kind of willed affectlessness, a detached and static state of not caring. For the neighborhood group it is said to produce rukan, communal harmony. The actual service is in essence simply another version of the slamatan, adapted to the special requirements of interment. When the news of a death is broadcast through the area, everyone in the neighborhood must drop what he is doing and go immediately to the home of the survivors. The women bring bowls of rice, which is cooked up into a slamatan. The men begin to cut wooden grave markers and to dig a grave. Soon the modin arrives and begins to direct activities. The corpse is washed in ceremonially prepared water by the relatives, who unflinchingly hold the body on their laps to demonstrate their affection for the deceased as well as their self-control. Then it is wrapped in muslin. About a dozen santris, under the leadership of the modin, chant Arabic prayers over the body for 5 or 10 minutes. After this it is carried, amid various ritual acts, in a ceremonial procession to the graveyard, where it is interred in prescribed ways. The modin reads a graveside speech to the deceased, reminding him of his duties as a believing Muslim, and the funeral is over, usually only 2 or 3 hours after death. The funeral proper is followed by commemorative slamatens in the home of the survivors at 3, 7, 40, and 100 days after death, on the first and second anniversary of death, and, finally, on the 1000th day, when the corpse is considered to have turned to dust and the gap between the living and the dead to have become absolute. This was the ritual pattern which was called into play when Paitjan died. As soon as dawn broke, death occurred in the early hours of the morning. Carmen, the uncle, dispatched a telegram to the boy's parents in a nearby city, telling them in characteristic Javanese fashion that their son was ill. This evasion was intended to soften the impact of death by allowing them to become aware of it more gradually. Javanese feel that emotional damage results not from the severity of a frustration but from the suddenness with which it comes, the degree to which it surprises one unprepared for it. It is shock, not suffering itself, which is feared. Next, in the expectation that the parents would arrive within a few hours, Carmen sent for the modin to begin the ceremony. This was done on the theory that by the time the parents had come little would be left to do but inter the body, and they would thus once more be spared unnecessary stress. By 10 o'clock at the very latest it should all be over, a saddening incident, but a ritually muted one. But when the modin, as he later told me, arrived at Carmen's house and saw the poster displaying Perme's political symbol, he told Carmen that he could not perform the ritual. After all, Carmen belonged to another religion, and he, the modin, did not know the correct burial rituals for it, all he knew was Islam. "I don't want to insult your religion," he said piously. "On the contrary, I hold it in the utmost regard, for there is no intolerance in Islam. But I don't know your ritual. The Christians have their own ritual and their own specialist, the local preacher, but what does Perme do? Do they burn the corpse or what?" This is a sly allusion to Hindu burial practices. Evidently the Modin enjoyed himself hugely in this interchange. Carmen was, the Modin told me, rather upset at all this and evidently surprised, for although he was an active member of Perme, he was a fairly unsophisticated one. It had evidently never occurred to him that the anti-Muslim funeral agitation of the party would ever appear as a concrete problem, or that the Modin would actually refuse to officiate. Carmen was actually not a bad fellow, the Modin concluded, he was but a dupe of his leaders. After leaving the now highly agitated Carmen, the Modin went directly to the sub-district officer to ask if he had acted properly. The officer was morally bound to say that he had, and thus fortified the Modin returned home to find Carmen and the village policeman, to whom Carmen had gone in desperation, waiting for him. The policeman, a personal friend of Carmen's, told the Modin that according to time-honored custom he was supposed to bury everyone with impartiality, never mind whether he happened to agree with their politics. But the Modin, having now been personally supported by the sub-district officer, insisted that it was no longer his responsibility. However, he suggested, if Carmen wished, he could go to the village chief's office and sign a public statement, sealed with the government stamp and countersigned by the village chief in the presence of 2 witnesses, declaring that he, Carmen, was a true believing Muslim and that he wished the Modin to bury the boy according to Islamic custom. At this suggestion that he officially abandon his religious beliefs, Carmen exploded into a rage and stormed from the house, rather uncharacteristic behavior for a Javanese. By the time he arrived home again, at his wits' end about what to do next, he found to his dismay that the news of the boy's death had been broadcast and the entire neighborhood was already gathering for the ceremony. Like most of the kampongs in the town of Mojokuto, the one in which I lived consisted both of pious santries and ardent abangans, as well as a number of less intense adherents of either side, mixed together in a more or less random manner. In the town, people are forced to live where they can and take whomever they find for neighbors, in contrast to the rural areas where whole neighborhoods, even whole villages, still tend to be made up almost entirely of either abangans or santries. The majority of the santries in the kampong were members of Musjamai, and most of the abangans were followers of Perme, and in daily life, social interaction between the two groups was minimal. The abangans, most of whom were either petty artisans or manual laborers, gathered each late afternoon at Carmen's roadside coffee shop for the idle twilight conversations which are typical of small town and village life in Java. The santries tailors, traders, and storekeepers for the most part usually gathered in one or another of the santry-run shops for the same purpose. But despite this lack of close social ties, the demonstration of territorial unity at a funeral was still felt by both groups to be an unavoidable duty. Of all the Javanese rituals, the funeral probably carries the greatest obligation on attendance. Everyone who lives within a certain roughly defined radius of the survivor's home is expected to come to the ceremony, and on this occasion everyone did. With this as background, it is not surprising that when I arrived at Carmen's house about 8 o'clock, I found 2 separate clusters of sullen men squatting disconsolately on either side of the yard, a nervous group of whispering women sitting idly inside the house near the still-clothed body, and a general air of doubt and uneasiness in place of the usual quiet busyness of slamatan preparing, body washing, and guest greeting. The abangans were grouped near the house, where Carmen was crouched, staring blankly off into space, and where Sujoko and Sastro, the town chairman and secretary of Perme, the only non-residents of the kampong present, sat on chairs, looking vaguely out of place. The santries were crowded together under the narrow shadow of a coconut palm about 30 yards away, chatting quietly to one another about everything but the problem at hand. The almost motionless scene suggested an unlooked-for intermission in a familiar drama, as when a motion picture stops in mid-action. After a half hour or so, a few of the abandons began to chip half-heartedly away at pieces of wood to make grave markers, and a few women began to construct small flower offerings for want of anything better to do, but it was clear that the ritual was arrested and that no one quite knew what to do next. Tension slowly rose. People nervously watched the sun rise higher and higher in the sky, or glanced at the impassive Carmen. Mutterings about the sorry state of affairs began to appear. "Everything these days is a political problem," an old, traditionalistic man of about 80 grumbled to me. "You can't even die anymore, but what, it becomes a political problem." Finally, about 9:30, a young Santry tailor named Abu decided to try to do something about the situation before it deteriorated entirely. He stood up and gestured to Carmen, the first serious instrumental act which had occurred all morning. And Carmen, roused from his meditation, crossed the no-man's land to talk to him. As a matter of fact, Abu occupied a rather special position in the kampung. Although he was a pious Santry and a loyal Musjamai member, he had more contact with the Perme group because his tailor shop was located directly behind Carmen's coffee shop. Though Abu, who stuck to his sewing machine night and day, was not properly a member of this group, he would often exchange comments with them from his workbench about 20 feet away. True, a certain amount of tension existed between him and the Perme people over religious issues. Once, when I was inquiring about their eschatological beliefs, they referred me sarcastically to Abu, saying he was an expert, and they teased him quite openly about what they considered the wholly ridiculous Islamic theories of the afterlife. Nevertheless, he had something of a social bond with them, and it was perhaps reasonable that he should be the one to try to break the deadlock. "It is already nearly noon," Abu said. "Things can't go straight on like this." He suggested that he send Umar, another of the Santries, to see if the Modin could now be induced to come. Perhaps things were cooler with him now. Meanwhile, he could get the washing and wrapping of the corpse started himself. Carmen replied that he would think about it, and returned to the other side of the yard for a discussion with the two Perme leaders. After a few minutes of vigorous gesturing and nodding, Carmen returned and said simply, "All right, that way." "I know how you feel," Abu said. "I'll just do what is absolutely necessary and keep the Islam out as much as possible." He gathered the Santries together and they entered the house. The first requisite was stripping the corpse, which was still lying on the floor, because no one could bring himself to move it. But by now the body was rigid, making it necessary to cut the clothes off with a knife, an unusual procedure which deeply disturbed everyone, especially the women clustered around. The Santries finally managed to get the body outside and set up the bathing enclosure. Abu asked for volunteers for the washing. He reminded them that God would consider such an act a good work. But the relatives, who normally would be expected to undertake this task, were by now so deeply shaken and confused that they were unable to bring themselves to hold the boy on their laps in the customary fashion. There was another wait while people looked hopelessly at each other. Finally, Paksura, a member of Carmen's group but no relative, took the boy on his lap, although he was clearly frightened and kept whispering a protective spell. One reason the Javanese give for their custom of rapid burial is that it is dangerous to have the spirit of the deceased hovering around the house. Before the washing could begin, however, someone raised the question as to whether one person was enough. Wasn't it usually 3? No one was quite sure, including Abu. Some thought that although it was customary to have 3 people, it was not obligatory, and some thought 3 a necessary number. After about 10 minutes of anxious discussion, a male cousin of the boy and a carpenter, unrelated to him, managed to work up the courage to join Paksura. Abu, attempting to act the Modin's role as best he could, sprinkled a few drops of water on the corpse and then it was washed, rather haphazardly and in unsacralized water. When this was finished, however, the procedure was again stalled, for no one knew exactly how to arrange the small cotton pads which, under Muslim law, should plug the body orifices. Carmen's wife, sister of the deceased's mother, could evidently take no more, for she broke into a loud, unrestrained wailing, the only demonstration of this sort I witnessed among the dozen or so Javanese funerals I attended. Everyone was further upset by this development, and most of the kampung women made a frantic but unavailing effort to comfort her. Most of the men remained seated in the yard, outwardly calm and inexpressive, but the embarrassed uneasiness which had been present since the beginning seemed to be turning toward fearful desperation. "It is not nice for her to cry that way," several men said to me, "it isn't proper." At this point, the Modin arrived. However, he was still adamant. Further, he warned Abu that he was courting eternal damnation by his actions. "You will have to answer to God on Judgment Day," he said, "if you make mistakes in the ritual. It will be your responsibility. For a Muslim, burial is a serious matter and must be carried out according to the law by someone who knows what the law is, not according to the will of the individual." He then suggested to Sujoko and Sastro, the Perme leaders, that they take charge of the funeral, for as party intellectuals they must certainly know what kind of funeral customs Perme followed. The two leaders, who had not moved from their chairs, considered this as everyone watched expectantly, but they finally refused, with some chagrin, saying they really did not know how to go about it. The Modin shrugged and turned away. One of the bystanders, a friend of Carmen's, then suggested that they just take the body out and bury it and forget about the whole ritual. It was extremely dangerous to leave things as they were much longer. I don't know whether this remarkable suggestion would have been followed, for at this juncture the mother and father of the dead child entered the kampung. They seemed quite composed. They were not unaware of the death, for the father later told me he had suspected as much when he got the telegram. He and his wife had prepared themselves for the worst and were more or less resigned by the time they arrived. When they approached the kampung and saw the whole neighborhood gathered, they knew that their fears were well founded. When Carmen's wife, whose weeping had subsided slightly, saw the dead boy's mother come into the yard, she burst free of those who were comforting her and with a shriek rushed to embrace her sister. In what seemed a split second, both women had dissolved into wild hysterics and the crowd had rushed in and pulled them apart, dragging them to houses at opposite sides of the kampung. Their wailing continued in undiminished volume, and nervous comments arose to the effect that they ought to get on with the burial in one fashion or another, before the boy's spirit possessed someone. But the mother now insisted on seeing the body of her child before it was wrapped. The father at first forbade it, angrily ordering her to stop crying. Didn't she know that such behavior would darken the boy's pathway to the other world? But she persisted, and so they brought her, stumbling, to where he lay in Carmen's house. The women tried to keep her from drawing too close, but she broke loose and began to kiss the boy about the genitals. She was snatched away almost immediately by her husband and the women, though she screamed that she had not yet finished, and they pulled her into the back room where she subsided into a daze. After a while the body was finally being wrapped. The Modin having unbent enough to point out where the cotton pads went, she seemed to lose her bearings entirely and began to move about the yard shaking hands with everyone, all strangers to her, and saying, "Forgive me my faults, forgive me my faults." Again she was forcibly restrained. People said, "Calm yourself, think of your other children. Do you want to follow your son to the grave?" The corpse was now wrapped, and new suggestions were made that it be taken off immediately to the graveyard. At this point, Abu approached the father, who, he evidently felt, had now displaced Carmen as the man legally responsible for the proceedings. Abu explained that the Modin, being a government official, did not feel free to approach the father himself, but he would like to know, how did he wish the boy to be buried, the Islamic way or what? The father, somewhat bewildered, said, "Of course, the Islamic way. I don't have much of any religion, but I'm not a Christian, and when it comes to death the burial should be the Islamic way. Completely Islamic." Abu explained again that the Modin could not approach the father directly, but that he, being free, could do as he pleased. He said that he had tried to help as best he could, but that he had been careful to do nothing Islamic before the father came. It was too bad, he apologized, about all the tension that was in the air, that political differences had to make so much trouble. But after all, everything had to be clear and legal about the funeral. It was important for the boy's soul. The sentries, somewhat gleefully, now chanted their prayers over the corpse, and it was carried to the grave and buried in the usual manner. The Modin gave the usual graveyard speech, as amended for children, and the funeral was finally completed. None of the relatives or the women went to the graveyard, but when we returned to the house it was now well after noon. The slamatan was finally served, and Pajan's spirit presumably left the kampung to begin its journey to the other world. 3 days later, in the evening, the first of the commemorative slamatans was held, but it turned out that not only were no santries present but that it was as much a Perme political and religious cult meeting as a mourning ritual. Carmen started off in the traditional fashion by announcing in High Javanese that this was a slamatan in remembrance of the death of Pajan. Sajoko, the Perme leader, immediately burst in saying, "No, no, that is wrong. At a third-day slamatan you just eat and give a long Islamic chant for the dead, and we are certainly not going to do that." He then launched into a long, rambling speech. "Everyone," he said, "must know the philosophical religious basis of the country. Suppose this American," he pointed to me, "he was not at all pleased by my presence, came up and asked you, what is the spiritual basis of the country, and you didn't know, wouldn't you be ashamed?" He went on in this vein, building up a whole rationale for the present national political structure on the basis of a mystical interpretation of President Sukarno's 5 points: monotheism, social justice, humanitarianism, democracy, and nationalism, which are the official ideological foundation of the new republic. Aided by Carmen and others, he worked out a micro-macrocosm correspondence theory in which the individual is seen to be but a small replica of the state, and the state but an enlarged image of the individual. If the state is to be ordered, then the individual must also be ordered, each implies the other. As the president's 5 points are at the basis of the state, so the 5 senses are at the basis of an individual. The process of harmonizing both are the same, and it is this we must be sure we know. The discussion continued for nearly half an hour, ranging widely through religious, philosophical, and political issues, including, evidently for my benefit, a discussion of the Rosenberg's execution. We paused for coffee, and as Sajoko was about to begin again, Pajan's father, who had been sitting quietly and expressionless, began suddenly to talk, softly and with a curiously mechanical tonelessness, almost as if he were reasoning with himself, but without much hope of success. "I am sorry for my rough city accent," he said, "but I very much want to say something." He hoped they would forgive him. They could continue their discussion in a moment. "I have been trying to be detached, resigned about Pajan's death. I'm convinced that everything that could have been done for him was done, and that his death was just an event which simply happened." He said he was still in Mojokuto because he could not yet face the people where he lived, couldn't face having to tell each one of them what had occurred. His wife, he said, was a little more now too. It was hard, though. He kept telling himself it was just the will of God, but it was so hard, for nowadays people didn't agree on things anymore. One person tells you one thing and others tell you another. It's hard to know which is right, to know what to believe. He said he appreciated all the Mojokuto people coming to the funeral, and he was sorry it had been all mixed up. "I'm not very religious myself. I'm not Muslimai and I'm not Perme. But I wanted the boy to be buried in the old way. I hope no one's feelings were hurt." He said again he was trying to be ikhlas, to tell himself it was just the will of God, but it was hard, for things were so confused these days. It was hard to see why the boy should have died. This sort of public expression of one's feelings is extremely unusual in my experience, unique among Javanese, and in the formalized traditional slamatan pattern there is simply no place for it, nor for philosophical or political discussion. Everyone present was rather shaken by the father's talk, and there was a painful silence. Sajoko finally began to talk again, but this time he described in detail the boy's death. How Peitjan had first gotten a fever and Carmen had called him, Sujoko, to come and say a perme spell. But the boy did not respond. They finally took him to a male nurse in the hospital, where he was given an injection. But still he worsened. He vomited blood and went into convulsions, which Sujoko described rather graphically, and then he died. I don't know why the perme spell didn't work, he said, it has worked before. This time it didn't. I don't know why, that sort of thing can't be explained no matter how much you think about it. Sometimes it just works and sometimes it just doesn't. There was another silence and then, after about 10 minutes more of political discussion, we disbanded. The father returned the next day to his home and I was not invited to any of the later Slamatons. When I left the field about 4 months later, Carmen's wife had still not entirely recovered from the experience, the tension between the Santries and the Abangans in the kampung had increased, and everyone wondered what would happen the next time a death occurred in a Perme family. Analysis. Of all the sources of religion, wrote Malinowski, the supreme and final crisis of life-death is of the greatest importance. 1212 death, he argued, provokes in the survivors a dual response of love and loathing, a deep-going emotional ambivalence of fascination and fear which threatens both the psychological and social foundations of human existence. The survivors are drawn toward the deceased by their affection for him, repelled from him by the dreadful transformation wrought by death. Funeral rites, and the mourning practices which follow them, focus around this paradoxical desire both to maintain the tie in the face of death and to break the bond immediately and utterly, and to ensure the domination of the will to live over the tendency to despair. Mortuary rituals maintain the continuity of human life by preventing the survivors from yielding either to the impulse to flee panic-stricken from the scene or to the contrary impulse to follow the deceased into the grave. And here into this play of emotional forces, into this supreme dilemma of life and final death, religion steps in, selecting the positive creed, the comforting view, the culturally valuable belief in immortality, in the spirit independent of the body, and in the continuance of life after death. In the various ceremonies at death, in commemoration and communion with the departed, and worship of ancestral ghosts, religion gives body and form to the saving beliefs. Exactly the same function it fulfills also with regard to the whole group. The ceremonial of death, which ties the survivors to the body and rivets them to the place of death, the beliefs in the existence of the spirit, in its beneficent influences or malevolent intentions, in the duties of a series of commemorative or sacrificial ceremonies, in all this religion counteracts the centrifugal forces of fear, dismay, demoralization, and provides the most powerful means of reintegration of the group's shaken solidarity and of the re-establishment of its morale. In short, religion here assures the victory of tradition over the mere negative response of thwarted instinct. 1313. To this sort of theory, a case such as that described above clearly poses some difficult problems. Not only was the victory of tradition and culture over thwarted instinct a narrow one at best, but it seemed as if the ritual were tearing the society apart rather than integrating it, were disorganizing personalities rather than healing them. To this the functionalist has a ready answer, which takes one of two forms depending upon whether he follows the Durkheim or the Malinowski tradition: social disintegration or cultural demoralization. Rapid social change has disrupted Javanese society, and this is reflected in a disintegrated culture, as the unified state of traditional village society was mirrored in the unified Slamaton, so the broken society of the kampung is mirrored in the broken Slamaton of the funeral ritual we have just witnessed. Or, in the alternate phraseology, cultural decay has led to social fragmentation, loss of a vigorous folk tradition has weakened the moral ties between individuals. It seems to me that there are two things wrong with this argument: no matter in which of the two vocabularies it is stated, it identifies social, or cultural, conflict with social, or cultural, disintegration; it denies independent roles to both culture and social structure, regarding one of the two as a mere epiphenomenon of the other. In the first place, kampung life is not simply anomic. Though it is marked by vigorous social conflicts, as is our own society, it nevertheless proceeds fairly effectively in most areas. If governmental, economic, familial, stratificatory, and social control institutions functioned as poorly as did Paetjens' funeral, a kampong would indeed be an uncomfortable place in which to live. But though some of the typical symptoms of urban upheaval such as increased gambling, petty thievery, and prostitution are to some degree present, kampong social life is clearly not on the verge of collapse. Everyday social interaction does not limp along with the suppressed bitterness and deep uncertainty we have seen focused around burial. For most of its members most of the time, a semi-urban neighborhood in Mojokerto offers a viable way of life, despite its material disadvantages and its transitional character, and for all the sentimentality which has been lavished on descriptions of rural life in Java, this is probably as much as one could say for the village. As a matter of fact, it is around religious beliefs and practices, slamatans, holidays, curing, sorcery, cult groups, and so on that the most seriously disruptive events seem to cluster. Religion here is somehow the center and source of stress, not merely the reflection of stress elsewhere in the society. Yet it is not a source of stress because commitment to the inherited patterns of belief and ritual has been weakened. The conflict around Paetjens' death took place simply because all the kampong residents did share a common, highly integrated, cultural tradition concerning funerals. There was no argument over whether the slamatan pattern was the correct ritual, whether the neighbors were obligated to attend, or whether the supernatural concepts upon which the ritual is based were valid ones. For both santries and abangans in the kampongs, the slamatan maintains its force as a genuine sacred symbol. It still provides a meaningful framework for facing death, for most people the only meaningful framework. We cannot attribute the failure of the ritual to secularization, to a growth in skepticism, or to a disinterest in the traditional saving beliefs, any more than we can attribute it to anime. We must rather, I think, ascribe it to a discontinuity between the form of integration existing in the social structural, causal functional, dimension and the form of integration existing in the cultural, logico-meaningful, dimension, a discontinuity which leads not to social and cultural disintegration, but to social and cultural conflict. In more concrete, if somewhat aphoristic terms, the difficulty lies in the fact that socially kampong people are urbanites, while culturally they are still folk. I have already pointed out that the Javanese kampong represents a transitional sort of society, that its members stand in between the more or less fully urbanized elite and the more or less traditionally organized peasantry. The social structural forms in which they participate are for the most part urban ones. The emergence of a highly differentiated occupational structure in place of the almost entirely agricultural one of the countryside, the virtual disappearance of the semi-hereditary, traditional village government as a personalistic buffer between the individual and the rationalized central government bureaucracy, and its replacement by the more flexible forms of modern parliamentary democracy, the evolution of a multi-class society in which the kampong, unlike the village, is not even a potentially self-sufficient entity, but is only one dependent subpart. All this means that the kampong man lives in a very urban world. Socially, his is a Gesellschaft existence. But on the cultural level, the level of meaning, there is much less of a contrast between the kampong dweller and the villager, much more between him and a member of the urban elite. The patterns of belief, expression, and value to which the kampong man is committed, his worldview, ethos, ethic, or whatever, differ only slightly from those followed by the villager. Amid a radically more complex social environment, he clings noticeably to the symbols which guided him or his parents through life in rural society. And it is this fact which gave rise to the psychological and social tension surrounding Paetjens' funeral. The disorganization of the ritual resulted from a basic ambiguity in the meaning of the rite for those who participated in it. Most simply stated, this ambiguity lay in the fact that the symbols which compose the slamatan had both religious and political significance, were charged with both sacred and profane import. The people who came into Carmen's yard, including Carmen himself, were not sure whether they were engaged in a sacralized consideration of first and last things or in a secular struggle for power. This is why the old man, he was a graveyard keeper, as a matter of fact, complained to me that dying was nowadays a political problem, why the village policeman accused the Moden not of religious but of political bias for refusing to bury Paitjan, why the unsophisticated Carmen was astonished when his ideological commitments suddenly loomed as obstacles to his religious practices, why Abu was torn between his willingness to submerge political differences in the interest of a harmonious funeral, and his unwillingness to trifle with his religious beliefs in the interest of his own salvation, why the commemorative rite oscillated between political diatribe and a poignant search for an adequate explanation of what had happened, why, in sum, the Slamatan religious pattern stumbled when it attempted to step in with the positive creed and the culturally valuable belief. As emphasized earlier, the present severity of the contrast between Santri and Abangan is in great part due to the rise of nationalist social movements in 20th century Indonesia. In the larger cities where these movements were born, they were originally of various sorts: tradesmen's societies to fight Chinese competition, unions of workers to resist plantation exploitation, religious groups trying to redefine ultimate concepts, philosophical discussion clubs attempting to clarify Indonesian metaphysical and moral notions, school associations striving to revivify Indonesian education, cooperative societies trying to work out new forms of economic organization, cultural groups moving toward a renaissance of Indonesian artistic life, and, of course, political parties working to build up effective opposition to Dutch rule. As time wore on, however, the struggle for independence absorbed more and more the energies of all these essentially elite groups. Whatever the distinctive aim of each of them, economic reconstruction, religious reform, artistic renaissance, it became submerged in a diffuse political ideology. All the groups were increasingly concerned with one end as the prerequisite of all further social and cultural progress: freedom. By the time the revolution began in 1945, reformulation of ideas outside the political sphere had noticeably slackened and most aspects of life had become intensely ideologized, a tendency which has continued into the post-war period. In the villages and small-town kampongs, the early, specific phase of nationalism had only a minor effect. But as the movement unified and moved toward eventual triumph, the masses too began to be affected and, as I have pointed out, mainly through the medium of religious symbols. The highly urbanized elite forged their bonds to the peasantry not in terms of complex political and economic theory, which would have had little meaning in a rural context, but in terms of concepts and values already present there. As the major line of demarcation among the elite was between those who took Islamic doctrine as the overall basis of their mass appeal and those who took a generalized philosophical refinement of the indigenous syncretic tradition as such a basis, so in the countryside Santri and Abangan soon became not simply religious but political categories, denoting the followers of these two diffuse approaches to the organization of the emerging independent society. When the achievement of political freedom strengthened the importance of factional politics in parliamentary government, the Santri-Abangan distinction became, on the local level at least, one of the primary ideological axes around which the process of party maneuvering took place. The effect of this development has been to cause political debate and religious propitiation to be carried out in the same vocabulary. A Quranic chant becomes an affirmation of political allegiance as well as a paean to God. A burning of incense expresses one's secular ideology as well as one's sacred beliefs. Slamatans now tend to be marked by anxious discussions of the various elements in the ritual, of what their real significance is, by arguments as to whether a particular practice is essential or optional, by Abangan uneasiness when Santris lift their eyes to pray and Santri uneasiness when Abangans recite a protective spell. At death, as we have seen, the traditional symbols tend both to solidify individuals in the face of social loss and to remind them of their differences, to emphasize the broadly human themes of mortality and undeserved suffering and the narrowly social ones of factional opposition and party struggle, to strengthen the values the participants hold in common and to tune up their animosities and suspicions. The rituals themselves become matters of political conflict. Forms for the sacralization of marriage and death are transformed into important party issues. In such an equivocal cultural setting, the average Kampung Javanese finds it increasingly difficult to determine the proper attitude toward a particular event, to choose the meaning of a given symbol appropriate to a given social context. The corollary of this interference of political meanings with religious meanings also occurs, the interference of religious meanings with political ones. Because the same symbols are used in both political and religious contexts, people often regard party struggle as involving not merely the usual ebb and flow of parliamentary maneuver, the necessary factional give and take of democratic government, but involving as well decisions on basic values and ultimates. Kampong people in particular tend to see the open struggle for power explicitly institutionalized in the new republican forms of government as a struggle for the right to establish different brands of essentially religious principles as official. If the Abangans get in, the Quranic teachers will be forbidden to hold classes. If the Santris get in, we shall all have to pray 5 times a day. The normal conflict involved in electoral striving for office is heightened by the idea that literally everything is at stake. If we win, it is our country idea that the group which gains power has a right, as one man said, to put his own foundation under the state. Politics thus takes on a kind of sacralized bitterness, and one village election in a suburban Mojokerto village actually had to be held twice because of the intense pressures generated in this way. The Kampong man is, so to speak, caught between his ultimate and his proximate concepts. Because he is forced to formulate his essentially metaphysical ideas, his response to such basic problems as fate, suffering, and evil, in the same terms as when he states his claims to secular power, his political rights and aspirations, he experiences difficulty in enacting either a socially and psychologically efficient funeral or a smoothly running election. But a ritual is not just a pattern of meaning, it is also a form of social interaction. Thus, in addition to creating cultural ambiguity, the attempt to bring a religious pattern from a relatively less differentiated rural background into an urban context also gives rise to social conflict, simply because the kind of social integration demonstrated by the pattern is not congruent with the major patterns of integration in the society generally. The way Kampong people go about maintaining solidarity in everyday life is quite different from the way the Slamatan insists that they should go about maintaining it. As emphasized earlier, the Slamatan is essentially a territorially based ritual. It assumes the primary tie between families to be that of residential propinquity. One set of neighbors is considered a significant social unit, politically, religiously, economically, as against another set of neighbors, one village as against another village, one village cluster as against another village cluster. In the town, this pattern has in large part changed. Significant social groups are defined by a plurality of factors: class, political commitment, occupation, ethnicity, regional origins, religious preference, age, and sex, as well as residence. The new urban form of organization consists of a careful balance of conflicting forces arising out of diverse contexts. Class differences are softened by ideological similarities, ethnic conflicts by common economic interests, political opposition, as we have been, by residential intimacy. But in the midst of all this pluralistic checking and balancing, the Slamatan remains unchanged, blind to the major lines of social and cultural demarcation in urban life. For it, the primary classifying characteristic of an individual is where he lives. Thus, when an occasion arises demanding sacralization, a life cycle transition, a holiday, a serious illness, the religious form which must be employed acts not with but against the grain of social equilibrium. The Slamatan ignores those recently devised mechanisms of social insulation which in daily life keep group conflict within fixed bounds, as it also ignores the newly evolved patterns of social integration among opposed groups which balance contradictory tensions in a reasonably effective fashion. People are pressed into an intimacy they would as soon avoid, where the incongruity between the social assumptions of the ritual, we are all culturally homogeneous peasants together, and what is in fact the case, we are several different kinds of people who must perforce live together despite our serious value disagreements, leads to a deep uneasiness of which Pajan's funeral was but an extreme example. In the Kampong, the holding of a Slamatan increasingly serves to remind people that the neighborhood bonds they are strengthening through a dramatic enactment are no longer the bonds which most emphatically hold them together. These latter are ideological, class, occupation, and political bonds, divergent ties which are no longer adequately summed up in territorial relationships. In sum, the disruption of Paetjens' funeral may be traced to a single source, an incongruity between the cultural framework of meaning and the patterning of social interaction, an incongruity due to the persistence in an urban environment of a religious symbol system adjusted to peasant social structure. Static functionalism, of either the sociological or social psychological sort, is unable to isolate this kind of incongruity because it fails to discriminate between logico-meaningful integration and causal functional integration, because it fails to realize that cultural structure and social structure are not mere reflexes of one another but independent, yet interdependent, variables. The driving forces in social change can be clearly formulated only by a more dynamic form of functionalist theory, one which takes into account the fact that man's need to live in a world to which he can attribute some significance, whose essential import he feels he can grasp, often diverges from his concurrent need to maintain a functioning social organism. A diffuse concept of culture as learned behavior, a static view of social structure as an equilibrated pattern of interaction, and a stated or unstated assumption that the two must somehow, save in disorganized situations, be simple mirror images of one another, is rather too primitive a conceptual apparatus with which to attack such problems as those raised by Paetjens' unfortunate but instructive funeral. Chapter 7/Internal Conversion in Contemporary Bali. Every race has its lumber room of magical beliefs and practices, and many such survivals are gracious and beautiful and maintain the continuity of a civilization. It is to be hoped that modern materialist ideas will not obliterate them entirely and leave Malay culture jejune. Richard Winstead, The Malay Magician. We hear much these days about political and economic modernization in the new states of Asia and Africa, but little about religious modernization. When not ignored entirely, religion tends to be viewed either as a rigidly archaic obstacle to needed progress or a beleaguered conservator of precious cultural values threatened by the corrosive powers of rapid change. Little attention is paid to religious development in and of itself, to regularities of transformation which occur in the ritual and belief systems of societies undergoing comprehensive social revolutions. At best, we get studies of the role that established religious commitments and identifications play in political or economic processes. But our view of Asian and African religions as such is oddly static. We expect them to prosper or decline, we do not expect them to change. With respect to Bali, perhaps the most richly stocked lumber room of gracious and beautiful magical beliefs and practices in Southeast Asia, such an approach is virtually universal, and the dilemma of choosing between a quixotic cultural antiquarianism and a barren cultural materialism seems, therefore, to be an especially cruel one. In this essay, I want to suggest that this dilemma is, in all likelihood, a false one, that the continuity of Balinese civilization can be maintained though the fundamental nature of its religious life be totally transformed. And further, I want to point to a few faint, uncertain signs that such a transformation is in fact already underway. The concept of religious rationalization. In his great work on comparative religion, the German sociologist Max Weber set forth a distinction between two idealized polar types of religions in world history, the traditional and the rationalized, which, if it is overgeneralized and incompletely formulated, is yet a useful starting point for a discussion of the process of genuinely religious change. Point 11. Weber's main theoretical discussion of religion is contained in a still untranslated section of his Wirtschaft and Gesellschaft, Tübingen, 1925, pages 225 to 356, but application of his approach can be found in the translations of his Religions Sociology issued as The Religion of China, Glencoe, 3, 1958, Ancient Judaism, Glencoe, 3, 1952, The Religion of India, Glencoe, 3, 1958, and The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, New York, 1958. The best discussions of Weber's work in English are T. Parsons, The Structure of Social Action, Glencoe, 3, 1949, and R. Bendix, Max Weber, An Intellectual Portrait, New York, 1960. The axis of this contrast turns upon a difference in the relationship between religious concepts and social forms. Traditional religious concepts, Weber also calls them magical, rigidly stereotype established social practices. Inextricably bound up with secular custom in an almost point-for-point manner, they draw all branches of human activity into the circle of symbolic magic and so ensure that the stream of everyday existence continues to flow steadily within a fixed and firmly outlined course. Point 22. Rationalized concepts, however, are not so thoroughly intertwined with the concrete details of ordinary life. They are apart, above, or outside of them, and the relations of the systems of ritual and belief in which they are embodied to secular society are not intimate and unexamined but distant and problematic. A rationalized religion is, to the degree that it is rationalized, self-conscious and worldly wise. Its attitude to secular life may be various, from the resigned acceptance of genteel Confucianism to the active mastery of ascetic Protestantism, but it is never naive. 33. With this difference in relationship between the religious realm and the secular goes a difference also in the structure of the religious realm itself. Traditional religions consist of a multitude of very concretely defined and only loosely ordered sacred entities, an untidy collection of fussy ritual acts and vivid animistic images which are able to involve themselves in an independent, segmental, and immediate manner with almost any sort of actual event. Such systems, for, despite their lack of formal regularity, they are systems, meet the perennial concerns of religion, what Weber called the problems of meaning, evil, suffering, frustration, bafflement, and so on piecemeal. They attack them opportunistically as they arise in each particular instance, each death, each crop failure, each untoward natural or social occurrence employing one or another weapon chosen, on grounds of symbolic appropriateness, from their cluttered arsenal of myth and magic. With respect to the less defensive activities of religion, the celebration of human continuity, prosperity, and solidarity, the same strategy is employed. As the approach to fundamental spiritual issues which traditional religions take is discrete and irregular, so also is their characteristic form. Rationalized religions, on the other hand, are more abstract, more logically coherent, and more generally phrased. The problems of meaning, which in traditional systems are expressed only implicitly and fragmentarily, here get inclusive formulations and evoke comprehensive attitudes. They become conceptualized as universal and inherent qualities of human existence as such, rather than being seen as inseparable aspects of this or that specific event. The question is no longer put merely in such terms as, to use a classic example from the British anthropologist Evans Pritchard, why has the granary fallen on my brother and not on someone else's brother, but rather, why do the good die young and the evil flourish as the green bay tree, 44 or, to escape from the conventions of Christian theodicy, not, by what means can I discover who practiced witchcraft against my brother, thereby causing the granary to fall on him, but, how can one know the truth? Not, what specific actions must I perform in order to wreak vengeance upon the witch, but, what are the bases upon which punishment of evildoers can be justified? The narrower, concrete questions, of course, remain, but they are subsumed under the broader ones, whose more radically disquieting suggestions they therefore bring forward. And with this raising of the broader ones in a stark and general form arises also the need to answer them in an equally sweeping, universal, and conclusive manner. E. E. Evans Pritchard, Witchcraft, Oracles, and Magic Among the Ozanda, Oxford, 1932. The so-called world religions developed, Weber argued, as responses to the appearance in an acute form of just this sort of need. Judaism, Confucianism, philosophical Brahmanism, and, though on the surface it might not seem to be a religion at all, Greek rationalism, each emerged out of a myriad of parochial cults, folk mythologies, and ad hoc beliefs whose power had begun to fail for certain crucial groups in the societies concerned. 55 The sense, on the part, largely, of religious intellectuals, that the traditional conglomerate of rituals and beliefs was no longer adequate, and the rise to consciousness of the problems of meaning in an explicit form, seems to have been part, in each case, of a much wider dislocation in the pattern of traditional life. The details of such dislocations, or of those amidst which later world religions, descended from these first four, appeared, need not detain us. What is important is that the process of religious rationalization seems everywhere to have been provoked by a thorough shaking of the foundations of social order. For a discussion of Weber's analysis of the role of status groups in religious change, see Bendix, Max Weber, 103-111. My formulation here and elsewhere in this discussion owes much to an unpublished paper by Robert Bellat, Religion in the Process of Cultural Differentiation. See also his Tokugawa Religion, Glencoe, 3, 1957. Provoked, but not determined. 4. Aside from the fact that profound social crisis has not always produced profound religious creativity, or any creativity at all, the lines along which such creativity has moved when it has appeared have been most varied. Weber's whole grand comparison of the religions of China, India, Israel, and the West rested on the notion that they represented variant directions of rationalization, contrastive choices among a finite set of possible developments away from magical realism. What these diverse systems had in common was not the specific content of their message, which deepened in its particularity as it expanded in its scope, but the formal pattern, the generic mode, in which it was cast. In all of them, the sense of sacredness was gathered up, like so many scattered rays of light brought to focus in a lens, from the countless tree spirits and garden spells through which it was vaguely diffused, and was concentrated in a nucleate, though not necessarily monotheistic, concept of the divine. The world was, in Weber's famous phrase, disenchanted. The locus of sacredness was removed from the roof trees, graveyards, and road crossings of everyday life and put, in some sense, into another realm where dwelt Yahweh, Logos, Tao, or Brahman. 66. Bellat, differentiation. With this tremendous increase in distance, so to speak, between man and the sacred goes the necessity of sustaining the ties between them in a much more deliberate and critical manner. As the divine can no longer be apprehended en passant through numberless concrete, almost reflexive ritual gestures strategically interspersed throughout the general round of life, the establishment of a more general and comprehensive relationship to it becomes, unless one is to abandon concern with it altogether, imperative. Weber saw two main ways in which this can be brought about. One is through the construction of a consciously systematized, formal, legal moral code consisting of ethical commands conceived to have been given to man by the divine, through prophets, holy writings, miraculous indications, and so on. The other is through direct, individual experiential contact with the divine via mysticism, insight, aesthetic intuition, etc., often with the assistance of various sorts of highly organized spiritual and intellectual disciplines, such as yoga. The first approach is, of course, typically, though not exclusively, Mid-Eastern, the second typically, though also not exclusively, East Asian. But whether, as seems unlikely, these are the only two possibilities, or not, they both do bridge the enormously widened gap, or attempt to bridge it, between the profane and the sacred in a self-conscious, methodical, explicitly coherent manner. They maintain, for those who are committed to them, a sense of a meaningful tie between man and the removed divine. As with all Weber's polar contrasts, however, that between traditional and rational, the opposite of which is not irrational, but unrationalized, is as thoroughly blurred in fact as it is sharply drawn in theory. In particular, it must not be assumed that the religions of non-literate peoples are wholly lacking in rationalized elements and those of literate ones rationalized through and through. Not only do many so-called primitive religions show the results of significant amounts of self-conscious criticism, but a popular religiosity of a traditional sort persists with great strength in societies where religious thought has attained its highest reaches of philosophical sophistication. 77 Yet, in relative terms, it is hardly to be doubted that the world religions show greater conceptual generalization, tighter formal integration, and a more explicit sense of doctrine than do the little ones of clan, tribe, village, or folk. Religious rationalization is not an all or none, an irreversible or an inevitable process. But, empirically, it is a real one. On rationalized elements in primitive religion, C.P. Radin, Primitive Man as a Philosopher, New York, 1957. On popular religion in developed civilizations, Bendix, Weber, 112-116. Traditional Balinese religion. As the Balinese are, in a broad sense, Hindus, one might expect that a significant part, at least, of their religious life would be relatively well rationalized, that over and above the usual torrent of popular religiosity there would exist a developed system of either ethical or mystical theology. Yet this is not the case. A number of over-intellectualized descriptions of it to the contrary notwithstanding, Balinese religion, even among the priests, is concrete, action-centered, thoroughly interwoven with the details of everyday life, and touched with little, if any, of the philosophical sophistication or generalized concern of classical Brahmanism or its Buddhist offshoot. 88 Its approach to the problems of meaning remains implicit, circumscribed and segmental. The world is still enchanted and, some recent stirrings aside for the moment, the tangled net of magical realism is almost completely intact, broken only here and there by individual qualms and reflections. The very partial nature of the one slight exception to this can be seen from the brief description of a priest's intellectual training in V.E. Korn, The Consecration of a Priest, in J. L. Swellengriebel et.al., Bali, Studies in Life, Thought and Ritual, The Hague and Bandung, 1960, pages 133 to 153. How far this absence of a developed body of doctrine is a result of the persistence of the indigenous, that is, pre-Hindu, element, of the relative isolation of Bali from the outside world after the 15th century or so and the consequent parochialization of its culture, or of the rather unusual degree to which Balinese social structure has been able to maintain a solidly traditional form, is a moot question. In Java, where the pressure of external influences has been relentless, and where traditional social structure has lost much of its resilience, not just one but several relatively well-rationalized systems of belief and worship have developed, giving a conscious sense of religious diversity, conflict, and perplexity still quite foreign to Bali. 99 Thus, if one comes, as I did, to Bali after having worked in Java, it is the near total absence of either doubt or dogmatism, the metaphysical nonchalance, that almost immediately strikes one. That, and the astounding proliferation of ceremonial activity. The Balinese, perpetually weaving intricate palm leaf offerings, preparing elaborate ritual meals, decorating all sorts of temples, marching in massive processions, and falling into sudden trances, seem much too busy practicing their religion to think, or worry, very much about it. On Java, C.C. Geertz, The Religion of Java, Glencoe, 3, 1960. Yet, again, to say that Balinese religion is not methodically ordered is not to say that it is not ordered at all. Not only is it pervaded with a consistent, highly distinctive tone, a kind of sedulous theatricalism which only extended description could evoke, but the elements which comprise it cluster into a number of relatively well-defined ritual complexes which exhibit, in turn, a definite approach to properly religious issues no less reasonable for being implicit. Of these, three are of perhaps greatest importance: 1. The temple system, 2. The sanctification of social inequality, and 3. The cult of death and witches. As the relevant ethnographic details are readily available in the literature, my description of these complexes can be cursory. 1010. For a general survey, C. M. Covarrubias, Island of Bali, New York, 1956. 1. The temple system is a type example of the wholesale fashion in which the diverse strands of a traditional religion twine themselves through the social structure within which they are set. Though all the temples, of which there are literally thousands, are built on a generally similar open chord plan, each is entirely focused on one or another of a number of quite specifically defined concerns: death, neighborhood patriotism, kin group solidarity, agricultural fertility, caste pride, political loyalty, and so on. Every Balinese belongs to from 2 or 3 to a dozen such temples, and, as the congregation of each is composed of those families who happen to use the same graveyard, live in the same neighborhood, farm the same fields, or have other links, such memberships and the heavy ritual obligations they involve buttress rather directly the sort of social relationships out of which Balinese daily life is built. The religious forms associated with the various temples, like the architecture broadly similar from temple to temple, are almost wholly ceremonial in nature. Beyond a minimal level, there is almost no interest in doctrine, or generalized interpretation of what is going on, at all. The stress is on orthopraxy, not orthodoxy. What is crucial is that each ritual detail should be correct and in place. If one is not, a member of the congregation will fall, involuntarily, into a trance, becoming thereby the chosen messenger of the gods, and will refuse to revive until the error, announced in his ravings, has been corrected. But the conceptual side is of much less moment. The worshippers usually don't even know who the gods in the temples are uninterested in the meaning of the rich symbolism, and are indifferent to what others may or may not believe. You can believe virtually anything you want to actually, including that the whole thing is rather a bore, and even say so. But if you do not perform the ritual duties for which you are responsible, you will be totally ostracized, not just from the temple congregation, but from the community as a whole. Even the execution of ceremonies has an oddly externalized air about it. The main such ceremony occurs on each temple's birthday, every 210 days, at which time the gods descend from their homes atop the great volcano in the center of the island, enter iconic figurines placed on an altar in the temple, remain 3 days, and then return. On the day of their arrival, the congregation forms a gay parade, advancing to meet them at the edge of the village, welcoming them with music and dance, and escorting them to the temple where they are further entertained. On the day of their departure they are sent off with a similar, though sadder, more restrained procession. But most of the ritual between the first and the last day is performed by the temple priest alone, the congregation's main obligation being to construct tremendously complex offerings and bring them to the temple. There is, on the first day, an important collective ritual at which holy water is sprinkled on members of the congregation as, palms to forehead, they make the classic Hindu obeisance gesture to the gods. But even in this seemingly sacramental ceremony only one member of the household need participate, and it is usually a woman or an adolescent who is so delegated, the men being generally unconcerned so long as a few drops of the charmed water falls protectively upon some representative of their family. 2. The sanctification of social inequality centers on the one hand around the Brahmana priesthood and on the other around the enormous ceremonies which the dozens of kings, princes, and lordlings of Bali give to express and reinforce their ascendancy. In Bali, the symbolization of social inequality, of rank, has always been the linchpin of supervillage political organization. From the very earliest stages, the primary moving forces in the process of state formation have been more stratificatory than political, have been concerned more with status than with statecraft. It was not a drive toward higher levels of administrative, fiscal, or even military efficiency that acted as the fundamental dynamic element in the shaping of the Balinese polity, but rather an intense emphasis on the ceremonial expression of delicately graduated distinctions in social standing. Governmental authority was made to rest, secondarily and quite precariously, on more highly valued prestige differences between social strata, and the actual mechanisms of political control through which an authoritarian oligarchy exercises its power were much less elaborately developed than were those through which a traditional cultural elite demonstrates its spiritual superiority, that is, state ritual, court art, and patrician etiquette. Thus, where the temples are primarily associated with egalitarian village groups, perhaps the fundamental structural principle around which they are organized is that within the temple context all differences in social rank between members of the congregation are irrelevant. The priesthood and the spectacular ceremonies of the upper caste tie gentry and peasantry together into relationships that are frankly asymmetrical. While any male member of the Brahmana caste is eligible to become a priest, only a minority undertake the extended period of training and purification that is prerequisite to actual practice in the role. 1111 Though it has no organization as such, each priest operating independently, the priesthood as a whole is very closely identified with the nobility. The ruler and the priest are said to stand side by side as full brothers. Each without the other would fall, the first for lack of charismatic potency, the second for lack of armed protection. Even today, each noble house has a symbiotic tie with a particular priestly house which is considered to be its spiritual counterpart, and in the pre-colonial period not only were the royal courts largely manned by priests, but no priest could be consecrated without permission of the local ruler and no ruler legitimately installed except by a priest. A priest usually must have a Brahmana wife in order to be consecrated, and his wife may fill his role after his death as a full-fledged priest. On the commoner or lower caste side, each priest owns a number of followers, allotted to his house at one point or another by this or that noble house and subsequently inherited from generation to generation. These followers are scattered, if not altogether randomly, at least very widely, say 3 in one village, 4 in the next, several more in a third, and so on. The reason for this practice evidently being a wish on the part of the nobility to keep the priesthood politically weak. Thus, in any one village a man and his neighbor will ordinarily be dependent upon different priests for their religious needs, the most important of which is the obtaining of holy water, an element essential not just for temple ceremonies but for virtually all important rituals. Only a Brahmana priest can address the gods directly in order to sanctify water, as only he has, as the result of his ascetic regimen and his caste purity, the spiritual strength to traffic safely with the tremendous magical power involved. The priests are thus more professional magicians than true priests. They do not serve the divine nor elucidate it, but, through the agency of ill-understood Sanskritic chants and beautifully stylized sacred gestures, they utilize it. A priest's followers refer to him as their Siwa, after the god by whom he is possessed during the entranced portions of his rite, and he refers to them as his Sasija, roughly clients, and in such a way the hierarchical social differentiation into upper and lower castes is symbolically assimilated to the spiritual contrast between priests and ordinary men. The other means through which rank is given religious expression and support, the prodigious ceremonies of the nobility, employs an institution of political rather than ritual clientage corvée to underscore the legitimacy of radical social inequality. Here, it is not the content of the ceremonial activity which is important, but the fact that one is in a position to mobilize the human resources to produce such an extravaganza at all. Usually focused around life cycle events, tooth filing, cremation, these ceremonies involve the collective efforts of great masses of subjects, dependents, etc., over a considerable stretch of time, and form, therefore, not just the symbol but the very substance of political loyalty and integration. In pre-colonial times the preparation and performance of such grand spectacles seem to have consumed more time and energy than all other state activities, including warfare, put together, and so, in a sense, the political system can be said to have existed to support the ritual system, rather than the other way round. And, despite colonialism, occupation, war, and independence, the pattern in great part persists. The gentry is still, in Cora Dubois' fine phrase, the symbolic expression of the peasantry's greatness, and the peasantry, still the lifeblood of the gentry's pretensions. 1212. C. Dubois, Social Forces in Southeast Asia, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1959, p. 3. The cult of death and witches is the dark side of Balinese religion, and, though it penetrates into virtually every corner of daily life, adding an anxious note to the otherwise equable tenor of existence, it finds its most direct and vivid expression in the ecstatic ritual combat of those two strange mythological figures, Rangda and Barong. In Rangda, monstrous queen of the witches, ancient widow, used-up prostitute, child-murdering incarnation of the goddess of death, and, if Margaret Mead is correct, symbolic projection of the rejecting mother, the Balinese have fashioned a powerful image of unqualified evil. 1313 In Barong, a vaguely benign and slightly ludicrous deity, who looks and acts like a cross between a clumsy bear, a foolish puppy, and a strutting Chinese dragon, they have constructed an almost parodic representation of human strength and weakness. That in their headlong encounters these two demons, each saturated with that mana-like power the Balinese call Sakti, arrive inevitably at an exact standoff is therefore not without a certain ultimate significance for all its magical concreteness. G. Battison and M. Mead, Balinese Character, A Photographic Analysis, New York, 1942. The actual enactments of the battle between Rangda and Barong usually, though not inevitably, take place during a death temple's birthday ceremony. One villager, a man, dances Rangda, donning the fierce mask and repulsive costume. Two others, arranged fore and aft as in a vaudeville horse, dance the elegant Barong. Both entranced, the hag and dragon advance warily from opposite sides of the temple yard amid curses, threats, and growing tension. At first Barong fights alone, but soon members of the audience begin falling involuntarily into trance, seizing krises and rushing to his aid. Rangda advances toward Barong and his helpers, waving her magical cloth. She is hideous and terrifying, and, although they hate her with a terrible rage and want to destroy her, they fall back. When she, held at bay by Barong Sakti, then turns away, she suddenly becomes irresistibly attractive, at least so my informants reported, and they advance on her eagerly from the rear, sometimes even trying to mount her from behind, but, with a turn of her head and a touch of her cloth, they fall helpless into a coma. Finally she withdraws from the scene, undefeated, but at least checked, and Barong's desperately frustrated assistants burst into wild self-destructive rages, turning their krises, ineffectively, because they are in trance, against their chests, desperately hurling themselves about, devouring live chicks, and so on. From the long moment of tremulous expectancy which precedes the initial appearance of Rangda to this final dissolution into an orgy of futile violence and degradation, the whole performance has a most uncomfortable air of being about to descend at any moment into sheer panic and wild destruction. Evidently it never does, but the alarming sense of touch and go, with the diminishing band of the entranced desperately attempting to keep the situation minimally in hand, is altogether overwhelming, even for a mere observer. The razor-thin dimensions of the line dividing reason from unreason, eros from thanatos, or the divine from the demonic, could hardly be more effectively dramatized. The rationalization of Balinese religion. Except for a few odd sports of limited consequence such as Baha'i or Mormonism, and leaving aside, as equivocal cases, the so-called political religions such as communism and fascism, no new rationalized world religions have arisen since Mohammed. Consequently, almost all of the tribal and peasant peoples of the world who have shed, to whatever degree, the husk of their traditional faith since that time, have done so through conversion to one or another of the great missionary religions Christianity, Islam, or Buddhism. For Bali, however, such a course seems precluded. Christian missionaries have never made much progress on the island and, connected as they are with the discredited colonial regime, their chances would now seem poorer than ever. Nor are the Balinese likely to become Muslims in large numbers, despite the general Islamism of Indonesia. They are, as a people, intensely conscious and painfully proud of being a Hindu island in a Muslim sea, and their attitude toward Islam is that of the Duchess to the bug. To become either Christian or Muslim would be tantamount, in their eyes, to ceasing to be Balinese, and, indeed, an occasional individual who is converted is still considered, even by the most tolerant and sophisticated, to have abandoned not just Balinese religion but Bali, and perhaps reason, itself. Both Christianity and Islam may influence further religious developments on the island, but they have virtually no chance of controlling them. 1414. For a similar judgment by a missionary linguist, see J. L. Swellengriebel, Introduction, in Swellengriebel et al., Bali, pages 68 to 76. As the present paper was drafted in the field before Swellengriebel's appeared, the convergence of some of the material he presents with mine serves as something of an independent support for the reality of the process outlined here. Yet, that a comprehensive shaking of the foundations of the Balinese social order is, if not already begun, in the very immediate offing, is apparent on all sides. The emergence of the unitary republic and the enclosure of Bali as a component within it has brought modern education, modern governmental forms, and modern political consciousness to the island. Radically improved communications have brought increased awareness of, and contact with, the outside world, and provided novel criteria against which to measure the worth both of their own culture and that of others. And inexorable internal changes, increased urbanization, growing population pressure, and so on have made maintenance of traditional systems of social organization in unchanged form progressively more difficult. What happened in Greece or China after the 5th century BC? The disenchantment of the world seems about to happen, in an altogether different historical context and with an altogether different historical meaning, in mid-20th century Bali. Unless, as is of course a real possibility, events move too fast for them to maintain their cultural heritage at all, the Balinese seem likely to rationalize their religious system through a process of internal conversion. Following, generally and not uncritically, the guidelines of the Indian religions to which they have been so long nominally affiliated, but from whose doctrinal spirit they have been almost wholly cut off, they seem on the verge of producing a self-conscious Baliism which, in its philosophical dimensions, will approach the world religions both in the generality of the questions it asks and in the comprehensiveness of the answers it gives. The questions, at least, are already being asked, particularly by the youth. Among the educated or semi-educated young men of 18 to 30 who formed the ideological vanguard of the revolution, there have appeared scattered but distinct signs of a conscious interest in spiritual issues of a sort which still seem largely meaningless to their elders or their less engaged contemporaries. For example, one night, at a funeral in the village where I was living, a full-scale philosophical discussion of such issues broke out among 8 or 10 young men squatted around the courtyard guarding the corpse. As the other aspects of traditional Balinese religion which I have described, funeral ceremonies consist largely of a host of detailed little busy work routines, and whatever concern with first and last things death may stimulate is well submerged in a bustling ritualism. But these young men, who involved themselves but minimally in all this, the necessary observances being mostly performed by their elders, fell spontaneously into a searching discussion of the nature of religion as such. At first they addressed themselves to a problem which has haunted the religious and the students of religion alike: how can you tell where secular custom leaves off and religion, the truly sacred, begins? Are all the items in the detailed funeral rite really necessary homage to the gods, genuinely sacred matters? Or are many simply human customs performed out of blind habit and tradition? And, if so, how can you differentiate the one from the other? One man offered the notion that practices which were clearly connected with grouping people together, strengthening their bonds with one another, for example, the communal construction of the corpse litter by the village as a whole, or the kin group's preparation of the body, were custom, and so not sacred, while those connected directly with the gods, the family obeisance to the spirit of the deceased, the purification of the body with holy water, and so on, were properly religious. Another argued that those elements which appear generally in ritual observances, which you find virtually everywhere, from birth to death, in the temples and at the Rangda plays, again, holy water is a good example, were religious, but those which occurred only here and there, or were limited to 1 or 2 rites, were not. Then the discussion veered, as such discussions will, to the grounds of validity for religion as such. One man, somewhat Marxist-influenced, propounded social relativism, when in Rome do as the Romans do, a phrase he quoted in its Indonesian form. Religion is a human product. Man thought up God and then named him. Religion is useful and valuable, but it has no supernatural validity. One man's faith is another man's superstition. At bottom, everything comes down to mere custom. This was greeted with universal disagreement, disapproval, and dismay. In response, the son of the village head offered a simple, non-rational belief position. Intellectual arguments are totally irrelevant. He knows in his heart that the gods exist. Faith is first, thought secondary. The truly religious person, such as himself, just knows that the gods truly come into the temples, he can feel their presence. Another man, more intellectually inclined, erected, more or less on the spot, a complex allegorical symbology to solve the problem. Tooth filing symbolizes man becoming more like the gods and less like the animals, who have fangs. This right means this, that, this color stands for justice, that for courage, etc. What seems meaningless is full of hidden meaning, if only you have the key. A Balinese Kabbalist. Yet another man, more agnostic, though not a disbeliever, produced the golden mean for us. You can't really think about these things because they don't lie within human comprehension. We just don't know. The best policy is a conservative one: believe just about half of everything you hear. That way you won't go overboard. And so it went through a good part of the night. Clearly these young men, all of whom, save the village chief's son who was a government clerk in a nearby town, were peasants and smiths, were better Weberians than they knew. They were concerned on the one hand with segregating religion from social life in general, and on the other with trying to close the gap between this world and the other, between secular and sacred, which was thus opened up, by means of some sort of deliberately systematic attitude, some general commitment. Here is the crisis of faith, the breaking of the myths, the shaking of the foundations in a pretty unvarnished form. The same sort of new seriousness is beginning to appear, here and there, in liturgical contexts as well. In a number of the temple ceremonies, particularly those at which, as is increasingly the case, a Brahmana priest officiates directly rather than, as has been customary, merely providing holy water for the use of the low-caste temple priest, there is appearing an almost pietistic fervor on the part of some of the young male, and a few of the young female, members of the congregation. Rather than permitting but one member of their family to participate for all in the genuflection to the gods, they all join in, crowding toward the priest so as to have more holy water sprinkled on them. Rather than the context of screaming children and idly chatting adults within which the sacrament usually takes place, they demand, and get, a hushed and reverent atmosphere. They talk, afterward, about the holy water not in magical but emotionalist terms, saying that their inward unease and uncertainty is cooled by the water as it falls upon them, and they too speak of feeling the God's presence directly and immediately. Of all this, the older and the more traditional can make little. They look on it, as they themselves say, like a cow looking at a gamelan orchestra with an uncomprehending, bemused, but in no way hostile, astonishment. Such rationalizing developments on the more personal level demand, however, a comparable sort of rationalization at the level of dogma and creed if they are to be sustained. And this is in fact occurring, to a limited extent, through the agency of several recently established publishing firms which are attempting to put scholarly order into the classical palm leaf literature upon which the Brahmana priesthood's claim to learning rests, to translate it into modern Balinese or Indonesian, to interpret it in moral symbolic terms, and to issue it in cheap editions for the increasingly literate masses. These firms are also publishing translations of Indian works, both Hindu and Buddhist, are importing theosophical books from Java, and have even issued several original works by Balinese writers on the history and significance of their religion. 1515. See Swellen Griebel, Bali, Introduction, pages 70 to 71, for descriptions of some of this literature. It is, again, the young educated men who for the most part buy these books, but they often read them aloud at home to their families. The interest in them, especially in the old Balinese manuscripts, is very great, even on the part of quite traditional people. When I bought some books of this sort and left them around our house in the village, our front porch became a literary center where groups of villagers would come and sit for hours on end and read them to one another, commenting now and then on their meaning, and almost invariably remarking that it was only since the revolution that they had been permitted to see such writings, that in the colonial period the upper castes prevented their dissemination altogether. This whole process represents, thus, a spreading of religious literacy beyond the traditional priestly castes for whom the writings were in any case more magical esoterica than canonical scriptures to the masses, a vulgarization, in the root sense, of religious knowledge and theory. For the first time, at least a few ordinary Balinese are coming to feel that they can get some understanding of what their religion is all about, and more important, that they have a need for and a right to such understanding. Against such a background, it might seem paradoxical that the main force behind this religious literacy and philosophical moral interpretation movement is the nobility, or part of it, that it is certain, again generally younger, members of the aristocracy who are collating and translating the manuscripts and founding the firms to publish and distribute them. But the paradox is only an apparent one. As I have noted, much of the nobility's traditional status rested on ceremonial grounds. A great part of the traditional ceremonial activity was designed so as to produce an almost reflexive acceptance of their eminence and right to rule. But today this simple assumption of eminence is becoming increasingly difficult. It is being undermined by the economic and political changes of Republican Indonesia and by the radically populist ideology which has accompanied these changes. Though a good deal of large-scale ceremonialism still persists on Bali, and though the ruling class continues to express its claim to superiority, in terms of ritual extravagance, the day of the colossal cremation and the titanic tooth filing seems to be drawing to a close. To the more perceptive of the aristocracy the handwriting on the wall is thus quite clear: if they persist in basing their right to rule on wholly traditional grounds they will soon lose it. Authority now demands more than court ceremonialism to justify it, it demands reasons, that is, doctrine. And it is doctrine that they are attempting to provide through reinterpreting classical Balinese literature and re-establishing intellectual contact with India. What used to rest on ritual habit is now to rest on rationalized dogmatic belief. The main concerns upon which the content of the new literature focuses the reconciliation of polytheism and monotheism, the weighing of the relative importance of Hindu and Balinese elements in Hindu-Balinese religion, the relation of outward form to inward content in worship, the tracing of the historico-mythological origins of caste rankings, and so on, all serve to set the traditional hierarchical social system in an explicitly intellectual context. The aristocracy, or part of it, have cast themselves in the role of the leaders of the new Baliism so as to maintain their more general position of social dominance. To see in all this a mere Machiavellianism, however, would be to give the young nobles both too much credit and too little. Not only are they at best partially conscious of what they are doing, but, like my village theologians, they too are at least in part religiously rather than politically motivated. The transformations which the new Indonesia has brought have hit the old elite as hard as any other group in Balinese society by questioning the foundations of their belief in their own vocation and thus their view of the very nature of reality in which they conceive that vocation to be rooted. Their threatened displacement from power appears to them as not just a social but a spiritual issue. Their sudden concern with dogma is, therefore, in part a concern to justify themselves morally and metaphysically, not only in the eyes of the mass of the population but in their own, and to maintain at least the essentials of the established Balinese worldview and value system in a radically changed social setting. Like so many other religious innovators, they are simultaneously reformists and restorationists. Aside from the intensification of religious concern and the systematization of doctrine, there is a third side to this process of rationalization: the social organizational. If a new Baliism is to flourish, it needs not only a popular change of heart and an explicit codification, but a more formally organized institutional structure in which it can be socially embodied. This need, essentially an ecclesiastical one, is coming to revolve around the problem of the relation of Balinese religion to the national state, in particular around its place or lack thereof in the Republican Ministry of Religion. The ministry, which is headed by a full cabinet member, is centered in Jakarta, but has offices scattered over much of the country. It is entirely dominated by Muslims, and its main activities are building mosques, publishing Indonesian translations of the Quran and commentaries, appointing Muslim marriage closers, supporting Quranic schools, disseminating information about Islam, and so on. It has an elaborate bureaucracy, in which there are special sections for Protestants and Catholics, who largely boycott it anyway on separatist grounds, as distinct religions. But Balinese religion is thrown into the general residual category, perhaps best translated as wild, that is, pagan, heathen, primitive, etc., the members of which have no genuine rights in, or aid from, the ministry. These wild religions are considered, in the classical Muslim distinction between peoples of the book and religions of ignorance, as threats to true piety and fair game for conversion. 1616. See Swellengriebel, Bali, Introduction, pages 72 to 73, for some parliamentary exchanges on this issue. The Balinese naturally take a dim view of this and have constantly petitioned Jakarta for equal recognition with Protestantism, Catholicism, and Islam as a fourth major religion. President Sukarno, himself half Balinese, and many other national leaders sympathize, but they cannot, as yet, afford to alienate the politically powerful Orthodox Muslims, and so have vacillated, giving little effective support. The Muslims say that the adherents of Balinese Hinduism are all in one place, unlike the Christians who are scattered all over Indonesia. The Balinese point out that there are Balinese communities in Jakarta and elsewhere in Java, as well as in South Sumatra, transmigrants, and instance the recent erection of Balinese temples in East Java. The Muslims say, "You have no book, how can you be a world religion?" The Balinese reply, "We have manuscripts and inscriptions dating from before Muhammad." The Muslims say, "You believe in many gods and worship stones." The Balinese say, "God is one but has many names, and the stone is the vehicle of God, not God himself." A few of the more sophisticated Balinese even claim that the real reason why the Muslims are unwilling to admit them to the ministry is the fear that if Baliism were to become an officially recognized religion, many Javanese, who are Islamic in name only and still very Hindu-Buddhist in spirit, would convert, and Baliism would grow rapidly at the expense of Islam. In any case, there is an impasse. And, as a result, the Balinese have set up their own independent, locally financed Ministry of Religion, and are attempting through it to reorganize some of their most central religious institutions. The main effort, so far, has been concentrated, with largely indifferent results, upon regularizing the qualifications for Brahmana priests. Instead of resting the priestly role mainly on its hereditary aspect, which in itself they, of course, do not question, or on the ritual virtuosity involved, the ministry wishes to rest it on religious knowledge and wisdom. It wants to ensure that the priests know what the scriptures mean and can relate them to contemporary life, are of good moral character, have attained at least some degree of genuine scholarship, and so on. Our young men will no longer follow a man just because he is a Brahmana, the officials say. We must make him a figure of moral and intellectual respect, a true spiritual guide. And to this end they are attempting to exercise some control over ordination, even to the point of setting qualifying examinations, and to make the priesthood a more corporate body by holding meetings of all the priests in an area. The representatives of the ministry also tour the villages giving educational speeches on the moral significance of Balinese religion, on the virtues of monotheism and the dangers of idol worship, and so on. They are even attempting to put some order into the temple system, to establish a systematic classification of temples, and perhaps eventually to elevate one kind, most likely the village origin temple, to preeminence in a universalistic pattern comparable to that of a mosque or a church. All this is, however, still largely in the paper planning stage, and it cannot be claimed that very much actual reorganization of the institutional structure of Balinese religion has in fact taken place. But there is an office of the ministry in each Balinese regency now, headed by a salaried Brahmana priest, a regularly paid official priesthood being in itself something of a revolution, assisted by 3 or 4 clerks, most of them also members of the Brahmana caste. A religious school, independent of the ministry but encouraged by it, has been established, and even a small religious political party centered around a ranking noble and dedicated to forwarding these changes has been founded, so that at least the faint beginnings of religious bureaucratization are manifest. What will come of all this? The intensified religious questioning, the spread of religious literacy, and the attempt to reorganize religious institutions remains simply to be seen. In many ways, the whole drift of the modern world would seem to be against the sort of movement toward religious rationalization which these developments portend, and perhaps Balinese culture will, in the end, be swamped and left jejune by just the sort of modern materialist ideas which Sir Richard Winstead fears. But not only do such overall drifts, when they do not turn out to be mirages altogether, often pass over deeply rooted cultural configurations with rather less effect upon them than we would have thought possible, but, for all its present weakness, the regenerative potential of a triangular alliance of troubled youth, threatened aristocrats, and aroused priests should not be underestimated. Today in Bali, some of the same social and intellectual processes which gave rise to the fundamental religious transformations of world history seem to be at least well begun, and whatever their vicissitudes or eventual outcome, their career can hardly help but be an instructive one. By looking closely at what happens on this peculiar little island over the next several decades, we may gain insights into the dynamics of religious change of a specificity and an immediacy that history, having already happened, can never give us. 1717. Part. Chapter 8 / Ideology as a Cultural System. It is one of the minor ironies of modern intellectual history that the term ideology has itself become thoroughly ideologized. A concept that once meant but a collection of political proposals, perhaps somewhat intellectualistic and impractical, but at any rate idealistic social romances, as someone, perhaps Napoleon, called them, has now become, to quote Webster's, the integrated assertions, theories, and aims constituting a politico-social program, often with an implication of factitious propagandizing, as fascism was altered in Germany to fit the Nazi ideology, a much more formidable proposition. Even in works that, in the name of science, profess to be using a neutral sense of the term, the effect of its employment tends nonetheless to be distinctly polemical. In Sutton, Harris, Kaysen, and Tobin's in many ways excellent The American Business Creed, for example, an assurance that one has no more cause to feel dismayed or aggrieved by having his own views described as ideology than had Moliere's famous character by the discovery that all his life he had been talking prose, is followed immediately by the listing of the main characteristics of ideology as bias, oversimplification, emotive language, and adaptation to public prejudice. 11 No one, at least outside the communist bloc, where a somewhat distinctive conception of the role of thought in society is institutionalized, would call himself an ideologue or consent unprotestingly to be called one by others. Almost universally now the familiar parodic paradigm applies: I have a social philosophy, you have political opinions, he has an ideology. The historical process by which the concept of ideology came to be itself a part of the very subject matter to which it referred has been traced by Mannheim, the realization, or perhaps it was only an admission, that socio-political thought does not grow out of disembodied reflection but is always bound up with the existing life situation of the thinker, seemed to taint such thought with the vulgar struggle for advantage it had professed to rise above. 22 But what is of even more immediate importance is the question of whether or not this absorption into its own referent has destroyed its scientific utility altogether, whether or not, having become an accusation, it can remain an analytic concept. In Mannheim's case, this problem was the animus of his entire work, the construction, as he put it, of a non-evaluative conception of ideology. But the more he grappled with it, the more deeply he became engulfed in its ambiguities until, driven by the logic of his initial assumptions to submit even his own point of view to sociological analysis, he ended, as is well known, in an ethical and epistemological relativism that he himself found uncomfortable. And so far as later work in this area has been more than tendentious or mindlessly empirical, it has involved the employment of a series of more or less ingenious methodological devices to escape from what may be called, because, like the puzzle of Achilles and the tortoise, it struck at the very foundations of rational knowledge, Mannheim's paradox. As Zeno's paradox raised, or, at least, articulated, unsettling questions about the validity of mathematical reasoning, so Mannheim's paradox raised them with respect to the objectivity of sociological analysis. Where, if anywhere, ideology leaves off and science begins has been the Sphinx's riddle of much of modern sociological thought and the rustless weapon of its enemies. Claims to impartiality have been advanced in the name of disciplined adherence to impersonal research procedures, of the academic man's institutional insulation from the immediate concerns of the day and his vocational commitment to neutrality, and of deliberately cultivated awareness of and correction for one's own biases and interests. They have been met with denial of the impersonality, and the effectiveness, of the procedures, of the solidity of the insulation, and of the depth and genuineness of the self-awareness. I am aware, a recent analyst of ideological preoccupations among American intellectuals concludes, somewhat nervously, that many readers will claim that my position is itself ideological. 33 Whatever the fate of his other predictions, the validity of this one is certain. Although the arrival of a scientific sociology has been repeatedly proclaimed, the acknowledgement of its existence is far from universal, even among social scientists themselves, and nowhere is resistance to claims to objectivity greater than in the study of ideology. A number of sources for this resistance have been cited repeatedly in the apologetic literature of the social sciences. The value-laden nature of the subject matter is perhaps most frequently invoked. Men do not care to have beliefs to which they attach great moral significance examined dispassionately, no matter for how pure a purpose, and if they are themselves highly ideologized, they may find it simply impossible to believe that a disinterested approach to critical matters of social and political conviction can be other than a scholastic sham. The inherent elusiveness of ideological thought, expressed as it is in intricate symbolic webs as vaguely defined as they are emotionally charged, the admitted fact that ideological special pleading has, from Marx forward, so often been clothed in the guise of scientific sociology, and the defensiveness of established intellectual classes who see scientific probing into the social roots of ideas as threatening to their status, are also often mentioned. And, when all else fails, it is always possible to point out once more that sociology is a young science, that it has been so recently founded that it has not had time to reach the levels of institutional solidity necessary to sustain its claims to investigatory freedom in sensitive areas. All these arguments have, doubtless, a certain validity. But what by a curious selective omission the unkind might well indict as ideological is not so often considered is the possibility that a great part of the problem lies in the lack of conceptual sophistication within social science itself, that the resistance of ideology to sociological analysis is so great because such analyses are in fact fundamentally inadequate, the theoretical framework they employ is conspicuously incomplete. I shall try in this essay to show that such is indeed the case, that the social sciences have not yet developed a genuinely non-evaluative conception of ideology, that this failure stems less from methodological indiscipline than from theoretical clumsiness, that this clumsiness manifests itself mainly in the handling of ideology as an entity in itself as an ordered system of cultural symbols rather than in the discrimination of its social and psychological contexts, with respect to which our analytical machinery is very much more refined, and that the escape from Mannheim's paradox lies, therefore, in the perfection of a conceptual apparatus capable of dealing more adroitly with meaning. Bluntly, we need a more exact apprehension of our object of study, lest we find ourselves in the position of the Javanese folktale figure, stupid boy, who, having been counseled by his mother to seek a quiet wife, returned with a corpse. 2. That the conception of ideology now regnant in the social sciences is a thoroughly evaluative, that is, pejorative, one is readily enough demonstrated. The study of ideology deals with a mode of thinking which is thrown off its proper course. Werner Stark informs us, ideological thought is something shady, something that ought to be overcome and banished from our mind. It is not, quite, the same as lying, for, where the liar at least attains to cynicism, the ideologue remains merely a fool. Both are concerned with untruth, but whereas the liar tries to falsify the thought of others while his own private thought is correct, while he himself knows well what the truth is, A person who falls for an ideology is himself deluded in his private thought, and if he misleads others, does so unwillingly and unwittingly. 44 A follower of Mannheim, Stark holds that all forms of thought are socially conditioned in the very nature of things, but that ideology has in addition the unfortunate quality of being psychologically deformed, warped, contaminated, falsified, distorted, clouded, by the pressure of personal emotions like hate, desire, anxiety, or fear. The sociology of knowledge deals with the social element in the pursuit and perception of truth, its inevitable confinement to one or another existential perspective. But the study of ideology, an entirely different enterprise, deals with the causes of intellectual error. Ideas and beliefs, we have tried to explain, can be related to reality in a double way, either to the facts of reality, or to the strivings to which this reality, or rather the reaction to this reality, gives rise. Where the former connection exists, we find thought which is, in principle, truthful. Where the latter relation obtains, we are faced with ideas which can be true only by accident, and which are likely to be vitiated by bias, the word taken in the widest possible sense. The former type of thought deserves to be called theoretical, the latter must be characterized as para-theoretical. Perhaps one might also describe the former as rational, the latter as emotionally tinged, the former as purely cognitive, the latter as evaluative. To borrow Theodore Gager's simile, thought determined by social fact is like a pure stream, crystal clear, transparent. Ideological ideas like a dirty river, muddied and polluted by the impurities that have flooded into it. From the one it is healthy to drink, the other is poison to be avoided. 55. This is primitive, but the same confinement of the referent of the term ideology to a form of radical intellectual depravity also appears in contexts where the political and scientific arguments are both far more sophisticated and infinitely more penetrating. In his seminal essay on ideology and civility, for example, Edward Shills sketches a portrait of the ideological outlook, which is, if anything, even grimmer than Stark's. 66 appearing in a variety of forms, each alleging itself to be unique: Italian fascism, German National Socialism, Russian Bolshevism, French and Italian communism, the Action Française, the British Union of Fascists, and their fledgling American kinsman, McCarthyism, which died in infancy. This outlook encircled and invaded public life in the Western countries during the 19th century and in the 20th century. Threatened to achieve universal domination. It consists, most centrally, of the assumption that politics should be conducted from the standpoint of a coherent, comprehensive set of beliefs which must override every other consideration. Like the politics it supports, it is dualistic, opposing the pure we to the evil they, proclaiming that he who is not with me is against me. It is alienative in that it distrusts, attacks, and works to undermine established political institutions. It is doctrinaire in that it claims complete and exclusive possession of political truth and abhors compromise. It is totalistic in that it aims to order the whole of social and cultural life in the image of its ideals, futuristic in that it works toward a utopian culmination of history in which such an ordering will be realized. It is, in short, not the sort of prose any good bourgeois gentleman, or even any good Democrat, is likely to admit to speaking. Even on more abstract and theoretical levels, where the concern is more purely conceptual, the notion that the term ideology properly applies to the views of those stiff in opinions, and always in the wrong, does not disappear. In Talcott Parsons's most recent contemplation of Mannheim's paradox, for example, deviations from social scientific objectivity emerge as the essential criteria of an ideology. The problem of ideology arises where there is a discrepancy between what is believed and what can be established as scientifically correct. 77 The deviations and discrepancies involved are of two general sorts. First, where social science, shaped as is all thought by the overall values of the society within which it is contained, is selective in the sort of questions it asks, the particular problems it chooses to tackle, and so forth, ideologies are subject to a further, cognitively more pernicious secondary selectivity, in that they emphasize some aspects of social reality, that reality, for example, as revealed by current social scientific knowledge, and neglect or even suppress other aspects. Thus the business ideology, for instance, substantially exaggerates the contribution of businessmen to the national welfare and underplays the contribution of scientists and professional men. And in the current ideology of the intellectual, the importance of social pressures to conformity is exaggerated, and institutional factors in the freedom of the individual are ignored or played down. Second, ideological thought, not content with mere over-selectivity, positively distorts even those aspects of social reality it recognizes, distortion that becomes apparent only when the assertions involved are placed against the background of the authoritative findings of social science. The criterion of distortion is that statements are made about society which by social scientific methods can be shown to be positively in error, whereas selectivity is involved where the statements are, at the proper level, true, but do not constitute a balanced account of the available truth. That in the eyes of the world there is much to choose between being positively in error and rendering an unbalanced account of the available truth seems, however, rather unlikely. Here, too, ideology is a pretty dirty river. Examples need not be multiplied, although they easily could be. More important is the question of what such an egregiously loaded concept is doing among the analytic tools of a social science that, on the basis of a claim to cold-blooded objectivity, advances its theoretical interpretations as undistort and therefore normative visions of social reality. If the critical power of the social sciences stems from their disinterestedness, is not this power compromised when the analysis of political thought is governed by such a concept, much as the analysis of religious thought would be, and, on occasion, has been, compromised when cast in terms of the study of superstition? The analogy is not far-fetched. In Raymond Aron's The Opium of the Intellectuals, for example, not only the title ironically echoic of Marx's bitter iconoclasm but the entire rhetoric of the argument, political myths, the idolatry of history, churchmen and faithful, secular clericalism, and so forth, reminds one of nothing so much as the literature of militant atheism. 88 Schill's tack of invoking the extreme pathologies of ideological thought, Nazism, Bolshevism, or whatever as its paradigmatic forms is reminiscent of the tradition in which the Inquisition, the personal depravity of Renaissance popes, the savagery of Reformation wars, or the primitiveness of Bible Belt fundamentalism is offered as an archetype of religious belief and behavior. And Parsons's view that ideology is defined by its cognitive insufficiencies vis-a-vis science is perhaps not so distant as it might appear from the Kantian view that religion is characterized by an uncritically figurative conception of reality, which a sober sociology, purged of metaphor, will soon render obsolete. We may wait as long for the end of ideology as the positivists have waited for the end of religion. Perhaps it is even not too much to suggest that, as the militant atheism of the Enlightenment and after was a response to the quite genuine horrors of a spectacular outburst of religious bigotry, persecution, and strife, and to a broadened knowledge of the natural world, so the militantly hostile approach to ideology is a similar response to the political holocausts of the past half-century, and to a broadened knowledge of the social world. And, if this suggestion is valid, the fate of ideology may also turn out to be similar: isolation from the mainstream of social thought. 99. As the danger of being misinterpreted here is serious, may I hope that my criticism will be credited as technical and not political if I note that my own general ideological, as I would frankly call it, position is largely the same as that of Aron, Schills, Parsons, and so forth, that I am in agreement with their plea for a civil, temperate, unheroic politics. Also it should be remarked that the demand for a non-evaluative concept of ideology is not a demand for the non-valuation of ideologies, any more than a non-evaluative concept of religion implies religious relativism. Nor can the issue be dismissed as merely a semantic one. One is, naturally, free to confine the referent of the term ideology to something shady if one wishes, and some sort of historical case for doing so can perhaps be made. But if one does so limit it, one cannot then write works on the ideologies of American businessmen, New York literary intellectuals, members of the British Medical Association, industrial labor union leaders, or famous economists, and expect either the subjects or interested bystanders to credit them as neutral. 1010 Discussions of socio-political ideas that indict them ab initio, in terms of the very words used to name them, as deformed or worse, merely beg the questions they pretend to raise. It is also possible, of course, that the term ideology should simply be dropped from scientific discourse altogether and left to its polemical fate as superstition in fact has been. But, as there seems to be nothing at the moment with which to replace it, and as it is at least partially established in the technical lexicon of the social sciences, it seems more advisable to proceed with the effort to defuse it. 1111. There have been, in fact, a number of other terms used in the literature for the general range of phenomena that ideology denotes, from Plato's noble lies through Sarle's myths to Pareto's derivations, but none of them has managed to reach any greater level of technical neutrality than has ideology. C.H.D. Laswell, The Language of Power, in Laswell, N. Leitas, and Associates, Language of Politics, New York, 1949, pages 3 to 19. 3. As the flaws hidden in a tool show up when it is used, so the intrinsic weaknesses of the evaluative concept of ideology reveal themselves when it is used. In particular, they are exposed in the studies of the social sources and consequences of ideology, for in such studies this concept is coupled to a highly developed engine of social and personality system analysis whose very power only serves to emphasize the lack of a similar power on the cultural, that is, the symbol system, side. In investigations of the social and psychological contexts of ideological thought, or at least the good ones, the subtlety with which the contexts are handled points up the awkwardness with which the thought is handled, and a shadow of imprecision is cast over the whole discussion, a shadow that even the most rigorous methodological austerity cannot dispel. There are currently two main approaches to the study of the social determinants of ideology, the interest theory and the strain theory. 1212 For the first, ideology is a mask and a weapon; for the second, a symptom and a remedy. In the interest theory, ideological pronouncements are seen against the background of a universal struggle for advantage; in the strain theory, against the background of a chronic effort to correct socio-psychological disequilibrium. In the one, men pursue power; in the other, they flee anxiety. As they may, of course, do both at the same time and even one by means of the other, the two theories are not necessarily contradictory, but the strain theory, which arose in response to the empirical difficulties encountered by the interest theory, being less simplistic, is more penetrating, less concrete, more comprehensive. The fundamentals of the interest theory are too well known to need review; developed to perfection of a sort by the Marxist tradition, they are now standard intellectual equipment of the man in the street, who is only too aware that in political argumentation it all comes down to whose ox is gored. The great advantage of the interest theory was and is its rooting of cultural idea systems in the solid ground of social structure, through emphasis on the motivations of those who profess such systems and on the dependence of those motivations in turn upon social position, most especially social class. Further, the interest theory welded political speculation to political combat by pointing out that ideas are weapons and that an excellent way to institutionalize a particular view of reality, that of one's group, class, or party, is to capture political power and enforce it. These contributions are permanent, and if interest theory has not now the hegemony it once had, it is not so much because it has been proved wrong as because its theoretical apparatus turned out to be too rudimentary to cope with the complexity of the interaction among social, psychological, and cultural factors it itself uncovered. Rather like Newtonian mechanics, it has not been so much displaced by subsequent developments as absorbed into them. The main defects of the interest theory are that its psychology is too anemic and its sociology too muscular. Lacking a developed analysis of motivation, it has been constantly forced to oscillate between a narrow and superficial utilitarianism that sees men as impelled by rational calculation of their consciously recognized personal advantage, and a broader, but no less superficial, historicism that speaks with a studied vagueness of men's ideas as somehow reflecting, expressing, corresponding to, emerging from, or conditioned by their social commitments. Within such a framework, the analyst is faced with the choice of either revealing the thinness of his psychology by being so specific as to be thoroughly implausible, or concealing the fact that he does not have any psychological theory at all by being so general as to be truistic. An argument that for professional soldiers domestic governmental policies are important mainly as ways of retaining and enlarging the military establishment because that is their business, that is what they are trained for, seems to do scant justice to even so uncomplicated a mind as the military mind is reputed to be, while an argument that American oil men cannot very well be pure and simple oil men because their interests are such that they are also political men is as enlightening as the theory, also from the fertile mind of M. Jourdain, that the reason opium puts you to sleep is that it has dormitive powers. 1313. On the other hand, the view that social action is fundamentally an unending struggle for power leads to an unduly Machiavellian view of ideology as a form of higher cunning and, consequently, to a neglect of its broader, less dramatic social functions. The battlefield image of society as a clash of interests thinly disguised as a clash of principles turns attention away from the role that ideologies play in defining, or obscuring, social categories, stabilizing, or upsetting, social expectations, maintaining, or undermining, social norms, strengthening, or weakening, social consensus, relieving, or exacerbating, social tensions. Reducing ideology to a weapon in a guerre de plume gives to its analysis a warming air of militancy, but it also means reducing the intellectual compass within which such analysis may be conducted to the constricted realism of tactics and strategy. The intensity of interest theory is to adapt a figure from Whitehead, but the reward of its narrowness. As interest, whatever its ambiguities, is at one and the same time a psychological and sociological concept referring both to a felt advantage of an individual or group of individuals and to the objective structure of opportunity within which an individual or group moves, so also is strain, for it refers both to a state of personal tension and to a condition of societal dislocation. The difference is that with strain both the motivational background and the social structural context are more systematically portrayed, as are their relations with one another. It is, in fact, the addition of a developed conception of personality systems, basically Freudian, on the one hand, and of social systems, basically Durkheimian, on the other, and of their modes of interpenetration the Parsonian addition that transforms interest theory into strain theory. 1414. The clear and distinct idea from which strain theory departs is the chronic malintegration of society. No social arrangement is or can be completely successful in coping with the functional problems it inevitably faces. All are riddled with insoluble antinomies, between liberty and political order, stability and change, efficiency and humanity, precision and flexibility, and so forth. There are discontinuities between norms in different sectors of the society, the economy, the polity, the family, and so on. There are discrepancies between goals within the different sectors, between the emphases on profit and productivity in business firms or between extending knowledge and disseminating it in universities, for example. And there are the contradictory role expectations of which so much has been made in recent American sociological literature on the foreman, the working wife, the artist, and the politician. Social friction is as pervasive as is mechanical friction and as irremovable. Further, this friction or social strain appears on the level of the individual personality itself, an inevitably malintegrated system of conflicting desires, archaic sentiments, and improvised defenses as psychological strain. What is viewed collectively as structural inconsistency is felt individually as personal insecurity, for it is in the experience of the social actor that the imperfections of society and contradictions of character meet and exacerbate one another. But at the same time, the fact that both society and personality are, whatever their shortcomings, organized systems, rather than mere congeries of institutions or clusters of motives, means that the socio-psychological tensions they induce are also systematic, that the anxieties derived from social interaction have a form and order of their own. In the modern world at least, most men live lives of patterned desperation. Ideological thought is, then, regarded as one sort of Response to this desperation, ideology is a patterned reaction to the patterned strains of a social role. 1515 It provides a symbolic outlet for emotional disturbances generated by social disequilibrium. And as one can assume that such disturbances are, at least in a general way, common to all or most occupants of a given role or social position, so ideological reactions to the disturbances will tend to be similar, a similarity only reinforced by the presumed commonalities in basic personality structure among members of a particular culture, class, or occupational category. The model here is not military but medical. An ideology is a malady. Sutton, et al., mention nail chewing, alcoholism, psychosomatic disorders, and crotchets among the alternatives to it, and demands a diagnosis. The concept of strain is not in itself an explanation of ideological patterns but a generalized label for the kinds of factors to look for in working out an explanation. 1616. Parsons, An Approach. But there is more to diagnosis, either medical or sociological, than the identification of pertinent strains. One understands symptoms not merely etiologically but teleologically in terms of the ways in which they act as mechanisms, however unavailing, for dealing with the disturbances that have generated them. Four main classes of explanation have been most frequently employed: the cathartic, the morale, the solidarity, and the advocatory. By the cathartic explanation is meant the venerable safety valve or scapegoat theory. Emotional tension is drained off by being displaced onto symbolic enemies, the Jews, big business, the Reds, and so forth. The explanation is as simple-minded as the device, but that, by providing legitimate objects of hostility, or, for that matter, of love, ideology may ease somewhat the pain of being a petty bureaucrat, a day laborer, or a small-town storekeeper is undeniable. By the morale explanation is meant the ability of an ideology to sustain individuals, or groups, in the face of chronic strain, either by denying it outright or by legitimizing it in terms of higher values. Both the struggling small businessman rehearsing his boundless confidence in the inevitable justness of the American system and the neglected artist attributing his failure to his maintenance of decent standards in a Philistine world are able, by such means, to get on with their work. Ideology bridges the emotional gap between things as they are and as one would have them be, thus ensuring the performance of roles that might otherwise be abandoned in despair or apathy. By the solidarity explanation is meant the power of ideology to knit a social group or class together. To the extent that it exists, the unity of the labor movement, the business community, or the medical profession obviously rests to a significant degree on common ideological orientation, and the South would not be the South without the existence of popular symbols charged with the emotions of a pervasive social predicament. Finally, by the advocatory explanation is meant the action of ideologies, and ideologists, in articulating, however partially and indistinctly, the strains that impel them, thus forcing them into the public notice. Ideologists state the problems for the larger society, take sides on the issues involved and present them in the court of the ideological marketplace. 1717 Although ideological advocates, not altogether unlike their legal counterparts, tend as much to obscure as to clarify the true nature of the problems involved, they at least call attention to their existence and, by polarizing issues, make continued neglect more difficult. Without Marxist attack, there would have been no labor reform, without black nationalists, no deliberate speed. It is here, however, in the investigation of the social and psychological roles of ideology, as distinct from its determinants, that strain theory itself begins to creak and its superior incisiveness, in comparison with interest theory, to evaporate. The increased precision in the location of the springs of ideological concern does not, somehow, carry over into the discrimination of its consequences, where the analysis becomes, on the contrary, slack and ambiguous. The consequences envisaged, no doubt genuine enough in themselves, seem almost adventitious, the accidental byproducts of an essentially non-rational, nearly automatic expressive process initially pointed in another direction, as when a man stubbing his toe cries an involuntary ouch, and incidentally vents his anger, signals his distress, and consoles himself with the sound of his own voice, or as when, caught in a subway crush, he issues a spontaneous damn, of frustration and, hearing similar oaths from others, gains a certain perverse sense of kinship with fellow sufferers. This defect, of course, can be found in much of the functional analysis in the social sciences. A pattern of behavior shaped by a certain set of forces turns out, by a plausible but nevertheless mysterious coincidence, to serve ends but tenuously related to those forces. A group of primitives sets out, in all honesty, to pray for rain and ends by strengthening its social solidarity. A ward politician sets out to get or remain near the trough and ends by mediating between unassimilated immigrant groups and an impersonal governmental bureaucracy. An ideologist sets out to air his grievances and finds himself contributing, through the diversionary power of his illusions, to the continued viability of the very system that grieves him. The concept of latent function is usually invoked to paper over this anomalous state of affairs, but it rather names the phenomenon, whose reality is not in question, than explains it, and the net result is that functional analyses and not only those of ideology remain hopelessly equivocal. The petty bureaucrat's anti-Semitism may indeed give him something to do with the bottled anger generated in him by constant toadying to those he considers his intellectual inferiors and so drain some of it away, but it may also simply increase his anger by providing him with something else about which to be impotently bitter. The neglected artist may better bear his popular failure by invoking the classical canons of his art, but such an invocation may so dramatize for him the gap between the possibilities of his environment and the demands of his vision as to make the game seem unworth the candle. Commonality of ideological perception may link men together, but it may also provide them, as the history of Marxian sectarianism demonstrates, with a vocabulary by means of which to explore more exquisitely the differences among them. The clash of ideologists may bring a social problem to public attention, but it may also charge it with such passion that any possibility of dealing with it rationally is precluded. Of all these possibilities, strain theorists are, of course, very well aware. Indeed, they tend to stress negative outcomes and possibilities rather more than the positive, and they but rarely think of ideology as more than a faute de mieux stopgap like nail chewing. But the main point is that, for all its subtlety in ferreting out the motives of ideological concern, strain theory's analysis of the consequences of such concern remains crude, vacillatory, and evasive. Diagnostically it is convincing, functionally it is not. The reason for this weakness is the virtual absence in strain theory, or in interest theory either, of anything more than the most rudimentary conception of the processes of symbolic formulation. There is a good deal of talk about emotions finding a symbolic outlet or becoming attached to appropriate symbols, but very little idea of how the trick is really done. The link between the causes of ideology and its effects seems adventitious because the connecting element, the autonomous process of symbolic formulation, is passed over in virtual silence. Both interest theory and strain theory go directly from source analysis to consequence analysis without ever seriously examining ideologies as systems of interacting symbols, as patterns of interworking meanings. Themes are outlined, of course, among the content analysts, they are even counted. But they are referred for elucidation, not to other themes nor to any sort of semantic theory, but either backward to the effect they presumably mirror or forward to the social reality they presumably distort. The problem of how, after all, ideologies transform sentiment into significance and so make it socially available is short-circuited by the crude device of placing particular symbols and particular strains, or interests, side by side in such a way that the fact that the first are derivatives of the second seems mere common sense, or at least post-Freudian, post-Marxian common sense. And so, if the analyst be deft enough, it does point 1818 the connection is not thereby explained but merely adduced. The nature of the relationship between the socio-psychological stresses that incite ideological attitudes and the elaborate symbolic structures through which those attitudes are given a public existence is much too complicated to be comprehended in terms of a vague and unexamined notion of emotive resonance. 4. It is of singular interest in this connection that, although the general stream of social scientific theory has been deeply influenced by almost every major intellectual movement of the last century and a half, Marxism, Darwinism, utilitarianism, idealism, Freudianism, behaviorism, positivism, operationalism, and has attempted to capitalize on virtually every important field of methodological innovation from ecology, ethology, and comparative psychology to game theory, cybernetics, and statistics. It has, with very few exceptions, been virtually untouched by one of the most important trends in recent thought, the effort to construct an independent science of what Kenneth Burke has called symbolic action 1919. Neither the work of such philosophers as Peirce, Wittgenstein, Cassirer, Langer, Ryle, or Morris, nor of such literary critics as Coleridge, Eliot, Burke, Empson, Blackmore, Brooks, or Auerbach seems to have had any appreciable impact on the general pattern of social scientific analysis. 2020 Aside from a few more venturesome, and largely programmatic, linguists a Whorf or a Sapir, the question of how symbols symbolize, how they function to mediate meanings, has simply been bypassed. The embarrassing fact, the physician-cum-novelist Walker Percy has written, is that there does not exist today a natural empirical science of symbolic behavior as such. Sapir's gentle chiding about the lack of a science of symbolic behavior and the need of such a science is more conspicuously true today than it was 35 years ago. 2121. It is the absence of such a theory, and in particular the absence of any analytical framework within which to deal with figurative language, that have reduced sociologists to viewing ideologies as elaborate cries of pain. With no notion of how metaphor, analogy, irony, ambiguity, pun, paradox, hyperbole, rhythm, and all the other elements of what we lamely call style operate, even, in a majority of cases, with no recognition that these devices are of any importance in casting personal attitudes into public form, sociologists lack the symbolic resources out of which to construct a more incisive formulation. At the same time that the arts have been establishing the cognitive power of distortion and philosophy has been undermining the adequacy of an emotivist theory of meaning, social scientists have been rejecting the first and embracing the second. It is not therefore surprising that they evade the problem of construing the import of ideological assertions by simply failing to recognize it as a problem. 2222. A partial exception to this stricture, although marred by his obsession with power as the sum and substance of politics, is Laswell's style in the language of politics, in Laswell et al., Language of Politics, pages 20-39. It also should be remarked that the emphasis on verbal symbolism in the following discussion is merely for the sake of simplicity and is not intended to deny the importance of plastic, theatrical, or other non-linguistic devices, the rhetoric of uniforms, floodlit stages, and marching bands in ideological thought. In order to make explicit what I mean, let me take an example that is, I hope, so thoroughly trivial in itself as both to still any suspicions that I have a hidden concern with the substance of the political issue involved and, more important, to bring home the point that concepts developed for the analysis of the more elevated aspects of culture, poetry, for example, are applicable to the more lowly ones without in any way blurring the enormous qualitative distinctions between the two. In discussing the cognitive inadequacies by which ideology is defined for them, Sutton et al. Use as an example of the ideologist's tendency to oversimplify the denomination by organized labor of the Taft-Hartley Act as a slave labor law. Ideology tends to be simple and clear-cut, even where its simplicity and clarity do less than justice to the subject under discussion. The ideological picture uses sharp lines and contrasting blacks and whites. The ideologist exaggerates and caricatures in the fashion of the cartoonist. In contrast, a scientific description of social phenomena is likely to be fuzzy and indistinct. In recent labor ideology, the Taft-Hartley Act has been a slave labor act. By no dispassionate examination does the act merit this label. Any detached assessment of the act would have to consider its many provisions individually. On any set of values, even those of trade unions themselves, such an assessment would yield a mixed verdict. But mixed verdicts are not the stuff of ideology. They are too complicated, too fuzzy. Ideology must categorize the act as a whole with a symbol to rally workers, voters, and legislators to action. 2323. Leaving aside the merely empirical question of whether or not it is in fact true that ideological formulations of a given set of social phenomena are inevitably simpler than scientific formulations of the same phenomena, there is in this argument a curiously depreciatory, one might even say oversimple view of the thought processes of labor union leaders on the one hand and workers, voters, and legislators on the other. It is rather hard to believe that either those who coined and disseminated the slogan themselves believed or expected anyone else to believe that the law would actually reduce, or was intended to reduce, the American worker to the status of a slave, or that the segment of the public for whom the slogan had meaning perceived it in any such terms. Yet it is precisely this flattened view of other people's mentalities that leaves the sociologist with only two interpretations, both inadequate, of whatever effectiveness the symbol has. Either it deceives the uninformed, according to interest theory, or it excites the unreflective, according to strain theory. That it might in fact draw its power from its capacity to grasp, formulate, and communicate social realities that elude the tempered language of science, that it may mediate more complex meanings than its literal reading suggests, is not even considered. Slave Labor Act may be, after all, not a label but a trope. More exactly, it appears to be a metaphor, or at least an attempted metaphor. Although very few social scientists seem to have read much of it, the literature on metaphor, the power whereby language, even with a small vocabulary, manages to embrace a multi-million things, is vast and by now in reasonable agreement. 2424. In metaphor one has, of course, a stratification of meaning, in which an incongruity of sense on one level produces an influx of significance on another. As Percy has pointed out, the feature of metaphor that has most troubled philosophers, and, he might have added, scientists, is that it is wrong. It asserts of one thing that it is something else, and, worse yet, it tends to be most effective when most wrong. 2525. The power of a metaphor derives precisely from the interplay between the discordant meanings it symbolically coerces into a unitary conceptual framework, and from the degree to which that coercion is successful in overcoming the psychic resistance such semantic tension inevitably generates in anyone in a position to perceive it. When it works, a metaphor transforms a false identification, for example, of the labor policies of the Republican Party and of those of the Bolsheviks, into an apt analogy. When it misfires, it is a mere extravagance. That for most people the slave labor law figure was, in fact, pretty much a misfire, and therefore never served with any effectiveness as a symbol to rally workers, voters, and legislators to action, seems evident enough, and it is this failure, rather than its supposed clear-cut simplicity, that makes it seem no more than a cartoon. The semantic tension between the image of a conservative Congress outlawing the closed shop and of the prison camps of Siberia was apparently too great to be resolved into a single conception, at least by means of so rudimentary a stylistic device as the slogan. Except, perhaps, for a few enthusiasts, the analogy did not appear, the false identification remained false. But failure is not inevitable, even on such an elementary level. Although, a most unmixed verdict, Sherman's war is hell is no social science proposition, even Sutton and his associates would probably not regard it as either an exaggeration or a caricature. More important, however, than any assessment of the adequacy of the two tropes as such is the fact that, as the meanings they attempt to spark against one another are after all socially rooted, the success or failure of the attempt is relative not only to the power of the stylistic mechanisms employed but also to precisely those sorts of factors upon which strain theory concentrates its attention. The tensions of the Cold War, the fears of a labor movement only recently emerged from a bitter struggle for existence, and the threatened eclipse of New Deal liberalism after 2 decades of dominance set the socio-psychological stage both for the appearance of the slave labor figure and, when it proved unable to work them into a cogent analogy, for its miscarriage. The militarists of 1934 Japan, who opened their pamphlet on basic theory of national defense and suggestions for its strengthening with the resounding familial metaphor, "War is the father of creation and the mother of culture," would no doubt have found Sherman's maxim as unconvincing as he would have found theirs. 2626 They were energetically preparing for an imperialist war in an ancient nation seeking its footing in the modern world. He was wearily pursuing a civil war in an unrealized nation, torn by domestic hatreds. It is thus not truth that varies with social, psychological, and cultural contexts, but the symbols we construct in our unequally effective attempts to grasp it. War is hell and not the mother of culture, as the Japanese eventually discovered, although no doubt they express the fact in a grander idiom. The sociology of knowledge ought to be called the sociology of meaning, for what is socially determined is not the nature of conception but the vehicles of conception. In a community that drinks its coffee black, Hennel remarks, to praise a girl with "you're the cream in my coffee" would give entirely the wrong impression, and, if omnivorousness were regarded as a more significant characteristic of bears than their clumsy roughness, to call a man an old bear might mean not that he was crude, but that he had Catholic tastes. 2727 Or, to take an example from Burke, since in Japan people smile on mentioning the death of a close friend, the semantic equivalent, behaviorally as well as verbally, in American English is not "he smiled," but "his face fell," for, with such a rendering, we are translating the accepted social usage of Japan into the corresponding accepted social usage of the West. 2828 And, closer to the ideological realm, Sapir has pointed out that the chairmanship of a committee has the figurative force we give it only because we hold that administrative functions somehow stamp a person as superior to those who are being directed. Should people come to feel that administrative functions are little more than symbolic automatisms, the chairmanship of a committee would be recognized as little more than a petrified symbol, and the particular value that is now felt to inhere in it would tend to disappear. 2929 The case is no different for slave labor law. If forced labor camps come, for whatever reasons, to play a less prominent role in the American image of the Soviet Union, it will not be the symbol's veracity that has dissolved but its very meaning, its capacity to be either true or false. One must simply frame the argument that the Taft-Hartley Act is a mortal threat to organized labor in some other way. In short, between an ideological figure like Slave Labor Act and the social realities of American life in the midst of which it appears, there exists a subtlety of interplay, which concepts like distortion, selectivity, or oversimplification are simply incompetent to formulate. 3030 Not only is the semantic structure of the figure a good deal more complex than it appears on the surface, but an analysis of that structure forces one into tracing a multiplicity of referential connections between it and social reality, so that the final picture is one of a configuration of dissimilar meanings out of whose interworking both the expressive power and the rhetorical force of the final symbol derive. This interworking is itself a social process, an occurrence not in the head but in that public world where people talk together, name things, make assertions, and to a degree understand each other. 3131 The study of symbolic action is no less a sociological discipline than the study of small groups, bureaucracies, or the changing role of the American woman. It is only a good deal less developed. Metaphor is, of course, not the only stylistic resource upon which ideology draws. Metonymy, all I have to offer is blood, sweat, and tears. Hyperbole, the thousand-year Reich. Meiosis, I shall return. Synecdoche, Wall Street. Oxymoron, Iron Curtain. Personification, the hand that held the dagger has plunged it into the back of its neighbor, and all the other figures the classical rhetoric Ian so painstakingly collected and so carefully classified are utilized over and over again, as are such syntactical devices as antithesis, inversion, and repetition, such prosodic ones as rhyme, rhythm, and alliteration, such literary ones as irony, eulogy, and sarcasm. Nor is all ideological expression figurative. The bulk of it consists of quite literal, not to say flat-footed, assertions, which, a certain tendency toward prima facie implausibility aside, are difficult to distinguish from properly scientific statements. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. The whole of the morality of Europe is based upon the values which are useful to the herd, and so forth. As a cultural system, An ideology that has developed beyond the stage of mere sloganeering consists of an intricate structure of interrelated meanings, interrelated in terms of the semantic mechanisms that formulate them, of which the two-level organization of an isolated metaphor is but a feeble representation. Percy, symbolic structure. V. Asking the question that most students of ideology fail to ask: what, precisely, do we mean when we assert that socio-psychological strains are expressed in symbolic forms, gets one, therefore, very quickly into quite deep water indeed, into, in fact, a somewhat untraditional and apparently paradoxical theory of the nature of human thought as a public and not, or at least not fundamentally, a private activity. 3232 The details of such a theory cannot be pursued any distance here, nor can any significant amount of evidence be marshaled to support it. But at least its general outlines must be sketched if we are to find our way back from the elusive world of symbols and semantic process to the, apparently, more solid one of sentiments and institutions, if we are to trace with some circumstantiality the modes of interpenetration of culture, personality, and social system. The defining proposition of this sort of approach to thought en plein air, what, following Gallander and Gerstenhaber, we may call the extrinsic theory, is that thought consists of the construction and manipulation of symbol systems, which are employed as models of other systems, physical, organic, social, psychological, and so forth, in such a way that the structure of these other systems and, in the favorable case, how they may therefore be expected to behave is, as we say, understood. 3333. Thinking, conceptualization, formulation, comprehension, understanding, or what have you, consists not of ghostly happenings in the head but of a matching of the states and processes of symbolic models against the states and processes of the wider world. Imaginal thinking is neither more nor less than constructing an image of the environment, running the model faster than the environment, and predicting that the environment will behave as the model does. The first step in the solution of a problem consists in the construction of a model or image of the relevant features of the environment. These models can be constructed from many things, including parts of the organic tissue of the body and, by man, paper and pencil or actual artifacts. Once a model has been constructed, it can be manipulated under various hypothetical conditions and constraints. The organism is then able to observe the outcome of these manipulations, and to project them onto the environment so that prediction is possible. According to this view, an aeronautical engineer is thinking when he manipulates a model of a new airplane in a wind tunnel. The motorist is thinking when he runs his finger over a line on a map, the finger serving as a model of the relevant aspects of the automobile, the map as a model of the road. External models of this kind are often used in thinking about complex environments. Images used in covert thinking depend upon the availability of the physico-chemical events of the organism, which must be used to form models. 3434. This view does not, of course, deny consciousness, it defines it. Every conscious perception is, as Percy has argued, an act of recognition, a pairing in which an object, or an event, an act, an emotion, is identified by placing it against the background of an appropriate symbol. It is not enough to say that one is conscious of something, one is also conscious of something being something. There is a difference between the apprehension of a gestalt, a chicken perceived the Jastrow effect as well as a human, and the grasping of it under its symbolic vehicle. As I gaze about the room, I am aware of a series of almost effortless acts of matching, seeing an object and knowing what it is. If my eye falls upon an unfamiliar something, I am immediately aware that one term of the match is missing. I ask what the object is, an exceedingly mysterious question. 3535. If I see an object at some distance and do not quite recognize it, I may see it, actually see it, as a succession of different things, each rejected by the criterion of fit as I come closer, until one is positively certified. A patch of sunlight in a field I may actually see as a rabbit, a seeing which goes much further than the guess that it may be a rabbit. No, the perceptual gestalt is so construed, actually stamped by the essence of rabbitness, I could have sworn it was a rabbit. On coming closer, the sunlight pattern changes enough so that the rabbit cast is disallowed. The rabbit vanishes and I make another cast, it is a paper bag, and so on. But most significant of all, even the last, the correct recognition is quite as mediate an apprehension as the incorrect ones, it is also a cast, a pairing, an approximation. And let us note in passing that even though it is correct, even though it is borne out by all indices, it may operate quite as effectively to conceal as to discover. When I recognize a strange bird as a sparrow, I tend to dispose of the bird under its appropriate formulation, it is only a sparrow. 3636. Ibid. Quoted by permission. Despite the somewhat intellectualist tone of these various examples, the extrinsic theory of thought is extendable to the affective side of human mentality as well. 3737 As a road map transforms mere physical locations into places, connected by numbered routes and separated by measured distances, and so enables us to find our way from where we are to where we want to go, so a poem like, for example, Hopkins's Felix Randall provides, through the evocative power of its charged language, a symbolic model of the emotional impact of premature death, which, if we are as impressed with its penetration as with the road maps, transforms physical sensations into sentiments and attitudes and enables us to react to such a tragedy not blindly but intelligently. The central rituals of religion, a mass, a pilgrimage, a corroboree, are symbolic models, here more in the form of activities than of words, of a particular sense of the divine, a certain sort of devotional mood, which their continual reenactment tends to produce in their participants. Of course, as most acts of what is usually called cognition are more on the level of identifying a rabbit than operating a wind tunnel, so most of what is usually called expression, the dichotomy is often overdrawn and almost universally misconstrued, is mediated more by models drawn from popular culture than from high art and formal religious ritual. But the point is that the development, maintenance, and dissolution of moods, attitudes, sentiments, and so forth are no more a ghostly process occurring in streams of consciousness we are debarred from visiting than is the discrimination of objects, events, structures, processes, and so forth in our environment. Here, too, we are describing the ways in which people conduct parts of their predominantly public behavior. 3838. Whatever their other differences, both so-called cognitive and so-called expressive symbols or symbol systems have, then, at least one thing in common: they are extrinsic sources of information in terms of which human life can be patterned, extra-personal mechanisms for the perception, understanding, judgment, and manipulation of the world. Culture patterns, religious, philosophical, aesthetic, scientific, ideological, are programs. They provide a template or blueprint for the organization of social and psychological processes, much as genetic systems provide such a template for the organization of organic processes. These considerations define the terms in which we approach the problem of reductionism in psychology and social science. The levels we have tentatively discriminated: organism, personality, social system, culture, are levels of organization and control. The lower levels condition, and thus in a sense determine the structures into which they enter, in the same sense that the stability of a building depends on the properties of the materials out of which it is constructed. But the physical properties of the materials do not determine the plan of the building. This is a factor of another order, one of organization. And the organization controls the relations of the materials to each other, the ways in which they are utilized in the building, by virtue of which it constitutes an ordered system of a particular type. Looking downward in the series, we can always investigate and discover sets of conditions in which the function of a higher order of organization is dependent. There is, thus, an immensely complicated set of physiological conditions on which psychological functioning is dependent, etc. Properly understood and evaluated, these conditions are always authentic determinants of process in the organized systems at the next higher levels. We may, however, also look upward in the series. In this direction we see structures, organization patterns, patterns of meaning, programs, etc., which are the focus of the organization of the system at the level on which we have concentrated our attention. 3939. T. Parsons, An Approach to Psychological Theory in Terms of the Theory of Action, in Psychology, A Study of a Science, ed. S. Cook, New York, 1959, Volume 3. Italics in original. Compare, in order to account for this selectivity, it is necessary to assume that the structure of the enzyme is related in some way to the structure of the gene. By a logical extension of this idea, we arrive at the concept that the gene is a representation blueprint, so to speak, of the enzyme molecule, and that the function of the gene is to serve as a source of information regarding the structure of the enzyme. It seems evident that the synthesis of an enzyme, a giant protein molecule consisting of hundreds of amino acid units arranged end-to-end in a specific and unique order, requires a model or set of instructions of some kind. These instructions must be characteristic of the species, they must be automatically transmitted from generation to generation, and they must be constant yet capable of evolutionary change. The only known entity that could perform such a function is the gene. There are many reasons for believing that it transmits information, by acting as a model or template. N. H. Horowitz, The Gene, Scientific American, February 1956, p. 85. The reason such symbolic templates are necessary is that, as has been often remarked, human behavior is inherently extremely plastic. Not strictly but only very broadly controlled by genetic programs or models, intrinsic sources of information. Such behavior must, if it is to have any effective form at all, be controlled to a significant extent by extrinsic ones. Birds learn how to fly without wind tunnels, and whatever reactions lower animals have to death are in great part innate, physiologically preformed. 40 The extreme generality, diffuseness, and variability of man's innate response capacities mean that the particular pattern his behavior takes is guided predominantly by cultural rather than genetic templates, the latter setting the overall psychophysical context within which precise activity sequences are organized by the former. The tool-making, laughing, or lying animal, man, is also the incomplete or, more accurately, self-completing animal. The agent of his own realization, he creates out of his general capacity for the construction of symbolic models the specific capabilities that define him. Or to return at last to our subject, it is through the construction of ideologies, schematic images of social order, that man makes himself for better or worse a political animal. This point is perhaps somewhat too baldly put in light of recent analyses of animal learning, but the essential thesis that there is a general trend toward a more diffuse, less determinate control of behavior by intrinsic, innate, parameters as one moves from lower to higher animals seems well established. See above, Chapter 3, pages 70 to 76. Further, as the various sorts of cultural symbol systems are extrinsic sources of information, templates for the organization of social and psychological processes, they come most crucially into play in situations where the particular kind of information they contain is lacking, where institutionalized guides for behavior, thought, or feeling are weak or absent. It is in country unfamiliar emotionally or topographically that one needs poems and road maps. So too with ideology. In polities firmly embedded in Edmund Burke's golden assemblage of ancient opinions and rules of life, the role of ideology, in any explicit sense, is marginal. In such truly traditional political systems the participants act as, to use another Burkean phrase, men of untaught feelings. They are guided both emotionally and intellectually in their judgments and activities by unexamined prejudices, which do not leave them hesitating in the moment of decision, skeptical, puzzled and unresolved. But when, as in the revolutionary France Burke was indicting, and in fact in the shaken England from which, as perhaps his nation's greatest ideologue, he was indicting it, those hallowed opinions and rules of life come into question, the search for systematic ideological formulations, either to reinforce them or to replace them, flourishes. The function of ideology is to make an autonomous politics possible by providing the authoritative concepts that render it meaningful, the suasive images by means of which it can be sensibly grasped. 41 It is, In fact, precisely at the point at which a political system begins to free itself from the immediate governance of received tradition, from the direct and detailed guidance of religious or philosophical canons on the one hand and from the unreflective precepts of conventional moralism on the other, that formal ideologies tend first to emerge and take hold. 4242 The differentiation of an autonomous polity implies the differentiation, too, of a separate and distinct cultural model of political action, for the older, unspecialized models are either too comprehensive or too concrete to provide the sort of guidance such a political system demands. Either they trammel political behavior by encumbering it with transcendental significance, or they stifle political imagination by binding it to the blank realism of habitual judgment. It is when neither a society's most general cultural orientations nor its most down-to-earth, pragmatic ones suffice any longer to provide an adequate image of political process that ideologies begin to become crucial as sources of socio-political meanings and attitudes. Of course, there are moral, economic, and even aesthetic ideologies, as well as specifically political ones, but as very few ideologies of any social prominence lack political implications, it is perhaps permissible to view the problem here in this somewhat narrowed focus. In any case, the arguments developed for political ideologies apply with equal force to non-political ones. For an analysis of a moral ideology cast in terms very similar to those developed in this paper, C.A.L. Green, The Ideology of Anti-Fluoridation Leaders, The Journal of Social Issues 17, 196 L 13, 25. That such ideologies may call, as did Burks or de Maisters, for the reinvigoration of custom or the reimposition of religious hegemony is, of course, no contradiction. One constructs arguments for tradition only when its credentials have been questioned. To the degree that such appeals are successful, they bring, not a return to naive traditionalism, but ideological retraditionalization, an altogether different matter. C. Mannheim, Conservative Thought, in his Essays on Sociology and Social Psychology, New York, 1953, especially pages 94 to 98. In one sense, this statement is but another way of saying that ideology is a response to strain. But now we are including cultural as well as social and psychological strain. It is a loss of orientation that most directly gives rise to ideological activity, an inability, for lack of usable models, to comprehend a universe of civic rights and responsibilities in which one finds oneself located. The development of a differentiated polity, or of greater internal differentiation within such a polity, may and commonly does bring with it severe social dislocation and psychological tension. But it also brings with it conceptual confusion, as the established images of political order fade into irrelevance or are driven into disrepute. The reason why the French Revolution was, at least up to its time, the greatest incubator of extremist ideologies, progressive and reactionary alike, in human history was not that either personal insecurity or social disequilibrium were deeper and more pervasive than at many earlier periods, though they were deep and pervasive enough, but because the central organizing principle of political life, the divine right of kings, was destroyed. 4343 It is a confluence of socio-psychological strain and an absence of cultural resources by means of which to make sense of the strain, each exacerbating the other, that sets the stage for the rise of systematic, political, moral, or economic, ideologies. It is important to remember, too, that the principle was destroyed long before the king. It was to the successor principle that he was, in fact, a ritual sacrifice, when Saint Just exclaims, to determine the principle in virtue of which the accused Louis XVI is perhaps to die, is to determine the principle by which the society that judges him lives. He demonstrates that it is the philosophers who are going to kill the king must die in the name of the social contract. A. Camus, The Rebel, New York, 1958, p. 114. And it is, in turn, the attempt of ideologies to render otherwise incomprehensible social situations meaningful, to so construe them as to make it possible to act purposefully within them, that accounts both for the ideology's highly figurative nature and for the intensity with which, once accepted, they are held. as metaphor extends language by broadening its semantic range, enabling it to express meanings it cannot or at least cannot yet express literally, so the head-on clash of literal meanings in ideology, the irony, the hyperbole, the overdrawn antithesis provides novel symbolic frames against which to match the myriad unfamiliar somethings that, like a journey to a strange country, are produced by a transformation in political life. Whatever else ideologies may be, projections of unacknowledged fears, disguises for ulterior motives, phatic expressions of group solidarity, they are, most distinctively, maps of problematic social reality and matrices for the creation of collective conscience. Whether, in any particular case, the map is accurate or the conscience creditable is a separate question to which one can hardly give the same answer for Nazism and Zionism, for the nationalisms of McCarthy and of Churchill, for the defenders of segregation and its opponents. 6. Though ideological ferment is, of course, widespread in modern society, perhaps its most prominent locus at the moment lies in the new, or renewed, states of Asia, Africa, and some parts of Latin America, for it is in these states, communist or not, that the initial steps away from a traditional politics of piety and proverb are just now being taken. The attainment of independence, the overthrow of established ruling classes, the popularization of legitimacy, the rationalization of public administration, the rise of modern elites, the spread of literacy and mass communications, and the propulsion willy-nilly of inexperienced governments into the midst of a precarious international order that even its older participants do not very well understand, all make for a pervasive sense of disorientation, a disorientation in whose face received images of authority, responsibility, and civic purpose seem radically inadequate. The search for a new symbolic framework in terms of which to formulate, think about, and react to political problems, whether in the form of nationalism, Marxism, liberalism, populism, racism, Caesarism, ecclesiasticism, or some variety of reconstructed traditionalism, or, most commonly, a confused mélange of several of these, is therefore tremendously intense. Intense but indeterminate. For the most part, the new states are still groping for usable political concepts, not yet grasping them, and the outcome in almost every case, at least in every non-communist case, is uncertain, not merely in the sense that the outcome of any historical process is uncertain, but in the sense that even a broad and general assessment of overall direction is extremely difficult to make. Intellectually, everything is in motion, and the words of that extravagant poet in politics, Lamartine, written of 19th century France, apply to the new states with perhaps even greater appropriateness than they did to the dying July monarchy. These times are times of chaos, opinions are a scramble, parties are a jumble, the language of new ideas has not been created. Nothing is more difficult than to give a good definition of oneself in religion, in philosophy, in politics. One feels, one knows, one lives, and at need, one dies for one's cause, but one cannot name it. It is the problem of this time to classify things and men. The world has jumbled its catalogue. 4444. Alphonse de Lamartine, Declaration of Principles, in Introduction to Contemporary Civilization in the West, a source book, New York, 1946, 2, 328-333. This observation is no truer anywhere in the world right now 1964 than it is in Indonesia, where the whole political process is mired in a slough of ideological symbols, each attempting and so far each failing to unjumble the republic's catalogue, to name its cause, and to give point and purpose to its polity. It is a country of false starts and frantic revisions, of a desperate search for a political order whose image, like a mirage, recedes more rapidly the more eagerly it is approached. The salving slogan amid all this frustration is, "The revolution is unfinished." And so, indeed, it is. But only because no one knows, not even those who cry most loudly that they do, precisely how to go about the job of finishing it. 4545. The following very schematic and necessarily ex cathedra discussion is based mainly on my own research and represents only my own views, but I have also drawn heavily on the work of Herbert Feith for factual material. See especially, The Decline of Constitutional Democracy in Indonesia, New York, 1962, and Dynamics of Guided Democracy, in Indonesia, ed. R. McVeigh, New Haven, 1963, pages 309 to 409. For the general cultural analysis within which my interpretations are set, see Geertz, The Religion of Java, New York, 1960. The most highly developed concepts of government in traditional Indonesia were those upon which the classic Hinduized states of the 4th to 15th centuries were built, concepts that persisted in somewhat revised and weakened form even after these states were first Islamicized and then largely replaced or overlaid by the Dutch colonial regime. And of these concepts the most important was what might be called the theory of the exemplary center, the notion that the capital city, or more accurately the king's palace, was at once a microcosm of the supernatural order, an image of the universe on a smaller scale, and the material embodiment of political order. 4646 The capital was not merely the nucleus, the engine, or the pivot of the state, it was the state. R. Heinegeldern, Conceptions of State and Kinship in Southeast Asia, Far Eastern Quarterly 2, 1942 15-30. In the Hindu period, the king's castle comprehended virtually the entire town. A squared-off heavenly city constructed according to the ideas of Indic metaphysics, it was more than a locus of power, it was a synoptic paradigm of the ontological shape of existence. At its center was the divine king, an incarnation of an Indian deity, his throne symbolizing Mount Meru, seat of the gods. The buildings, roads, city walls, and even, ceremonially, his wives and personal staff were deployed quadrangularly around him according to the directions of the 4 sacred winds. Not only the king himself but his ritual, his regalia, his court, and his castle were shot through with charismatic significance. The castle and the life of the castle were the quid deity of the kingdom, and he who, often after meditating in the wilderness to attain the appropriate spiritual status, captured the castle captured the whole empire, grasped the charisma of office, and displaced the no longer sacred king. 4747. Ibid. The early polities were thus not so much solitary territorial units as loose congregations of villages oriented toward a common urban center, each such center competing with others for ascendancy. Whatever degree of regional or, at moments, interregional hegemony prevailed depended, not on the systematic administrative organization of extensive territory under a single king, but on the varying abilities of kings to mobilize and apply effective striking forces with which to sack rival capitals, abilities that were believed to rest on essentially religious, that is, mystical grounds. So far as the pattern was territorial at all, it consisted of a series of concentric circles of religio-military power spreading out around the various city-state capitals, as radio waves spread from a transmitter. The closer a village to a town, the greater the impact, economically and culturally, of the court on that village. And, conversely, the greater the development of the court priests, artisans, nobles, and king, the greater its authenticity as an epitome of cosmic order, its military strength, and the effective range of its circles of outward spreading power. Spiritual excellence and political eminence were fused. Magical power and executive influence flowed in a single stream outward and downward from the king through the descending ranks of his staff and whatever lesser courts were subordinate to him, draining out finally into the spiritually and politically residual peasant mass. Theirs was a facsimile concept of political organization, one in which the reflection of the supernatural order microscopically mirrored in the life of the capital was in turn further and more faintly reflected in the countryside as a whole, producing a hierarchy of less and less faithful copies of an eternal, transcendent realm. In such a system, the administrative, military, and ceremonial organization of the court orders the world around it iconically by providing it with a tangible paragon. 4848. The whole expanse of Yawaland Java is to be compared with one town in the prince's reign. By thousands are counted the people's dwelling places, to be compared with the manors of royal servants, surrounding the body of the royal compound. All kinds of foreign islands, to be compared with them are the cultivated lands areas, made happy and quiet. Of the aspect of parks, then, are the forests and mountains, all of them set foot on by him, without feeling anxiety. Canto 17, stanza 3 of the Nagara-Kirtagama, a 14th century royal epic. Translated in Th. Pijoud, Java in the 14th century, The Hague, I 960, 321. The term Nagara still means, indifferently, palace, capital city, state, country, or government, sometimes even civilization in Java. When Islam came, the Hindu political tradition was to some extent weakened, especially in the coastal trade kingdoms surrounding the Java Sea. The court culture nevertheless persisted, although it was overlaid and interfused with Islamic symbols and ideas and set among an ethnically more differentiated urban mass, which looked with less awe on the classical order. The steady growth, especially on Java, of Dutch administrative control in the mid-19th and early 20th centuries constricted the tradition still further. But, since the lower levels of the bureaucracy continued to be manned almost entirely by Indonesians of the old upper classes, the tradition remained, even then, the matrix of supervillage political order. The regency or the district office remained not merely the axis of the polity but the embodiment of it, a polity with respect to which most villagers were not so much actors as audience. It was this tradition with which the new elite of Republican Indonesia was left after the revolution. That is not to say that the theory of the exemplary center persisted unchanged, drifting like some Platonic archetype through the eternity of Indonesian history, for, like the society as a whole, it evolved and developed, becoming ultimately perhaps more conventional and less religious in general temper. Nor does it mean that foreign ideas, from European parliamentarianism, from Marxism, from Islamic moralism, and so forth, did not come to play an essential role in Indonesian political thought, for modern Indonesian nationalism is very far from being merely old wine in a new bottle. It is simply that, as yet, the conceptual transition from the classic image of a polity as a concentrated center of pomp and power, alternately providing a cynosure for popular awe and lashing out militarily at competing centers, to one of a polity as a systematically organized national community has, for all these changes and influences, still not been completed. Indeed, it has been arrested and to some extent reversed. This cultural failure is apparent from the growing, seemingly unquenchable ideological din that has engulfed Indonesian politics since the revolution. The most prominent attempt to construct, by means of a figurative extension of the classic tradition, an essentially metaphoric reworking of it, a new symbolic framework within which to give form and meaning to the emerging republican polity, was President Sukarno's famous Pancasila concept, first set forth in a public speech toward the end of the Japanese occupation. 4949 Drawing on the Indi tradition of fixed sets of numbered precepts, the three jewels, the four sublime moods, the eightfold path, the 20 conditions of successful rule, and so forth, it consisted of 5, pancha, principles, sila, that were intended to form the sacred ideological foundations of an independent Indonesia. Like all good constitutions, the Pancasila was short, ambiguous, and impeccably high-minded, the 5 points being nationalism, humanitarianism, democracy, social welfare, and, pluralistic, monotheism. Finally, these modern concepts, set so nonchalantly in a medieval frame, were explicitly identified with an indigenous peasant concept, gotong royong, literally, the collective bearing of burdens, figuratively, the piety of all for the interests of all, thus drawing together the great tradition of the exemplary state, the doctrines of contemporary nationalism, and the little traditions of the villages into one luminous image. 50-50. For a description of the Pancasila speech, see Jikahin, Nationalism and Revolution in Indonesia, Ithaca, 1952, pages 122 to 127. The quotations are from the Pancasila speech, as quoted in Ibid, p. 126. The reasons why this ingenious device failed are many and complex, and only a few of them, like the strength in certain sectors of the population of Islamic concepts of political order, which are difficult to reconcile with Sukarno's secularism, are themselves cultural. The Pancasila, playing upon the microcosm-macrocosm conceit and upon the traditional syncretism of Indonesian thought, was intended to contain within it the political interests of the Islamic and Christian, gentry and peasantry, nationalist and communist, commercial and agrarian, Javanese and outer island groups in Indonesia, to rework the old facsimile pattern into a modern constitutional structure in which these various tendencies would, each emphasizing one or another aspect of the doctrine, find a modus vivendi at each level of administration and party struggle. The attempt was not so totally ineffective or so intellectually fatuous as it has sometimes been painted. The cult of the Pancasila, for that is what it literally became, complete with rites and commentaries, did provide for a while a flexible ideological context within which parliamentary institutions and democratic sentiments were being soundly, if gradually, forged at both local and national levels. But the combination of a deteriorating economic situation, a hopelessly pathological relationship with the former metropole, the rapid growth of a subversive, in principle, totalitarian party, a renaissance of Islamic fundamentalism, the inability or unwillingness of leaders with developed intellectual and technical skills to court mass support, and the economic illiteracy, administrative incapacity, and personal failings of those who were able, and only too willing, to court such support soon, brought the clash of factions to such a pitch that the whole pattern dissolved. By the time of the Constitutional Convention of 1957, the Pancasila had changed from a language of consensus to a vocabulary of abuse, as each faction used it more to express its irreconcilable opposition to other factions than its underlying rules of the game agreement with them, and the convention, ideological pluralism, and constitutional democracy collapsed in a single heap. 51-51. The proceedings of the convention, unfortunately still untranslated, form one of the fullest and most instructive records of ideological combat in the new states available. See Tentang Negara Republik Indonesia Dalam Constituent, 3 volumes. N.P. Jakarta, N.D. 1958. What has replaced them is something very much like the old exemplary center pattern, only now on a self-consciously doctrinaire rather than an instinctive religion and convention basis, and cast more in the idiom of egalitarianism and social progress than in that of hierarchy and patrician grandeur. On the one hand, there has been, under President Sukarno's famous theory of guided democracy and his call for the reintroduction of the revolutionary, that is, authoritarian, Constitution of 1945, both an ideological homogenization, in which discordant streams of thought, notably those of Muslim modernism and democratic socialism, have simply been suppressed as illegitimate, and an accelerated pace of flamboyant symbol-mongering, as though, the effort to make an unfamiliar form of government work having misfired, a desperate attempt to breathe new life into a familiar one was being launched. On the other hand, the growth of the political role of the army, not so much as an executive or administrative body as a backstop enforcement agency with veto power over the whole range of politically relevant institutions, from the presidency and the civil service to the parties and the press, has provided the minatory half of the traditional picture. Like the Pancasila before it, the revised, or revivified, approach was introduced by Sukarno in a major speech, The Rediscovery of Our Revolution, given on Independence Day, August 17, in 1959, a speech that he later decreed, along with the expository notes on it prepared by a body of personal attendants known as the Supreme Advisory Council, to be the political manifesto of the Republic. There thus came into existence a catechism on the basis, aims and duties of the Indonesian Revolution, the social forces of the Indonesian Revolution, its nature, future, and enemies, and its general program, covering the political, economic, social, mental, cultural, and security fields. Early in I-960 the central message of the celebrated speech was stated as consisting of 5 ideas: the 1945 Constitution, Socialism ala Indonesia, Guided Democracy, Guided Economy, and Indonesian Personality, and the first letters of these 5 phrases were put together to make the acronym USDIC. With Political Manifesto becoming Manipol, the new creed became known as Manipol USDIC 5252. And, as the Pancasila before it, the monopolistic image of political order found a ready response in a population for whom opinions have indeed become a scramble, parties a jumble, the times a chaos. Many were attracted by the idea that what Indonesia needed above all was men with the right state of mind, the right spirit, the true patriotic dedication. Returning to our own national personality was attractive to many who wanted to withdraw from the challenges of modernity, and also to those who wanted to believe in the current political leadership but were aware of its failures to modernize as fast as such countries as India and Malaya. And for members of some Indonesian communities, notably for many Indic-minded Javanese, there was real meaning in the various complex schemes which the president presented in elaboration of monopolistic, explaining the peculiar significance and tasks of the current stage of history. But perhaps the most important appeal of monopolistic, however, lay in the simple fact that it promised to give men a pegangan something to which to hold fast. They were attracted not so much by the content of this pegangan as by the fact that the president had offered one at a time when the lack of a sense of purpose was sorely felt. Values and cognitive patterns being in flux and in conflict, men looked eagerly for dogmatic and schematic formulations of the political good. 53-53. While the president and his entourage concern themselves almost entirely with the creation and recreation of mystique, the army concerns itself mainly with combating the numerous protests, plots, mutinies, and rebellions that occur when that mystique fails to achieve its hoped-for effect and when rival claims to leadership arise. 54-54 Although involved in some aspects of the civil service, in the managing of the confiscated Dutch enterprises, and even in the non-parliamentary cabinet, the army has not been able to take up, for lack of training, internal unity or sense of direction, the administrative, planning, and organizational tasks of the government in any detail or with any effectiveness. The result is that these tasks are either not performed or very inadequately performed, and the supralocal polity, the national state, shrinks more and more to the limits of its traditional domain, the capital city Jakarta plus a number of semi-independent tributary cities and towns held to a minimal loyalty by the threat of centrally applied force. Ibid. That this attempt to revive the politics of the exemplary court will long survive is rather doubtful. It is already being severely strained by its incapacity to cope with the technical and administrative problems involved in the government of a modern state. Far from arresting Indonesia's decline into what Sukarno has called the abyss of annihilation, the retreat from the hesitant, admittedly hectic and awkwardly functioning parliamentarianism of the Pancasila period to the monopolistic alliance between a charismatic president and a watchdog army has probably accelerated it. But what will succeed this ideological framework when, as seems certain, it too dissolves, or from where a conception of political order more adequate to Indonesia's contemporary needs and ambitions will come, if it does come, is impossible to say. Not that Indonesia's problems are purely or even primarily ideological and that they will, as all too many Indonesians already think, melt away before a political change of heart. The disorder is more general, and the failure to create a conceptual framework in terms of which to shape a modern polity is in great part itself a reflection of the tremendous social and psychological strains that the country and its population are undergoing. Things do not merely seem jumbled, they are jumbled, and it will take more than theory to unjumble them. It will take administrative skill, technical knowledge, personal courage and resolution, endless patience and tolerance, enormous self-sacrifice, a virtually incorruptible public conscience, and a very great deal of sheer, and unlikely, good luck in the most material sense of the word. Ideological formulation, no matter how elegant, can substitute for none of these elements, and, in fact, in their absence, it degenerates, as it has in Indonesia, into a smoke screen for failure, a diversion to stave off despair, a mask to conceal reality rather than a portrait to reveal it. With a tremendous population problem, extraordinary ethnic, geographical, and regional diversity, a moribund economy, a severe lack of trained personnel, popular poverty of the bitterest sort, and pervasive, implacable social discontent, Indonesia's social problems seem virtually insoluble even without the ideological pandemonium. The abyss into which Ir. Sukarno claims to have looked is a real one.